I watched all 536 episodes of Scooby-Doo, and I'm gonna rank them all in this one video. I'll make it quick, I promise. Just don't look at the runtime. Don't worry, I'll have timestamps down below for each series. Real quick before we start, thank you so much for just clicking on the video in the first place. This took a lot of time, so I'd really appreciate it if you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know what your favorite episode is. I'll be responding to all the comments like usual. And shout out to all the lovely people over on the Patreon for their support. I'll have it linked down below if you want to help support me and get your name on the credits here. Alright, with all that out of the way, let's get into this one with the series that started it all. The very first installment of Scooby-Doo came as a result of CBS trying to appease protesting parents who feared that the superhero shows of the mid to late 60s were far too violent. Boy, how the times have changed. Around this time, character development in sitcoms was incredibly rare. But even so, the show proved to be a big hit with the audience, spawning not just more Scooby-Doo shows, but a range of, fair to say, Scooby-Doo ripoff shows as well. But before we get into any of that, what kind of hijinks did the gang get up to in their 25 episode introduction? And how have they held up after nearly 60 years? Immediately I have to commend the show for such a catchy theme song, one that has stood the test of time and is only surpassed by What's New Scooby-Doo's. Plus, these title cards are so much fun. I really wish they would have kept this up throughout the series. A man is driving through the woods to deliver something from Professor Jameson Hyde White, and this seems like the perfect night for a night. Oh, that's why they call it that. We meet a lanky teen and his goofy dog walking home from the movies, when they come across the now abandoned pickup, and brings the rest of their buddies back to check it out. And Daphne has the thickest transatlantic accent that was all the rage at the time, so love that for her. The next morning, they take their crate with the suit of armor over to the county museum and meet Mr. Wickles. And even this early on, they think they can get away with breaking into the museum that night. I would bring up plenty more questions, but check out Shaggy's arch game. What were we talking about before? It doesn't matter. Shaggy eventually finds his way in and lets the rest of the gang in. Daphne and Fred split up for some nefarious reasons, while Velma joins Scooby in losing track of Shaggy. And we really do lay a bunch of groundwork for franchise staples in this episode. We've got Scooby snack bribes, Scooby being afraid of everything, and Velma losing her glasses. One thing that doesn't continue is Velma's crippling promethazine addiction, so good on her for kicking the habit. Maybe she's leaning too far into this bit, but at least the knight's trapped in the pillory. Not for too long though, as they chase the teens around the museum. Scooby accidentally turns on the antique plane, flying it through the exhibits, and finally crashing into the knight and knocking him out. We're 20 minutes into this series and a dog nearly kills a guy with a plane, so is this really a non-violent alternative? They unmask Mr. Wickles and bring the cops in to arrest him, and find the professor tied up. As a series premiere, this really is the perfect beginning for what would become the most iconic cartoon of all time. It's funny, it has a good mystery, and while the animation has its faults, it does still look really good. I know it won't be the top episode for me, but it's absolutely an iconic one. A glowing scuba diver retreats back into the ocean for our second cold open, and if I had to guess, I'd say that the gang's party is right where they came from. Looks like I'm 1 for 1, since Scooby pulls the diver from the deep and quickly paddles back to shore. They head on over to the malt shop and learn a bit more from the newspaper, so they go back to the harbor to meet with Ebenezer. He tells them the story of Captain Cutler and the vanishing yachts, and sends them over to the lighthouse to meet with Mrs. Cutler, who seems to be studying up on her witchcraft. Never mind, it's just the laundry. They see a glowing ball of something radioactive go into the drain pipe, and send their trusty Pooch in after it. He pulls out some of the bioluminescent seaweed, and they head on over to the graveyard of ships. Fred leads the girls to this deceased diver, and get locked in by the glowing one, so I guess it's up to Shaggy and Scooby to save him. And a quick chase does just that. They follow the glowing footprints right into a wall, and hey Shaggy, hit it. Thanks. They find a giant cavern with tons of missing yachts, so they set up their final trap. And this fail is 100% on Daphne and Fred. They didn't even try to hold the hose, but it does end up capturing the diver, and they unmask Captain Cutler himself. They return back to the malt shop to finish this episode up, and Scooby uses some mysterious physics to be a glutton. It took a grand total of 2 episodes for them to give up on the fun title cards, so now the gang are just running through the void forever. A classic she-ghost is spying on Shaggy whipping up a truly ungodly sandwich, the triple-decker sardine and marshmallow fudge, and I wouldn't even feed that to my dog. Oh. Fred apparently wasn't watching where he was going, as he crashes the boat straight into Haunted Isle, so the 5 have to head out for some help. All Scooby finds is a ripped map that tells them to leave, but of course these meddling kids won't heed that warning. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Later, Daph. The rest of the gang are now on the rescue mission, and Daphne sure shows her appreciation in an interesting way. The she-ghost arrives to tell the trespassers to leave, which is fair, but these kids really don't get the hint. Instead, they find a comically large key and head down into the catacombs to practice some magic, and Shaggy just straight up dies. Nah, not really. Now that's what we call good magic. Fred sets up his Rube Goldberg of Death Trap that would even make John Kramer proud, and Scooby plays his part as the bait, leading the ghost right into the trap. Which kinda worked out in the end. The cops finally show up and take away the Great Bluestone before any more magical mischief. These are all classic episodes, of course, but this one's just one of the most memorable ones to me. The creature is simple but effective, and the magic's such a fun twist for it. Shaggy's the resident GPS for the gang, which is great and all until you realize he was reading the map upside down the whole time. But you know what? I get it. I remember looking at the map in the car confused as hell. How did anyone get around like that? They wind up in Gold City and hit the old ranch for a room for the night. Hey, what's that over there?
It's the miner.
Oh yeah, I forgot we're in the Minecraft YouTuber house. The caretaker gives them the rundown on Miner 49er, but some little ghost town can't scare the gang away that easily. Okay, it scares Shaggy and Scooby, but this is a democratic team, so it's still 3-2. That's alright guys, nothing a fresh pint can't fix. Yeesh. Well, probably still better than an IPA. They checked out this whole town, so the only place left is the mines. And luckily, Scooby uses the Creepshow artifact to find the combination to get down there. The gang split up, and after a few will they won't they's, Shaggy and Scooby find Miner 49er behind one of the doors. Ah man, we couldn't even make it into the 80s before Freddy got into that white. A tragic downfall. The child TV star lifestyle really got to him. Shaggy and Scooby yoink these minecarts to try and escape the same fate, and we get our first official Scooby-Doo chase in the franchise. Somehow the miner ends up in Scooby's cart before the boys come barreling to a stop. Daphne accidentally falls further down into the mine, so Fred gives her the moniker Danger Prone Daphne. Which feels unfair. What if I called you Fent Fiend Freddy, huh? Not so nice, is it? Velma gets us back on track with a couple of clues, and some clever trickery gets the miner trapped, unmasking old Hank behind all of this. He was mining for gold when he found black gold instead, and was harvesting it all little by little. This episode was a little bit dull. The miner never really scared me, and I feel like a lot of the runtime was just filler gags to get us to the final trap and unmasking. I think 4th out of 4 so far. Scooby's out for a walk on his own when he sees a poodle get dognapped, and he immediately runs down to the beach to alert the rest of the gang. They overhear the newscaster say that Buckmasters is putting up a $500 reward for the safe return to the dogs, which piques their interest enough to meet with them. They give Scooby a little makeover to go undercover with Shaggy, but that only gets him dognapped as well. Shaggy commandeers some random guy's moped while the gang track down Scooby. The ghost of Geronimo scares Shaggy into crashing, so Scooby gets taken to the place where all the other dogs are being kept. Not permanently though, as the one in charge knows that's the wrong dog, so they send him down the tracks, barely being saved from getting run over by the train when Shaggy hops on and reverses course. The gang hike up to an old native village, where they're given a traditional greeting of some dude speaking English telling them to leave. As they go meddling about, Velma loses her glasses, Daphne loses Fred, and Shaggy makes a sandwich. So everything's normal actually. Scooby gets pushed down the chute to untie Daphne and save the rest of his pals, and they lead the chase back to the dognapper, who's revealed to be Buckmasters himself. So, do we collect the $500 now, or... Hey, that's the mansion from the intro. Hey, where are you going? The gang are driving along to meet up with their friends, who have just lost their Uncle Stuart. Hey, maybe that guy back there knows where he is. They head back to the mansion to find him a bit older than he was left. And yeah, that's how time works. Oh, I see. He recounts his story with the ghost of Elias Kingston, and now the gang have a mystery to solve. Shaggy just randomly has roller skates in this episode, but surely that won't come back to haunt him. But Elias Kingston sure will, as he comes out of the secret room that Sharon's tied up in. Hey, Shag? Right behind you. Oh, see ya. Look gang, can we speed this up? Uncle Stuart's starting to rot. Kingston arrives to deliver the traditional foreboding message before dipping, walking straight over to the mausoleum. And we're really inflating the Scooby snack market early on here, as Shaggy gets 4 whole Scooby snacks to go in first. He might have cleared the room, but the gang didn't check their 6, as the Blue Man Group reject locks them in, but they quickly find the secret exit out, and head back into town to the Swami's place to look around some more. For some reason, a customer comes by at 3 in the morning for a psychic reading, but leaves just before any real paranormal stuff happens. Scooby catches the flying table, revealing a fan somehow propelling it across the room and changing directions on a dime. Before I can even ask any questions about that, the gang set up their trap for Kingston, convincing him that this place is actually haunted. Whatever his plan was, he's not the smartest. Stuart. Worst part is, he won't even give an explanation to his niece as to why he held her captive and traumatized her. I know Kingston's a recurring disguise throughout the franchise, but that's super surprising. There's nothing really iconic about him, other than he ate the chewing gum that Violet Beauregard did. It's probably somewhere in the middle overall. The gang are on this movie set to help Daphne's Uncle John with his creature feature, since all the locals won't be extras for fear of an ape man running around. But that's silly. What's the worst that could happen? Oh. The fake ape shakes Candy enough to warrant a Scooby-Doo attack, but he only joins the potential kill count for this film. Luckily, he just winds up on the capture count, as Fred swoops in to net him. But now they have to go find the real stuntman, who's been locked up in a trunk in his trailer. Both Candy and Carl quit until that ape is captured. So now the gang have a reason to solve this case. The ape man attacks Shaggy and throws him down the stairs and, oh my god, Shaggy's killing him. Alright, this one's just stuffed, but now we know what he's capable of. Fred gets sent into the secret room, while Scooby's playing Reflections with the real ape man. But whatever Scooby's saying to him must be pretty good, as he pushes the beast back. Oh hey Fred. Fred's final trap is already set up for him, but if he didn't set this one up, can he really expect it to go right? Yeah, didn't think so. They make their way back to the set and into the trailer where the ape man waits, and leads them right back into the trap house. After the sliding stairs trick, Shaggy reveals that the stuntman Carl got caught in 4K, or like 144p, but hey, good enough. The gang are at the beach next to the closed down theme park Funland. Well, it's supposed to be closed down, but when the lights go on, that's all the invite the gang need to go check it out. They decide to help themselves to some food and games on the house, so even for the 60s, they probably stole about $100 here. Shaggy and Scooby continue their tour to food, when a real power walker does the Scooby Doors chase all by themselves. They follow the man from Mars into the Hall of Mirrors, which is always one of my favorite gags in a Scooby show. It's just so much fun. Whoever this is, they're acting strange enough to warrant the gang heading over to the caretaker's house to wake them up. But after not much help from them, the gang head back into the park to see everything go haywire. Shaggy and Scooby test their might, but when the man returns to show them up, they run for the roller coasters. Not that that'll stop them. And I can't even lie, if somebody was behind me and started climbing towards me, I'd consider jumping. Looks like I'm not the only one. Ooh. Good form, but a bad landing. They go to see if he's alright, but no sign of him anywhere. So Velma cosplays as an elderly driver, and gets behind the wheel of a bumper car without her glasses on, just narrowly missing the pedestrian bonus. For the grand finale trap, Scooby leads the man through the park's many areas, and it surprisingly works, as they trap the- oh. From that new entryway emerges Mr. Jenkins, who tells the kids that they've been dealing with a super robot this whole time. They use a giant magnet to pull Charlie from his hiding spot, but when someone cuts the cord, all it does is fry his circuits, causing him to crash. Scooby snoops around and finds Miss Jenkins hiding with the scissors, but all she wanted was the park to not be run by robots. Now, you'd think that she could just tell her brother like a normal business partner, but hey, what do I know? I love this episode. It's so much fun. The setting, the story, Charlie, it's always been one of, if not my absolute favorite in the series. So of course it's going at the top for now. Shag and Scoob are walking along with a fresh pizza, when they decide to just crack it open and chow down right there. A shadowy figure drives by and loses their violin case, but opening it up reveals thousands of dollars. Shaggy immediately goes to phone the police, and I'll just say it, he's better than me. If I find thousands of dollars on the street, I'm taking my ass home immediately. Cause look at this, Scooby immediately loses it trying to help a fake hurt dog. Somehow this alerts the rest of the gang to counterfeiters in the area, and they go to an old puppeteer to try and find some leads, finding one of the brand new $20 bills. As far as Velma can tell, this is a real bill, so they just straight up stole from this old man, and then break into his place again. Someone up in the rafters doesn't take too kindly to trespassers, and tries every backstage trick in the book to scare them off. They rummage through a bunch of props to take their mind off the threat, but the Phantom in this opera is pretty hard to ignore. And a bunch more puppets. Even the doorman's a puppet, he always had been. I wonder if this influenced James Wan and Lee Winnell's Dead Silence. They find the counterfeiting presses, and run down the hall to try and evade the man in the black cape. Back up on stage, they catch the real puppet master on the catwalk, and capture Pietro, who's taken away by the cops. I always saw this one as a scarier version of the Goosebumps episodes with dummies, so it's pretty good actually. Pennywise's somehow creepier brother is lurking outside of the circus, when two of the performers crash right in front of the gang. Max and Sam explain that the circus is jinxed, and that they're on their way out, and that the gang should as well. Instead, they head straight over to recreate American Horror Story Freak Show. After talking to Mr. Barnstorm for a bit, the gang head back home, forgetting poor Scooby-Doo at the circus with a Dallas Cowboys fan. He hypnotizes Scooby into doing the high wire act, as Shaggy and Velma come back to try and save him. As Scooby falls down to earth, at least they were there to save him, kinda. Daphne and Fred follow the clown to the costume tent, only for Fred to get sent to Narnia, while it's Daphne's turn to become hypnotized. She rides the unicycle past Shaggy and Velma into the animal tent, where the elephants help snap her out of her trance. After they free Fred, he sets up an overly complicated trap, bribing his two pieces of bait with a giant sandwich. Unfortunately, Shaggy immediately gets hypnotized by the coin, and soon turns to lion taming. Scooby sneaks up behind the clown and steals the whistle just before he breaks the trance, helping Shaggy avoid becoming the main course. They do capture the flying clown for maybe a second, but just like that, he's gone. We don't have time to set up another trap, so Shaggy and Scooby just use Reflect on the slightly less creepy Mr. Mime, who hypnotizes himself into believing he's a monkey. Harry the Hypnotist is well known around these parts, since he already got caught stealing before and went to prison. Now with him caught, we can finally have our big show, including the big finale. This one was always scary to me as a kid, and I wasn't even afraid of clowns or anything. just something about his face was really freaky. Other than that, it's a pretty fun episode, especially the sequences where the gang get hypnotized. A wolfman resides at this old castle, where the gang just happens to be visiting for the night. They stop at a roadside fortune teller, who warns them of evil forces in their futures. Seems like good enough reason to not go through with their urban exploration, but of course Fred leads the charge. Dracula confronts them and tells them to leave, but I guess they forgot that Velma's a queen, and shuts them down immediately.
You stop that!
Daphne gets stuck on the other side of the moat, with Frankenstein's monster chasing her around. Shaggy and Scooby swing across to deal with the Wolfman, while Fred and Velma enter and find Drac again. Velma loses her glasses, wanders into the basement chamber, and reads Shaggy to filth.
Shaggy? Is that you over there?
But she does make up for it with the Scooby snack. Also, Shaggy carries around a spare pair of glasses for Velma, and that's just really sweet. They find Daphne in an even deeper chamber, and bring her out just in time for her replacement to go down instead, as Scooby ties up Dracula and sends him down there. Eventually the girls find Fred, while Shaggy and Scooby find the laboratory, and you really can't take these boys anywhere. They're out here making orange soda from scratch. The monster interrupts their science fair to chase them out and towards the rest of the gang, and they all go down to the crypt and disturb Dracula's slumber, who chases them away before returning back to the casket, leaving behind some jewels, earrings, and fabric. Okay, I got it. She's a drag queen. Wait, actually I'm kinda right. Big Bob Oakley has been on the run from the cops for a while, and was after the Franken Castle treasure. But she's still the second best drag queen named Bob. The gang celebrate another mystery solved with a nice picnic at the haunted old castle. How cute. The gang are at the archaeology department checking out some of the university's ancient artifacts, before taking a quick recess to run and grab some sandwiches. In the meantime, someone breaks into the museum and steals the mummy from their tomb. When they return, the professor has been turned to stone, and they find the remnants of the break-in. Velma joins Shaggy and Scooby in running from the mummy, nearly using the mannequin challenge to their benefit. Make that 2 episodes in a row where Velma hits a monster with some sass.
Shoo! Go away!
And Scooby gets his own version of liquid courage to stand up to the embalmed enemy. The embalming liquid was pure steel, by the way, seeing as Scooby shatters his arm in like 7 places. The mummy's not even trying to kill them or anything, they just want the special coin that Shaggy accidentally took. Meanwhile, Daphne and Fred come across Dr. Najib getting stoned in his car. Sorry, he got turned to stone. Velma takes the boys over to the lab to run some tests, which includes the effects of Mountain Dew on dogs. He dies. Okay, not really. Velma creates a chemical bomb and locks the door behind them, with the mummy and Scooby disappearing out the window. They do eventually find Scooby, and just like the sequel to one of my favorite movies, The Mummy returns, chasing the gang up to the 2nd floor of the museum, where Daphne hits the buzzsaw to make an escape route. The mummy throws the saw at them, which somehow chases them over the water. What is this, a jigsaw trap? That's usually Fred's thing. So while the mummy's getting bricked up with Shaggy, they hide in the gym. But I think they forgot that it's open gym day, as the mummy goes for a ride with Scooby, eventually getting dunked into the basket to reveal Dr. Najib behind this attempted heist of the coin and the diamond scarab. The gang are coming back from a fishing trip when Fred takes a wrong turn into the swamp, asking a polite-looking man for directions. They wind up in Swamp's End at the general store, and learn a bit more about the lore of the area, including an old swamp witch said to be practicing out there. While Fred and the girls clean up Scooby's mess, Shaggy and Scooby head over to Zeb Perkins' place to look for him, but looks like the witch already beat them to it, so the gang head into the swamp to find some more clues. They follow the witch and the zombies through the canal to the Witch's Shack, the lesser-known B-52 song, and walk right in. The witch returns to make Daphne disappear, and the rest of the gang follow the footprints to the old riverboat, where they're sure to run into some more trouble. And, sure enough, Shaggy and Scooby come across the zombie, who chases them around the boat, giving Fred and Velma enough time to find Daphne. Just as they untie, the witch reappears, and kinda got me with a jump scare. I looked away for like a split second and she was running towards the screen. Super unsettling. While they escape down the coal chute, that just leaves Shaggy and Scooby stuck between a witch and a zombie, which I'm sure someone out there is into. Maybe it's Shaggy actually, as he's got his head up her dress while they're escaping on the airboat. Luckily for him, it's just an inflatable prop this time. Scooby drops the anchor, pulling up a sunken armored truck from the bottom, which gives Fred an idea to lure the fiends in. I don't blame them though, they're just out here chasing a bag. No, literally, look at them go. Unfortunately, greed gets the best of them, as they get sent straight to the back of the truck. Once the sheriff arrives, Zeb and Zeke are taken away for good. I feel like they could have done a bit more with this premise, but it's still not a bad one at all. The ghost of Redbeard is alive on the 7 seas. Okay, and a live ghost is kind of an oxymoron, but you get me. The gang are at the malt shop and read about old CL Magnus who has had his business ruined, so they decide to try and solve this case themselves. They really have some pick-me energy going on. They somehow track down his house and try and speak with him, but the butler just tells him to go away. The old room service gambit at least gets them through the door, and they tell Magnus that they're going to try and help. They use this dinghy to reach one of Magnus' ships, and Scooby cuts through the fog with a knife. And I remember seeing this as a kid and always trying to do this. No time to reminisce though, the ghost ship is coming in full steam ahead, sinking the gang's boat, forcing them aboard. Shaggy and Scooby immediately get into some trouble, and wind up joining Redbeard's staff as the cooks, and whip up a real appetizing stew of chains, ash, cobwebs, soap, and seawater. The captain has his fools test the food for poison, which is realistically what this is, even if they didn't intend it to be. They use the bubbles to escape and walk right off the plank, only to follow the ship once they see the gang in trouble. They come to a stop inside of this cave, and Fred uses some MacGyver ingenuity to reach the keys and get out of these shackles. They join up with Shaggy and Scooby, finding plenty of clues around to help them solve this case, and also to meet Redbeard again, but that's no biggie. Shaggy uses liverwurst as a weapon, which is probably the first and only time anyone's ever done that. Some more antics leave Redbeard all jacked up, and the Coast Guard comes to take Magnus and his employees away. This is such a classic episode. I've always loved this one. I also kinda confused it with episode 2 for some reason, but I guess just ships? But it's really good. Here we are for the episode that tops most people's list for the scariest episode from their childhood, and for good reason. This glowing goofball ingrains their laugh into your brain, and you never forget it. Fred begins his bad habit of driving around until running out of fuel, and nearly gets his block blown off by this farmer. On their way out, a UFO flies over and lands in this old airfield. The gate isn't locked, so it's basically an open invite for Fred to bring his friends on in. They find an old generator that was just running, but more importantly, that UFO lands right in front of them. Before Scooby can catch a quick snack, the space kook scares them off and chases them into an old plane. They aren't the only ones with alien troubles, as Fred gets hoisted up by his belt, and even when he gets down, he's not out of the water just yet. Of course, Shaggy and Scooby hit up the mess hall for some chicken and ham, which is a weird thing for a ghost alien to eat, but either way, they don't take kindly to people eating their stuff, and chase them all around. They try to barricade against the ghost, and in one of the dumbest but in a fun way kind of gags, Scooby throws the key out the window, so they jump out to get it, jump back in, just to open the door. It's little things like that that really separate the episodes for me. While they deal with the ghost, Fred and the girls find some more clues, but they might have bit off a bit more than they bargained for here, as there's an entire army of these creepy ghosts. Shaggy and Scooby ditch the main one just as the sheriff arrives, and everyone chases them into the wind tunnel. Turning it on reveals Henry Bascombe, the neighbor of the old farmer. So the gang wrap up another successful capture. And yeah, this is an absolute banger episode. Definitely deserves to be remembered all these years later. The gang are taking a boat out to this creepy old mansion for the reading of a will that Scooby's apparently been named in. Some years ago, Scooby rescued Colonel Beauregard Sanders. Yes, his name really was Colonel Sanders, and is finally cashing in on that deed. However, he and the others will only get their cut if they stay overnight on this haunted island. Well, the best way to kill some time is to sleep through the night, so everyone turns in. As Scooby takes a nice bath, he gets sent down the chute into the basement, where a phantom resides to scare him back up the stairs. He's still in for the money, but Cousin Simple ain't as lucky. While they set up the trap for the ghost, Shaggy, Scooby, and Velma fall out the window and down to the underground part of the island, where a bunch of Civil War artifacts are kept. Well, at least the stars and bars aren't kept inside the house, so there's still hope. But there's no hope for any of the family members getting their hands on the money, as they've all disappeared. So it's up to Scooby to see out the night safely. Not a great start, as he plays the organ, triggering Special Agent Strom's trap from Saw 5 and nowhere else in media. Scooby somehow manages to stop the walls from enclosing, giving Velma enough time to figure out the riddle, opening a trapdoor to the basement. There they find the kidnapped cousins, and 2 of those phantoms. Though they try to lose them, Shaggy and Scooby continuously battle with the phantoms, with plenty of gags along the way. They eventually use one of them flying machines to stop the pair. Okay, I guess technically it's a washing machine, but we do find that Creeps and Crawls were trying to swindle the inheritance from the 5 in the will. But in the end, Scooby receives his $1 million, in Confederate money, which is, somehow, worth less than Monopoly money. I guess that's what you get for being on the wrong side of history. It's a cold and snowy night, and the gang pull into Wolf's End Lodge for a place to stay for their ski trip. Before he leaves, Mr. Greenway warns the teens of the snow ghost roaming the area, but I think they would have figured it out sooner or later anyways. Especially when the ghost is peeking through the window like this. They take some snowmobiles and follow the footprints, but I don't know how they're leaving footprints when they can just fly like this. The gang find this cozy little temple with an inhabitant inside, and after the enlightening experience, they head over to the sawmill for some more clues. But all it gets Shaggy and Velma is in trouble. Velma more so. She's legitimately in danger of dying here. Scooby shakes the ghost off with this really satisfying wiggling metal sound, but he's still gotta turn on beaver mode to save Velma. Even then, they aren't totally safe, because the Yeti sends a log with dynamite after them, just narrowly missing the target. They're not done yet either, as they turn into Donkey Kong and throw a barrel at Fred and the girls, leading them to find the stolen jewels being kept in the false logs. Shaggy and Scooby do a bit of Snowmobile X Games trickery to get behind the ghost Yeti, but for gold, they're gonna need to hit the big jump and stick the landing. Alright, nice. With Scooby in position, he immediately gets attacked by the Yeti, and is nearly thrown off the cliff. He manages to hold on just enough for the situation to snowball quickly, with some help from Shaggy of course. Mr. Greenway shakes off the mask and is quickly detained by the sheriff for his theft ring. And just like that, season 1's in the books. It's a pretty decent season finale, and the first snowy episode, which is always a big plus for me. New season, slightly new opening sequence. Some sickly green looking guy sneaks into the Movar Rare Jewels collection, taking this necklace that's probably 10 times my yearly rent. He scales down the building like Spider-Man, while the guard on duty does his best Too Short impression and blows his whistle. But the Ghost of Hyde sneaks into the mystery machine while it's parked at the malt shop. After their Sundays, the gang decide to head home. And when Scooby goes to grab a blanket, he finds the intruder in back. Everyone rushes out, and realistically, he could just take the mystery machine and leave them stranded. But luckily for them, he decides to just run into the marsh. Oh, hey Randy. Instead of minding their business, the kids follow the criminal into a creepy old house, and walk right into a trap. They hide down in the lab, when Dr. Jekyll walks in and explains the odd things happening to him recently. And I love when Scooby episodes take on classic stories. Jekyll and Hyde is one of my all-time favorites. The gang offer their services to help the doc, so of course Shaggy and Scooby go up to the spooky attic. Shaggy and Scooby nearly pull off a pretty good TV gambit. I mean, look at Shaggy as a clown. How fun. But I did say nearly, as they get chased off and take Velma with them all the way down to the basement. But this does lead Velma to our next clue, so we're just about ready to start setting up our final trap. Hyde yoinks Shaggy and brings him down to the lab to turn him into a frog. But luckily Scooby swoops in and saves the day, accompanied by a pretty catchy song throughout the chase. The Ghost of Hyde gets scared by a couple other Ghosts of Hyde in a mirror match battle royale. What is he, stupid? Yeah, maybe. They unmask Dr. Jekyll, who is trying to frame Helga for everything. There's a noticeable quality jump from last season, and I hope this season keeps it up throughout. At a Chinese temple, a guy who absolutely has that shit on orders 2 hooded figures to return the mask of Zentuo, who we can assume will cross paths with the gang at some point. Speaking of, they're at a Chinese New Year festival, which looks like so much fun. Daphne even buys a cool looking golden mask from the shopkeep. Hey, what were those hooded guys supposed to bring back? I forgot. Oh, here they come now. The salesman says that he doesn't have the mask anymore, so the goons go after Daphne. You know, some things never change. Scooby tries his best to be a tough watchdog, but when he gets pressed, he flips the script on them, and presses them with the steamer that he took from the laundromat. The gang take the mask to an art dealer, who gives them the rundown on the danger possessing this mask entails. I don't think that he mentioned that they would start a high-speed chase throughout the city, but Fred thinks he's that dude and steps on it, driving through an entire hotel to ditch them, which would be cool if he didn't immediately run back into the pursuers. A for effort though. Wait, whoa, he's jumping from rooftops now? Alright Fred, you got it. Scooby can't hang, and falls right out the back. That's why you wear seatbelts, kids. He hitches a ride with the bad guys down to the docks, while the gang are apparently playing with Mario Kart items on, spinning out after hitting a banana peel. Daphne gets kidnapped and taken away to the temple in the hills. Thanks, Scoob. So they head up to try and find her. As they split up, Fred and Velma do find Daphne, but also get trapped in the room. Alright, good start. Alright, Shag and Scoob, what do you got? Alright, cool. They run into Zentuo and Scooby Bike, Scooby Bike, Scooby Bike, Scooby Bike. Alright, Zentuo really crossed the line here. And here. And also here. To try and ditch the scare pair, Shaggy and Scooby serve up some not so traditional Chinese food, with Shaggy pulling out his worst accent. At least that's the worst thing They run off into a gong, and get knocked out long enough to get tied up to this pile of fireworks. Before anything really fun happens, they bounce their way to free Fred and the girls, who find the carrier pigeons that Zentuo's been using. Fred sets up my favorite ever trap, this rocket-powered train skateboard, which collects not just Zentuo and the goons, but also Scooby-Doo as well. They get caught up, and a detective reveals Mr. Fong the art dealer was behind it all. This episode rocks so much. I love the build-up and the setting. Zentuo is probably the most memorable villain for me, and there's hardly any boring downtime. I've always considered this to be my favorite episode, and not much has really changed over the years. A cargo ship's going through a pretty rough storm, but surely nothing too valuable is aboard. Oh, it's our earliest known fully preserved human. That's probably worth at least $10. Oh, there he goes. The gang are at the beach fishing when Shaggy reels in a real trophy. Velma's heard all about this guy already, so they head over to Oceanland to deliver the prehistoric ice cube. The scientists put him into a freezer, but someone hits the heater and quickly starts thawing our frozen friend. Professor Engstrom leaves Professor Wayne for the night, but surely nothing bad can happen. Meanwhile, the gang are at the malt shop for dinner, and man, times must be tough. Shaggy remembers that he left his fishing rod at Oceanland, so they return that night to see the place destroyed, and no sign of either professor. No sign of the frozen caveman either, so that's not good. They follow the extra-large prince down to the beach, where they see Professor Engstrom communicating with a dolphin. He gets scared off by the dock monster, and runs inside the shack to escape. Taking a quick peek inside reveals everything we need to know. Professor Engstrom is also an 8-foot-tall caveman. Maybe. He chases Shaggy and Scooby and nearly catches Fred and the girls, who masterfully use Dewey's Gambit from Malcolm in the Middle. The performing seals are doing their thing, so nothing to see here. Shag and Scoop have a whale of a time, while the rest of the gang find the last couple clues they need to head out. Velma brings the boys out to an old ship in the middle of the ocean, getting locked in as giant ice cubes start flooding the room. Scooby tries to break through, but eventually the door breaks down anyways, so they're free to leave. Might be a little bit tougher with their boat sunk, but that's why Velma's the brains of the operation. She improvises with what she's got, so they set sail back to land. Fred sets up his trap, but something kinda fishy might end up ruining it. Oh, nope, it's actually Daphne's fault this time. We do get a really good chase throughout Oceanland, ending with the gang saving the caveman's skin. Kinda. From the giant clam. Professor Wayne was actually behind it all, as he was trying to steal his partner's new marine communication device. So now they just have a skin suit, kinda like how Reese did in Malcolm in the Middle. That makes 2 references in the same episode, so this is peak. A cop's driving down the road when he encounters a fallen tree, so now he's gotta get out to move it. The Hunchback of Coolsville comes from behind the bushes and approaches, but I'm sure he's just trying to help move the tree. Ooh, maybe not. Damn, he did a number on this man and the car. Okay, apparently he's a bank guard, but he gives the gang a note and a riddle to reveal whatever's supposed to be on it. They dump him off at the bank manager's house and head over to the dance. You know, sometimes I forget that they're all still in school, so things like this are really fun to include. I sure do hope some creep doesn't come and ruin the function. Oh no, a Minecraft YouTuber. The creeper cuts the lights to the barn, so Fred suggests that everyone heads down to the malt shop. Shaggy and Scooby get stuck with cleanup duty, and oh no, whatever will they do? While taking the plates out back, they run into the creeper, leading them back to the gang who decide to bail. Okay, they're in a haystack, but you get me. Also, the chase song is something like, I'm in love with an ostrich?
I'm in love with an ostrich.
What? The creeper seems to be after that paper that the bank guard gave them, and seems pretty hellbent on doing so, chasing the gang on horseback throughout the farm. Hey, how did Scooby do this? Scooby is literally mother. Fred and the girls recover from their crash to find some more clues, as they all go into a cave to meet the Hermit of the Hills. And I won't even lie, this guy's not the creeper, but I'd still keep an eye on him. After their little dinner party, they return back to the mystery machine, and wow, I guess they had it valet parked. I know Daphne covered it. The creeper chases everyone back into the barn, and out of the barn too, giving us our first Scooby Doors chase in a while, and everyone falls into a pile of hay to continue the struggle. Luckily, Scooby bails them out. Haha, see? I knew I'd get a hay bale joke in there somewhere. And in a rare Scooby unmasking moment, Mr. Carswell was actually the one robbing his own bank. The creeper is one of the most iconic monster designs in the whole franchise, and for good reason. The children yearn for creepy little guys. Oh, so no head? The gang get lost somewhere in the backwoods. Hey, I wonder if this guy knows the way. He warns the gang to take the long way, so they can avoid the haunted mansion. The mystery machine breaks down right in front of this old house, but good thing it's not the haunted mansion that Asa Shanks warned them about. Oh. Well, they still need water for the van, so they walk right into the mansion to see if anyone's up burning the midnight oil. Well, yes and no. The oil's burning, but no one's home. The gang get all kinds of spooks here, but not much else to really help them. So they split up to follow these footprints, with Velma joining the Hunger Force to duel with this headless haunter, treating us to our musical chase scene for the episode. Honestly, the only thing I have to say about this chase is that there's some bicentennial BMXing here, so I respect it, but the gang didn't land it either. Breaking through the window and falling into the well. They walk through the secret passage to the cellar where Daphne and Fred are, and set up the trap for the count. Of course, it doesn't quite go to plan, as Shaggy and Scooby join the villain in crashing the chicken coop. Hey, how's your head? Never had any complaints. Penrod Stillwell used this headless specter nonsense to scare away thieves, but with everyone out here accounted for, the boys go up to the attic to find a really bad ghost costume with an axe. Actually, this is kinda just the guy from the town that dreaded sundown. He chases them out the front door, getting tripped up and taking out one of the pillars in the process. Hey, remember Asa from the beginning? Yeah, this is him now. Feel old yet? I don't know, kinda unnecessary villain fake out? The gang have solved about 20 cases now, so they've unlocked a new area, as they're in Hawaii for a vacation. Of course, Shaggy and Scooby are enjoying the luau, when someone interrupts the fun to warn of the legend of Mono Tiki Tia, and everyone splits, leaving Shaggy all alone. The rest of the gang play it safe and go to the Hawaiian malt shop to dance. So Shaggy runs over to get them to save Scooby and Mr. Sims. Of course, Fred had to ship the mystery machine over. He's funny. They drive back to the luau to find an old person sitting alone. You know, that one over... Oh. Must be seeing things. Scooby moves to the beat of his own drum here, so at least the gang's back together again. They find Mr. Sims' article about Mono Tiki Tia, but no Mr. Sims. Hey, maybe ask the big guy. Stone-faced. What about... Okay, maybe not him either. Fred and the girls get stuck in this building, leaving Shaggy and Scooby to deal with the wild boar and her piglets. Hey Velma, that square is animated differently. Don't stand there. Man, it's like she doesn't even listen. She does manage to lose the witch doctor and run off to find the rest of the gang. Or at least Shaggy and Scooby, who also managed to lose Mono Tiki Tia. Also, the Witch Doctor is up there for one of my favorite villain designs in the series. I remember always drawing him as a kid. They used the Tarzan trick on the Doctor, and Velma's kinda serving here. They eventually regroup to find the final clues, and swim into the cavern after the suspicious old person. It just leads them right back up to the Witch Doctor and Monotikitia, and the setup for the final trap. Apparently they just keep amusement park mirrors in the Mystery Machine for a moment exactly like this. But hey, if it works, it works. The pit doesn't exactly work to plan, but it does trip up Monotikitia, giving them the opportunity to unmask Mr. Sims underneath the Witch Doctor costume. Yo, Monotikitia had Heelys? Hell yeah. He was stealing endangered pearls or something. Doesn't really matter outside the legal analysis. That creepy old guy was one of the Hawaii PD, but all he did was lurk around ominously and then go for a swim. I guess even off the mainland, the cops kinda suck. At least the last day of their vacation can be relaxing. And okay Velma, get into it. I've always really liked this episode, and while it's significantly less scary than when I was like 4, it's still pretty good. Inside of everyone there are 2 wolves. One that ponders by the tree, and then this guy. Oh my god, look at Daphne's tent. I'm living for it. Imagine the Outdoor Boy's dad just pulled up in this bad boy and played it completely serious. That might be the greatest video ever. Just before they can eat their campfire dogs, something lurking in the forest scares them into the safety of their tents. When the coast seems clear, they emerge and find some footprints of what seems to be a werewolf. They find an open grave of a half-man, half-wolf, so Jacob's running around here somewhere. They end up walking into this old building, where Shaggy's love for odd little trinkets comes to his aid, unknowingly ditching the Wolfman. Fred and the girls find a couple of clues before roping Shaggy and Scooby back in for the chase. And how did Scooby manage this? According to all laws of aviation, this shouldn't be possible. They crash land into a pile of wool, so paired with these weird barrels, it might be time for a big trap. Except the Wolfman's been a bit absent, so they have to take the trap to him. Unfortunately, Fred and the girls get locked away, so it's up to Shaggy and Scooby. And first order of business, give the Wolfman a low taper fade. Okay, actually, he just looks like he's in the early stages of hair transplant recovery, but the boys managed to get away. They watch the Wolfman doing some work, so they decide Shaggy and Scooby are good bait for this. Unfortunately, Fred's math might have been a bit off, hooking Daphne instead of the wolf, sending Shaggy and Scooby down the river to evade the Wolfman. All 3 go over the waterfall, with the good guys being netted, and the Wolfman begging to be saved. They kinda skip over the whole unmasking part, and they never even give this guy a name, but Scooby does get to put on the mask, which is pretty fun. Let's just hope that it's not like the haunted mask from Goosebumps though. Fred and Daphne have been practicing this dance for 2 seasons now, and it all culminates here in this dance competition. Just before Shaggy and Scooby can finish up their toffee twist, some glowing glob monster shuts this party down. Velma immediately assumes this to be one of Johnny's famous publicity stunts, but you know what they say about assuming, V? It's rude, I think. I do know she's wrong, as Johnny's tied up and all of his money's gone. He explains the Wax Phantom lore, which must be what we just saw. Velma joins Shaggy and Scooby on the moped up to this old house, with a real character inside. The Waxmaker warns them of his black magic, so they go back to warn Daphne and Fred at the museum. Someone forgot to lock the door, so that's free real estate for them basically. But don't worry, the Phantom locks it behind them. How nice. Velma and the boys add to their B&E spree, and join back up with Daphne and Fred. Of course they immediately split up, with Shaggy and Scoob hitting the wax buffet, while Fred and the girls hit the bottom of this pit. Who's got it worse though, being stuck forever in this dark pit, or Shaggy and Scooby being left to deal with the Phantom? Well, Velma finds a couple $1,000s and a way out, so I reckon the boys being turned into wax dummies might just take it. Daphne, Fred, and Velma chase the Wax Phantom chasing Shaggy and Scooby, who use a classic Looney Tunes gag to get away. They lure him back into Fred's master plan, and everyone gets encased in wax. This would absolutely give them some serious burns, and I think Scooby would probably lose all of his fur, but at least Stevens is caught before he can fly off to South America. For all their hard work, Shaggy and Scooby get to go home with their very own wax sculptures, bringing this first Scooby series to a close. And it's no wonder that this launched one of the biggest cartoon franchises of all time. It's such a goofy fun show, and it's the perfect gateway to get kids into horror. If you watch all of the other series, you're more likely than not going to see some of these villains at least one more time. But before the repeat offenders, what's the best episode from this original run? After the success of Scooby-Doo Where Are You?, Hanna-Barbera knew their next iteration of Scooby had to take the groundwork laid out and build upon it. So, 2 years after Where Are You's cancellation, the new Scooby-Doo movies premiered in 1972. These episodes doubled in length to 1-hour blocks on CBS, having special guests in each episode to join the gang for their meddling. And did it work out? Well... In the ghastly ghost town, the gang take a wrong turn and wind up in a desert ghost town, a theme park owned by the Three Stooges. The Stooges didn't really add much comedy-wise for me, at least not that could have been provided by 3 other random characters. But having the name attached is still pretty fun. When Velma disappears, the gang and the Stooges search around the ghost town for her, and each scene is rampant with classic Scooby-Doo comedy, especially this scene with the mirrors that reminds me of the Cyber Chase movie. The last third of the episode really drags on when Scooby and Shaggy are left to their own devices to try and find a way back to the others. But other than that, the pacing is pretty classically Scooby-Doo. By the end, Crunch and Rhino are captured, and it's revealed that they were illegally mining, transporting, and selling uranium across the border. And hey gang, you might want to get tested for radiation poisoning. Overall, it's a fun episode, still adhering to the formula from Where Are You? And I'm excited to see what this newer format brings. Batman and Robin join us in the dynamic Scooby-Doo affair, as they and the gang track down the perps counterfeiting money. And I get that Batman's an A-list name, and he's like a professional vigilante, but he really stole the show, but in kind of a bad way. Also, Fred is glazing them the entire episode. He's such a dweeb in this one. When the gang go with Batman and Robin to find the Batmobile, they wind up at the Gotham City amusement park, where Penguin and Joker reside. And them controlling this funhouse is genuinely so much fun. The little goofs and scares they give the gang are pretty good. And then they put on the skeleton costumes, and immediately get caught? Kinda lame. But Joker and Penguin weren't the counterfeiters. They just received it. The real perps are back at the house, where they find the purple hooded figure, who turns out to be Miss Baker. This episode's a lot of fun, with two of the most iconic Batman villains, and a pretty good plot, and definitely better than the previous episode. The gang crash the mystery machine in the swamps outside the Addams Family Manor, and get taken inside by Lurch to be the new housekeepers. During dinner, the power goes out, and Wednesday goes missing. So the mystery gang have their next case. As they explore the house, some typical Addams Family hijinks ensues, and they really don't miss a chance for another gag. This episode feels like joke after joke. My favorite is definitely the skeletons in the closet. I love these guys. It's revealed that a giant vulture is terrorizing the Addams family to try and get them to leave town, piloted by two housekeepers from the beginning. They had some sort of magic magnet technology, which allowed them to control the Addams family household and kidnap Wednesday. Their plan doesn't quite go as they wished, but in the end, the Addams family hosts the neighborhood kids for a playdate, and everyone has a pretty good time. This episode definitely lacked the substance, but seeing the Addams family interact with the mystery gang like this was an absolute treat, so not too bad. The gang give Jonathan Winters a ride to Grandma Frickert's farm, when they're rudely interrupted by a scarecrow. Grandma Frickert is planning to open up a fried chicken shop, so they have to deal with a lot of snooping from potential recipe thieves. In classic Scooby fashion, they all split up, with Shaggy and Scooby going with Jonathan Winters and Vernon, where they follow the trespassers, while Daphne, Fred, and Velma go with Grandma Frickert, having to deal with the scarecrow. Also, this joke between Daphne and Velma got a good laugh out of me.
Where are the men? They're never around when you need them.
Now, perhaps this is my ignorance to older popular culture, but Jonathan Winters in this episode was genuinely not funny. Most of the comedy relied on funny little voices and noises, but at least I bet he had a fun time recording his lines. Eventually they find that the bank was under the mask, looking to steal Grandma Frickert's chicken recipe to open up his own place, and he's taken away. Definitely not my favorite episode in the series, and I imagine it'll end up towards the bottom, unfortunately. The gang get caught in a torrential rainstorm, leaving them no other option than to go to Moody Manor for safety, but they're trailed by this goofball Don Knotts through the woods. Once they enter, they find the place to have locked them in, as Don Knotts plays dress up as different characters in the house. When the storm prevents them from leaving, they have a nice little slumber party, but get scared by this ghost that's not really a ghost, leading to one of our classic door chase scenes. Eventually, Knotts can't keep his story or disguises straight, leading to his reveal, but he still believes that the gang is responsible for Captain Moody's disappearance, and they work together to find him. When they do, they also find two real ghosts, who chase them back into the house. As the gang and Don investigate more, they come across the captain tied up at the old mineshaft, and his two nephews are behind it all to get the inheritance. Again, I'm not too familiar with Don Knotts, but his gag of constantly changing costume and giving himself reassuring messages in the mirror got kind of tiresome, and he didn't really add too much to the story either. I mean, at least he doesn't come back for another episode. Overall, not a bad episode, but certainly a forgettable one. In A Good Medium is Rare, the gang find a lost poodle, and return it to this spooky looking manor, owned by Phyllis Diller. Someone breaks into her mansion while the power goes out, looking for her expensive jewelry collection. Eventually, she makes her way down to Madame Zokar's magic mansion, a renowned psychic medium who's definitely not a complete fraud. Miss Diller spills where to find her jewels, and everyone makes a run for her mansion to find them. But the gang and Miss Diller get trapped in the magic mansion, and have to find their way out. Even once they do, the perps waste a bit more of their time, sending the gang down the river on a raft. Now back at Miss Diller's, the blue-faced bandits chase the gang through the house, before pausing to try and crack the safe. The gang finds Phyllis tied up in an old grandfather clock, and the police show up just in time to bust Alberto and the other guy red-handed. I feel like this series so far has a lot of those, ooh, spooky mansion, look at this inanimate object, it's moving, ooh, cliches. And it's already starting to get kind of old. Also, Phyllis Diller just won't shut up about how beautiful she is. Definitely towards the bottom. The gang visit a movie studio, when they run into actress Sandy Duncan, who says she's being chased by some ghost. Sandy and her stunt woman Shirley are shooting a new movie, but this ghost is ruining their shoot, and Shirley leaves the set. Luckily, Daphne has the exact same hairstyle, so after a quick change, she looks the part. As the gang investigates, Shaggy and Scooby get trapped in this underground tunnel, winding up lost somewhere in the desert set, getting chased by two mummies. Meanwhile, Fred and Daphne explore the set some more, getting chased by all sorts of wacky props, including this dragon. Eventually, they meet back up, and it's time for them to shoot some of their scenes. A fake Mr. Hyde ends up kidnapping Daphne, assuming her to be Sandy Duncan, leading the gang and the real Sandy Duncan to track them down through basically every biome known to man, winding up in the mausoleum, where they eventually unmask Mr. Hyde as Zelia Fairchild, an old silent movie star. And after everything, they don't press charges? Even with the less than satisfactory ending, this one was a lot of fun throughout. Sandy Duncan manages to be one of the better guest stars, mostly because this doesn't feel like one big self-ego inflation, like some of the recent episodes have been. They use a lot of different sets, and I just really like the overall animation and painted backgrounds. A lot of nice variety that, for the time, and even still, is impressive. Right now, this is going at the top of the list. Let's see if they can build on this momentum into some more great episodes. In The Secret of Shark Island, the gang come across Sunny and Cher in the midst of some car troubles, and considering it's pouring rain, give them a ride to the hotel. When they arrive, they find that the hotel isn't exactly as advertised, but the hotel service is at least a nice old man, who gives them a room for the night. As the storm rages on, the girls see Pescado Diabolico, which keeps them up for the rest of the night. Once day breaks, they find the high tide keeping them trapped on the island. So what else to do other than explore the island, as Fred finds some old rum bottles, while Shaggy and Scooby have their own little run-in with Pescado Diabolico, who chases them back to shore. Eventually, everyone meets back up in the island's cave, where they find a refinery smelting down gold being brought in via crane. As Shaggy, Scooby, Sunny, and Cher are chased by the shark, Daphne, Fred, and Velma have to dodge the crane operator trying to scoop them up. Just before they're incinerated, Fred sneaks up behind Milo, the hotel manager, who's operating the crane, and he's busted by Matilda, Matt Hidalgo, an undercover investigator. Milo, Meekly, and the two scuba divers found a shipwreck containing gold doubloons, and were smelting them down to export them without having to pay taxes on them. This one's another pretty good episode. Cher's funny as always, and Sunny is kinda just here, so that's nice. Their back and forths are fine, sometimes overstaying their screen time, but not so much as to detract from the episode, whose pacing is pretty good all things considered. Overall, another top half episode to this point. The gang are traveling through the desert when they're pulled over by a local cop, who turns out to be... Aw man, this guy again? It's Don Knotts again. He gives them an escort back to Juneberry, a town just on the precipice of becoming a ghost town. While they sleep in the jail, a looming figure enters, delivering a note via horseshoe that they should get lost. While they initially believe it to be the sheriff, once the fog rolls in, Fred and Velma go outside to investigate, barely evading this lasso. They trace some tracks back to the cemetery, when they eventually encounter a Phoebe Bridgers cosplayer, trailing them back to a cave system full of creepy creatures, which just turn out to be projections. Eventually, they find the skeleton at their headquarters, nearly catching them before Don Knotts ruins everything again. This gives the skeleton enough time to turn the water on them, flooding the caves and nearly killing them. Luckily, Scooby's a very brave boy, helping everyone get out of the cave, where they then catch the skeleton gang transporting stolen cattle, led by Gene Haltry. I think I've grown a genuine hatred for Don Knotts. He's so annoying in these episodes. I mean, surely he won't come back for a third episode. Going towards the bottom of the ranking. The gang's going for a ski trip in the Ghost of Bigfoot, when they come across Laurel and Hardy, just after a monster tried to crash them with a boulder. With the storm coming in, they're forced to stay at the lodge, where Bigfoot wreaks all kinds of havoc. But that doesn't stop them from enjoying the skiing. But when Mr. Crabtree disappears, everyone splits up to search for him, only to find Bigfoot once more, who leaves behind their list of stolen cars. Following the lead to the old junkyard, and later the sawmill, they find the stolen car factory, and more importantly, Bigfoot. Of course, it's not actually Bigfoot, this time, but really Mr. Crabtree, who's been stealing, painting, and selling cars. This one's another fun episode. I always love the ones where the gang goes to the snow. Also, this one reminds me a lot of the Where Are You episode with the Abominable Snowman, which is always fun. I think this one's solidly in the top half of the series. In the Ghost of the Red Baron, the gang get run off the road by this red biplane, taking a detour through the cornfield, eventually ending up with... the Three Stooges again. As they patch up the mystery machine, they encounter this creepy looking guy, with a truly unfortunate haircut, right before the plane's turned on, nearly killing the gang. As everyone sleeps in the hangar, they're rudely awakened by Red Baron, who sends in his mini-plane before taking matters into his own hands. Superman flying through the place. While Velma is hiding in a plane, the Red Baron turns on the ignition, sending her flying. Fred tries to guide her, while the Stooges fly alongside her, before eventually everyone comes to a crash landing. But still safe enough. When they go to investigate the old barn, they get trapped inside, leaving Shaggy and Scooby to rescue the day, just in time to stop Red Baron, revealed to be Siegfried, from killing all the corn. There's a lot of good gags in this episode. Shaggy and Scooby running through the cornfield making a sign for help is one of my all-time favorites. And the Stooges aren't entirely annoying, as helpless as they are. Definitely one of the better ones of this season. Okay, stop me if you've heard this one before. But the gang are driving along when they break down in the swamp. Luckily for them, the Harlem Globetrotters just happen to be following them, but they soon meet the same fate. They arrive at an old inn, where a creepy voice tells them to buzz off. Eventually, they break down the door, and the wall behind, but at least they're out of the elements, and right into the greatest animated pickup game ever. Except they kinda fundamentally miss the point. If they're tipping off like this, then the gang should shoot this way, but yell at Scooby for doing so. He inevitably blows the layup, and the ball goes inside the other peach basket, which they call points for them. Does this matter? No. Did I feel the need to complain about this? Yeah, absolutely. Not even the refs called them on it, more concerned about scaring the gang and the team off, leaving with a shadow bomb just before dawn. Shaggy and Scooby accidentally land in their getaway boat, leaving the rest of the gang and the Globetrotters to follow their Scooby Snack breadcrumb trail right to their pirate headquarters. Swampy Pete brought a police helicopter squad right to the pirates, and they're arrested for their illegal oil operation. But Swampy Pete isn't really swampy, but an undercover agent, and he calls a police escort to get the Globetrotters to Miami just in time for their game. The last 5 minutes is essentially a Globetrotter mixtape, with even more outlandish stunts, since we're in Cartoon World, and it rocks. Maybe there's some bias here, but the Globetrotters might have been the best special guests thus far. They had some good gags, and actually helped drive the plot along. I think this episode will definitely end up near the top. The gang run out of fuel in the middle of nowhere. Again. Leading them to visiting Hagglethorn Castle, home of the Haunted Horseman, and Davy Jones. No, not that one. This one. They decide to stick around for a bit, and try and solve a mystery for him and his uncle. Everyone splits up, with Fred joining Shag and Scoob for once, which of course lands him face to face with the Horseman, who chases them through the halls. Meanwhile, Davy and the girls get locked in the other room, only to find the projector used for the image. But the real Horseman is no ghost, as the boys find remnants of the horse's shoe on the ground. Just as they're about to enter a hidden door, Fred, Shaggy, and Scooby get sent down a trapdoor, joining up with Davy and the girls, thwarting the moat monster, and chasing them back to the farm, eventually catching the Duke of Strathmore in the Horseman's costume, and Farmer Wheatley in the wetsuit they saw exit the moat monster one. Davy Jones didn't really add much to this episode, aside from one extremely Beatles derivative song, and a chase scene. Probably winding up somewhere towards the middle. The gang go down to the country music hall to meet Jerry Reed as he's rehearsing his performance. Except the doors are locked, so they legitimately break into the place, and get caught in the process. Once they rightfully get thrown out, they come back later and break in again, really tempting me to do the legal analysis for the gang. Eventually, Daphne, Fred, and Velma find Jerry Reed locked down in the basement, but once the lights go out, find his guitar stolen, leading to the next stage of the investigation. And honestly, this episode stalls out so heavily. There's no real chase here until the very end. no real mystery to care about, and the doubled runtime really shows. Everything happens in like the last 5 minutes, where Ben, Bing, and Bertha are revealed to have been trying to keep everyone away from the theater, where the money they stole from the bank was kept. In a way, it's a nice inversion of typical Scooby episode formula of mystery, chase, clues, chase, capture. But just as an episode, it's incredibly dull, and I wouldn't really blame you for doom scrolling on your phone throughout this one. It's going towards the bottom for sure. The gang are out camping, when they have another run-in with Batman and Robin, who are still on the hunt for Joker and Penguin. When they encounter the Dryad, they try and take it out with the log, sending Scooby off the cliff with it. Of course, Dryads are just myths, when in reality, Joker is under the suit, with Penguin as the troll. Also, Fred says Jeepers a lot in this episode, which is typically Daphne's thing, so Daphne constantly says Creepers instead. It's not a big deal, but after binging so much Scooby-Doo content in such a short time, I thought I was losing my mind. As Joker and Penguin escape in the Batcopter, the gang somehow drives fast enough to beat them to the rubber factory, which leads to some fun weapons for the gang to use against them. The worried engineer throws the flying suit out the window, landing perfectly on Scooby, which inflates and sends him flying. But whatever you do not look up Scooby-Doo inflation. Eventually, Penguin tries to pop the suit with his umbrella, instead hitting the inflatable parade float Batman, which leads to their downfall. It's another fun episode, but more in spite of Batman and Robin than because of them. They just don't really do much to help. Somehow they arrive last to the factory. There's a bit where they try and catch Scooby and fail every time. And really, they're just kind of incompetent. But even still, this is another good episode, and a very good palate cleanser after the snooze fest last time out. In the season 1 finale, the Harlem Globetrotters are back, joining the gang in their expedition throughout New England to find Shaggy's uncle, with revolutionary ghosts and all. As Shaggy and Scooby look through the house, they find an old photo album, and oh my god, look at little Scooby, he's adorable! That night, a ghost version of Paul Revere warns them that the British are coming, and then he and the rest of the ghosts infiltrate the uncle's house, scaring everyone until the morning. But the gang and the Globetrotters make it down to the water, where they get to water ski and scuba dive, eventually coming across a giant sea creature. Scooby hitches a ride on it, eventually pulling the plug, deflating it and catching 2 of the ghosts. And with one extremely fundamental chest pass, the Globetrotters nab the final one, revealed to be Morgan. They were trying to scare everyone away so that the treasure they found would be all theirs. But Shaggy's uncle tells them it's all fake, from a movie back in the day. For a season finale, it's a good enough episode. Not quite as good as the first Globetrotters episode, but again, one of the better ones. Straight into season 2, and straight back with the Harlem Globetrotters, making their 3rd and final appearance as guests. Also, I have no idea what went wrong animating Scooby here, but he looks terrible. He looks like the Schoolhouse Rock team drew him. Also, if you thought Fred would have learned how to watch the fuel gauge by now, you're dead wrong. As they get stranded by this old shack, where the Globetrotters are. They board a ship they believe to be heading to Picnic Island, but instead, its destination is Haunted Island. Once they hit land, they make their way to an old mansion, which, to no one's surprise, is haunted. Okay, not really. The island is really being run by these guys in white hoods, who are out to ruin the Globetrotters' lives, and oh, this ain't a good look. These guys are the owner, coach, and trainer of the team the Globetrotters are supposed to face in the morning, and they wanted to sabotage them so they had a better chance against them. Which kinda works for them, as the Globetrotters were down 42-0 at halftime, before making a miraculous comeback to win at the end. Unfortunately, this one's going near the bottom, as it's wrought with weird animation glitches and a pretty uninteresting plot, only somewhat redeemed by the Globetrotter antics at the end. When Shaggy gets everyone lost, they wind up walking onto a riverboat, where they run into Josie and the Pussycats, who are a little rude, honestly.
Hey, why don't you watch out where we're going?
While they stay on the ship, they all encounter the ghosts inhabiting it. Captain Scavenger and, Joe. Even with the ghosts, the gangs give the boat a revamp, just in time for Lance Goodwin to buy the mortgage from the bank. When the ghosts rev up the scares, the gangs hatch a plan to outsmart them, but get caught up in a net with a couple $1 million. Luckily, Shaggy and Scooby didn't get captured, and are able to help free everyone. This whole episode has a lot of references to Mark Twain's Tom Sawyer, and their escape on the Mississippi is the pinnacle of them all. And eventually the ghosts are found to be Captain Canopy, also known as Jack Canna. With them caught, Josie and the Pussycats can perform their benefit show, but we never get a song from them, which is really disappointing. This episode was pretty fun. I love the Tom Sawyer references, even if some didn't quite hold up. Josie and her gang were fine additions, but I hated Alexandra. She was just super bitter the whole time, but Melody's bubbly, kinda ditzy personality more than made up for it. I think it's gonna end up somewhere towards the middle overall. We start this episode with Fred saying at least they have a full tank of fuel, so it's almost like they know my issues with that being the catalyst for the story 90% of the time. Of course, the other 10% is wrecking the mystery machine, and wouldn't you know. Luckily, Jeannie is there to save the day, and the gang join her and her friends on their case to Persia, which we know today is Iran. When they arrive at the palace, the jet lag is really hitting them, so they decide to just call it a night. Which Daphne says is
Super!
I got this girl and she wants me to duke her.
Shaggy, Scooby, and Babu are startled in the middle of the night by someone wearing a keffiyeh, barely being saved by Jeannie. But during the night, they're all sent down a chute, landing in this hallway of doorways. And once again, Jeannie saves the day. They're all taken to meet Prince Aben. Well, maybe not Prince for long, as the spirits drive away any potential princesses. In the kitchen, they're all accosted by an evil djinn, who kidnaps Jeannie. This time, Scooby saves the day, breaking her out of her glass. And Jeannie defeats the djinn in a magical duel, revealing the djinn's master to be Aben's uncle, who wanted to steal the Sultanate from Aben. I really like this one. We get another new country to add to the map of Scooby, and for being the 70s, it's handled pretty well, which is a lot better than shows then were. The scenery is fun, the villains and lore were accurate enough, and it's one of the best episodes in the series. The gang travel back to Velma's hometown for a fundraiser for her alma mater, where they find the stadium to be haunted by the ghost of Fireball McFan. They meet the coach, actor Tim Conway, who's the only thing keeping the school running. If they can't raise enough money, it'll be closed and sold off. While investigating, Shaggy, Scooby, and Tim get chased by the ghost, as Daphne, Fred, and Velma fall victim to a trapdoor, exploring underneath the school. As the other three join, they find a diorama for a racetrack that looks kinda like the school, and some convenient construction equipment that helps them escape. During the final chase, it's revealed that we have a duo of culprits, as Jesse Finster and the principal's twin brother were looking to get the school closed to buy it for cheap. The chase itself is pretty long, with a lot of gags that draw it out. Also, the special guest is non-stop slapstick comedy, to varying success, but not the worst one. Overall, it's probably towards the bottom though. Scooby and the gang hit Hollywood, and this time they don't have any car trouble. But Don Adams does. They take him to his next exterminator job, at this disheveled old mansion, with a creepy butler included, as they spread out to get rid of the termite infestation. The gas tanks get stolen by various creepies around the house, and everyone gets scared by the ghosts. Or not ghosts. It's very contentious throughout the gang, who continue to argue over it, but when a rogue hand votes, they take off running. When they find the tanks in the basement, they've all been emptied, and as Don Adams is about to fight, he gets locked in the chest and carried off. When Scooby falls down the laundry chute, he interrupts the butler and Lorne Chumley shooting some of the final scenes of his final movie, before the bank sells his house. The gang agree to help him with his final scene, and he can finally be at peace. At this point, I feel like a broken record. But this is another okay episode. Nothing groundbreaking, nothing too outlandish or goofy. I do like that they all helped Lorne at the end finish his movie. That was very sweet. In the weird winds of Winona, the gang are on their way to Oceanside, where they'll get to see Speed Buggy. But once night falls, they decide to camp out on the side of the road. And yeah, this is 100% the worst night of sleep the boys could get. But oh my goodness, look at Scooby on the pillow. The next morning, they encounter Speed Buggy and his friends a bit earlier than expected, and caravan to Oceanside, when Fred rear-ends this old guy's truck. This poor old man constantly blames himself for the wreck, but Fred had ample time to stop. Honestly, I just think he's terrible at driving. But the two parties get to stay on the farm until Tinker fixes the mystery machine. That night, they encounter a shadowy figure, which attacks them with various objects. The next day, Shag and Scoob join the girls exploring the town of Winona, when they get separated and locked in the library. Once reunited, they decide to check out the next lead, the cave system in the mountain, where the hooded figure resides. Actually, make that 2 hooded figures, who are responsible for the harsh winds. Wait. Make that a 4 of a kind of hooded figures. One by one, they all get caught. Hey, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... how many are there? Anyways, the bank president PJ Peabody was trying to drive everyone out to purchase the land for cheaper. Pretty standard stuff. This one stands out because of the hooded guys that multiply like bacteria. And Speed Buggy is kind of fun too, but they did kind of forget about the whole race thing that they were supposed to go to. In the penultimate episode, The gang drive past the Sugar Plum Candy Factory, where Cass Elliot is being held captive. When they use the key she gave them, they get locked in too, where these green mucus monsters are up to no good. Once they find Cass Elliot, they have to rely on Shaggy and Scooby to get them out. But their licorice escape rope breaks under Cass, which is probably where I'll mention that a lot of the jokes come at her expense, and focus solely on her weight. I'm sure she was fine with it, but it just seems in bad taste now. Actually, not just bad taste, just flat out mean. Eventually, they see the green globs making candy bars, all being sent to Brazil. With the group split, Shaggy, Scooby, and Cass get chased by the green globs, eventually defeating them with these chocolate bunnies. But not for long, as they get locked in another room in the factory, this one being flooded with popcorn, so the green globs can continue their work. When the door finally breaks down, Shaggy gets covered in cotton candy, which just happens to look like the other green globs. The gang gets caught in some extra sticky taffy, leaving enough time for the globs to load up some more of their contraband candy. Unluckily for them, the Snow Queen of Texas ensures that they won't be leaving on a jet plane anytime soon, turning them into a Sunday for Monday. All of the pretty incontestably fatphobic jokes about Miss Cass aside, I really enjoyed this episode. Almost as much as I enjoy the mamas and the papas, and it's definitely winding up towards the top. And finally, we've reached our last episode, the Haunted Carnival. And, wouldn't you know, the gang go to a haunted carnival, run by Dick Van Dyke, who's running this thing single-handedly, after everyone deserts him due to the haunting. Speaking of, here's the ghost now. Let's give them a hand. Oh. Shaggy and Scooby work together to try and hide from the ghost, who naturally finds them almost instantly. Meanwhile, Dick Van Dyke does some magic tricks for Daphne, Fred, and Velma, taking a brief pause from it to save Shaggy and Scooby from dying, after being sent into orbit via balloons. After another encounter with the strongman ghost, Shaggy, Scooby, and Dick Van Dyke hide behind the fortune teller, who sends them down a chute into the Tunnel of Love, where they eventually join back up with the others. Down in the motor room, they find the strongman working out, who admits he was trying to get Dick Van Dyke to sell in the park for cheap, and after a quick fight, is captured by the ice cream cart. I wasn't expecting some grand finale really, but even so, this was a bit disappointing. But I know that most times, a final episode in an animated series was never meant to be the final episode, so I'll give it some leniency. And now, all 24 episodes of the new Scooby-Doo movies ranked from worst to best. The Scooby-Doo Show ran from 1976 to 1978, and had a variety of different episodes with some of the most iconic monsters and villains in the franchise. But just how did each episode hold up over time? And what's the best one? Well, let's find out. We might as well start with the series premiere, High Rise Hair Raiser. With the gang running low on money from driving everywhere, Fred and Shaggy get a job working construction at a site haunted by the Spectre. And with every other worker being driven off the job, they put these two teens, and their dog, at the very top with power tools. So what's the worst that could happen? While the boys reinforce 1970s gender norms, the girls research some more about what the Spectre could be, finding out about the old Ebenezer Crab. When they go check out his old house, they find a variety of magic spellbooks and props, and his great-great-great-granddaughter. You see, the only problem with that is she's been dead for 50 years. As they go find out more, the Spectre chases Shaggy and Scooby into a bakery, where he steals a telescopic lens, and chases them right back to the construction site, and right into their trap. Their fate really is cemented here, and they're revealed to be Red Sparks and Jim Rivets. Now with the bad guys caught, the gang are rewarded with a special pizza. Now this is more like it after watching the new Scooby-Doo movies. This is the classic Scooby-Doo I love. Short and concise, but packed full of action and mystery. So far so good, and I'm excited to see where we go from here. The gang travel to Mexico for a little fiesta, when they come across a big footprint. Wait, hold on. No, sorry. A big footprint. But when they arrive in Cinco, the hotel owner tells them of the legend of the Ghost of Katazuma, who was released by two traveling archaeologists. Now fully on the case, the gang borrow a boat from this nice man, heading upstream to try and find the ghost, instead just finding a ghost barge. Once they reach the Aztec ruins, they get stuck between the Ghost of Katazuma and the stone creature, taking refuge in the pyramid, where they find some high-tech gear and a much shorter Katazuma. Once they've escaped, they find Katazuma and the stone creature hauling some Aztec goods into that ghost barge from before. Also, Fred says treasures again. We're so back. The gang try a few different methods to capture them, eventually finding two archaeologists to be behind it all. and now the town of Cinco can finally have their fiesta. This one is pretty on par with the first. I like the setting in Mexico and the Aztec lore. The monster designs kind of remind me of that Hawaiian episode from Where Are You?, which is pretty fun. Overall, I think it's going right under the first one, but they're pretty close either way. In the third episode of the series, the gang are visiting Scooby-Doo's cousin, Scooby-Dum, who's, the Gator Ghoul stalks them over to Ma and Pa's soda factory, and chases them around before getting hit back by the soda machine. When the janitor comes by, Scooby hides, but eventually captures them in the soil drum. And this dude is not happy.
I'll have him tarred and feathered and thrown to the gator!
Hey buddy, the line was, I'll get that dog. The gang break into Mr. Stingy's house, for some reason, to look for clues. This leads to another run-in with the Gator Ghoul, before being saved once more by Scooby-Dum. As Scooby-Doo and Shaggy treat him to a reward meal, the rest of the gang finds some more clues, and prepare to set up the final trap. The fritter batter was sticky enough to catch the Gator Ghoul running through, who, when unmasked, is revealed to be Alice Dudley, who wanted to take over the company and sell it. And this one kinda makes me sad. Poor Ma and Pa talked about her like she was their daughter, and to turn around and stab them in the back like this was just cruel. Overall, it's a fine episode, but so far I'm noticing a pattern I'm not liking, as this one's going under the first two. We finally get one of those cold opens for the villain, and no pun intended this time, showing someone break the lock on this gate. But once again, Fred runs the mystery machine out of fuel, leading them to seek refuge in the lodge. The mayor tells them of the 10,000 volt ghost and their tragic backstory. And this kind of reminds me of the Cyber Chase monster. Maybe they're dating, huh? When the gang investigate the power plant, they run into Mr. Collins, who is trying to fix the power for the town. After splitting up, Shaggy and Scooby hit the cafeteria because, of course, and the 10,000 volt ghost. After escaping, Shaggy, Scooby, and Velma head down to the pet shop, where they find bird feed matching some of what they found at the power plant. This parrot turns into a rat, telling them where to find the next clue, this wetsuit and the underground tunnel. At the library, the 10,000 volt ghost chases them down when they find an important book. So they use it as bait, capturing the ghost with an electromagnet, who is actually Mr. Voltner, the power plant's owner. And that special book reveals that the mayor was in on it all too, who wanted to buy the land from the citizens being driven out. And while I do like this one, the whole birdseed thing that was their downfall might be one of the goofiest ways to get caught in the Scoobyverse. But this monster design more than makes up for it, so right now it's going just above the Gator Ghoul episode. The gang attend a Halloween party, which looks like a lot of fun honestly. That is, until the Headless Horseman shows their ugly face around. Okay, that's kind of the opposite of their shtick. But when the lights go out, he crashes the party, leaving just the gang left to search for clues. Oh, and Scooby-Dum is back. Hooray. Shaggy and the Scoobies eventually come face to faceless with them, with Shaggy nearly losing his head, before they go to check on the homeowner. Her creepy butler and even creepier nephew show up, giving us even more potential suspects. When the nephew leaves, the horseman returns with his head, so surely it's not him, right? The gang find a getaway plane and set up a trap, which of course doesn't quite go to plan. But when Scooby falls on the plane, Shaggy soon follows suit. And all three end up flying out of control, eventually crashing and landing safely in the net. When they go to do the unmasking, it won't come off. Yeah, that's because Elwood was behind it the whole time. Who saw that one coming? He was after the diamond necklace the whole time, and nearly had it. This episode was pretty good overall. The Headless Horseman is one of my all-time favorite monster designs. It really doesn't matter in what context, it always goes hard. I imagine this one will end up somewhere in the middle overall, but we'll see. In Scared-A-Lot and Camelot, the gang go to a magic show for the Great Zarko. But once Shaggy and Scooby royally mess it up, they head up to Shaggy's uncle's castle. But upon arrival, find out that he's disappeared, and the curse of Camelot is to blame. Whilst trying to hide from the Black Knight, Daphne, Fred, and Velma get chased off by the ghosts of the Knights of the Round Table, leaving Shaggy and Scooby to deal with Merlin, who quickly hypnotizes them. As Shaggy and Scooby act as sleeper agents, they keep messing everything up. But still the gang are fretful, and Velma unhypnotizes them with a Scooby snack. They find Shagworthy chained up and free him, but he is not sticking around to help the gang, as they soon cross paths with the Black Knight and Merlin. With the gang's plan nearly complete, Daphne manages to get her finger caught in the piano keys, which is kind of impressively clumsy. But have no fear, as our heroes are on the case.
as Shaggy and Scooby capture Merlin and the Black Knight with his tapestry, unmasking some random guy, and Zarko the Magician, who were looking for Shagworth's treasure. It was pretty obvious from the jump that Zarko would play a role in the plot, but they did subvert my expectation by also having him disguised as the caretaker, so I'll call it even. And it's another good episode. I always like seeing the gang's families incorporated into the story, somewhere in the middle for now. The gang are traveling through the Canadian side of Niagara Falls when they're stopped by Border Patrol, who gives them directions back to the highway. Alright, whatever you do, Fred, do not take the right at the fork. You fool! They follow an ambulance to a sanitarium, where they see them bring in their newest victim. I mean, patient. Perhaps ignorant to the horrors beyond comprehension that occurred at the most humane sanitariums, they decide to go inside, where they meet Dr. Tewksbury. That night, the ghost of Dr. Coffin wakes the boys up, who go exploring around the sanitarium, when they drop the top on the whole place, letting the moonlight in. Hey, Scooby? What you doing? Scooby gets entranced by Dr. Coffin's rendition of Dance of the Hounds by Barkowski, but once he stops, the guard dogs chase after the gang. Eventually, he finds Shaggy and Scooby in the x-ray room, as they're given away by their dinner. Typically I ask for my hot dogs boneless, but whatever suits you, Shag. Shaggy and Scooby hide on one of the gurneys, when they're taken by Dr. Coffin and his henchmen to the Gold headquarters, with Daphne, Fred, and Velma right behind them. After a quick minecart chase, they find that Dr. Coffin was the policeman the whole time. During the whole explanation of how he did this, Scooby has a quick tiff with a worm in this apple, which kinda sucks. I don't know, it just cheapens the episode overall for me, and it wasn't even my favorite to begin with, but now it's probably even lower. The no-face zombie chase case opens with another classic cold open scene, as someone breaks into the classic coin shop, stealing the golden galleon. And before we delve any further into this villain looks exactly like that episode of South Park where Kenny pulled the school picture day prank. When Scooby gets scared back inside, he shows the gang what the person looked like, and oh my god, this is terrifying. When the police do nothing, as usual, it's up to the gang to track the zombie down, leading them to the stuffed animal factory. They get turned away at the door, so of course they just go home and definitely don't break in at all. Okay, so once they're inside, it's not long before they're caught by the owners, who makes them wait in their office while they investigate. This older guy does about as well as the gang does, immediately getting yoinked. Soon, the zombie enters the office, and Scooby does his best Zarko the Magician act, taking the golden galleon back. The gang contact the lieutenant, who's on his way there now, but end up getting separated, with Shaggy and Scooby being chased by this big monkey, and Fred and the girls being chased by the zombie. Scooby falls into the toy duplication machine, creating nightmares beyond human comprehension. In our final chase scene, we get our classic Scooby-Doo door trick, when the zombie crashes out, revealing itself to be nothing more than a robot. The real villain was the gorilla the whole time, as we unmasked Mr. Dilly. This was such a good episode. It felt very action-packed, without much of a dull moment at all. And the twist that the main villain that we thought was behind it all being a robot was pretty cool, even if the plausibility of it is questionable at best. I don't know, it's a cartoon. Have fun with it. The gang attend one of their friends' concerts, when things start to get kinda weird and start chanting voodoo rituals, eventually having Witch Doctor appear and kidnap Lila. So, apparently, the lead singer heard a voodoo chant at the old plantation, and decided to make a rock song out of it, continuing the trend of white guys stealing black culture, right up there with Elvis Presley. When the gang and the band go to the plantation home, Shaggy and Scooby run into a zombie, whose design is just straight up reused from Which Witch is Which in Scooby-Doo Where Are You? And another appearance of Mamba Wamba, who's got a voodoo doll of Roger. Obviously, this freaks him out, so he dips out before he's taken. Unfortunately, Alex didn't get the memo, and gets taken while Daphne does some karate. It's actually Shaggy and Scooby that come up with the plan to thwart the zombie, giving her a nice makeover. Personally, I think she looks good, but maybe that's not her color. While they were playing dress up, the rest of the band was kidnapped, leaving just the gang to solve this case. Eventually, Shaggy and Scooby find the band, being held captive by Mamba Wamba, and after a short chase for the parchment he made the band sign, it's time to set up the final trap. They find that Roger is under the mask, and Lila was in on it all, because they wanted to own the rights to the band's song. I actually had a lot of fun with this episode. Aside from the obvious issues of reusing assets and that one white guy, it's a lot of fun, with plenty of good gags throughout. Definitely ending up somewhere towards the top. The gang are in Seattle for the weekend, which just so happens to coincide with the reappearing of the demons driven away over 100 years ago. According to Mr. Crenshaw, they're after the talisman that banished them all those years ago. When the gang go to get more info from the Crow's Nest Hotel, they stop by the docks, where Shaggy and Scooby have their first run-in with one of the demons, crashing into the shipment of fish to the market. Their next encounter comes pretty soon afterwards, as down in the underground city of Seattle, they split from the gang, backing right into a demon. When they investigate more of the city, they find the House of Horrors wax exhibit, with one notable missing piece. But while they're distracted, Daphne gets yoinked, and is kept in this old piano. For some reason, Shaggy and Scooby think it's a good idea to hop in this railcar by themselves. Well, not really by themselves, seeing their old buddy Demonface. To get away, they pull out a pretty good bit, as Shaggy takes over as director of the episode for a while, eventually finding the trapdoor. When Fred's plan to scare the demon with the other wax figures fails, they follow the stairs to Captain Sally's basement, where Scooby accidentally finds the not-so-hidden gold. Scooby uses a high-tech mechanism of an old barrel to capture Albert Tross, also known as Mr. Crenshaw, who was stealing the city's treasure. I'm kind of on the fence with this one. It felt like a lot happened, but also nothing at all. Like pieces just kind of fell into place randomly. It's okay. Somewhere near the middle, maybe a bit lower. Traveling through Texas, the gang get run off the road en route to Daphne's uncle's ranch. And just speaking from experience, I'd take it if it meant driving through the western half of Texas was interesting in the slightest bit. The only thing different this time is that the ghost is also a bull. So when they find the cattle tracks, they follow them to an old civilization. They find a bunch of missing cattle, and are lassoed by a rancher. Luckily, it's one of Daphne's uncle's workers. But inside of the dome, they find the ghost bull, and get chased right back into the ghost native, who chases them down into the basement. With them taken care of, the ghost can then turn their attention to Daphne, Fred, and Velma, putting this giant wicker basket over them. Luckily, they can escape through the floor, and when they do, they see the ghost talking to one of the cows. Which really isn't all that weird. I mean, it's a cow farm. You're gonna have cows outside. Daphne, Fred, and Velma find the cowcopter and tie it up before it flies off, leading to Fred's bright idea to have Shaggy and Scooby dress up as a cow, immediately leading to their capture. Luckily, just before they're branded, Daphne's uncle ties up the perps, revealing them to be from a rival farm. I hate to say it again, but this one really reminded me of Decoy for a Dog Napper from Scooby-Doo Where Are You? Seeing as they end up in an abandoned cliffside civilization and get scared off by a guy posing as a native. If only there was some saying for this. Ooh, 2 nickels. Somewhere in the middle again. A little bit lower. A demon shark gets transported all the way from India, along with a couple $1 million of rare jewels, which very quickly go missing during a storm. A shark forces the gang to make an abrupt stop, but somehow that isn't the most problematic shark in the episode, as the demon shark chases them through the aquarium. When the gang investigates the aquarium's workers, the demon shark torments Shaggy and Scooby when they're grabbing a quick bite of like 50 pies and a huge sandwich. But they do find the Book of Spells, so at least they're helping. Okay, it's just a cookbook, naturally, but I don't see the rest of the gang doing anything. The demon shark has been after the oysters the whole time, with the aquarium having receipts and flyers advertising the pearls. When the demon shark is caught, the gang find all the pearls hidden inside frozen oysters, and reveal Mr. Wells to be behind it all, trying to smuggle the pearls into Florida. Everyone else working at the aquarium turned out to be a red herring. How fitting. Overall, it's a pretty decent episode. I like the beginning where the gang is water skiing, and Shaggy and Scooby putting on scuba gear to retrieve the cookbook is pretty funny. This one is definitely going in the top half overall. The gang are out on a salvage mission for a school project, when they're interrupted by a gaggle of sea ghosts. With the rest of the crew driven off the ship, it's up to the professor and the gang to solve this one. Well, just the gang, as the professor gets kidnapped almost immediately. They have a few run-ins and lock-ins with the 3 monsters, when they find one of them dive into the water under the diving bell. Shaggy, Scooby, and Velma use it to scuba down into the shipwreck, where our 3 villains reside. When the gang lose them, they eventually track down what the monsters were hiding. Tons and tons of gold from the shipwreck below. Oh, and the professor too. With the monsters back aboard, Shaggy and Scooby dive bomb them from the crow's nest, making this the new deadliest catch. And it's revealed to be the ship's crew that left earlier. Whoa, the 3 monsters that were the 3 people that left earlier in the episode? I'm so shocked! Even if this twist was seen from nautical miles away, and feels like every other episode, it's still good enough to put it ahead of some of the lower ranked ones. The gang attend the big American football game, where Flash Granger scores the winning touchdown, going out in true storybook fashion, by vanishing. No worries though, they've got the best backup in the league. Number 13. He may be a little light for his size, but he's a scary talent. When they return back to the stadium, they see another player vanish, and the ghost chases them around. Shaggy and Scooby end up on the run as usual, but get tripped up by sausage links, tumbling down getting flung from a turnstile. Also, not really pertinent to the story, but that's one of my favorite tropes and gags from cartoons. It's always funny to me. The ghost is after a piece of paper that Shaggy found, chasing them throughout the stadium. As the gang tries to recreate what happened to Crunch, Scooby reenacts the scene, and no clips into the back rooms. Kinda. They find an underground tunnel, where the ghost chases them right into a trap, and they find the two missing players. After a quick escape, the gang hatch a plan, and Shaggy and Scooby step into the game. Also, sorry to point out another gag, but Shaggy drives the lawnmower over the bleacher and shreds it into stadium seating. This is peak. Once they capture him, they even hit the double unmask, first finding the scoreboard operator, and then finding him to be one of the old coaches. I don't even like American football really, but this episode rocks. The gags are great, and it's got a little bit of everything. Definitely going pretty high up there overall. During an especially bad storm, Shaggy crashes into an ice cream factory, wrecking the mystery machine. When they go inside, they find the security guard roaming, who helps them find a phone, but also helps them find one of the Technicolor ghosts, who chases Shaggy and Scooby into the freezer. As the gang look for them, the factory owner on crutches walks off. Hey wait, he's a fraud! While in the freezer, Shaggy makes a fire with popsicles and wrappers, which triggers the sprinklers. But it's so cold in there that it turns to snow. This is awesome. Daphne, Fred, and Velma find a fleet of ice cream trucks, when a large crack in the floor appears. And just like Ronald Reagan told the inner cities to do in the 80s, follow that crack. And that leads them right into the Strawberry Phantom, who chases them right into Shaggy, who's now dressed as the Chocolate Phantom. After another chase, they end up stopping the Neapolitan ne'er-do-wells, crashing their ice cream truck. But not just a normal ice cream truck, a hijacked armored truck that's been put through the paint spray. The police finally arrive, and we unmask the ghosts, eventually finding the security guard was the mastermind the whole time. This was another pretty good episode, but not quite as good as the last. It wasn't looking good for a while there, but we're back to peak Scooby-Doo. For the bicentennial celebration, the gang head to Washington, D.C., where it's turned more into Night at the Museum, as all the wax figures come to life. Scooby's the first one down, as he's kicked away by one and eventually trapped. As the gang go look for him, Benedict Arnold traps the rest of them too. Man, what a traitor. Once they give the bicentennial bandits the slip, they run into the engineer fixing the locomotive. And he's got wet footprints even though he's staying inside the museum. Tracking the footprints down, they find bags and bags of counterfeit bills. Well, not technically counterfeit, since they broke into the US Mint. The final chase takes us back in time, as the ghosts chase the gang down with early model automobiles, eventually being thwarted by eyes from Washington's crossing of the Delaware, and being captured by the long-lost third Wright brother, Scooby-Doo. After being captured, Mr. Clive and Mr. Willett are unmasked, along with Mr. No Name because he's not important. This one's okay, but given all the revolutionary history, I mean, talk about dated references. For a season finale and the final of the Dynamite Scooby Power Hour, it kinda goes out with a whimper. In the season 2 premiere, Velma's Uncle John invites her and the gang to go fishing at his cabin. But when they arrive, they find that he's disappeared. When Shaggy and Scooby walk along the lake to try and find him, they instead come across the Ghost Vikings, and end up on their ship. But they abandon ship just as quickly as they boarded, winding up in the freezing water below. For once, the gang do the smart thing and report Velma's uncle is missing to the police, and then go off to the Viking Museum, where the power's out. But when that lead proves to be nothing, they split up with Daphne, Fred, and Velma heading into a cave system. There's no going back either, as a towering Viking blocks the exit. So they head the other way, right into the statue of Odin, who banishes them to the Shadow Realm. Just as they're about to pass out from the natural sauna, Shaggy and Scooby save the day, ditching the Viking in the process. When they head further down in the cave, they see the Viking squad loading things up in these minecarts. Eventually, they come across Velma's uncle up in this cage, and the Scooby-Copter makes its first pickup and delivery. The Vikings make one last-ditch effort to stop those meddling kids, leading to them going for their final swim. The museum curator was behind the whole thing, stealing uranium ore out of the cave system, and using their disguise to scare away wandering eyes. We had something extremely similar in the new Scooby-Doo movies, so this one definitely takes a bit of hit creativity-wise. But I do like the Viking costumes in the ship, and the cave system with Odin was pretty cool. Hopefully the rest of the season picks up from here. The gang and, Scooby-Dum head to Great Skull Island when the ferry captain asks them to make a special delivery, a coffin. When Shaggy delivers it, he finds an entire room full of coffins. But that's just because it's an Undertaker's convention. That night while they sleep, a vampire breaks into the girls' room, nearly attacking Daphne before the boys break in. When Scooby-Dum finds a vent, they send Scooby-Doo through because he's the skinniest. And this time I'm 100% serious. Do not look up Scooby-Doo inflation. While investigating, Shaggy and the Scoobs find the vampire, who drops a dog whistle as they scurry off. When Lisa answers the phone, this horrifically mixed ringing sound plays, immediately turning her into a monster, which is unfortunate since they barricaded themselves in. Even when they lose her, they run right into the other vampire, who's supposedly her grandfather. Eventually they cross paths again, with Lisa in some type of trance. In no real surprise, it's revealed that the vampire was really the uncle the whole time, trying to stop Lisa from taking over the hotel. I always really like the vampire editions of Scooby-Doo media, and this one's kinda scary. As scary as something with Scooby-Dum can be, I guess. It's going up towards the top. It's a very good episode. Fred's on his way to a national hang gliding competition, arriving with the rest of the gang at Big Canyon Dude Ranch. The name isn't that important, but it is a dude ranch, and any chance I get to relate something to Malcolm in the Middle, I'm taking it. There's no blinding fireworks around, but there is a maniacal pterodactyl, so pick your poison. The hotel manager is well aware of the situation, but doesn't seem to be too concerned. As Fred prepares for his flight, Scooby hijacks it in pursuit of his flying sandwiches, flying deep into the canyon and into the pterodactyl's cave. The gang search for their furry friend, finding him behind a hidden wall. After finding a pair of tracks, the gang split up, with Fred and the girls just missing the pterodactyl creature. Unfortunately for Shaggy and Scooby, they're not as lucky. Eventually, the pterodactyl creature chases them out of the cave, but they did find a clue, a cassette tape of a pretty good song. That night, the gang go back to try and crack the case, but quickly get chased out. Maybe they just want these kids to stop breaking into their home? That'd be cool, but once they find an office hidden in the cave, that one's out the window. The pterodactyl's wings must be getting tired, as they drive off in a sandwich truck. But I think they're trying to make a different kind of bread, as the gang finds the truck is full of cassette tapes. Fred makes a quick delivery, but the pterodactyl's anti-aircraft defenses kick in, nearly taking him out, instead getting caught down at the docks. He's been running a pirated music sales business out of his truck, and Mr. O'Hannon is guilty of purchasing too, running from the cops before Shaggy and Scooby trap him. I really enjoyed this episode too. The monster design is pretty simple, but I mean, it's a dinosaur. That's already cool enough. And it's weirdly ahead of its time with the villain motive. Kinda surprised that What's New Scooby-Doo didn't have like LimeWire pirates or something. The gang's on set for a new movie production, the reboot of something called The Phantom of Dixie, starring our very own Scooby-Dee. However, she's getting driven off set by Milo Booth, a deceased movie star of the original. Everyone's on guard now, as Scooby-Dee is placed under 24-hour protection. The gang board the train home, and see a coffin get loaded into another car, which is carrying the Phantom. Shaggy and the Scooby Boys are making some sandwiches, but aren't looking to share with the Phantom, and run off. As Daphne and Fred take Scooby-Dee to a private car, Velma and the other boys clear the luggage cabins, where they find the conductor a bit woozy in the coffin. Even in their own car, the Phantom enters, and is nearly caught right there. Unfortunately, Fred lets him slip into the darkness, and now they have to track him down again. The Phantom kidnaps Scooby-Dee and runs off into the cemetery, leading the gang right to his family's mausoleum. When they open it, they find his coffin to be empty, and to make things worse, he locks them all in there so they can't escape. Or, that's what's supposed to happen, but Scooby-Dum manages to break them free. At the film museum, they chase the Phantom and Scooby-Dee through this tube, but just as he exits, he turns it on, putting them through the spin cycle. The chase continues towards a carnival, and eventually they capture the Phantom in this Ferris wheel car. As a reward, Scooby-Dee kisses both of her cousins? I mean, we are in Dixie after all. The Phantom is unmasked as the detective, who wanted to create his own movies with a fake Scooby-Dee. This episode continues a nice run going on here in Season 2, so hopefully it stays that way. In the spooky case of the Grand Prix race, the gang checks out a mysterious disappearance of a racer at the hands of the Phantom Racer. When the gang speak to the race director, Mr. Osborne, the racer that disappeared shows back up, looking a bit worse for wear. When they drive around the course, they find tire tracks in the fog, which lead right off the road to an old junkyard. Of course they enter without being invited in, and find this older man, who tells them to go to the old car museum. When the Phantom tries to grab Shaggy and Scooby, They give them the slip and, hey, yo! But they get rolled up into a poster, captured, and rolled down the mountain. After they're rescued, the gang head back to the race to try and stop anyone else from disappearing. But they're just too late, as car 78 soon goes missing. The master plan is to let Shaggy and Scooby behind the wheel of an F1 car to lure the Phantom out. And if anyone's stopping Max Verstappen, it's probably them. But they hit the ejector, flying high up into the air, with Shaggy landing right in the Phantom's car, who takes him down to the junkyard. When the rest go looking for him, they find the trapdoor to the basement, where they find the stolen cars, and some books that are essentially hypnotism for dummies. Velma and Scooby find the Phantom sealing Shaggy up behind a brick wall, and distract him just long enough to get him out and away from the Phantom, before embarking on one final car chase. A rolling boulder eventually flings the Phantom into a tree, and he's finally unmasked as Ken Rogers, the second racer that was taken, and disguised himself as the junkyard guy too. And this episode was awesome. The sets were vibrant, the animation was striking, and the story was really, really good. The Phantom is one of my favorite monsters so far. He's just so creepy, and evokes some of the same haunting horrors as the Space Gook from Where Are You? Without much surprise, this one's going at the top for now. On their way to their campsite, the gang pop all of their tires, and seek refuge in an old cabin they find, home of the Hatfields. And I 100% did not have the story of the Hatfields and McCoys on my Scooby-Doo bingo card, but here we are. The ghost of Witch McCoy wakes them up that night, telling them to leave this cabin, while also turning Pa Hatfield into a frog. As they begin the investigation, Shaggy and Scooby break into the general store, where this nice young lady stays. But her phone line's cut, so there's not much Shaggy and Scooby can do. While they do that, Fred and the girls find a zombie-like man digging in the woods, and as Daphne tries to get a good look, slips down the embankment and scares him off. And look how good this scene looks. The lights, the shadows, it's beautiful. Everyone heads back to the Hatfields' cabin before heading right back out to investigate the McCoys area, where the witch's cave is. But as they cross a log across the ravine, someone pushes them off, barely being saved by Scooby. And as they enter the cave, the witch returns, threatening to turn them into toads.
Imposters?
Eventually, she traps them in her net, and puts them all in her cauldron. Before they get turned into mystery stew, they roll out and find safety. They find the last clues at the Hatfields' cabin, but not the Hatfields, and set up their trap for the witch and the zombie, capturing them and turning them into the cops. The zombie is just a bank robber who escaped from jail. He just kinda looks like that. But Witch McCoy is actually Aggie Wilkins, the ex-girlfriend of the zombie, and they're both out here looking for the money he buried in the woods. The Hatfields are eventually found at the old sawmill, and finally returned home, enjoying a nice home-cooked meal. And this episode rocks. The animation is beautiful, the story is fun, and it's just a really good Scooby-Doo episode. Season 2 so far has been insanely good, but we only have 2 episodes left, so let's end it strong. Our cold open shows a mad scientist loading his time machine onto a ship, which just happens to be the same one the gang are boarding. When they get lost looking for the cabin, they find that same scientist in the hull, tinkering with his machine and the monster inside. He just brushes it off, and begins his demonstration of his time machine for potential investors, so he can pay back his initial backer, Simon Grady. And if no one buys in, Simon Grady retains the machine 100%, so surely nothing can go wrong. Yeah, so when he turns the machine on, it instead goes far into the future, and the monster appears and chases Scooby down. Just as the professor incapacitates him, the machine breaks again, and the monster carries the professor off. With their only chance of stopping the monster gone, the gang split up and look for clues, naturally leading to Scooby and Shaggy finding the monster. They try and blend into the party, but when they get a bit sheepish, eventually get captured by the monster, just barely giving them the slip. While Shaggy and Scoob fight for their lives, Fred and the girls are just kinda chillin', right up until they find the monster. But more importantly, the professor tied up. Once they get him untied, he fixes the time machine out, reeling the monster back into it, who takes a briefcase of money with them. Velma smells something fishy and hatches a plan to crack the case, as they eventually find the professor and Simon Grady with the case. Fred and Velma describe how they figured it out, but it's only revealed in these flashback-like sequences, which I kinda hate. I don't know, it just kinda comes across as lazy storytelling. They could have easily made some time for this. Because of that, it's not going very high on the list, and it's super disappointing after a run of amazing episodes. The gang sit down for a nice picnic at the beach, when Shaggy and Scooby get their fishing trip interrupted by this ugly-looking sea monster. To get away from it, they head up to an even creepier house on the hill, where an old captain tells them the legend of the sea creature. The gang go find more clues, instead finding more footprints leading right back to Captain Clement's place. where he sits in shock after being attacked. Shaggy and Scooby hang back to watch over the captain, who tries to recruit them into the monster's next victims. Instead, they hide in the elevator, which takes them right down to the beach, and right into the monster. They see the monster retreat into the water, as a light emanates from Captain Clement's window. When they follow, they find the monster below, and eventually enter an old submarine. Of course, they get locked in by the monster, and quickly see the water levels rise. Luckily for them, it just happened to be the sub's airlock, and they escape without harm. Velma, Shaggy, and Scooby end up in an older man's place, but he seems relatively harmless, so he doesn't get much time in the script. As the fog lifts, the gang board the ship where the light's coming from, just as the sea monster is loaded on. Back in the submarine, they uncover an underwater beauty parlor, with a wanted poster on the wall. Before they get to see any more, the monster and the captain show up, and Fred gets an idea for his grand trap. And look at this transition. Who let them cook? Somehow, Fred's plan actually works. Probably because we only had like 2 minutes left in the episode. And reveal Captain Clements was running a business to help criminals escape, and the creepy heat from the deep was the wanted bank robber. For a season finale, it's kind of an average episode, and the ranking's gonna reflect that. Alright, so Season 3 of the Scooby-Doo Show is also technically Season 3 of Where Are You, as an attempt to revive the series. So let's see if it evokes any of those classic feelings. Watch Out the Willowa starts with the gang taking this dinghy through a heavy storm, on their way out to one of Velma's uncle's place. I mean, didn't go well last time, but let's see if this one works. When they find his cabin empty, Scooby instead finds giant owls, revealed to be the Willowa by this Chippewa tribe. Scooby and Shaggy are in charge of watching the boat for the night, which is probably the least of their worries, as they're woken up by the giant glowing owl. In the frenzy, they end up driving right into this cave, where they find some footprints and tire marks. When the rest of the gang go find them, they instead get chased by owlmen. That's alright, Shaggy and Scooby are fine though, as they found a treasure trove of fur coats, silver, and paintings. Okay, when I said they were fine, it wasn't entirely truthful, as they wind up in one of Fred's traps, and then face to face with the glowing Willowa. But it's nothing more than a big inflatable, piloted by Gray Fox, who's been running a smuggling operation for the items Shaggy and Scooby found, and the owlmen were his two henchmen. They figured Velma's uncle was close to figuring them out, so they kidnapped him, likely keeping him tied up somewhere before his rescue by Red Heron. Overall, yeah, this was pretty classic Scooby-Doo, with a pretty cool plot with the Chippewa tribe. It's cool to see some native representation from the time that isn't completely distasteful. Wait, Scooby, don't put that on, no! Also, some of the animation at the beginning was pretty good, but still probably somewhere in the middle overall. Okay, so the Bermuda Triangle has always been one of my favorite mysteries, so I hope that this episode's good. And we start off hot, with two pilots being abducted by this UFO. Luckily, or unluckily, the gang are sailing in the area when the storm hits them, bringing them right into the thick of it. Eventually, they find land, right on Diablo Island, which I think translates to totally safe and cool island with no monsters. This might not be a monster, but this foreboding figure tells them to get off the island. Naturally, the teens don't listen, instead finding an old wartime airstrip that's been used fairly recently. While Fred and the girls mess around solving a silly mystery, Shaggy and Scooby are doing the real work, making food. As Scooby gathers up some clams, these chowderheads interrupt him, scaring them down this pipe into a watery cave. Daphne, Fred, and Velma find the planes that were swallowed by the UFO, but enough of them, as Shaggy and Scooby are getting chased by those Phoebe Bridgers imposters. Wait, 1, 2, 3, oh my god, it's Boy Genius! Hey Queens! Fred radios back to the weather camp that they need rescue, and then they run directly into this metal box that immediately fills up with water. I don't even know if this is a trap, really. Like, what is this? Someone eventually saves them, but when they climb up, no one's there. Meanwhile, Shaggy and Scooby find the kidnapped pilots, but there's no time to talk, as the skeletons are right behind them. After a quick chase, they capture our skeletal system sisters, unmasking the leader as the head of the weather base, running a plane theft and resale business on the island. That creepy man from the island was an undercover Navy operative, who gives the gang a ride back on the sub. It's a fine episode overall, but nowhere near the best iteration of Scooby and the Bermuda Triangle. The gang are headed up to the North Pole to visit Professor Kruger, who wanted to show them his research. And no, it's not dream studies. Unfortunately, they didn't see that he got attacked by the snow beast in the cold open, and find a group of igloos crushed. And they see the rest of the footprints that crushed him, right as Chief Minook tells them that the snow beast took the professor. In the professor's cabin, they find Jean-Baptiste, his assistant, who's leaving in a bit of a hurry. That hurry leads to a flurry, as the Snow Beast returns and scares the gang out of the cabin, leading to Chief Monoke's capture. The gang aren't getting much time to investigate here, as they're soon tracked down by the monster. The human members of the gang are safe, but Scooby has to pull the old totem pole gambit to give the monster the slip. Speaking of slip, the gang slip and slide down this ice cave, finding a tunnel system to a submarine, and another monster encounter, eventually finding the Chief and Professor locked away. Once Scooby sends the beast for a slide, giant old derricks are revealed, and so too is Jean-Baptiste. I feel like the pacing of this episode could have been a bit better. Somehow not too much really happened. Maybe because the important scenes were relatively quick and the non-action ones were a bit drawn out. Either way, it's still an okay episode. I do like the icy dinosaur design though. As the caretaker is digging a grave in the cemetery, a witch from the Salem trials appears, scaring him off. The squire tries to warn the gang of Melissa Wilcox's presence, but they disregard and drive up to the house. They arrive to Arlene's house, who tells them the legend of her ancestor Melissa. As Arlene shows them to their rooms, Shag and Scoob find the kitchen, chowing down on some sausage links, and they kiss? Since it's Halloween night, they've brought their costumes and play a bit of dress up, when the real witch shows up. But before the others help our two hungry heroes, she disappears, leaving a weird sizzling hole in the carpet, and glides off into the cemetery. Before they catch up to her, she disappears into thin air, only leaving behind a clue for Velma. At the Salem Witch Museum, the gang finds some more information on the Wilcox family, right as Squire Marley leads the angry mob charge to the Wilcox home. The caretaker warns Arlene of their approach, and she takes off running, joining up with Shaggy and Scooby as they're trick-or-treating. Like any angry mob, the reasonable part of their brain is shut off, so they take Shaggy and Scooby to the museum to torture them. This is literally just town of Salem. After Scooby's rescue, the gang eventually catch the witch, or the woman under the guise of the witch, Arlene's twin sister. She wanted to take Arlene's inheritance and hired the caretaker to help her. Before they can make their getaway, the squire takes them off to jail. Now, I'm a sucker for Halloween specials, so this one gets a bit of a boost in the ranking. But overall, it's just an okay episode that uses some much more interesting historic lore. The gang drive up the windy roads of Turkey to visit Dr. Brixton at his archaeological site, which has unfortunately been shut down by the emergence of the tar monster. You might know them from their role in the cyber chase, but this iteration is way less technologically advanced. Brixton tells the gang of the tar monster's rampage, including the disappearance of Stoner. As the gang turn in for the night, Shaggy and Scooby get woken up by the tar monster, and the gang tail the tar prince right to the pit the monster resides in. Well, actually the monster lives in the underground city of Byzantius, where ancient treasures are supposed to be, but they're not now. As the gang follow more tar prints, of course Shaggy and Scooby come across the real deal, getting chased through the underground city. If only they had a map on them to tell them where they're going. Instead, they use the power of a good bit, having a nice photo shoot with the monster. They use a compressed air machine to lift the monster up in a bubble, which is 100% against physics. Now, you may say I'm being too harsh. It's a cartoon, it's not supposed to be realistic. But you're also talking to a person that did a legal analysis on a children's show from 50 years ago, so you should know I hate fun. Anyways, they unmask the monster as Stoner, the assistant thought to have been kidnapped, who was stealing all the treasures of Byzantius and keeping them from the archaeologists. I really like this episode. It's in a really cool location and has one of the most iconic monsters in the series. I don't think it's quite number one, but it's pretty solidly up there. The gang continue their world travels, this time in good old Scotland, visiting Velma's friend Aggie Macduff and her castle, right on the edge of Loch Ness. Naturally, Nessie pays them a little visit, as well as his bagpipe-playing ghost. Once they arrive, they get a quick history lesson, as Shaggy and Scooby ditch class for some dinner. As everyone gets settled in for bed, Nessie rolls through and ruins their nighttime routine, just to leave after scaring Shaggy and Scooby. Nessie might be gone, but that ghost has returned, and the gang go out to try and find him. Shag and Scoob fall victim to the floor that kills you if you eat marshmallows. Okay, not really. But they are trapped now, and on their way up and out, run into the ghost of Finny and Macduff. Scooby does a rendition of Hound Dog by Big Mama Thornton, and much like Elvis Presley did, the ghost tries to steal the spotlight. Oh yeah, Fred and the girls are in this episode too. I wonder what they're up to. Oh, they solved the mystery and set up the trap already. Cool. They found crates and crates of Swiss watches, and used the bagpipes that Scooby found to snag the ghost and the monster all in one, unmasking Jamie Craigmore as the ghost, who was smuggling in the wristwatches and making a fortune. This episode felt very disjointed, like it's just Scooby and Shaggy bits and chases, with like one scene of the gang progressing the plot. Unfortunately, I don't think this one's gonna wind up being very high. The gang are having a nice day on the water, when old Ironface pulls up riding his mechanical sharks. Hell yeah, we're in the peak of monster design now. It also makes sense why he returns in Cyberchase, along with another fiend to be shown later. After their near-death experience, Shaggy and Scooby are absolutely famished, so they head over to Mama Mion's for some food, learning a bit of her backstory that she's the former champion water skier, and a little bit more about old Ironface. The gang steals some random boat, because of course they do, and head out to Skull Island. There's no Kongs here unfortunately, but there is an old prison, and Ironface too, who chases Shaggy and Scooby. They barricade the doors pretty well, so there's no way Ironface gets in. Oh. While they're fighting for their lives, the rest of the gang find various clues they need in order to try and crack the case. Underground of the prison is a giant mansion, where their buddy Captain Morgan is incarcerated. As Shaggy and Scooby ride the Sharpedos away from Ironface, Fred uses the conveniently placed magnet to nab Ironface at the docks, who is unmasked as Mama Mion. She used the torpedoes to smuggle convicts out of the island prison, and used the legend to scare off any nosy nautical nemesis. This episode is genuinely so good. The villain's design, the sets, the chases, all spectacular. It's not going to be much of a surprise that this ends up near the top, but just how high will it land? We're going back to back with some of the monsters from Cyberchase, this time with everyone's favorite feline, the Jaguaro. When 3 tribesmen are performing a ritual to honor the Jaguaro at the statue, it suddenly comes to life. Luckily, the gang just happened to be traveling to Rio de Janeiro for Carnival, when they're forced to make a crash landing in the forest. And immediately this feels like it could turn into Sons of the Forest or Green Inferno real quick. Especially when they want to send Shag and Scoop to a village of headhunters for some reason. Well, no cannibals out here, just this kind kitty. Also, it's been a little bit since I've seen Cyberchase, but I do know that this version sounds exponentially worse. But that's neither here nor there. As the frightened fools make their getaway, Jaguaro pulls on the vine attached to the makeshift boat, filling it full of water, with all of the river monsters surrounding them. Meanwhile, the gang look for the native tribe, who are just out here minding their own business, likely dancing for a ritual. Daphne says,
Natives sure look angry to me.
Which might be the most xenophobic statement possible in the moment, confirming this was written by old white guys. Unfortunately, Daphne might be right though, as this Australian explorer pulls up on his boat, saying that the natives are going after them. And I guess so is Jaguaro, as they find their plane destroyed, and the pilot's nowhere to be found. Shaggy and Scooby stay behind out of fear, to watch the plane, of course, and play with an adorable monkey family, which is short-lived when they're captured by the native tribe. And honestly, this whole sequence is so cool. The painted sets look really nice. And look at this dance they do. They're getting it. Fred and the girls get saved by the Aussie, who's got one of the pilots with them, and take off to find the boys, who are joining in on the festivities. When they get busted for cultural appropriation, they deactivate their Twitter. Oh, wait, hold on. No, they take off running, getting pincered between the Jaguar and the native mob, both of which look to kill them. Eventually, Fred and the girls break the dam, adding even more to the trend of outsiders ruining the Amazon. But at least they caught the Jaguaro, I guess, who's unmasked as Barney, who received help from Louis to smuggle diamonds out of the country. Finally, the gang can celebrate Carnival, with a couple of special guests. While I do like this episode, some of it just seems a bit cruel and ethnocentric of the writers. Look, I know it's a kids show from the 70s, but I can still evaluate this as I please. And I just did not like how they depicted the natives. They're just minding their own business when they were encroached upon and eventually flooded out. Plus, Jaguar is nowhere near as cool in this as Cyberchase, so what's the harm of putting this dead last? Ah yes, the Windy City. New York? Hold on, something ain't right. But when this older woman turns into a real cougar, suddenly everything seems just right. This cat burglar breaks into Bixby's Jewelers, wrecking the place and running out through the sewer system, and right through Scooby-Doo. Once the cops arrive, the gang head to Daphne's aunt's apartment, where the cat creature just happens to be returning to. The golden amulet turns her back into human form, and she lets the gang in. Olivia tells them of the weird occurrences that have happened ever since she received this unexpected package with that golden amulet, which made her dream that she robbed a ton of jewelry. When the gang finally leave her alone, the amulet starts speaking to her like the Green Goblin mask, and now it's time to steal some more. Shaggy and Scooby go to check out the cemetery where the amulet came from, instead running into the cat creature, and eventually getting locked into the mausoleum. Luckily for them, Fred and the girls were going through the underground tunnels, which led right to the mausoleum. Now in this dead end, the cat creature corners them, only escaping when Fred finds the secret lever, and they head back to Olivia's. They have Shaggy and Scooby act as bait, but when that pesky pendant comes calling, Shaggy answers, turning into the cat creature and chasing after our frightened Scooby. Trapped in the caged elevator, it's time for Scooby's final stand, using the gravity of the elevator to his advantage, finally unveiling the cat creature as Dr. Bell, Miss Olivia's doctor that's been prescribing her meds for her little insomnia problem. In reality, she responded to hypnosis the best, so it was pretty easy to frame her for the crimes. Oh, and Shaggy's safe and sound asleep. Well, he was. This one's probably ending up somewhere towards the middle. Not too much stood out except for the hypnosis angle, which admittedly was kinda cool. But also, the fall story seemed like a bit of a cop-out. Like, who sanctioned this build? A poor unsuspecting parcel delivery person is attacked by this praying mantis thing on Vulture's Claw, and in a frenzy runs the mystery gang off the road. Once they enter the botanical gardens, Shaggy and Scooby see that 7-foot insect right before running into Professor Greer. As he describes the torment he's gone through, they catch an eavesdropper named Clive Dickerman, a real estate agent who wants to buy the gardens from Greer. He's not selling just yet, and warns that the gang should leave as soon as possible. That'll have to wait till morning though, as they're staying the night. Luckily, the exterminator comes by once a month to keep the place bug-free. Oh, maybe they'll come tomorrow. For now, Shaggy and Scooby pull the same gag from What a Shocking Ghost, barely managing to sneak off and find Fred and the girls. They're investigating down in the laboratory, when they're interrupted by this guy's snooping around on the conversation. This is Eric, Professor Greer's assistant. However, Shaggy and Scooby don't make it too far from the mantis, instead getting sent down the chute and into the alligator pit. And oh my god, look how cute this guy is. I want to pet him. Once everyone reconvenes, Eric gets scared off when he hears the creature coming, leaving just the gang to solve this mystery. And they're gonna have to do it without Daphne too, as she gets taken by the mantis. They think they've caught the perp when they catch Clive in the garden, but before they can make any assumptions, he runs off into the bushes, right as the mantis arrives, scaring the gang back into the shed, where Daphne is tied up. Back in the mansion, Scooby and Shaggy capture the mantis monster with the chandelier, unmasking them as Professor Greer, who figured out that the land had oil on it, and was trying to stall until he could finalize the purchase. I gotta admit, usually an episode is pretty easy to suss out the person underneath the mask, but this one fooled me. I thought it was Eric, so the misdirection got me. So I'll give this one a few bonus points, putting it safely in the top half. Immediately, some random guy is getting chased around by Gene Simmons, and oh my god, this animation goes so hard. Someone woke up that day and decided to absolutely slay. The gang are on their way to the recording studio for their friend Jimmy, where he reveals the sheet music Tony frantically wrote before disappearing. Speaking of disappearing, hey Shag and Scoob, you might want to hightail it out of here, since the Phantom's back. 88 keys later, they're in Jimmy's office to find a copy of the sheet music, when their game of cards gets cut short and they're chased out, with the ominous voice of the Phantom playing over the intercom. Not to worry though, it was just a recording playing. Not that Shag and Scoob are too startled, as we get a scene of them indulging on various vending machine snacks before finding a shadowy figure in the dark, and getting kicked out by the security guard. In our final battle, Shaggy makes the sheet music into a paper airplane as he tries to play Keep Wave with the Phantom, sending Scooby flying. This episode has been super goofy and fun to this point, and this just drives it home. And finally it's revealed that Ace Decade was beneath the mask the whole time, and Tony Science tried to warn everyone with the sheet music. All I gotta say is, he got lucky that Ace Decade fits perfectly with the notes. Otherwise, he would have been out of luck. This episode was really good, up until a long and drawn out scene of Scooby eating milkshakes. But it's still fun enough for me to keep it towards the top. The gang take a wrong turn on their way through China, blowing a tire just outside of the Palace of Rampu, where the local legend of the Moon Monster just happens to be. When Shaggy and Scooby try to change the tire, the Moon Monster lends a helping hand, leading to our fearless friends fainting. After meeting the new owner of the palace and all of our potential suspects, they turn in for the night, where of course Shaggy and Scooby get chased around. They aren't the only ones in danger though, as Uncle Chin gets turned into stone right before their eyes, leaving Velma with some suspicions. And as the Moon Monster drifts off in the sandpan, the gang hop in one of their own to find them. Well, just Fred and the girls, who get pulled into a cave with various washed up items. The cave leads right back up to the palace, where Shaggy and Scooby are hiding out after their latest run-in with the monster. They have Kim throw his treasure into the bay, washing up in the monster's cave, and head them off there. This time, Shaggy and Scooby catch the monster on purpose, flinging them high up into the air as the bag of treasure is secured, and the monster is revealed to be Uncle Chin, who is trying to get the fortune out of his nephew. I quite like this one, especially the design of the Moon Monster. Plus, Shag and Scoob end with an all-timer sandwich, so can it really be that bad? During an opera in Venice, this Ezio variant steals an expensive piece of jewelry and makes a gondola getaway. Once the gang arrive to visit their friend Antonio, The ghostly gondolier winds up scaring Shaggy and Scooby off their boat. After a fresh pizza dinner, the gang learns some more of the legend of the gondolier, before heading over to the museum where one of the last two necklaces are, and the ghostly gondolier knows it too, as they try to snatch the chain, eventually resorting to climbing through and chasing them down. Daphne tries to sneak away, but the gondolier grabs her and stuffs her inside of a burlap sack, taking her away on the boat. Getting swept off your feet and having a nice gondola ride through beautiful Venice sounds nice in theory, but in this execution, a quick way to get a restraining order. To their credit, Shaggy and Scooby do try to intervene, but even running away doesn't work, as they just take out the rest of the gang. The gondolier disappears, eventually locking Daphne up in the jail cell. Once the gang recruit the locals they've met, eventually Mario gets attacked and kidnapped, as they assumed he was Antonio. Speaking of Antonio, he's with Shaggy and Scooby, but not for too long, as the gondolier joins the search. On the chase, the gondolier stabs the bottom of their boat trying to sink them, and leaves them to swim ashore. Once the gang rescue Antonio and Daphne, they run out to follow the gondolier, leading to them chasing Shaggy and Scooby, of course. The latter of which flies a gargoyle somehow, crashing into the gondola and the gondolier, revealing it to be Mario, who has been after the Malvolio treasure. This episode is really fun. I love the setting and the premise, and having a gondolier as a villain is really funny to me. Especially when the actual gondolier is chasing them to return their keys. It won't be at the very top, but it certainly is close. Here in Puerto Rico, we see two friends. Oh my god, we got gay representation? They're out walking the streets when they get scared by a conquistador, which probably counts as a hate crime. The gang happen to be there too, and immediately start snooping into police investigations. They find that the local museum has been robbed, and that same conquistador is posted up at the fortress, right where Shaggy and Scooby are. The next day, they agree not to tell the rest of the gang, but Fred and the girls end up finding out more about them while Shaggy and Scoob have some nautical adventures, and they all head back to the fortress. Of course, Shaggy and Scooby draw the short stick, getting stuck with the conquistador ghost. They play leapfrog over the Merlins until they run out, hanging over the edge. The ghost tries to break their block off and make them fall into the water below, right as Fred saves them. But not for long, as they immediately abandon them and go to the old museum, waking up this old man, who, like all old men, is grumpy and kicks them out. It works out though, as they stumble across all the stolen treasure down in the catacombs, and begin to crack the mystery. As local police congratulates them, the ghost makes a run for it, trapping Fred, the girls, and the inspector in the process. Too bad they didn't account for the real heroes, as Shaggy and Scooby definitely 100% catch them on purpose, and they're revealed to be the captain of the ship. I love episodes like this where it kind of touches on historical aspects that were definitely taught wrong in school. Like, when I was little, we were told conquistadors and Christopher Columbus particularly were super cool guys that did nothing wrong. Then you grow up and do a little more research and find out, hey, what? So, older episodes like this kind of take me back to the old way people used to look at these groups. Like, nostalgia for ignorance, in a way. Top half episode, I guess. We're at the penultimate episode, and these two guys are running through the haunted forest of England. They stop to examine a staff right as the owner returns for it. Considering there's no guns here, the next best thing is to just throw the staff at the lads. As the gang tries to help Jimmy before the Wimbledon final, they try and ditch the staff, to no avail, as the warlock continuously returns it, with a menacing note as well. John the Gatekeeper isn't faring well either, as his place gets completely destroyed by the warlock of Anthos. If Jimmy doesn't win the Wimbledon final, he won't be able to pay off the house, and he'll lose everything. During a midnight practice, Jimmy's coach Nick gets kidnapped by the demonic dog and the warlock, leaving the gang no other choice but to start looking for clues. As Shaggy, Scooby, and Velma search a hidden passage, the warlock gives them a warm, dusty welcome. Unfortunately, it's not hypoallergenic, so they head out, taking the waterfall shortcut all the way to Wimbledon, which is probably still better than the M1. During the match, Jimmy keeps seeing the warlock in the stands, even though he's long gone. When he lays out and loses them, Velma gets the last clue she needed, and gives him her glasses. While the rest of the gang enjoy the match, Shag and Scoob enjoy the concessions, at least before the warlock and his hound rudely interrupt. They hide in the lockers like they're playing Outlast, eventually ending up on center court for the doubles match. Jimmy's on match point, but the warlock has one last trick up his sleeve. But they also didn't account for Scooby being flung onto the beast and it taking off, crashing into the tent and allowing Jimmy to win Wimbledon. But that's not all, as Velma uses Jimmy's glasses to find the accomplice in the crowd, as the special lenses show what would normally be invisible makeup. The man under the mask happens to be Nick, and his brother, John the Gatekeeper, was helping him so they could take the house. I actually think the lenses revealing the invisible makeup is a really fun and new idea, as absurd as it would be in this sense. The story is largely whatever, and the warlock isn't super scary either, but the lenses showing him in the crowd is enough to lift it from the bottom by itself. And finally, here we are, the final episode of the series. And the final time Fred's driving leads them straight into danger, as the gang and he wind up in Canada. But instead of finding Bottomless Lake, they instead find the fish monster who grabs Scooby. Now in town, the gang meet with some of the locals and stock up on food for the night of camping, where they meet Julie Johnson, the daughter of the owner of the shop. That night, they're woken up by the beast, and Fred and the girls go to investigate, leaving Shaggy and Scooby to guard the campsite. But more importantly, the picnic basket. As they make a quick midnight snack, they're chased off before they can dig in. Okay, not really. I mean, it's Shag and Scoop we're talking about. They eat this in like 3 bites and then run off. They think they trap it in the cabin, but soon find out about the trapdoor, which Daphne, Fred, and Velma take, once again leaving Shaggy and Scooby behind, who immediately get into it with the beast. This seriously took like 5 seconds. What are we doing here? It chases them out and into the mystery machine, which Shaggy crashes after a couple of feet. Fred and the girls hear them and go to help. Also, they transition from the walk cycle to the run cycle pretty seamlessly, which I thought was pretty cool. The monster slashes their inflatable raft, sending them flying right into the path of the gang, before promptly returning to the bottom of Bottomless Lake. They'll need some scuba gear, so of course Shaggy and Scooby get sent on the fetch quest. And wouldn't you know, they find the beast again. This time they do get the best of them though, by inhaling the compressed air for the tanks. But if you try and find this image of them inflated, you'll get a lot more than you bargained for. Now with the gear, the gang head underwater to find crates with pontoons on each side, and the beast is on the hook for it all. But it's no real fish creature. Instead, it's Julie, who was scaring people away so she could smuggle gold out of the country, with the help of these two goofballs. Thankfully, this will be the final time we see the shtick of Velma explains everything while Scooby does some comically anything but paying attention activity. Bottomless Lake is definitely going towards the bottom. There was just a lot going wrong throughout, and the payoff wasn't nearly great enough. I do like the beast design though, so there's that. Overall, I had a really good time with this series. It's always nice to see where some of the most iconic monsters and villains from the series originated from. It evokes a lot of that classic feel from Where Are You?, which is definitely helped by a good chunk of the episodes just being leftovers from that series. It was definitely a breath of fresh air coming off the new Scooby-Doo movies, but one episode does unfortunately have to be last place.
Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo was a series that had just one season of 16 episodes from late 1979 and just barely breaking into the 80s. There is another series with the exact same name, which definitely isn't confusing at all, but they're technically considered separate, so I'm only going to be looking at these 16 episodes in this one. How have they held up after all these years? Well, in the series premiere, the superhero Blue Scarab breaks into the person who created him's house, threatening him to never make a comic again, or face the consequences. This news is so big that it even makes the paper, as the gang reads about it at the ice cream parlor. Once the gang go to Jerry Sloan's, no, not the legendary basketball coach, they find the mark of the scarab on the wall. Also, Scrappy calls Scooby Unk here, which is like 40 years ahead of its time. As Jerry shows Shaggy and the Doos how he makes his comics, the blue scarab returns and threatens him again, saying he'll turn to a life of crime now. If only there was some quote about living long enough to become the villain. Shaggy uses the next issue of the comic to determine that Blue Scarab will be going to the jewelry store. And wouldn't you know, he's exactly right. As he kicks down the door, he somehow knocks out the guard, and steals some of the precious jewels. Using the comic, and hearing it over the radio, the crime spree doesn't stop there, as Blue Scarab robs a bank before heading over to the museum. As the gang arrive, they tell Scrappy to stay put, since he's just a puppy after all. But little do they know, Blue Scarab hates him just like the average millennial, and tries to squish him with a gargoyle. Luckily, or unluckily, depending on how you feel, Uncle Scooby is there to save him, but unfortunately Blue Scarab gets out with the ruby crown. The last chance to catch Blue Scarab will be at the printing press, which they surprisingly do, only after Shaggy, Scrappy, and Scooby get sent down the conveyor belt. They eventually unmask Blue Scarab to be Howard Kruger, Jerry Sloan's assistant, who was tired of not getting the credit he thought he deserved. For the series premiere, this one was kind of a banger, honestly. I was super impressed with the background paintings, and Blue Scarab's voice effects were pretty good. Plus, Scrappy isn't a total nuisance yet, but let's see if that'll change here. The gang decide to stop at Wonderworld, a robot-powered mystery-themed amusement park.
so Velma can live out her fantasy of solving a crime with Sherlock Holmes. Once they arrive at 221B Baker Street, they learn of the crime spree of the Night Ghoul of London, who has stolen some rare jewels. As Scooby and Shaggy check the area out, they find the guard tied up and locked away, which can only mean one thing, as the Night Ghoul drops down behind them and chases them about the castle, before eventually falling over and into the water below. Luckily, it was just one of the robots, who aren't of any real danger to our meddling kids. Velma solves her mystery in record time, finding the rare jewels underneath the case. But a wrench gets thrown into our plan, as the real Night Ghoul pops out from behind this tapestry, throwing it on everyone so he can take the jewels for real this time. Scrappy puts up the best fight among our heroes, but it's quickly put into the second glass case. Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy give chase, as the Night Ghoul throws various things at them, eventually dropping a chandelier on them. As the gang peruse around robotic London, it's only natural that Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy run into the Night Ghoul once more. But this one's also a short-circuited robot. Mr. Marino apologizes for the inconvenience, and offers the gang a full refund if they want to leave. But Velma won't let herself leave without solving this mystery. And so they set out, with Shaggy and Scooby accidentally splitting up from Scrappy, where they find the crown jewels, and the real Night Ghoul. In a pretty epic battle inside the Tower of Big Ben, they end up winding it back 2 hours, allowing it to ring once more, which causes Sherlock to short-circuit, and gives Velma her final idea. But Shaggy and the Doos already have everything wrapped up, and the Night Ghoul is unveiled to be Mr. Marino, the owner of the park, who nearly got away with it all. I had a lot of fun with this episode, but I always love a nice Sherlock case. It reminds me a lot of the What's New Scooby-Doo Robot Wonderland, which is always nice. I think it's going to wind up above the first episode, for now. Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy are going for a hike when a dangerous police chase passes by, which ends in the crook getting abducted back into their ship. Sufficiently scared, both the cop and our terrified trekkers run off, the latter of which back to the motel where Fred and the girls are. But of course, they go straight back to the scene, where they find glowing handprints all over the abandoned car, and eventually the alien. And I don't know how else to describe this, but they just kinda look like CeeLo Green. Back at the station, we find out that the alien stole over $1 billion worth of radioactive metals. And you know what? I respect the hustle, honestly. But realistically, there's no way they fit everything inside the sedan and got away clean. Mr. Moss returns to see the commotion, but quickly runs off, being replaced by Tessie, who's just passing through, investigating the motel with her Geiger counter. Unfortunately for her, she gets abducted too, along with her mule. When they make it back to the motel, Mr. Moss is gone too, which gives Shaggy and Scooby a great excuse to pack up and leave before they're abducted too. Scrappy isn't as keen, finding this device and doing the only natural thing, pressing the big button. But it just turns on the television, which does give Velma her final clue that she needs, and the gang set up the trap, with our usual suspects as bait. The alien ship lands, and Scrappy runs in without a shred of worry, leaving Shaggy and Scooby no other choice but to run in after him. But before they can leave, the door shuts, trapping them in the saucer. But they were never in any real danger, as the saucer was really just connected to a crane at the construction site, with Tessie controlling everything. The premise of this episode was the best one yet, but the execution of it left a lot to be desired. Tessie's one of the greatest thieves in the Scoobyverse, and this is how she goes out? Sad. Unfortunately, this one's going third place out of 3. The Neon Phantom of the Roller Disco is without a doubt the most 70s title they could have come up with. The gang are in Hollywood and decide to stop for a concert, which is unfortunately interrupted by this bozo in a neon skin suit. And look at the lips on him, Jesus. Instead of going to their movie premiere as intended, they instead decide to go to the roller disco, where they heard the Phantom resides. Unfortunately, it's locked up for the night, and trying to break in naturally sounds the alarm, alerting the neighbor. But once he's gone, Scrappy finds a way in. They aren't alone though, as one of the producers of the show is up late creating a new light show, and his partner Steve Shimmer is there too. While Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy head over to the Chinese theater, Fred and the girls hang back to watch the Sparkles record a new song, and watch as the Neon Phantom attacks. But they're not hanging around for long, as they need even more power, so they head on over to the theater and interrupt Shaggy and the Doos' good time. But before Scrappy can put a real hurt on them, they decide to part ways, running in opposite directions. Back at the disco, the gang find their next clue, a catalog for light dimmers, with something written on the back.
Humo puns eel.
Okay, I'm sorry to break immersion here, but Fred is never beating the himbo allegations. This is clearly an address. At least Velma gets it, and they set up the grand reopening for the disco.
and how nice of them to give the Neon Phantom an invite. But they can't stay for long, as they run straight for the hills. Scooby bravely launches himself up the sign, capturing the Neon Phantom, who of course we all know to be Steve Shimmer. You know, I never really trusted that guy anyways. Anyone in a shiny suit like that? Oh, it's not him? It's the guy from next door to Sparkles that we saw for like 2 seconds? Okay. While the end here kinda comes out of nowhere, and we never really got a solid chase in the episode, it's still kinda fun. But definitely the worst of the 4 so far. It's just a bit boring, the villain design doesn't do it for me, and the reveal isn't overly satisfying. The gang are taking a cruise through the beautiful Florida Keys, and decide to stop in Haiti for a bit, and they really missed an opportunity to hit the zombie aspect of the culture. But I suppose a demon snake is fine too, as they catch wind of the legend from some fellow travelers. In the cold open, we already saw its first attack on the guard. Also, the snake has arms and legs, we just gotta deal with that. Daphne stops at a local market for a souvenir. She's just like me for real. But that just so happens to be an idol for the snake demon, and unfortunately it's cursed. And even worse, the snake demon interrupts midnight snack o'clock, as Shaggy and Scooby board up. No worries though, as Scrappy brings the fight to them, and eventually up onto the deck. It looks like the snake demon's just after Daphne's statue, so just give it to them and you're in the clear. Until Scrappy puts his foot down, and ends up dropping it 20,000 leagues under the sea. Now back in Miami, I suppose they could still go for the zombie aspect, just with completely different lore behind it. The captain and his first mate part, with the captain picking up some supplies, so maybe it's the bath salts we need for the zombie. Either way, the gang don't even walk the city block before the giant reptile tries to attack them, so this is pretty authentically Florida. After a totally relaxing shore leave, they set sail once more, and Shaggy finds out he's on Snake Watch, since he has the lucky key. Yoink. Yeah, some luck. Stuck in the Keys without a key, the only thing they can do is sleep through the night, as they go up through the Gulf and reach New Orleans. But once they do, Velma seems to have cracked this mystery, impersonating a police officer to divert the float this clown drives. But as anyone who loses a best friend knows, this clown turns into a snake. But if they're attacking Shaggy and Scooby, no one's driving this float, and they crash out, revealing tons of stolen silver ingots that they smuggled in from Haiti. After Velma explains everything that led her to this point, she unmasks the snake clown to be the first mate Defarge. And I'll be the first to admit, they got me. I thought it was 100% Miss Audrey. She was fishy from the jump, but I suppose all red herrings are. I genuinely love this episode. They go to some of my favorite places in the US, and the part with Haiti is super fun. And the snake, while not anatomically correct, still has a great design and a great spree of crimes. This one's going all the way to the top, and I'm not sure if it can get knocked off. But we'll see. When driving through some back roads, the gang encounter the Sky Skeleton, a biplane with a giant skeleton painted on it, which, I gotta admit, is pretty badass. And it looks like the gang agree, as they go down to the airfield to check it out, instead being greeted with the skeleton's message. And Amelia Palmer, the second greatest pilot named Amelia after... Wait. The best pilot named Amelia left. Scrappy finds Ed Drake snooping around, and he's incredibly suspicious, and really just kinda ruining the vibe. So he heads out quickly. Eventually they find Daphne's friend Wendy, who's getting ready for the competition tomorrow. Wendy hangs back while the gang investigates, which is a good idea, as they run into Amelia again, who definitely doesn't like Wendy. But it could be worse, they could be Shaggy and the Doos, who run into Phoebe Bridgers, the skeleton, who swings down and grabs Scrappy with his feet, and throws him down onto a propeller, essentially jump-starting the plane. Scrappy's wild ride leaves him crashing into a stack of parachutes, giving the skeleton enough time to enter the tunnel Shaggy and Scooby hid in. But just before they get snatched up by them, Scrappy flips the switch on the machine, which turns out to be a wind tunnel, sending Shaggy and Scooby for a tumble. It was a good idea, in theory, but when Shaggy weighs like 120 soaking wet, and Scooby is the dog, they get flown about like a plastic bag in the wind. They land on a suspended engine, and fall right through the floor into the mine below. While they do some off-camera mining, Fred and the girls get attacked by the Sky Skeleton, and follow them to a hidden airstrip, where they find a skeleton piloting it. What were they expecting to find? Something they didn't expect to find, and honestly neither was I, was that the plane was controlled via this computer, with different flight pattern cards to plug into it. As they head back, the skeleton is right behind them, and their walk cycle looks vaguely gritty-like. When Shaggy and Scooby hide on top of a pole, the skeleton graciously knocks them down and catches them, sending them on a flight almost as dangerous as the average Boeing flight. Oh, maybe just on par actually, as the wing and tail shred off, and they land in a puddle. Back at the airfield, the skeleton is unmasked as Ed Drake, who was illegally mining the oil underneath the airfield. This episode felt very disjointed to me. It was just very point to point. Introduce character, character leaves, rinse and repeat. It would have been way more interesting if the culprit was Wendy, to stop Amelia from winning any more titles. But what do I know? Close to the bottom for sure. We're gonna head on over to Japan for our next episode. And what better way to bridge the gap between American and Japanese society than our shared love for baseball? But just as the Americans are about to close out the series, a giant dragon beast appears on the field, scaring everyone in the stadium out. Good news for the gang though, as they land in Tokyo just in time to catch the croak in the game all at once. But like any American influencer in Japan, they immediately start harassing people and making a mockery of the culture.
Sashimi! Like that must be Japanese for hot dogs!
As the gang begin their investigation, Fred and the girls find the stadium owner in his office, learning of the giant diamond trophies kept since the international series started, since Japan has never lost. Meanwhile, Scooby gets into a little baseball brawl with the dragon, eventually getting thrown into the whirlpool. Scrappy's not much help, but he's just a puppy after all. Somehow they wind up on the field, right as the dragon takes the mound for the first pitch, who makes vague threats towards the gang before disappearing once more. Shaggy just happens to run into Japan's best player, Ken Sumado, or he used to be, before he got kicked off the team by Mr. Husai. But it's probably nothing, so they grab a taxi back to the hotel. But not before the dragon swings down from the top of the stadium onto their ride. Yo, that was cool. While Shaggy and Scooby try to get some shut-eye, the dragon beast knocks at the window. And this might be a top 5 gag in any of the Scooby media.
That's for you.
Okay, Scoob. Like, thanks.
The gang chase them to the old fireworks factory, but it turns out to be kind of a bunch of nothing. I guess that's what makes Velma a bit smarter than I, as she hatches her grand plan to solve this case. Too late, as the dragon beast starts taking some batting practice. Without a bat though. If only someone thought of a video like this. Daphne and Fred capture the beast with a backstop net, and unmask Mr. Husai, who wanted to stop the American team from getting the trophy, where they would likely find out that the diamond was replaced. Doesn't matter though. We never get to see who wins. So I'm choosing to believe that Japan came back to win the series. And now this is canon. We get thrown right into the mix for our next scare with this devil bear, as they rudely interrupt our women in STEM moment, scaring her off as she narrowly avoids the iron claw. Not to fear, as the gang just happened to be touring the Grand Canyon. Also, this park ranger actually has the first recorded BBL in history, so love that for them. The gang meet all of the archaeology team, which includes discount versions of Dolly Parton, George Lucas, and Freddie Mercury. Shaggy and Scooby stop for a quick sandwich break, but after fumbling it, Scooby instead finds the devil bear, and Scrappy causes a cave-in to try and find them, to no avail. But they do find a cave full of old junk this fireman is hoarding. Oh, sorry, not hoarding, antique selling. And business looks booming. Eventually, they get kicked out and turn in for the night. Well, except for Scrappy, who gets up into the devil bear's grill, getting dragged away before he's decimated. The dudes ditch Shaggy to go toe-to-toe with the bear, but just as he's about to become bear bait, the devil bear suddenly vanishes down this ladder. The next day, Scooby tries to help his nephew learn to fish, even though he's doing pretty well for himself, instead having another run-in with the devil bear, eventually finding that the stalagmites aren't naturally generated. The gang split up, with Velma finding the hidden tape recorder, and Shaggy finds the Grand Canyon branch of the US Mint. The only guard on duty is the devil bear, but like any easily swayed by money influencer, gets caught up in this rug pull scandal, and is soon unmasked as the archaeologist Chuck Hunt, who was going to take the treasure he found in the caves. This episode pretty much goes beat for beat with what I picture to be a classic Scooby episode formula to be. And that's fine enough, if even a little dull at times, given we've seen this play out so many times already. It's a pretty mid-tier episode. Not bad, not groundbreaking. In 20,000 Screams Under the Sea, we start with a cold open that kind of evokes the opening terror of Jaws, until you see that the creature kinda looks like John Waters. The attack even makes the local papers, which Velma reads to the rest of the gang. And they get to meet the man of the hour, this Vincent Price knockoff that we saw in the open. Just as the big cliff diving competition begins, they encounter the other half of that exchange, seeing the sea monster down below. Senor Valdez takes Fred and the girls to relive the night he was attacked, as Shaggy finds the natural pearl necklace that the clams make. But before they find the hole in that logic, the sea monster arrives and begins the chase. Though they try a classic bit to buy some time, Scrappy inevitably gets snatched, and Scooby has to save his little nephew. He's just a puppy after all, just in time for their Aqua Uber. and they soon wash up back on the cliff. The gang take the pearl necklace to a jeweler in the middle of the night. And if he's dressed like this, you know he was comically snoring, fully honk-shooing and me-me-meing. They learn that the necklace is an old relic of Spanish royalty, and head back out to sea for the scuba excursion. Just as they dive down, the monster comes up for air, hopping up into the boat. They puncture a hole in the boat, leaving Shaggy and the dogs to fend for themselves on the open water, which goes about as well as you'd expect. Luckily, Senor Valdez was nearby, and delivered them to shore, and as they run to find Harbor Patrol, the sea monster chases them down. They use the boat and the parasail to try and escape, but the sea monster hops up and goes for a spin, eventually getting caught up on these yachts. Taking the mask off the sea monster, they find Tiger Morris, the renowned diver, who tried to keep everyone else from finding the treasure. Again, this reveal comes as no real shock, as all of the clues were there, and there's no way Senor Valdez would do this. He's too much of a sweetie. Overall, this one is slightly better than the last one, so at least we're going in the right direction. The gang take a trip out to San Francisco, visiting the legendary Alcatraz prison, just without any incarcerated inhabitants. But that might not be fully true, as the Lady Vampire of the Bay may roam the grounds. But that's just a myth. Oh, hey Daphne, nice haircut. But before Shaggy and the dogs turn into a vampire vol-au-vent, they run off and catch up with the rest of the tour. Back on the mainland, Daphne's still not feeling so good, so she retires for the night, leaving the rest of the gang to try and vanquish this vampire. But Scrappy soon gets rolled up into this rug, as the vampire flies out the window. As the boys are enjoying a fresh, garlicky pizza, they see who they believe to be Daphne roaming the streets, and go to catch up with her. But, of course, it's the Lady Vampire, who's kinda serving, honestly. She captures Scrappy in this box before going on a terror spree of Chinatown, stealing a rare jewel from the sign. Velma deduces the next target of the vampire, and they head over to the old opera house. And she's nailed it again. The vampire becomes the blueprint for Sia's dreams, jumping to the chandelier to steal the final of the lost jewels. Scrappy's been playing around as a set designer, and uses this experience to get a promotion to a trapper, and the vampire is captured. But Scrappy also tries to become an electrician, allowing the vampire to escape. And all of the tourists start flooding out of the woodworks to investigate, but it's too late to throw Velma off her trail, as she unmasks and then removes the makeup from the older lady, revealing Lefty Callahan, retrieving her stolen jewels. I really enjoyed this episode. Having it seem like Daphne might be in on this one, even though we know she would never, is a really fun twist. Also, the double unmasking in a way was everything. It's going towards the top, maybe even number 1. After a laser light show at the observatory, the security guard sneaks into the main area with a telescope, accidentally spawning in Red Jice on Ozempic, who quickly chases him away, and chases everyone else away apparently. As the gang are coming up the mountain as others evacuate, this top-down angle is completely unnecessary, but is super cool because it reminds me of like the first Grand Theft Auto game. The gang limp the mystery machine with a flat tire up to the conservatory, where they meet up with the astronomer, who's packing up to leave too. The gang sneak in, but quickly get caught by the observatory owner, and are told to leave. Shaggy and the dogs try to change the tire, instead getting captured by the star creature. Shaggy hits them with the first recorded, excuse me, in history, and then puts them in the maid outfit, sending them on the path to starting up their OnlyFans page. Scrappy breaks into Star Laboratories, as Scooby and Shaggy run in after him, instead having a run-in with the star creature, who takes off running up towards the conservatory. After getting blinded by the light show, they try and track the star creature back down, only finding a piece of their costume, which gives Velma the last bit of the puzzle she needs to solve this. Before she can, the star creature returns one last time, hitching a ride on the telescope before their eventual capture, revealing Mr. Greenfield himself. He was spying on the laboratory and leaking all their info, but left just enough breadcrumbs for Velma to thwart his efforts. The concept behind this episode was cool, and the monster design isn't half bad, even if it's pretty inconsistent throughout. Definitely not the best, but still a decent one. We start this next episode in the middle of a horror awards show, and immediately this one's looking towards the top. Look at all these monsters and creatures, how fun. But just as they premiere the newest horror movie, this simultaneously hairy yet balding creature swings down, scaring the crowd out. As all of the cosplayers run out, the gang are just pulling up, and immediately hop on the case. Shaggy and the dogs get into a spat with this Dracula imposter, as Fred and the girls deal with the real shadow creature. Before they can get a mid-investigation snack, Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy find the shadow creature, and suddenly they aren't so hungry anymore. Throughout this episode, the gang have encountered a couple fake monsters, like the Wolfman and the Bride of Frankenstein, but surely they aren't a core part of the story. The gang find a piece of missing film strip, showing the Baddie Awards host in the movie. Also, any British viewers out there, stop laughing. Now with the shadow creature captured, Velma starts her spiel of how she solved this one. And I think I can point out that she sounds super off in this episode. Like her voice actor had a cold or something. It's been super distracting. But under the mask is of course Brandon Davies, who was caught on film robbing the stamp store of their prized possessions. Okay, so I might have said this episode was towards the top because of the monsters, but genuinely nothing happened the entire time. I was super disappointed. It's not dead last, but it's pretty close. So this episode's title is Rocky Mountain Yee? I have no idea which one to go with, so you're getting all of them. Rocky Mountain Yee? Rocky Mountain Yee. Rocky Mountain Yeah! Rocky Mountain Yeah. Alright, great start. Let's see what it's about. A couple of skiers take to the Rocky Mountains, when they encounter the ghost of Jeremiah Pratt, who scares them down the mountain. Before the gang can even check into their lodge, they get told to leave for their own safety. Once they put their luggage away, it's straight to crime solving. But so far it's Mountain Man 1, the gang 0, as he stomps on the roof, causing them to get snowed in. Shaggy and Scooby aren't going to let some ghost ruin their ski trip, but what will ruin it is accidentally not going down the bunny slope, hitting the double black diamond super danger slope instead. Eventually, they run into Jeremiah Pratt on the slopes, and turn into a giant snowball and pick him up. And this reference might go over like 99% of you, but there was a Jackass PS2 game that had a level exactly like this, and it ruled. Pratt chases Shaggy and the dogs into the cave, but just as soon as they give him the slip, the rest of the gang head back where they just came from. Good timing for them, bad for the boys, as the ghost goes back to the cabin and scares them up the ski lift. But before they reach their stop, Jeremiah shakes them off and into the snow below. After Jeremiah joins them in the sauna, thankfully fully clothed, Velma gets her final plan, and of course Shaggy and Scooby are made to be the bait. But just before Jeremiah is captured, Scrappy attacks him and knocks him out of the way. But a real avalanche rolls through and somehow doesn't hurt anyone, just catches Jeremiah Pratt. Or should I say, Will Henry Pratt, his great-great-grandson, who was looking for his treasure. It's another fine episode, fairly straightforward like most of these. Nothing here puts it too high up, nothing drops it too far down. The mystery gang head out to Atlantic City, which is basically like the East Coast version of Las Vegas, which is basically just Biloxi, Mississippi, in the middle of the desert. Scooby and Shaggy get brought up on stage to help a magician during his show, when the ghost of his mentor interrupts the whole thing. Now with the show cancelled, they can return the pearl to its safe place. Too bad it's been stolen, so of course it's time to start investigating. Shaggy and Scooby start at the taffy stand, which shows how far ahead they think, as they run into the wizard ghost. A couple more magic gags later, and a couple more quick chases later, they eventually lose the ghost. In trying to avoid the ghost, they head on up to the production booth, where Scooby hits a button to reveal the ghost. That means the ghost has been nothing but a projection, and now they can finally capture him. Scrappy once again ruins the original plan, but luckily Shaggy and Scooby are kings of improv, and eventually they capture the ghost magician. But the pearl was a fake. It always had been. And the only one who would have been able to switch it was Morgan the magician. He switched the pearl and nearly got away with it, if it weren't for these meddling kids. Overall, it's a fine episode, but pretty forgettable in the grand scheme. So it's going somewhere in the middle. The penultimate episode begins with a town of people fleeing just before the sun goes down, and the Minotaur comes out of their enclosure. And oh my god, look how this mule turns slowly around. This had me dying while I was watching. The gang arrive on the island of Halo soon after, and after seeing the Minotaur tourist attraction, get abandoned by their boat captain. The start of the investigation leads us to one of the finest jokes in the series.
Who's there?
Scooby!
Scooby who?
Scooby-Doo!
They meet Nick Pappas, who tells the gang of the Minotaur's temple, which is the perfect place to start looking for some clues. Also, Nick is probably the coolest dressed person in the series. Look at him. They find the Minotaur's throne, but they don't take kindly to people stealing their silver coin, so they attack Shaggy and Scooby. Scrappy sets up a patent-pending Scrappy trap, but Petros just can't catch a break, as he loses his sack of olives for a second time. Back at the taverna, Shaggy covers the bill for everyone, but the Minotaur insists his money is no good here, and chases them out. Shaggy and the Deuce sit on the boat with the olive shipments, when the Minotaur attacks them one last time. But everyone knows bulls can't stand the color red, and Scooby hits a quick "Olé!" and the Minotaur is waterlogged. It's revealed that the Minotaur is... Nick Pappas? No! It can't be! I knew his fashion sense was too immaculate to be a red herring. He was stealing treasures and keeping them in the olive barrels to send out to England. And he would have been in the clear if he didn't lose a piece of his belt. I enjoyed this one a lot more than some of the recent episodes. It had a fun plot with some good mythology lore, which will always give it a boost overall. Up near the top of the list for sure. And here we are, the series finale. We've seen the gang travel to some of the most beautiful places in the world. So what better place to end it than the concrete jungle of New York City? Which is apparently Scrappy's old stomping ground. So that's fun. We meet some of Scrappy's friends, and they're just about what you'd expect. These two goons are eavesdropping on their conversation, and it seems like they're in the market for a new dog. And all they had to do was wait for Scooby to be distracted as he walks right into their van, and they peel out. Shaggy hops in to save his buddy, but he winds up locked in the building the villains took them to. Meanwhile, Scrappy and these goofballs make their way through the city to try and find them, using the classic trenchcoat method to try and get through the subway turnstiles. Somehow, they wind up at the exact right address, and break in to try and break them out. Just as they find their escape, they fall right back into the back of the truck, and get driven down to the docks, where they're loaded onto a ship. Scrappy and the gang hitch a ride over, and meet back up with our kidnapped kings. Shaggy and Scooby are competent enough in this one to escape a few times, only for Scrappy and his buddies to knock them back to square one, and by the time they finally break out, they wind up capturing the crooks. I absolutely did not like this one. Daphne, Fred, and Velma are completely absent. Scrappy and his buddies only serve as comic relief to mess up the progress, and it's just not that fun. But at least this is the last time we'll follow this formula. Surely the next couple of series don't completely run with this idea. Bottom of the list. And seemingly just as quick as it was started, the series ends there. But of course, like I said at the start, they basically relaunched it the following year with a bit of a new format. After the introduction of Scrappy-Doo reinvigorated some intrigue into the Scooby-Doo franchise, the production team went back to the drawing board after the quick cancellation of Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo. And they took all the worst parts of the series and made 3 more seasons of it. And if that weren't bad enough, each episode has 3 mysteries in them, so surely nothing can go wrong with this. Well, to start off our series, Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy are having a nice little camping trip when Shaggy gets abducted by these adorable little aliens. Also, Scrappy's got a new voice, and it's, shrill? Grating? Bad? But that's neither here nor there, and so are the rescue team. Neither at the camp nor there on Earth, as the aliens take off into space. We get some of our classic Scooby antics with doorways before Shaggy finally wakes up. Scooby tries to fly them home, and there's some pretty good space gags, before finally landing back on Earth. And just like that, episode's over, and they all go back to sleep. It's a cute little episode. I kinda just want to use the aliens as hacky sacks, but the episode's fine enough. But I don't know how well this will hold up after 99 episodes. Shaggy and the Doos are trapped out in the rain with a flat tire, and run into Vlad's house for some help. Okay, I guess his name is Sylvester, but either way. He opens his kitchen up to the 3, so he might as well file for bankruptcy now. But as they search the halls for Scrappy, Sylvester continuously tries to get them, comically failing each time. Also, the vampire checks his hair in the mirror, which is genuinely one of the funniest things in the series. But Shaggy sees, or doesn't see, the reflection, and uses some overproof donuts as tires for the mystery machine, and they hightail it out of there. This episode's a lot of fun. I almost wish it was stretched into a full half hour, and it's definitely better than the previous. The boys are in Chinatown during a parade, and it doesn't have any of the sauce that a similar event from Scooby-Doo Where Are You has, but that's okay. Especially since the boys take a job as night watchmen, with the bonus of all the food they can eat. Not even 2 minutes on the job, and they're already messing it up, as Scooby gets fortune cookied, delivering this funny message. As they're settling in for their buffet, someone hits the lights and scares them out, so they can steal the safe. But Scrappy comes in to save the day, lassoing the burglar with a chow mein noodle, which admittedly is a pretty fun bit. You know, after the first one, I was kinda dreading this, but these are pretty fun. Surely it doesn't completely go off the rails. Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy get caught in a sandstorm. And if you think it's Darude that I keep forgetting Fred and the girls, no. The entire show forgot them, which really sucks. But once Shaggy and the dogs find the sanctuary inside of the palace, they soon find that it's not as deserted as they thought. The sinister Sultan starts a food fight, and then locks them up, turning into a magic carpet to capture them. He's about to turn them into monkeys because he needs a couple of buddies, but Shaggy uses Reflect, and now the sinister Sultan turns into a simian Sultan, giving the boys freedom to leave.
It's a pretty weak episode if we're being honest, but bonus points because there's a monkey in it. The scaredy cats and dogs are riding a camel through the snowy mountains, when they eventually come across a sanctuary of cats, run by this half-cat, half-human atrocity beyond mortal comprehension. They immediately take off running, straight into the Fountain of Youth. Or, Fountain of Shrinking? The Siamese cat chases them up the tree, and this part reminds me of the game It Takes Two so much. I love it. They fly off in a paper airplane to ditch the Catman, who soon meets the same fate as them, and shrinks down to a little mousy boy. I'd say the best part of these is that they're super digestible. It's like 6 minutes of high-octane Scooby, even if the story is paper thin. Shaggy and the dogs accidentally board a ship when they're promised a new restaurant, and find themselves out in the middle of the sea. One of the ship's crew is on the hunt for stowaways, which happens to be both their current occupation and the title of the episode. While Shaggy and Scooby understand the jeopardy they're in, Scrappy just keeps on fishing, reeling in a big ol' shark. To try and escape, they steal one of the boats and try and row away, but that pesky shark sinks them. Feeling a bit guilty, the shark does pull them back to shore, and away from that silly ship. I didn't really enjoy this one. If Shaggy was more mature, he could have just explained the mix-up, and maybe they would have let him steer the ship or something cool. Right after their seafaring adventure, the boys are back lost in the desert, looking for salvation in the form of a concession stand, which turns out to be nothing more than an oasis mirage. Scrappy wanders into an ancient pyramid, forcing Shaggy and Scooby to head in after him, encountering the mummy that wanders these halls. But surprisingly, Scrappy takes matters into his own hands, unraveling the mummy, and the trio head out just as these disembodied footprints creep towards them. I like what this does for Scrappy's arc. It gives him a nice little win for his ego, plus the Egyptian setting will always go hard. It's time for a classic beach day episode, except they're up on this cliff, and the only way down to the beach is via hang glider. And I promise you, give these three any normal task, and 10 seconds later all hell breaks loose, as they fly directly into an ocean whirlwind, which propels them through the city and eventually onto the wing of an airplane. They eventually come across the villain, the Vulture, who destroys their glider just perfectly to have them land on the beach below. There's genuinely not too much to say about this one. It's pretty much a nothing burger. The gag of them walking on the plane wing is fun, at least. The boys took a wrong turn coming up from the Arabian Peninsula, winding up somewhere in the snow. Okay, not really. They're at a movie studio. And wander onto the set, where the director has the super tough job of sitting on their ass all day. Just their luck though, as they find themselves on a monster movie set, getting picked up by Big Monkey. We go through a couple more movie ideas, but they manage to mess everything up each time, so they get relegated to janitor duty. Hey, we all gotta start somewhere. This one's a fun little episode, seeing the director grow frustrated with them, but important to note, not yelling at them, is funny, and it's just a wholesome episode overall. In Scooby's Three Dingling Circus, and please be careful when you search that one up, the boys visit the circus, or should I say, get a job at the circus. And the benefits are pretty good. They get all the free food they want as concession people. Okay, they're stealing, but I'm all for stealing from the man. But in trying to get away, they sneak into the lion enclosure, and then up onto the tightrope. And oh my goodness, look how adorable their little clown costumes are. They're so good, in fact, that they get a real job as an act in the show. Real jobs scare them more than monsters do. And they run off into the night, sure to encounter more baddies. I can already tell that this is turning into a broken record quickly, but this one was super fun, and the designs were very cute. Scrappy, being the renowned fisher dog that he is deep sea fishing for swordfish, when a storm rolls through and shipwrecks the trio onto a deserted island. And if there was ever a season of Survivor with Scooby-Doo characters, I'd be all over it. Instead of worrying about Jeff Probst, they only have to worry about this caveman-looking guy, some real dinosaurs, and revisionist history that says that they were the real founders of America. They accidentally reinvent the wheel, and then set sail once more to find land. Don't let the conquistador hit you on the way out. We're actually on the beach in the next episode, as Scrappy encounters a real-life pirate, who immediately just steals him. And how rude. He's just a puppy. To save their boy, Shaggy and Scooby swim out onto the Jolly Roger for a rescue mission, instead finding an adorable little piggy. While Scrappy gets put in a safe place for now, the grown-ups get to hash things out in true grown-up fashion. Bowling. And like any Pink Slips game, the pirate rightfully gives up his ship, and now it's a full-blown mutiny. I kinda like this episode. The rescue mission was super fun, and Scrappy eating apples with the pig was super cute. The boys are lounging on the Mexican beach, when Scrappy brings them some fresh tamales, cause he's a sweet boy. Not his fault they can't take the heat. Also, this ain't the beach. They camped right in the center of a bullfighting ring, and Scrappy is hellbent on boxing this bull. This matchup would be like Johnny Knoxville fighting Butterbean. Oh, that one happened. After some more hijinks, Scrappy tames the bull and the trio hightail it out of there. As you can tell, I had very little to say about this one. Not too much happened of note. It's a very slapsticky Looney Tunes type episode, but it's fine enough. Okay, Scrappy is genuinely me when I go out on any type of trip. I'm always looking out the window and I don't want to miss a thing. But once the train stops, they find themselves stranded in a ghost town. No, really, it's a town of ghosts. And Scooby generally gets the brunt of their hijinks, as he gets scared multiple times before getting glue and feather pranked, hosed, and treasure chested back onto the train. I actually feel bad for Scooby here. He's genuinely mortified, and the ghosts never let up. Scrappy drags the boys out into the jungle for some butterfly hunting, instead catching the king of said jungle. In a panic, they run off, and Scooby gets flattened, leading to the obligatory inflation segment. They come across Mazra of the jungle, who's not nearly as hot as Brendan Fraser, and who also tries to kill them with his various animals. They escape, barely, but head right over the waterfall into the pool below, but live to see their next mystery. I don't really care about George of the Jungle or Tarzan, so this one didn't really jive with me. The British explorers were kind of funny though. Definitely on the lower end of the Scooby spectrum. We're at a good old-fashioned carnival for our next episode, which has all of the typical carnival antics, including sideshow acts, scams, and funny mirrors. And oh my god, look at Stubby Shaggy. The strongman chases them into the House of Mirrors, which actually looks kind of fun, but of course the scaredy cats run right through. Once again, this episode just feels like it kind of exists. Nothing about it was pertinent to the Scooby lore, except Stubby Shaggy. That should probably have its own wiki page. Okay, so this series isn't the peak of character designs, but oh my god, this witch and her weird stew demon are so ugly, I can't stand them. The Steam Demon, also known as Steamin', steals Shaggy's coin and lures the trio into the witch's hut so she can use them as her fresh ingredients. She turns Shaggy into a frog, which is almost as uncanny as Jimmy Neutron Hamster, but then some friendly fire turns her and her demon into frogs as well, as the boys ride off into the swampy sunset. Scooby wrecks his bike when he's distracted by a bagpipe player, and gets turned into a bagpipe himself. Somehow. I'm not really going to worry about the logistics of the series anymore. They think they entered their hotel, but really just turned into the average Americans abroad and ruined this night's night. They try to chase him out, getting splatted with an apple before jumping into the moat below, eventually drowning. Okay, no, he's fine. But the boys get just enough time to pedal off to safety, and I was 100% thinking that this would be another paranormal type episode, and then I saw this bozo underneath the suit, and it kinda ruined it for me. Shaggy and the boys get themselves into a lot of trouble in the series, and I doubt that's gonna end anytime soon. The boys turn to blokes in Wax World, sneaking into the English Wax Museum on accident when Shaggy loses his money, and get chased around by this Dracula-looking goofball, who's trying to turn them into his latest addition for his collection. Just as he's about to cut them loose into the wax vat below, oh my god, Scrappy kills him. And then he gloats about it?
I double dipped him for good measure.
Hey, Scrappy buddy, that's a bit far. As Shaggy begins reading the Doos their bedtime story, Alice in Wonderland, Scooby's half-conscious dream puts him in Alice's shoes. And you know what? It's a super fun rendition of the classic story. It's pretty much exactly what you'd expect from it, but it's a good enough time all things considered. But Scooby's fever dream is cut short when he wakes up after falling off the bed. And this is another one of those episodes where I'd love to see it stretched into a full-length one. Alright, everyone wish Scrappy a happy birthday immediately. Shag and Scoob treat him to a nice picnic, and he's such a sweetie.
Boy, oh boy, this is the best birthday present I've ever had.
We get an absolutely bizarre flashback sequence where Scrappy is born and immediately beats up the doctor. And one of the nurses beats up Shaggy and Scooby for accidentally running into them. And we see them all casted up in the hospital, so canonically they got their ass beat. But they do give Scrappy his cake, and it's a cute little episode with some Scrappy lore. So not the worst thing ever. While Shaggy and the boys are enjoying a nice luau, the lava monster emerges from the volcano and starts causing a ruckus. And because we all know causing a scene at a restaurant works so well, they get seated right away. I guess the food wasn't to their liking though, as they slam the table and pick the chase back up. But just like Gordon Ramsay on Kitchen Nightmares, the lava monster starts sorting through the food in the freezer. And it must all be rotten, as they throw it all at Shaggy and Scooby, and Scrappy sends them over the balcony into the sea below. As if that weren't bad enough, Scrappy picks them up and throws them into lava? Scrappy, you can't just keep killing people in these episodes. Scooby-Doo is a lover boy at heart, and during his vacation to the Swiss Alps, meets another dog who he's head over heels for. Too bad he's got competition, and of course the bulldog is the super buff macho skis-ball. He skates circles around Scooby, quite literally, and sends him under the ice. Scrappy saves his uncle, and the trio get to enjoy their ski trip, just until the bulldog tries to kill them again. I mean, it's not Scooby's fault that she likes him, maybe just step your game up? But after he saves her from a bear attack, she's all ready to get married, and only one thing scares Scooby more than monsters: commitment. The boys head up to the last frontier to try and find some gold, but it doesn't pan out quite as they planned, as they dig up some kind of prehistoric saber-toothed creature instead. Just when they lose the creature, Scrappy smacks them with a snowball, and immediately gets eaten. But as we all know, Scrappy was found dead in Miami, so he pries the jaws open and creates a new popsicle flavor for the boys. Once again, this is just kind of a fine episode. Nothing spectacular or really noteworthy happening. One Scooby pizza coming right up! The boys are driving through Italy when they go into the Colosseum, where they find themselves in the middle of the show. And you know what? That's what they get for just walking in there. They make quick work of the lion, but then the gladiator steps in to clean up. He's no Russell Crowe, but he's good enough. His armor setup is certainly questionable, but it's kind of a sleigh, I fear. They use the hottest doggest gambit to give him the slip, and after a couple head-on collisions with chariots, he's flung into the stands and... oh, okay. You know, the armor situation makes a bit more sense now. The boys give them some privacy, and drive off into the Italian countryside. I felt like the stakes were there in this episode, until it's either all in Lehed or some type of time portal situation. Either way, it's still a good one. While on a camping trip in the bayou, the boys stop to fish for dinner, catching this giant reptile creature, so it's safe to assume we're somewhere in Florida. They decide to paddle out, but Scrappy's not leaving without dinner, trying to lasso the beast himself, instead wrangling up the log, and this causes a comedy of errors. And now they're trapped in the bog with no boat, and gator creatures lurking. They've worked up quite the appetite, and head onto this boat and into the galley, where they find a can of cream broccoli, and use the built-in can opener to get it open. And this might be the best gag in the series. As the creature tries to hunt them down, they find the Soggy Bottom Boys, who finally get rid of the creature after the classic water wheel treadmill. While I wish this was a full episode, this was still a super fun time, and felt like a lot actually happened. Okay, immediately, I have a bone to pick with Scooby Gumbo. Why did Shaggy say New Orleans like that?
Like authentic New Orleans seafood.
But they do have a good bit to get served some food, so it cancels out, I guess. But when the chef finds out that he was duped, his ego gets bruised and he goes on a tirade throughout the city during the parade, using a combination of brawn and brass to hurt the dogs, chasing them back into his kitchen. Before he can make his Scooby cordon bleu, Scrappy whips up a special pastry dough, which is good enough to earn all 3 jobs as pastry chefs at the Bear. I know this series so far has been needing significant leaps in logic, but this one just does not make any sense. Do any of these make sense? Is Scrappy slowly becoming a mind virus? Find out more in like 3 seconds. While visiting a NASA launch, Scooby accidentally gets loaded onto the shuttle, and when Shaggy and Scrappy go to rescue him, get locked in there and launched with them. Hold on, let me check some dates real quick. Oh. It's with a very heavy heart that I report that Norval Rogers, Scoobert Doo, and Scrappy Cornelius Doo were lost in the wreckage. It's a sad day for Coolsville, a sad day for the United States, and a sad day across the world. The rest of the episode is the trio on Mars as the rover goes haywire, and the geniuses back on Earth provide next to no help for them, but eventually they land safely back on the ground. The boys hit the gym over at Muscle Beach, running into the classic cartoon bully, the Bulldog, who turns into their personal trainer for the day. But like most roid rage guys at the gym, his temper is pretty short, and resorts to trying to kill Scooby. He locks him in the steam room, which shrinks him down to Scrappy size. The bully throws Scooby into the pool and tries to scare him with a fake shark fin, but joke's on him, as the real shark somehow just has access to the indoor pool, and chases him down looking for his pre-workout. I really don't get why bulldogs are always the bad ones in cartoons. I mean, look at them. Shaggy gets to visit his heritage in Austria, and gets a tour of the castle from caretaker Adolf. An Austrian named Adolf, huh? What I did not see coming was Shaggy turning into a werewolf, way ahead of his transformation into the reluctant werewolf. It seems as though only the full moonlight works on the amulet, and we see him turn back and forth as the clouds obscure the light. Eventually Scrappy captures him, and he loses the amulet, throwing it onto Adolf before he hightails it out, leaving him in a constant state of werewolfification. Unfortunately, werewolves are banned in Austria, but I hear Argentina's nice this time of year. The boys somehow get clearance to an active military base. And where else would they start their tour other than the mess hall? But that line is way too long, so they sneak in through the back, and somewhere along the lines get promised a brand new Dodge Challenger, and get signed up to serve. Shaggy and Scooby go through boot camp, while Scrappy does the smart thing and just doesn't. The boys do a little crash course in skydiving, but it seems to be a full moon today, as they get their last laugh over the general. This one makes the US military seem very silly, so it's a pretty good episode all things considered. The boys wander into Bad Carl's cavern for a picnic, which is a pretty sweet idea, not gonna lie. But it's a bit less sweet when the Reggie Rocks start eating their food. The chase begins, leading our hungry heroes to fall off a cliff and down the slide from Mario 64. As if the stalagmites weren't bad enough, now they have kaiju-sized bats to deal with. But everyone knows Crobat is a water type, and they help take out the sinister sediment. This is a super fun episode, with kind of a two-villain setup, but one is more like enemies to lovers. Plus, they keep the monsters as pets, so that's kinda cute. Oh boy, a Wizard of Oz parody. Cool. Scooby trips and hits his head, and with a grade 3 concussion, believes he's now in the land of Oz. So, still the least brain-damaged NFL player. Wait, no, Scooby, don't fall asleep, you'll die! When they wake up, they find themselves trapped in the witch's castle. But Scrappy's handy bucket of water makes quick work of her, and as they hitch a hot air balloon ride back, Scooby falls out of the basket and wakes up back in his normal body. You know, for being a parody episode, it's actually not that bad. I love their designs, especially Scrappy. Look at him. Oh, that's who was in Paris. The boys fall down into the Paris catacombs, where some shadowy figure immediately tries to kill them. So this is basically as above, so below. Actually, that comparison works a lot better now that we see the sewer dweller. Of course playing the organ, because why not? When they escape, they find themselves in a theater, which leads to gag after gag after gag. It felt like watching YouTube Kids brain rot content, but kind of good. It felt like a classic episode, with the new goofy flair of this series. Perfectly ended with this Looney Tunes-esque ending. If I had a nickel for every episode of Scooby-Doo where they go to a Wild West theme park run by robots, I'd have 2 nickels. But it's weird that it happened twice. The park is run by this guy who's absolutely not dressed in period-accurate attire, who reprograms his robot to track down the boys. But after a series of slip-ups, the boys eventually lose the bot and the master, with Scrappy looting the remote control, which he uses to turn the robot into some sort of man-made horror beyond comprehension. Is this an SCP? It probably could be. Somehow, the boys get contracted by the government to complete a secret mission, delivering a parcel from the Golden Gate Bridge to Alcatraz, but have to deal with Agent 47 along the way. As they try to deliver the goods, he makes various attempts to steal the package, all eventually failing, and he is soon locked into one of the most likely haunted cells. Look, I'm a simple person. Put your episode onto Alcatraz, and it's automatically way better. Not quite top tier though. While attending a live showing of their favorite show, That's Impossible, an alien descends on Earth and creates a clone of Earth's finest 3 specimens: Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy. When the alien clones hit the big stage, they plan to take over the Earth, but have to get through the first line of defense, a plant that knows karate. The main alien realizes the clones have the IQ of the Peapods they spawned from, takes a piano to the dome, and hits the road to find a less hostile planet. I kinda like this plot. It would have been super fun to see this as a full episode with more time to breathe. But as is, not a bad one at all. The boys make their way over to India to visit the Taj Mahal, and surely they won't completely disgrace the statue of a Hindu goddess. Oh right, it's like 1981. Oh wow, it keeps getting worse. During the chase, the palace guard uses an elephant to capture Scooby, and Scrappy uses the classic pepper trick to make it sneeze, which admittedly is pretty fun. The chase ends in an ancient ruins area that hadn't been discovered yet, and the guard's tone changes on a dime. So this episode aged incredibly poorly, but had some good gags in there. Is that enough to save it from the bottom of the list though? Well, we'll see. Taking a break from their worldwide tour, the boys stop at a truck stop diner for some food. As Scooby tries to get some ketchup, he flings it onto this guy's ice cream, who quickly turns him into a pretzel. They decide this guy's a bit unhinged, and run off. But he also just so happens to have the exact same make, model, and paint job of the Mystery Machine, and the boys take off in his ride. Also, in the chase, there's some dialogue that made me laugh the hardest in the series.
Oh, shut up, Wilbur.
That's a big 10-4.
Honestly, these poor guys just wanted to enjoy their meal. Then this trio of knuckleheads had to come along the way with their comedy of errors. But this one was genuinely super funny. It's going way up towards the top. New season, new art. Immediately, it's a lot more vibrant and kind of oversaturated, so kind of fits the current YouTube meta. Too bad the audio quality doesn't match. The boys are watching a showing of Pinocchio when Scooby runs into this old man. But surely that'll have nothing to do with the story. The more Scooby lies, the more his nose grows, and eventually the trio are turned into donkeys. But all of this occurs because Scooby fell asleep. And you know what? It's a Pinocchio showing, I don't blame him. But this episode looks way better, so it gets me excited for the rest of the series. These boys love fishing. But once a storm rolls through, they seek refuge in this abandoned lighthouse. Unfortunately, this is like the St. Augustine lighthouse, in that it's incredibly haunted. They board the ghost ship and walk the plank, diving into the floorboards. The ghost turns into a real chicken though, constantly running from the various disguises the boys use to scare him. But once Scooby turns himself into a giant shadow puppet, that's the final straw that drives the lighthouse creeper away for good. By all accounts, this seems like a real ghost situation, which is pretty cool, but not at all frightening. The boys go to meet Grandpa Scooby, who's a great host to them, offering them fresh biscuits. Well, offering Scrappy biscuits. Oh, and he's got a butler. Ooh, how nice. Oh. At first, I thought this was going to be a completely invisible villain. But it's even better. We get the classic sheet ghost. But under that sheet is the ghost of Great-Grandpa Scooby, a Civil War hero. He was a Union soldier, right? Right? While on a cruise ship somewhere in the Caribbean, the boys get caught up in a storm and swept out to sea, taking a whirlpool elevator down to the lost city of Atlantis. They find the last living guard of the ruins, this red-headed centaur, who chases them around the city, only taking a brief pause to chat up this scintillating centaurus. This gives Scrappy the opportunity to trap him in the pillars of the underwater justice system, and the boys hitch a ride back to the safety of their ship. A totally, completely normal ship. A wizard kidnaps the boys so they can try and pry the sword from the stone. And I feel like every Scooby iteration has a King Arthur episode. It's bizarre. But this wizard's not letting our protagonist leave so easily, using his magic to animate the knight's armor and a skeleton, both of which fail to do anything. But when Scrappy becomes the chosen one, he kneels to the most powerful being the world has ever seen, and the boys are finally allowed to leave the castle. Somehow being given clearance to clean a NASA space shuttle, the boys start their first day on the job, and everything goes to plan with nothing bad happening at all. Come on, you know everything goes wrong. They accidentally launch the shuttle into outer space, through the Milky Way galaxy, and arrive at some sort of alien base. The main alien teleports onto the shuttle, using their laser vision to attack the intruders, but inevitably gets sent out into space, where no one can hear you scream. The boys land back on Earth, somehow, and also somehow don't get immediately arrested, so everything works out in the end. Scrappy tries again to whip these boys into shape, taking them to Al's gym for the first session, but when they get left in the steam chamber for too long... Oh no. Baby Shaggy and Baby Scooby? Now Scrappy has to play single parent to two twins from hell, trying to play keep up with the pair. But this accidentally leads to a child pageant show, and as the host is about to award them the win, they finally turn back to normal. Questionable behaviors going on here all around. But Scrappy is awarded the trophy for being so brave, so it's a pretty good episode. Ooh, we're in China now. Surely there won't be any harmful depictions of Chinese people and their culture, right? Ah man, maybe next time. The boys wander into a temple when Scooby crashes and rolls into it, and they find a dragon statue below. Also, this dragon seems like the prototype for the dragon from Ghoul School. It chases Shaggy and the Doos around the temple trying to torch them, but that flame burns out when they use a fire hose on the dragon. But the dragon seems kinda fine with it? In the end, they end up chauffeuring the boys around the Great Wall. And this concludes another meh episode. While backpacking through Ireland, Scrappy sets up a trap to catch a leprechaun, and it eventually works. It's not the Warwick Davis one, which is disappointing, but it is legally bound to reveal the pot of gold, so the boys head over to an old castle that night. Unfortunately, that castle is the home of the leprechaun, who pulls plenty of silly pranks on them. But once they find the right door, and take the rainbow bridge over to the gold, the leprechaun reveals that wasn't the gold after all, and disappears into the night. I feel like they could have done a bit more with the leprechaun premise, but overall, it's not a terrible episode. Scrappy wants to see a magic show by the marvelous Marvo the Magician, but the boys have absolutely no money for that. But they're in luck, as they get jobs as theater techs for free tickets to the show. If only it were that easy though, as they get to see all of the magician's tricks behind the scenes. Once they find the magic cape that turns things invisible, or makes them disappear, they throw it up for the magician, and now Shaggy has to step in, with his gorgeous assistant. Marvo is just about to use his ult, but is interrupted by a standing ovation from the crowd, and the boys hit the road before they get sawed in half. The boys are on their way to the theater again, when they wander into Madame Olga's House of Mystery, where Olga is cooking up a mean stew, but is out of fresh puppy tails for the recipe. Luckily for her, there's one ripe for the taking, if only she was remotely competent in doing so. But she sends her pet raven after them, and gets duped multiple times by her own props, so she won't be able to make her beauty potion now. Also, her raven reads her to filth with this note, so that's really good. The boys are having a nice museum day, learning a lot about history while surrounded by these wax sculptures. But when they get locked in the museum on accident, we get to see a bunch of dream sequences from the boys, including Shaggy and the tale of Ben Franklin and electricity, Scrappy versus the legendary pilot Red Baron, and Scooby's battle with a giant T-Rex. Perhaps the dreams were a little more real than we know, as the guard comes back to find them in the morning, with Scooby up in the dinosaur's mouth. To start, this title reminds me of the era of South Park where every episode had 2000 in the title. I think it's the start of Season 4 specifically, but that's for a later video. In this one, the boys are tasked with washing a giant clock face, and I have to show you this move from Scooby. This caused such a visceral, disgusted feeling in me. I have no idea why, it just weirded me out, so you gotta see it too. But turning the clock forward sends them way into the future, the year 2000. They get turned into a good looking sandwich, which turns into the average DeviantArt aftermath. This wind-up ape toy begins chasing them around, and eventually they reverse the time travel process, and wind up back in present day. I like the concept of this one a lot actually. I feel like it would suit even one of the direct-to-video movies pretty well, and as an episode, it's definitely one of the best ones so far. It's a classic Battle of the Bands event, a bunch of prospective rock stars looking to show their talents to a crowd of people, aliens included. But this alien looks a bit familiar. I can't quite place my finger on it. I'm sure it'll come to me eventually. This plutonic Scrappy uses various lasers to try and take Earthly Scrappy, animating a few props around the studio, an electric guitar included, which ends in the trophy going to everyone's favorite band, Scooby and the Scraps. Next, they'll take on Eurovision. Oh, that one got cancelled? The Dutch did what? Another day, another dollar for the boys, who get secretary jobs at the Witchfield Science Tower, where the head scientist completes his life goal of becoming a werewolf. They get treated about as well as the average intern, getting chased around the building and physically assaulted by their superior. Just when they think they've lost him, Scrappy gets zapped by the machine, and is now a were-Scrappy. And with this added strength, throws the scientist back into the machine, reverting him back into being a mere mortal. But Scrappy forever stays a were-dog, adding to his already insurmountable power. Up on a high-rise in progress, the boys start their next line of work, construction workers, and the foreman is a real bloodsucker. He might have hired the worst possible people for the job, as they incorrectly install a tub just in time for their first lunch break. When they mess up the schematics, he decides to move them to heavy machinery, and you know what? That's on him. But I guess the joke's on me, since Scrappy puts some horseradish mustard into the fuel tank, and the machines hit overdrive and build the Vampire State Building. But the boys don't get to enjoy the spoils for too long, as they run off when the foreman decides they look like their next meal. I mean, they're like 50,000 calories. Alright, spin the wheel of jobs and we'll see what we land on. This time it's gardening services, as the boys hit the house on the hill inhabited by a literal tomato. As they start trimming, the plants fight back, and the tomato man chases them around the yard. Before the plants can eat them, Scrappy gives them some fresh fruit, which is probably cannibalism, right? Either way, this buys them time to ditch the tomato man, right before the tragic events that occurred in Tomato Town. It's time for everyone's favorite fake pastime, watching American football. At least they've got the right idea, hitting the concession stand for some hot dogs. But when the Monrovia monsters roll into town, the other team just straight up leaves. Which would be super funny if it happened in real life. But in this one, Shaggy and the boys become their replacements, and we get a lot of back and forths between the teams, eventually ending with Scrappy scoring the winning touchdown, and wins free tickets for the rest of the season. So, same time next week, boys? Within like 5 seconds, there's an animation glitch where Scrappy just straight up loses his head. Anyways, Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy attend an airplane race, where the legendary pilot Red Baron is. But he doesn't fly or fight fair, using some type of go-go gadgets to try and knock them out of the sky, which only causes them to win the race and then shred his ride up, sending him crashing into the ground. He lost his race, lost his mind, and most importantly, lost his trousers. There's no coming back from this one. If there's something about Scrappy, that boy loves the outdoors. He leads Uncle Scooby and Shaggy into the wilderness, where the former falls off a cliff and gets face to face with Bigfoot, who they gave curtain bangs for some reason. Actually, he kinda reminds me of Ezekiel from Total Drama. He chases them around the woods for a bit, but I think he just wanted some friends to play with. What if he's lonely out there? After taking a dive off the waterfall, they wash up at their campsite, and Bigfoot retreats back into the wild. While on the run from the rain, Scooby falls into a puddle, soaking the bean soup he was cooking up. They call it ruined, but you should always soak your beans anyways. It's like the most important step. If you don't believe me, Google soaking, especially if you live in Utah. The beans sprout a magic beanstalk that sends them to a giant castle in the sky, where the ginger giant lives with his pet bird. All he wants is a good laugh, but ends up looking like me binging the show. In a genuinely sweet moment, Scrappy saves the bird from its cage, but it stays behind to comfort the giant as his new friends escape. Alright, that's 2 seasons down. We're in the home stretch now. Okay, so they're stuck cleaning again, but oh my god, look at Scooby with his sponge shoes. It's adorable. But when a woman walks in and says she has a package for them to deliver, they trade in their sponge shoes for running ones, as they have to deliver the expensive Maltese mackerel. But beware of these 2 greaseballs trying to steal it. Yo, what did I say? But down at the docks, they trade their shoes back in for skates, this time slimy fish ones. After a fun gag or two, the boys eventually get loaded onto the cargo ship and deliver the mackerel statue, and the perps are loaded straight onto the police boat. Okay, Scooby, hand over the statue now. Scooby? Okay, I might have missed this in the last episode, but apparently they managed to get a job at the Fearless Detective Agency, and now they're tasked to find some stolen diamonds at famous gangster Bugsy Burton's place. They eavesdrop on a conversation, which leads them to find the stolen diamonds in the freezer, but they can't make a clean getaway. That'd be too easy. They play the waiter gambit, serving up some birthday cake before taking off with the diamonds. The gangsters tackle what they think are the boys, but is really just a clever hedge trimming, and Scrappy swoops in and ties them up with a garden hose for the police. So far the season's actually kinda good. I like that we're back to the actual, tangible criminals. It's super refreshing. Oh, wrong episode. See, I thought they left me alone for an episode with just Scrappy. That would've sucked. Scooby looks a bit weird here. Oh, Shaggy got a haircut. Wait. Yeah, so Scrappy visits his other uncle, Yabba, and the ghost town that he lives in. They get a call about a rustler at a local farm, and head over to try and catch them. They disguise as a cow, but a real steer starts showing some interest, and keen eyes will see that they both have horns. So, we got gay representation, let's go! After they get kidnapped, Yabba tries to tie up the rustler, but instead fumbles his way into getting everyone tied up. And I'm getting heavy Scooby-Doo flashbacks. But once the bull gets another kiss from Uncle Yabba, he kicks the makeshift prison onto the perps, capturing them before they can steal any more cattle. Would have been way cooler with Shag and Scoob though. A yacht club comes to the agency for help with a theft problem. No, this isn't downloading a JPEG of a monkey. These are real yachts. You know, real, tangible items with actual value. The boys head on over, using some jewels as bait, catching this scuba diver with a cape for some reason, stealing the jewels. Also, for some reason, their getaway transportation is a windsurfer. Scooby slides in and snags the bag, running from the thieves through the boat. But once they lose the bag again, hit the open seas, crashing on land, and finding the burglars in the lighthouse. After reacquiring the jewels, they capture them with a seaweed lasso. And we finally get an unmasking in the series, and it turns out to be the woman who hired them, trying to throw the suspicion off herself. Oh no, Scooby's gone Hollywood on us. Oh wait, they already did that one. In this one, the boys get hired to be a part of a new movie, I Am a Teenage Monster. The director of this one has some sort of ray gun that transforms the extras into real monsters, but Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy don't get the same treatment. They are the victims of this picture. While they get chased around the set, the real horror is the working conditions of the average production from the 80s, as Scrappy gets thrown through the air, and Scooby snags the ray gun, demonsterifying the others, and catching the director and the cinematographer. I really like seeing all the monster designs in action, but this is just another middle-of-the-road episode. Oh no. We might have a precedent set for the rest of the series. More Uncle Yaba. And they reused a title from a previous series? How lazy. Uncle Yaba inherits a local gold mine, and has a map straight to the gold, which these two local schmucks want for themselves. They vacuum up the map, and also Deputy Dusty's shirt, and head on over to the mines to claim it. When the trio of goofballs enter, one of them disguises as a bear to try and scare the boys away, instead prompting a completely nonsensical football bit. They completely miss the tackle and... Oh, I get it. They're the 49ers, I see now. And they fall down the mine shaft, using the mine carts to deliver the thieves right to the sheriff's office. All of the gold is fool's gold, but the only fool here is me for even considering this video. Uncle Yaba even steals the Scooby catchphrase segment.
Yippity yappity doo.
Who is this dog? Where's Scooby? Where's Shaggy? Where's Daphne, Fred, and Velma? What happened to the franchise I love? You know what? Video cancelled. Everyone go home. Shaggy gets a costume for a masquerade party, deciding to dress up as Super Teen. But he gets a little too giddy, jumping up and getting his bell rung by ringing this bell. And it's a concussion severe enough that he now believes he is the real Super Teen. The ramifications of his delusions of grandeur, getting saved by Scooby and Scrappy before he eventually reverts back to cowardly Shaggy. Every time he hits his head, he goes back and forth between Super Teen and Super... I don't have anything, just normal Shaggy. After a bike chase that felt like it took the entirety of the episode, Shaggy ends up the hero once more, being rewarded with a nice lettuce sandwich. Ooh, Shaggy's playing basketball. But I have something more important to show you. Okay, look at the people in the background here versus the ones here. Why is my boy so crispy here? What happened here? Anyways, the team Shaggy's playing has some special sneakers on, so it's like playing 5 Bow Wows from Like Mike. By halftime, Shaggy's team is down pretty big, so it's time to bring in the big guns. The boys steal the controller for the sneakers, breaking it in half. This at least levels the playing field a bit, as they tie up the score before the game breaks. Scooby sits on Shaggy's shoulders like that one episode of Malcolm in the Middle, and score the winning basket, leaving us with a great message. Cheating is only good when you win. We're back in Tumbleweed. Hooray. A traveling magic act rolls into town, acting as a diversion while the bank is ransacked. They take off and try and reach South America with the money, but Scrappy, Yaba, and Dusty manage to catch up, staying just long enough to get tied up and attacked by coyotes. These two goofballs tie the safe to the plane like a mattress to a minivan, which works just about as well as you'd expect, albeit with a little help from Uncle Yaba's magic. I'm starting to think this entire Doo family has unlimited power. A beauty pageant contestant employs the boys to try and find out who's been kidnapping all of the other contestants. This calls for one thing, a drag makeover montage. What should Shaggy's drag name be? I'm thinking something like Sam Witch. They decide to make her Miss Antarctica, spelled incorrectly of course. But on the way out to the stage, this hairy wolfman snatches Shaggy up and runs off. Oh, sorry, that's just Michelle Visage. They take the laundry chute slide down to where the rest of the girls are being kept, and it's up to the boys to take out this wolfman. To no real surprise, Miss Bulgravia from the start is actually in on it too, as she wanted to win the crown with no competition. And if it's one thing we hate, it's a tired queen. Right before she gets crowned, Scooby lassos the pair with the cable, and the boys receive their reward. Now, sashay away. Okay, this one was such a good episode. It felt like a full 22-minute one, and is pretty easily one of the top tiers of the whole series. The boys get a job at a hamburger joint, so it's safe to assume they'll be going out of business by tomorrow. But there's an ulterior motive to this job search too, as some stolen gold coins are being kept somewhere, so might as well start here. Turns out they're right on the money too, as these two meatheads are making stuffed burgers, the inside being pure gold. Once they load the contraband into the crates, they head over to the airport, but our fearless detectives spring out, doing almost nothing actually. They get boxed up like me trying to play Fortnite, and Scooby manages to hop on the plane's tail to control it, sending it straight through a whole restaurant and into a metal tube, where they are eventually caught. You know, another pretty good episode. I like the direction we're going here. Hopefully we can keep this momentum going. Well, there goes that dream. And even worse, they're mean to Scrappy in this one. Scrappy tries to catch a pesky fly, but Dusty gets all upset when his stupid little hat gets a little bit dirty. See, I know a city slicker when I see one. When Scrappy overhears a conversation between Dusty and Yaba that's not actually about him, he decides to run away from home, getting recruited by these train robbers. When Dusty and Yaba read Scrappy's note, they go to find him. instead being tied up by the robbers. After getting free, they get locked up again. Can these guys do anything right? Scrappy gets a smoke signal to go free them from the jail, just in time for them to capture the robbers. I hate Dusty and Yabba. Not just because they were mean to Scrappy, but why were they mean to Scrappy here? These guys suck. Never show me them again. Shaggy builds a super pizza maker to enter into the science fair, which is cool and all, but this kid builds some kind of doohickey that changes Shaggy and Scooby's brains around. Amidst the confusion, these two bullies steal the device to try and make a quick buck. So they're stuck in this Freaky Friday situation. They trail the thieves to the malt shop, but they're a bit catty, and Scooby chases it out. In the grand finale chase, the two pairs switch personalities a few times, which probably melts their brains like ice cream. Once they've had enough, they decide to split, and the boys can deliver the contraption back to the fair. Shaggy's going on a date, but he's also playing wingman here, as he sets Scooby up with another girl. Now, questionable, but let's see how this plays out. Lucy's brother finds out about the setup, and honestly has a right to be upset, tailing them back to the amusement park. While Scrappy takes the girls, Lucy's brother attacks Shaggy and Scooby. After Scrappy takes care of him, the five sit down for some lunch, and even gives the brother a nice hot dog. Okay, just a dog. After Scooby's true identity and species is revealed, it doesn't seem to change Lucy's mind, and we went from roller coaster tycoon to zoo tycoon in a hurry. Renowned escape artist Slippery Dan shows off his prowess, escaping his confinement at the hands of Deputy Dusty, pulling the old Uno reverse and taking off. Once they escape, their plan goes about as well as you'd expect from the 3 half-wits. But according to my math, 3 half-wits still equals 1.5 wits, which you would definitely need a calc for. Calc is short for calculator, by the way. I'm just using slang. They board the cabin up and drag it back into town. But what do you think an escape artist will do? Sit there? They track him back to a hotel, offering him some free room service. Scrappy Lobster isn't real. He can't hurt me. Ah! Dusty concocts a plan to trap him, setting up on the other side of the border to catch him, definitely violating some jurisdiction lines. But they did capture him, stopping future crime sprees. So, The boys get a new case, this time involving a missing cable car. They hitch a ride on the last cable car left in the city, and this conductor has a little detour for them. They're taken to the old underground city, where the other cable car filled with kidnapped people is held. They see the real head of the operation waiting, and hatch a plan to try and foil her. But they actually end up helping more than anything, opening the safe full of gold for her. Scooby tries to play Polybridge, but ends up looking more like me trying to build anything, as he actually helps catch the pair on the rocks below. Everyone loves a nice beach day, especially when there's so many beefcakes there, chief of which is Shaggy. The main meathead thinks Shaggy is trying to show him up, and threatens to beat him up, but come on guys, let's settle this like men. A sailboat race. But this guy's playing dirty, tying them up to the pier, sending them into a storm, and through this Sonic-like course. But when all else fails, throw a motor on this boat and get going, boys. They think they've won, but get carried off by a real Moby head, who kicks all 5 to the finish line, with Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy winning the race. Deputy Dusty gets an award for all of his great work. You know, the great work we've seen him do all season. When a prisoner gets released, he makes a beeline straight for Tumbleweed to meet Deputy Dusty, who immediately packs up to leave town. But as he leaves, Bucko arrives, and immediately starts his rampage. And honestly, he's kinda solo squatting this one, until Deputy Dusty gets turned into a marionette like he's in Spiral, giving Yabba enough time to give Bucko some assless chaps. And Dusty takes all the credit for someone else's work. So maybe he is a good cop after all. The Fearless Boys get a job they can actually enjoy, attending a comic convention and guarding the prized comic from potential thieves. And I just know it smells crazy in there. But it's always the ones you least expect, as Slime Boy steals his own comic. To try and take it back, they lower Scooby down, and a bunch of these comic onomatopoeias flash up on screen, which is pretty fun. But not so fun is the Slime Boy chasing the boys, crunching them inside this comic strip, and throwing them in the trash. Finding a lost button in the suit is their only clue, matching it up to the convention owner Mr. Morley, who makes a run for it and jumps out the window from at least the 2nd story, landing right on top of Scooby and Shaggy, who deliver him right to the cops. This was another really fun episode. It kinda reminds me of the episode from A Pup Named Scooby-Doo, which is always nice. For some reason, Shaggy's boss makes him become a fortune teller at a local carnival, as if getting your fortune told wasn't a total sham before. But when Arby comes in for a reading, Shaggy tells him that he'll win every prize at the fair, and they better hope he does, Otherwise, they'll feel the full wrath of the roids he's on. So Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy rig all of the games for him to win, and the happy couple go on their merry way. This was a cute episode, but definitely felt a bit rushed. I mean, show me a montage of the boys rigging all of the games somehow, instead of the long wrestling scene. Still, another good episode. Boy, I sure do hope I don't see... Yeah, who am I kidding? Of course Dusty and Yabba are back. They're out digging with Scrappy when they dug up an old coffin. And a vampire cowboy steps out? Okay, I was wrong. This is peak. Count Zarko here wants to turn everyone into... a zombie? He turns Yabba into a zombie, but that spell is quickly broken by some extra garlicky mashed potatoes, and he snaps out of it. Scrappy Rooster isn't real, he can't hurt me. Ah! They use the old fake sunrise trick against Zarko, and pack him up to send him to Transylvania. Hey wait, why did garlic break the zombie spell? Why were they zombies? Yabba, I got questions. If you thought the live-action Scooby-Doo movie was the first time Scooby dressed up as a grandmother to get on a plane, you'd be wrong. In fact, all three are disguised, going undercover to deliver this case of rare jewels. They gotta be flying Ryanair, because they immediately get thrown about by a jewel thief, who takes the case and jumps out of the plane. Wait, DB Cooper! The boys fashion Shaggy's dress into a parachute, saving them from death. As they stalk the thief through the woods, they get a bit tied up, and eventually fall into the ravine, hopping on the log ride from Busch Gardens right into the perp. But it's a 3v1, they never stood a chance, as they get tied up to a log, headed down the conveyor to the saw. A nice throwback to Where Are You? They eventually get free, running back into the thief down the mountain. Also, oh my god, check out my boy's hair. This is nuts. He sets up an Indiana Jones boulder trap, but that ends up backfiring and ruining his getaway, and the boys safely retrieve the jewels. The boys travel to a nomadic camp, where a woman gets a premonition of her rare amulet being stolen. And sure enough, it's snatched right out of her hands by Mikolos, who was already banished from the camp. He uses the amulet to control some of the chains, tying up the boys to buy some time. Right before he can become the king of the camp, the boys grab it back, leading to the final chase, where Mikolos turns them into their final forms. Chickens. But Scrappy's always had the heart of a lion, mauling Mikolos. But he's just a puppy after all, and he gets kicked away. Luckily, these two chickens spread their wings, and catch Mikolos in this hollow log, and are rewarded for their bravery by the Queen of the Romani. We're preparing for the Great Tumbleweed Derby, where Yabba has a good shot to win it with his prized horse Wildfire. Two bandits sneak in to steal the horse, taking off into the desert night. Dusty, Yabba, and Scrappy start the chase, and the bandits hit the greatest evasive maneuver of turning right. And Dusty drives straight over a cliff, and there were no survivors. If only. Yabba turns this into the oppressor from GTA Online, and is able to save Wildfire just in time for the race. Even with the head start, these two goofballs still play dirty. But it all backfires, and Wildfire wins the trophy. But not after the fake cowboys run off with it, leaving Yabba no choice but to round him up. Also, how strong is this dog? He folded this car like an empty soda can. The boys set up a sting operation for a car thief, using the mystery machine as bait. They bring a light dinner, passing out just before midnight, when Pistons McGee strikes, using a shrink ray to turn 7 cars into some of the 1/64th scale diecasts. He brings them to his hideout, where they play rock climber all over him to try and escape. Ditching the mystery machine leads them to go into the mouse hole, and hopefully it's a cute little fuzzy guy. Aw, rats. In another sequence that feels like it's straight out of It Takes Two, the boys bounce around the garage, spraying oil all over the floor, causing Pistons McGee to slip and slide his way to capture. I'm actually kinda sad this is the last season. I feel like it's just found its strides in the episodes, for the most part. Maybe they're not that good, and I'm just getting used to these 7-minute shorts. Who knows at this point? It's beach day! The boys pack a picnic, and just as Scooby grabs a cold drink, a genie pops out of the bottle. She's headed straight back for Saudi Arabia, taking Scooby on an all-expense-paid trip too. Somehow, the boys know exactly where the genie's headed, and intercept Scooby before they get to the museum. They've foolishly used 2 of their wishes already, and with the genie about to return to the bottle, it's their last chance. Oh, Scrappy wasted the last one. The genies use the spell, and the boys break down into tears when they don't see Scooby. He's just behind the rock, but it's still a sweet scene nonetheless. Deputy Dusty is going up for re-election, going up against Bart, who plans to sway public opinion by planting the stolen jewels on Dusty. So we're picking between a criminal and a dumbass. Where have I seen this one before? Hold on, did they just get a Nixon reference in here?
I am not a crook.
When Dusty finds the jewels, all three are arrested and thrown in jail. Good thing the Democrats are always around to help their own crooks. And they take off into the desert. Big opportunity missed by not having Bart and his VP ride elephants. But hey, what do I know? After struggling through the desert, the boys hitch a ride on an old geyser right back into town, where they break into the vault to catch Bart breaking into the vault. Gotta say, not a good look, y'all. Before they can take the money and run, or have their crimes leaked to the public, Yabba puts the burlap over them, and they are eventually thrown in jail. I guess the lesser evil won this time. We'll see if that happens come election time. The boys settle in for a nice picnic, including an absolute mammoth of a sandwich. But before they can dig in, an alien spaceship lands and steals their sandwich, their pants, and the mystery machine. Then they head to the drive-in theater to kidnap some unsuspecting lovers. And she's a real dog. Scrappy does his best, but not to burst his bubble here, the young lovers are still transported into the van, and head over to their next fetch quest, getting 2 ice skaters. Scooby is the last ingredient of this deviant recipe, and is taken back to their ship. Shaggy and Scrappy team up to net the aliens, and they drive right off the ship. Now in the middle of space. And like, surely they died here, right? That's the end of the show, right? A television show executive is desperate for the Fearless Detective Agency's help, as his star, Captain K-9, has been dognapped and held for ransom. But when he sees Scooby, he's already on to the next hot young star. Typical Hollywood. No Weinsteining here though, this seems legit enough. While on set, the K-9 caper releases a gorilla, and locks Shaggy up in that same cage. But when King Kong is more King Wrong, the caper has to do things himself, chasing them through the studio tour. He traps them in the unnamed mechanical shark, but I'm glad it's universally accepted that this thing was hard to work with, and they break free from the jaws of life. I don't know, this whole episode feels like Scooby has officially jumped the shark. Just me? Anyways, it's time to wrap this one up, as the boys almost get killed twice, but team up with Captain K-9 to bring down this fiend, who is just Mr. Johnson, the producer. The Hollywood producer was the bad guy? What a shock. A UFO crash lands on Earth, and I can't think of a better ambassador for us than Scrappy-Doo to make first contact. Actually, maybe that's right. Scrappy does use gender-neutral pronouns.
Hi, Mr. Space Person.
Okay, never mind the Mr. bit. Look, it's 1981. This is progress. Also, I'm glad that dapping up someone is understood intergalactically. But when the alien is brought back to the house, 2 guys climb up on the roof to try and steal them. After some pushback, Dr. Bleak eventually nets the alien, while Hugo takes care of the other 3. Before the newest circus attraction gets underway, the boys swoop in and take Xylon back. After a brief chase, our 4 protagonists make trapeze work of the 2 circus clowns. Yabba fixes up the spacecraft, and Xylon hits the road. Sky. A Catwoman and her gang of cat burglars break into a store to steal some rare jewels. But she's no Halle Berry, that's for sure. Unluckily for her, the store is right above the Fearless Detective Agency, where our fearless friends are. Scrappy catches them in the act and goes to arrest them. But she's already taken the catcopter back home, so they can just hitch a ride too. But as they put their plan into action, the cat lady sends her feline friends after them. Luckily, the boys find the nectar of the gods, evaporated milk, which they rehydrate to neutralize the heat the cat lady is sending. You know, nothing beats a good picnic, especially when Scrappy signs the boys up for a marathon of events. But Buster and his dog friends are the favorites to win, mostly because he's cheating at every event. Scrappy is hellbent on beating him, winning the sack race and the tug-of-war event. Also, I'm obsessed with this guy with the sign that just says, "Hooray for guys." We love the gays here. After 14 events, the scores are tied, and the final event is the obstacle course, which Buster and his bulldog sabotage at every step. Scooby car, Scooby car, Scooby car. They use their advantage to take the lead, and at the very last portion, Buster's dog cuts the wrong rope, sending them into the ravine below. Did they die? Did this kid from the start die? The answer is the same. Yeah. This time, Dusty and Yabba join Scrappy in New York City, as these cowboys turn into city slickers for a month, getting stuck with all the paperwork from the NYPD. Given the many scandals, this actually makes sense. And looks like we're adding one more, as Yabba disregards his order and heads out to solve a new case, the Phantom Jewel Thief at the Empire State Building. When he spots the non-Snoopy Snoopers, he drops a bowling ball on them, making his great escape through the building across from them. He takes off through the streets of New York, with the deputies in hot pursuit. And you know what? Hats off to them, as they capture the thief, being rewarded with the bill for everything they broke. The boys build their own flying machine, but must have forgotten to tighten the screws, as they accidentally send themselves a million years back in time. Happens to the best of us, honestly. After saving Dula from a pterodactyl attack, she takes Shaggy back home with her. Something about call him Mr. Flintstone. Back at her place, the men are doing all of the housework, as it should be, but Wonga returns to play Mr. Steel Girl. Our only saving grace left is Shaggy, as he leads the rescue mission of Dula. And after he saves Wonga from drowning, he makes him apologize to Dula, who immediately falls in love with him and takes him back to her place. And this is, in fact, what we know as present-day Stockholm. The boys get to house sit this super cool mansion, but Scooby immediately gets scared into a catatonic state, only snapping out of it when Shaggy and Scrappy use a special conditioner on him. Should have read the fine print a bit better, as using it during a full moon turns Scooby into a full-blown werewolf. But he only transforms in the moonlight, so the inverse of the movie Lights Out. But when Scooby crashes a party, we meet the real bad guys, Lance and Bulldog. They break into the mansion to steal Scooby, but he soaks in a potion solution, reverting back to being just a normal Great Dane, leaving the tabloids that Lance and Bulldog called in to take their frustrations out on the frauds. Deputy Dusty gets embarrassed by 3 robbers in Tumbleweed, who end up kidnapping him for some unknown reason. The unknown reason in question? Yeah! Yabba and Scrappy bring the ransom money, and Dusty naturally ruins the plan immediately. The bandits tie up Yabba and Scrappy and send them down the river, right towards the waterfall. Though they escape that conundrum, they soon find themselves in another, after another one of their plans fails to help. Some heads-up thinking leads to Yabba saving Dusty, and eventually the 3 bandits get stumped. Shaggy goes to visit his family down south, and let me tell you, these are some country boys. And when the Yanks arrive, Bubba McGurk sends the bees after them. But Scrappy's always been a part of the beehive, so he gets information and dishes them back. That gives us enough time to meet Shaggy's cousin Betty Lou, and... is this a safe space? She won't go to the hoedown with Bubba, and that's honestly completely fair. She should be at the club. Shaggy and the dogs try some bizarre tactics to be rid of the McGurks, which ends up in them kidnapping Bubba and cleaning him up, which is enough to sway Betty Lou's mind. Just another bizarre episode from start to finish, honestly. The fearless detective's last job is delivering this young and having a brat summer, winter, to his aunt and uncle before midnight, so he can inherit his fortune. The kid jokes about the legend of the abominable snowman, but his jokes don't seem as funny when the real monster swoops in and attacks. When the snowman takes the child, it's up to the fearless detectives to try and make things right, which goes according to plan and absolutely nothing silly happens. Scooby french fries when he should have pizzaed, and takes out the monster, saving Wilbur from its grasp. Up at the cabin, the monster returns to steal Wilbur once more, but eventually folds like the Murphy bed that captures him, and is unmasked to be Cousin Sherwood, looking to steal the inheritance. And here we are, the series finale. And what better way to spend the last 7 minutes than with our good old pals Dusty and Yabba. Seems like someone else is an even bigger fan than I am, sending them a love letter via giant boulders dropped right on top of them. Horrible Homer demands they send him all of Tumbleweed's women, so he can choose one to be his bride. Ew. And Dusty just goes with it? Luckily, every single female presenting person runs far, far away from this deal, so Yabba's gonna have to work. They gain access to his cave, but when he proves to be old-fashionably stubborn, as his prior comments suggest, they take this debate to a more neutral setting. After falling off a cliff, they land right in the home of this even more bossy woman, who he immediately falls in love with, proving that even the largest brutes yearn to be dominated. But after 99 episodes, what's the ranking from worst to best? After Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo had run its course, the writers knew they had to start over and breathe some new life into the franchise. So, that's how we get the new Scooby and Scrappy-Doo show. Oh joy. This one cuts back on the segments per episode from 3 to 2. But will this added time allow the plot to breathe a bit more and stand out? Only one way to find out, starting with... A tour group is learning about Norway's history, when a real Viking pops up to scare everyone, just in time for Shaggy and the boys to join in on the fun too. Hey wait, who's this redhead? Yeah, Daphne's finally back in the mix. Now all we need's Fred and Velma and we're really cooking. But until then, Daphne's taking the lead on this investigation. They look for Professor Busby, but only find his assistant, who's pretty rude to them, and they head back into town. That's where they find the Viking dining on the local delicacies, and he kidnaps Daphne and Scrappy to bring back to the rest of his clan. And that's not a bad descriptor for them, because, hey, what the fuck? Just like in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, they obtain the garb of the group they try to infiltrate, and we find that Busby's assistant is behind all of this. Daphne and Scrappy eventually break out of their cage, finding barrels full of diesel fuel, and some sort of underground office area, meeting up with Professor Busby, and they look for a way out. But all they find is Shag and Scoob, the latter of which swoops in and captures Olaf in the crow's nest, and they find a submarine attached to the entire Viking ship, with Busby as the main baddie. His assistant was merely just an undercover Navy operative. For the series premiere, it's pretty good. Daphne being back is a breath of fresh air, and the mystery was really good as well. Hopefully it keeps up this energy throughout. The gang head to the island of Scaruba for a big surf competition that Daphne's reporting on, but her camera crew are a bit amateurish, leading to Cowabunga Carlisle crashing into them and washing up on the shore. But that's not the only thing the surfers have to worry about, as it's shark season, and it's time to cancel the whole event. Prince Ruba tells them the legend of the lost treasure of Scaruba, and that same shark guards it with the help of the seaweed monster. To build her report some more, Daphne and the boys scuba dive down below the surface, where they do find the shark, but more importantly the lost treasure. While Daphne and Scrappy check out the goods, the seaweed monster chases Shag and Scoob back towards the shark, which is really just a mini submarine. The seaweed monster hops in it after them, but crashes up on shore, much like Cowabunga did earlier. Must have been muscle memory, because the monster is unmasked as Cowabunga, who was trying to steal the treasure bit by bit. Daphne's doing a report on an old, supposedly haunted house, but she's determined to prove everyone wrong with her story. Of course, she brings along her besties to help. And this is basically just an episode of Ghost Adventures, as she locks them inside the mansion. As she reads the side effects of staying in this place, she very smartly takes the corrective measures, ensuring their safety. Each of the boys see the poltergeist activity with their own eyes, but Daphne is just too busy reading up on the literature. She must miss having Velma around. Shaggy and Scooby get a rude awakening, but Shaggy does meet this queen here. Having lost Scooby-Doo, the trio go into the secret basement to retrieve him, bringing back a statue with them. Everything Daphne reads does come to life in this haunted house, the final straw being this painting that turns a king-size bed into a waterbed, washing everyone out of the house just as dawn breaks. Before they hit the road, they look back and see the house sink into the ground. I always love when Scooby-Doo does a horror movie parody and takes on the tropes, and this is no different, even if I don't like Poltergeist the movie. The gang head to Sulphur Springs State Park to investigate some mysterious earthquakes with a local seismologist. But before they can even get started, the mud monster rises from their pool and chases the gang away. This at least gets them to the, Native Museum, where Mr. Grumpert and the Chief are at. And Grumpert sure is a good name for him. He's really uptight, sending them back without even hearing them out. Daphne does find an ancient medicine staff, and goes to deliver it back to the sheriff in town. Daphne reluctantly but blindly trusts the lawman, and heads back over to the state park, finding the monster once more. After being chased into the caves, they take a ladder system all the way down, kind of like the caves from Pokemon Emerald, but they forgot their max repels, as Scrappy rides a knockoff Bouffalant right into a cauldron full of gold. And maybe I was wrong? This looks like a costume now, but the eyes blink? The furry technology is evolving fast. Actually, that kinda makes sense. Most of the community is tech people. Good for them. The gang also forgot their escape rope, but do lead the monster right to the cops, who is unmasked as Quanto, one of the tribespeople, who was stealing all of the gold. The gang goes to a Scottish castle to talk to a sweater maker, and please tell me they didn't run over the sheep here. When they arrive at the door, Bentley the butler warns them of the curse of the Barkervilles. The four finally come face to face with Lord Barkerville, who explains the lore behind this so-called curse, and that if the Hound returns, the House of Barkerville will fall. That night, Scooby gets hypnotized into a sleepwalk-like state, and walks out into the fields. Bentley returns with the unfortunate news that all of the sheep are gone, and Scooby is to blame. An angry mob of shepherds chase them into the graveyard, where Scooby is hypnotized again. But he's not the problem here, as the real Hound hunts him down, only to get stuck in the graveyard trap that Daphne and Shaggy set up. And Daphne comes with the receipts, showing the will that states the fall of the Barkerville house would leave the fortune to Bentley, who, sure enough, was under the Hound mask the whole time. And I love a nice adaptation episode, especially so if it's by Arthur Conan Doyle. In our cold open, a paleontologist warns two other guys of a giant dinosaur before he is snatched up and taken away. But that's not any of the gang's business right now. They're here to parasail and party. But when the rope breaks, Shaggy and Scooby fly off into an unsuspecting village, where that same dinosaur pops up to terrorize. While they distract the reptile, Scrappy falls right into the biggest clue so far, a giant dinosaur print with oil all over it. They use the parachute to capture Shaggy and Scooby, who describe in great detail what they saw. And like, how does he do this? Either way, the real dinosaur is right behind them, and they follow the oil trail right to the dinosaur, heading up the stairs right into the belly of the beast, which leads them to the silver mine of Montezuma. Before the culprit can escape, Scooby and Scrappy smoke them out, causing them to crash into this palm tree, revealing Dr. LaRue to be behind it all. And I'm quickly finding out that, aside from adding Daphne back, this series is really just more copy and paste Scooby-Doo. A nasty looking creature breaks out of the chemistry lab at Hillside High, ruining the pep rally in the gym. Daphne's cousin Jennifer and her incredible Valley Girl accent greet her and the boys, telling her all about the goopy creature. Apparently the monster only comes out at night, which we already saw to be a lie, but I'm more concerned about the super senior hanging around Jennifer. I mean, look at him, this is a 30-year-old man. Learn how to make a PDF file, not be one. Up in the chem lab, Scooby finds the first clue, a part of the creature's costume. Scooby jumps right into the creature's arms, leaving Scrappy no choice but to hit him with a fundamental chest pass. While Daphne takes the computer disk that the monster dropped to the computer lab, Shaggy and Scooby hit up home ec for some good old-fashioned cooking. But the only thing they get is dish duty, with some help from a nice creature. After Professor Marsden takes the computer disk, the creature shows back up, only to get stampeded by a horde of students, and is finally unmasked as Toby. I knew he was weird, I told you. The gang finally get to relax and take a nice vacation. No reporting, no mysteries, and certainly no vigilante justice. The masked Manx has apparently been stealing from all the rich people in town, so actually kinda cool. Speaking of rich people, we're at Daphne's summer home. We meet her parents right as they're getting ready for a party they're throwing tonight, and the gang get their costumes from the never-ending closet. And honestly, this party seems super fun. I love a nice Halloween event. But the masked Manx finds the rare stamp inside, replacing it with their calling card. They run into Scooby and drop the stamp, and runs off with it before Mr. Blake catches them. The gorilla chases Scooby and Miss Blake from the zoo right into the pool, and is unmasked as Milo Damp, looking to stamp his name into the record books for the greatest thief ever. And look how that turned out. It's tough seeing others live out your dreams, as Daphne and the boys drive through an African jungle, surrounded by all types of wild animals. Eventually, they reach the nature preserve, where reports of some wildlife disappearing have come out recently. Giving me terrible flashbacks to earlier series, Daphne gets the mystery machine stuck in the mud. So now they're doing this one on foot. And it's a real Bigfoot too. Okay, it's actually a gorilla, who grabs Daphne. But just before anything bad happens, it goes into a daze, with Scrappy complaining of a whistle sound. But I didn't hear anything, so I don't know what he's on about. Scooby calls Randar the Ape Man for some assistance, but all he does is steal the Scooby snacks and Daphne too. On the rescue mission, Shaggy and the dogs get boxed up too, finding a mysterious whistle that puts Scooby and Scrappy into a trance. They use it to get Mobatu to break them out, and the four find Randar in his headquarters calling in for a landing. But Randar isn't real, it's actually just Bako, Mr. Rashid's assistant, who was the one stealing the animals and selling them off. And I really enjoyed this one. Having the whistle that only affects animals not audible to the audience is a really smart addition. The gang are headed to Paradise Island. Geez, sorry. Touchy subject, I guess. They stop at Barney's for directions, but even saying the words Paradise Island sets him off. Once they arrive at Unspecified Island, they meet Mr. Cyclops and his assistant, owners of the island that's become infested with zombies. But there's no guests around, just an angry maid and one zombified Barney. And he must have learned from Bill Murray in Zombieland. He's fakin'. Back in the resort, Scooby falls into a painting, where he gets zombified, only snapping out of it when Shaggy whistles for help. As they run for the exit, Ivan hits the button to turn the stairs into a slide, sending them crashing into a piano. But the key details are actually in the tunnel, as the gang find Mr. Cyclops and Ivan operating a uranium mine, using the zombified guests for some free labor. Shore King Scrappy tries to fight for workers' rights, but is entranced by Cyclops' emerald eye. Daphne doesn't have any of her normal pills on her, so the normalizing ray will have to work. With all the guests back to normal, Mr. Cyclops tries to tackle Scooby, losing his hypnotic crystal in the process, and is swiftly taken into custody. Daphne and the boys hit the Australian outback to check out a lead about some Neanderthal monster, finding a big kangaroo that has some Animal Kingdom assaults, leading Scooby right to the Neanderthal. Back at Hugh's ranch, they settle in for some dinner, politely sharing with some of the local dingoes, before Daphne and Scrappy head out to look for some clues. But all they find is radioactive materials, and head back over to the ranch, where Shag and Scoob have their hands full with a Neanderthal causing a sheep stampede. But when they lasso the wrong thing, they end up looking a little pale, and are unmasked as one of the ranch hands, Darcy. He was the one that found the uranium ore, but having it be on the ranch meant he had to scare away everyone so he could take the profits. We jump right into a prison escape at Wholesome Prison, as the chameleon has escaped his cell. The smartest cops check it out, but with the cell locked, open it to find no way he escaped. Well, they don't call him the chameleon for nothing, as he steps away from the brick wall and out of the cell. Honestly, he kind of ate with that. He takes off towards the World Games, where Daphne and the boys are. The chameleon disguises himself as Scooby, kidnapping him to make sure no confusion ensues. But when Shaggy gives him a hot dog covered in Worcestershire sauce, his cover is blown. Yeah, I don't know why his whole thing is hitting Worcestershire sauce, but just go with it. When they try and suss out the chameleon's new identity, they accidentally find out he became the waiter, and a special agent has already been on the case. Just before the gold medals are given out, Daphne unmasks the chameleon and crashes into the tent, Worcestershire sauce drenching him. It's a bizarre plot, but also, I'm kind of obsessed? This is camp to the max. Scrappy drags Daphne, Shaggy, and Scooby to the annual Wizards and Warlocks convention, which is basically just D&D, except this actually seems kinda real. This wizard knows his stuff, as he traps the gang inside the castle, and they can only escape by playing the game. And Scrappy is quite the player, as he helps guide the gang through the levels, where they find the golden key to get the wand. He uses it to absorb the Dungeon Master's power, and frees the other players who didn't have the same talent. And honestly, Scrappy is just so cute in this episode. He becomes the Grand Wizard and he became what? No, Scrappy! During a rehearsal for Genuine Hospital, the Phantom of the Soap swoops in and kidnaps the star of the show, Victoria Sensible. When Daphne goes to get the scoop, Scooby comes face to face with the Phantom. While he and Shaggy deal with a lurking security guard, Daphne and Scrappy meet the other star, Danny Devine, outside of his changing room. They get a nice candid photo of him, showing off a really cool ring that surely won't become a major plot element later. When Scooby gets recruited to become the next soap opera star, it's the Phantom who actually brings the waterworks, hosing down the scene from above. While everyone is preoccupied with the scene below, the Phantom sneaks up behind Daphne, giving her a real close look at his ring. Hey wait, where have I seen this one before? I don't know. I'm sure it'll come to me. But what's coming with the Phantom is Scooby, as he grabs him and takes off towards the laundry room, sliding in and being unmasked as Danny Devine, who was upset about being written out of the show. Gee, who saw that one coming? The gang takes Scooby to see his favorite hero, El Subueso the Bandit, making that 2 Arthur Conan Doyle references so far. And Scooby absolutely loves it. So much so that he and Scrappy keep Daphne and Shaggy from falling asleep. Once they actually do, Scooby dreams of his very own El Subueso story, where he must rescue Daphne and Shaggy. But even in his dreams, it doesn't quite go to plan, as he leads everyone on a wild Scoob chase. Time for Plan B, as El Scubo breaks into the jail, breaking out his mariachi mates. But the Commandant is counting up stolen tax money, challenging El Scubo to a duel, and may thy bread chip and shatter. They make a clean getaway, and Scooby finally wakes up the next morning. Not really a big fan of the "and then they woke up" type stories, and even so, the plot's not all that great. Daphne and the boys return to Central High for the school's carnival, where they're shown a ruby laser that can cut through even the hardest metals. But Mr. McDouble seems to have something sinister planned, as he takes off with the ruby. He throws it to Daphne for safekeeping when he goes into the dunk tank, and Scrappy nails the bullseye. But no one's in the tank. In the commotion, Daphne's accosted by a Dallas Cowboys fan, who wants to steal the ruby. After being chased through the carnival, the gang go searching for Mr. McDouble, going back to the dunk tank to try and find him, but they only find the clown again. But every DBD player knows that playing against Survive with Friends is a fate worse than death, and the clown gets caramelized. Mr. McDouble was tied up in one of the booths, so that only leaves Jerry underneath the makeup, who is trying to steal the ruby. These Scooby series sure do love their minotaurs, as this one attacks a group of archaeologists digging around Greece. But the gang aren't scared of some old Greek myth. Okay, Shaggy and Scooby are absolutely afraid, but that's too bad. This is their show. They follow the hoof tracks all the way to the ruins, where they find the Minotaur, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Kronos. Inside the Minotaur's maze, the gang find a couple more clues, but more importantly, we get the classic Scooby-Doo scene. And Scooby takes out the Minotaur with a tactical "Olé!", unmasking the beast as Mr. Kronos from the hotel, who was trying to find the Golden Fleece. Scooby's next up to bat, putting the paw on Southpaw, as he faces off against Sally Starr, and her backyard baseball special pitch. But when she strikes out Scooby, the ghost of Casey O'Reilly appears to discredit her achievements, threatening her to never pitch again, just as the big game is about to start. He turns the pitching machine against them before running off into the locker room, later returning to the mound to kidnap Sally. Unfortunately, the only thing that can delay a baseball game is a little bit of rain, so Scooby is now batting leadoff. And now batting from the right side. I didn't know he's a switch hitter. Daphne and Scrappy get trapped in the locker rooms, where they hear Sally struggling. Eventually, Scooby and Shaggy end up catching Casey's ghost, and find Coach Wrong out underneath the mask. He wanted to sabotage the game so his perfect record would be saved, but his error leads to him being benched. A gremlin sabotages a movie set, and Gizmo starts the hijinks by breaking a stunt car and leaving a threatening note under the hood, which makes the stuntman quit on the spot. But no problem, as Daphne takes a quick detour through the shoot, completing the stunt jump, and earns them a job as the new stunt performers. They obviously didn't get the memo, and the gremlin rips their parachute, sending them for a big drop. Luckily, Scrappy saves them, but Scooby still takes a little dip in the water. Also, Daphne is wearing tights here, but in the next shot, she's in a two-piece set with her feet out. Why'd they do that? While Daphne tries to find out some more about the production, the gang are thrown into the grand finale stunt. They try to escape, but the oil they dropped really hinders their traction, and they slide right back down into their capture. The gremlin is unmasked as Mickey Hack, and that's a fitting last name, as he'll never make it in showbiz now. The gang head out to the car show to check out some of the newest cars on the market, and to interview Dr. Sprocket about his new ride. But he's way too nervous. Probably not helped too much by his assistant Crocker being around. I mean, look at his mustache. This guy's the villain in this one. Just after the XYZ coupe is unveiled, the Spectre of Sports Cars appears and controls the prototype car to frighten everyone in the audience. Once they head back inside, the gang find the blueprints for the XYZ coupe, which Crocker takes to put in a safe place. He's totally the bad guy. I mean, look at him. Actually, when Ingrid Ignition keeps popping up like this, maybe she's the baddie of this episode. When the Spectre returns, they turn on the coupe to jump it like I show speed, and like, okay, show off. Blink and you'll miss Crocker, as we get a jump scare from the Spectre, who does a drive-by kidnapping of Daphne and Shaggy. Too bad for the Spectre, as Scooby takes the high-tech garbage truck and cleans up the mess that... Aha! I told you! Crocker Pit was underneath the mask, so he could take Dr. Sprocket's plans for his own. When news breaks that Frankenstein has returned in Transylvania, which is a relief, since it's the monster we should be worried about. Aw man, everyone makes that mistake. Daphne and the boys see a help wanted sign for babysitters at Frankenstein Castle, which is the perfect way to get their foot in the door for more opportunities in the industry. But Dr. Frankenstein moved out long ago, with Count Dracula taking his place. Once the vampires leave for the night, it's up to the gang to watch the house. Shaggy and Scooby will take babysitting duties, and Daphne and Scrappy will take the investigation. But the couple must not have found anyone at the bar whose vibe they were digging, and return pretty shortly after, finding the monster wandering around the property. But Frankenstein's monster is really a robot that keeps short-circuiting, and Scrappy found the controller for him. Alright, let's check back in with the Babysitter's Club. Oh good, everything's fine. Shaggy and Scooby find themselves in Dracula's lab, and on the table to switch brains with the monster, just barely being saved by Daphne's pocket mirror. Slay. Scooby a la mode sees the gang hit the streets of Paris, where Daphne is set to cover the 200th birthday of Academy Versailles, where they meet the nicest French person, who immediately tells them to leave. They don't quite get the hint, so they call for the manager, who is even more stern, chasing them out himself. But once they throw the dessert cart at the glowing ghost, they only find Chef Pierre covered in buttercream. Pierre finally quits the school, making that the 23rd one to do so. Scrappy plays around with the dumbwaiter, but when Shaggy pulls him back up, he's put on a couple pounds. Daphne finds him locked up in the cupboard, where they also find Pierre's coat, some schematics, and the glowing phosphorus paint. Shaggy and Scooby get put to work at the patisserie, as they're put in charge of making the cream puffs. And everything goes to plan and nothing goes wrong at all. The glowing ghost chases the pair into the dining room, Profiter rolling straight into the wall, finally being unmasked as Chef Gustave, who was after the hidden treasure of the school. Okay, not every episode of this series is segmented. This one's a full episode. Let's see if it's any better, or if the fast-paced TikTok-style brain rot of these episodes has really set in for me. And this one seems to be a parody of one of my favorite stories, Murder on the Orient Express by Agatha Christie. We meet a collection of eclectic people who will board the train, and learn of a thief roaming around the streets. But this thief needs to wrap it up big time. Now on the train, Scooby finds he switched to luggage with the knitting woman, but after finding she doesn't have a suitcase either, is chased away by the mummy. Just as they go into the tunnel, the lights go out, and Shaggy finds a buddy for the darkness. He quickly trades his newfound buddy for an old friend, as they investigate more train cars. They see another one of the passengers, who recounts a rather bizarre story of Scooby's attempts to get a suitcase back. A few more wild goose chases leads to the gang all being locked in one of the rooms, and Scooby says that all of the passengers were in on it. It was all a hoax to initiate the gang into the Super Sleuth Society, which they did pass. But there is a real criminal among them, as Daphne outs the old lady as the thief, and she takes off running, detaching the train car in the process. But once Scooby hits the e-brake, she falls inside and is mummified herself. And this episode rips so much. I love the story, plus the twist at the end was very well done. More long episodes, please. Ask and I receive. Back-to-back full episodes. It's Shaggy's sister's wedding day, so we get to see all of his family, and Scooby's too. But Maggie believes she's seen a ghost, quickly being dismissed by her soon-to-be husband. Really building the foundation of a good marriage, huh buddy? Shaggy's gonna be the best man, so he's put in charge of the ring, a family heirloom that belonged to Pilgrim McBaggy Rogers, who is the ghost that Maggie has been seeing. He tries to steal the ring back from Scooby, chasing them out of the Rogers house and into the Doo house. But instead of catching the ghost, they catch the wedding official, who wrote the book on the history of Plymouth. While looking for more clues, the gang get locked in the cellar with some kind of monster, but this just turns out to be pranksters Whoopsie-Doo and Shaggy's uncle Gaggy. But this does lead to a new clue in the mystery, plus another encounter with the ghost, so it's not a complete waste of time. The ghost crashes the wedding, chasing everyone back into the basement, where they find that the map of the buried treasure is inside of the ring, following it straight into the caves. Whoopsie-Doo is given the treasure for some reason, immediately fumbling it into the ghost, who runs off with it, just barely being tripped up by Scooby, and crashes into the cake. Underneath the costume is the photographer, Alex Saunders. I pretty much fully expected it to be the groom behind the mask, but they did drop a hint that the photographer was behind it, so I can't hate it. Okay, this is technically considered the new Scooby-Doo Mysteries. It's also the same exact show. So for the purposes of this video, it's included all together. As the gang drive to a new mystery, Scooby gets all prepared to celebrate his birthday, but none of Daphne, Shaggy, or Scrappy seem to remember it's his birthday. He tries to remind them, but suddenly none of them speak Scooby. That's not nearly as atrocious as Daphne's outfit choices. I mean, no tights, black shoes? What's going on, Daph? Once they get into the station, Daphne pushes Scooby into a dark room. Surprise! It's a birthday party. We get a weirdly Truman Show-esque sequence of Scooby's life to this point, but the real danger lurks in the dark, as someone unscrews one of the overhead lights, nearly crushing Shag and Scoob. Nothing a surprise gift can't fix, as Scooby is treated to the greatest gift of all, the return of Velma. Wait. Who's that himbo-shaped silhouette? No way, Fred's back too? We get a recount of the Red Skull, Scooby's biggest case to date. But just as they wrap up, the real Red Skull pops out of the TV like Samara in the ring. He yoinks the Last Hope diamond necklace from this woman's neck, running straight into Scrappy. He unties Scooby, giving him just enough time to escape. A lot of the evidence the gang finds points right to Fred, who's acting super suspicious in this one. And when the cop goes to arrest him, he just runs away. Hell yeah, King, I know that's right. As Shaggy and Scooby look for a place to hide, Red Skull finds them up on the roof, but a timely lightning strike knocks them off. And this birthday nightmare finally ends for Scooby, as the TV director is unmasked following the capture. Whoa, double unmasking? Nice. I love seeing Fred and Velma back, but this one's not quite the top episode plot-wise. Going back to half-length episodes for now, as Daphne and the boys become the most evil monsters the Scoobyverse has ever seen. TMZ reporters. They're asked to stalk Norma Deathman, a retired horror movie queen, as she's become a recluse following her retirement. And like, man, what a bleak premise. But it's not all doom and gloom, as she's planning a nice little party, and employing all kinds of fun monsters, including the catering staff. But the gang's disguises are quickly dropped when they fail to stay incognito, and they make her run throughout Norma's home, right into the game room. We get a super fun parody of Family Feud, but just like that, it's back to the chase, as they hide in Norma's bedroom, where they find an open safe. Maid Mummy catches Scooby, or maybe the other way around, as she was caught with Norma's expensive jewelry, but under all that wrapping is the one who hired the gang to take the pictures, Orson Kane. As a reward, Norma does a face reveal that goes a little bit better than the one Dream did, in that it only causes the gang to run in fear. Shaggy's finally back behind the wheel, and what better way to celebrate than immediately taking a wrong turn and getting lost. Daphne essentially lets herself into this random house. Really makes you wonder how Ted Bundy was putting up wilt numbers in the era. Shaggy and Scooby are right behind, as a disembodied hand locks them in. They meet the residents, the Von Gizmo twins, down in their lab, but are quickly told to hit the road. They're just a bit too slow, as the invisible hand wraps them up into a rug and drops them in the basement. While down there, Shaggy finds the remote control for the hand, and more importantly, one of the twins. Hey wait, 1, 2, 3, that's one too many. One of these guys is a fraud. The furthest right one is unmasked as their old assistant, Ratfield, who uses the controller to attack the gang and the twins. And I gotta hand it to him, he's doing a pretty good job, until it all comes crashing down on him. The gang's wrapping up their European tour, but something is rotten in Denmark. They check into their hotel, and a polite worker tries to take their bags, but Shaggy and Scooby are frightened at the sheer paleness of them. The owners warn them of the ghost of Hamlet. Yeah, like the Shakespeare one. That night, when Shaggy and Scooby raid the kitchen for a little midnight snack, the ghost reappears, and they immediately begin packing to leave. But is this really the villain? That is the question. The ghost of Hamlet leads them outside, where they see someone out on a ship in the distance. But the real danger is up close, as the sea monster rises up from the shore and chases them around the rocks. Though this be madness, there is method in it, as Daphne and Scrappy find a pipe leading from the shore out to the boat. Back inside, Shaggy gets to flex his theater kid side. But once the ghost returns, they and the monster run away. But once Daphne finds the hole, the monster tries to chase them away, almost immediately getting caught. But brevity is the soul of wit. Two of the hotel workers were dressing up as the sea monsters to try and steal the oil from the rig, and the other worker was the ghost of Hamlet, trying to thwart their scheme, which he did do. And the rest is silence. We're heading back over to Greece again, right over to Cyclops Island, where Daphne is researching the mask of Medusa. But as they make their way over, an evil man spies on them and conveniently explains his whole evil plan out loud. Bold strategy, we'll see how that plays out for him. The gang lose track of their tour guide. Oh wait, there he is. They find a whole room of stone statues, including Professor Mikos. The Cyclops warns them not to look for the mask of Medusa, chasing them straight through the wall into the taverna, whose waiters look rather familiar. What could they be cooking? Everyone we've met up to this point takes off up towards the fountain to find the mask, which is found out to be a fake. Or maybe just user error, as Scooby shines the flashlight through, turning everyone else into stone. Good thing the process is super easy to reverse, and everyone is just fine, with Professor Mikos under the Cyclops mask. Okay, this one's actually super fun. It's a parody of Mission Impossible, with Scrappy taking the narration duty, as the gang hit the Statue of Liberty looking for clues. Shaggy and Scooby accidentally say a secret password while ordering some food, leading them down into an underground base. While they get tasked with fixing an evil villain's transponder, Daphne and Scrappy get sent on the same shoot. We get a scene of Shaggy and Scooby dancing with this robot that goes on for far too long, but that gives them enough time to find Cecil behind a curtain cosplaying as this evil villain, which reminds me of the South Park episode with Saddam Hussein. Will anybody get that reference? Maybe. While Shag and Scoob hang out with Lady Liberty, Cecil charges up his laser, but it soon gets destroyed by the Flying Fools, and all of the spies are sent straight to jail. This one started out cool, but it just turned into another whatever story. That dance scene alone knocks us down in the rankings. Back-to-back parodies? Sure, I guess. The gang head over to Honeydale, population 95 million, bees that is. They're investigating a local honey farm that's been overrun with bees. And like, yeah, that's the point. The giant killer bees steal Mr. Stinger's hives, then wreck the mystery machine trying to track them down. A passing police officer takes them back to Harley, who somehow already knew they needed their flats repaired. Hey, should we question that? No? Okay, back to the farm. But it ain't a honey farm, they're making some serious fuel here. But before Mr. Stinger can explain, the giant bees return and kidnap him and take some of his fuel, with two of the bees bumbling into each other, being unmasked as... no one knows. Shaggy and Scooby take the jetpacks to save them, and the real bees chase the fake ones, who stop for police for some reason, and is unmasked as Harley. He's some sort of foreign spy sent to spy on NASA, which Mr. Stinger apparently works for. This one went off the rails pretty quickly. Oh shit, we're going to the Overlook Hotel? Oh, overview. My bad. The gang are working undercover at this hotel, where apparently goes roam free. Shaggy and Scooby slide right in, meeting the owner of the hotel, but when Scrappy brings the luggage in, he runs into someone else, also claiming to be the owner, and the one Shaggy saw was the ghost. When they realize this, they run for the hills, right into renowned horror writer Sheldon Keats, who's writing a new novel based on the hotel. Jack sends Shaggy and Scooby to guard the kitchen, getting an order for a sandwich from the first ghost we met. While cleaning up in room 7, the gang find a secret passageway, with a torn paper titled Secret. That night, they hold a seance and hear the disembodied voice, which causes everyone to leave. But that was just a recording in the vents, giving Miss Van Loon enough buffer to try and leave with the top secret documents from the military base. And you know what to expect, she doesn't. At a top-secret military compound, Codefinger breaks into the shh room, where he steals a decoder, making a great getaway once the alarm is tripped. He makes his way to a department store, where the gang just so happens to be returning a toaster. But once they reach the door, they're sent down a chute into a military office, where they're tasked with finding the decoder. Look, I know the military has low standards for recruits, but come on now. They get a list of codes to say to the appliances, but they only find a salesperson hiding out behind the washing machines. The bizarre phrases the gang have to keep saying sends them into a panic, and they run off to find security. Just as Shaggy finds the decoder, the detective finds them and assumes them to be shoplifting. They do manage to lose them, but also lose the decoder to Codefinger. He uses the old marble gambit on Daphne and Scrappy, but isn't smart enough to go up the right side of the escalator, crashing into the makeup section of the store. One last attempt at the decoder leaves him hanging on for dear life. This one started so well with these gags, but just kind of plateaued from there. But for that first minute or two, that was peak. Yo, the gang's back together. And look at Fred in his Speedo with his ascot still on. Freddy Jones, I know what you are. While on a South American cruise, the gang get recruited by Velma's uncle to help look for a celestial orb, which will lead to a lost treasure. Their plan is being eavesdropped on by 3 people, but they quickly get knocked off the ship. Once they hit land, they trek into the forest, as an adventuring woman spies on them from afar. Shag and Scoob accidentally find the Cave of Death, and take Scrappy down one path while the rest of the gang go down the other. After a cave collapse, Scooby finds the celestial orb, setting off a variety of booby traps, but finally meets back up with the gang. Yeesh, looking a bit worse for wear, guys. These zombies work for Harriet, who takes the orb and the professor, leaving the gang to deal with a pit of snakes. They fashion some disguises from their surroundings, only to have every single zombie ever chase them through the caves, kind of like it's Minecraft. Somehow, they make it out and down the piranha-infested river. They find where Velma's uncle is being kept, and they arrive at the Temple of Sirius a little bit after Mullins and her group. When they find the treasure room, the aliens chase the thieves off, but it's just the boys. In a better climax than Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, Scooby helps get their ship up and running, and the alien ghosts head out, leaving the would-be thieves wrapped up for them. And this was the perfect episode to make a full-length one. Excellently paced and a really fun story. The gang check out a toy shop in the Black Forest, where someone's been stealing some of the puppets. According to one of the workers, that's due to the Elf King returning, as this toy store is built right where the castle used to be. If he can't find the treasure, he'll have to sell the store to a rival company, which his employee seems a little too keen on. When Shaggy and Scooby begin their investigation, they get a bit tied up playing with marionettes, and the evil elf chases them into the stuffed animal pile. It does lead to Daphne finding her first clue, rewarding the boys by tricking them into going into the spooky basement with some Scooby snacks. While she and Scrappy find the elves during their robbery, Shaggy and Scooby get turned into Jack-in-the-Boxes, showing Daphne the address of the rival toy company down the road. Before Daphne gets sealed away, Scrappy pilots a toy plane to save her, while Shaggy and Scooby knock the elf out, revealing Katarina Cobalt underneath the mask, who found out the building was made entirely of gold. And this is a rare occurrence of one of these segmented episodes not really needing to be extended into a full one. The pacing is right on the money, and I feel like stretching it into 22 minutes would have definitely hindered it. So, pretty good. The gang heads south to Antarctica to check out reports of some sabotage going on at the research center, meeting director Dr. Carlin, who gives them a rundown of all the things that have gone wrong. Scrappy immediately gets put away for safety, leaving one of the researchers to walk up, unlock the safe, and walk away with no explanation. As of right now, a sea lion is the best guess they have at the saboteur, so let's see if the gang can do any better. We meet a couple tertiary characters, but the smoking gun, trunk, with stolen helium tanks belongs to Virgil. Hopefully he can guide us through his thought process journey and save his own skin. Oh, nope, he just wants to go home. Okay, cool. As Scooby and his new friend look for some dinner, a killer sea lion grabs the pair and pulls them into the frigid waters, before sending a giant snowball after the entire group, which comes back to pick them up and bowl into the sea lions. But the one out of the suit is Dr. Carlin himself, using the sabotages to try and get some worldwide attention and notoriety. They set up a couple fake outs of who it could be, and it ended up being none of them, so whatever. Halloween episode? S tier. Moving on. Okay, this isn't even a tier list, but Halloween episodes always get a boost in my book. The gang head into a costume shop, followed by 2 green aliens. It's just Fred and Velma, but they better hope this isn't a haunted mask situation. Scooby wants to take this ghost costume, which I absolutely love, and so does the owner, Dracula, as Scooby is the 1 millionth customer, being rewarded with an invitation to the greatest Halloween party ever. The gang pick out their costumes and head over to Jackie's castle for the party, with Shaggy reluctantly dressing like a werewolf. That's a good idea, actually. but he's shown up by a real werewolf. This whole party has all types of classic monsters, and it rocks. Wait, the ghost of Van Helsing shows up to raise all kinds of hell, leading the gang to finally realize the real monsters they're associating with. The monsters beg and plead with them to help find the ghost, and immediately check out the case. But once they do, Velma and the Invisible Man disappear, while Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy are transported into a room with enclosing walls. Like that scene from Saw 5, and definitely not anywhere else beforehand. They use the amulet from Daphne's costume to avoid being crushed, finding the Invisible Man and Velma tied up. Back upstairs, Chandra pops up and steals the Moonstone Medallion, using it to take over Dracula's castle. We get a really fun montage of the gang helping the monsters to become supercharged. But all it takes is some evasive Scooby maneuvers to turn the tables on Chandra, as she gets totally busted. That ghost of Van Helsing is unmasked as Igor, tired of his treatment from Dracula, which actually earns their respect, and they make him an honorary monster. What a fun episode. I love that none of the classic monsters were the villain. They were actually super sweet. Is this the best episode? Velma takes Daphne and the boys to a White House banquet, who immediately make a fool of her on national television. It's incredibly rude, but so is the ghost of George Washington, who scares away everyone in the banquet hall, and chases Scooby down to retrieve the Brass Eagle statue. Some sort of Secret Service work they got going on here. The gang in this episode are super patriotic, which I can look past, but I refuse to look past Scrappy shaking hands with Ronald Reagan. Alright, it's confirmed, Scrappy led to the decay of America. What a shame too, I was really starting to like the little fella. When the gang begin their investigation, they run into Senator Bullhorn doing some late night research on the NASA station, but the only real lead they have is the Brass Eagle bedpost from the guest rooms. They introduce themselves, cause havoc, and leave each neighboring room worse than they started, like Reagan did with crack to the inner cities. Oh, the ghosts of Presidents Past did not like that joke. Now, we could completely ignore this and laugh it off, kinda like how Reagan treated the AIDS crisis, but the gang decide to take action, barricading the door to the final room. Placing the eagle on the bedpost sends them down a chute to an underground passage, where they find a stash of stolen paintings. And good old Honest Abe, who's honestly kinda got a bit of a glow about him. Daphne cracks the case, and Marilyn Maxey is taken away by Secret Service. But Velma's not so sure, and when the ghost of George Washington shows back up, steals the bedpost that's a key to the NASA computer's chamber. He steals the reel of film, and takes off with Abe in a helicopter, getting snagged on the Washington Monument, leading to a chase on foot. Scooby's parents, who decided to come help Scooby out and really provided nothing else plot-wise, ended up being the key to the capture of the ambassador and his wife, and everyone gets to enjoy a nice feast. Adding yet another relative of Scooby-Doo into our Rolodex, as Dixie-Doo is performing on a riverboat, when the ghost of Colonel Beauregard shows up and scares off the audience and performers. The gang are a bit late for the show, but just in time to catch everyone running out. The ghost follows Shaggy and Scooby as they split up and look for some clues, getting sent off into the lifeboat. While they deal with the ghost, Daphne and Scrappy find Dixie-Doo and Steamboat Sally, who's running late on her mortgage payment because her show keeps getting interrupted. To help her save the boat, the gang go down and try to find some more clues, walking in on a steamy scene. No, not like that. Once the steam dissipates, Beauregard is waiting for them, chasing them up into the captain's room. They get a bit of lore on Beauregard, and Shaggy and the boys distract him long enough for Daphne to find the emerald necklace. Scooby, Beauregard, and Magnolia fight for the necklace, finally unveiling Pops under the mask, and the showboat is saved. Do y'all remember the yearbook photo of Daniel and then the cooler Daniel? Well, that's what this is like seeing Scooby's cousin Doobie Doobie Doo. Also, it's so on brand that Shaggy wears the tuxedo t-shirt. Doobie is just about to perform, when a stray hand reaches out to grab him. But you can't knock the Doobie, baby. And once he's out on that stage, he's absolutely serving. One of the showgirls can't stand being shown up, and tries to take Doobie, running off and leaving everything behind. Scooby goes undercover as Doobie, pulling the classic Ashley Simpson lip sync, which goes exactly as you'd expect. Before he even gets to the hook, he's given the hook, and the dognappers take off with him. The four spies take the deceptive Doo to an abandoned mine, with the gang and the reporter close behind. But Marcy's no reporter. She's an undercover agent, sent to find the laser band that was in Doobie's collar. The same collar that Scrappy uses to capture two of the goons. But the favor is quickly returned, when they try and crush Marcy with some falling rocks. Scooby's terrible singing actually comes in handy, as his attempt at a high note short-circuits the laser band, firing the thieves into a minecart. We get one final Sinatra derivative Doobie song to close us out, in case you wanted one of those. Oh boy, a Sherlock Holmes episode. You know what, I watched every episode of Sherlock, so nothing can hurt me at this point. Except another 3-episode season of Sherlock. That would actually hurt. The gang head to 221B Baker Street to find the Mystery Solvers contest. Shaggy and Scooby get a head start on the mystery, running into the ghost of Sherlock Holmes himself. The rest of the gang have to start without them, and are tasked with solving one of Sherlock's unsolved crimes. They drive around London with their clue, taking a quick chippy break, before heading into the cemetery. Iggy and Moriarty pull a fun prank on the gang, but Sherlock isn't as impressed. He sticks around a bit to guide the gang to their next clue, the Great Detectives Club, where they must be absolutely silent. And this scene is awesome. The lack of overall sound with just a few diegetic sounds was super cool, but I have tinnitus, so it also kinda sucked. Sherlock leads Shaggy and Scooby towards the Hall of Fame, but when Sherlock steals the blueprints for Buckingham Palace, the gang are left to deal with the repercussions, getting sent straight to Scotland Yard. While Shaggy and Scooby get interrogated, the rest of the gang trick the guard to escape and run out of the jail. They head over to the museum where Sherlock steals yet another blueprint, then breaks into Buckingham Palace to steal the crown jewels. Once again, the gang take the fall for the ghost crime spree, and it's up to Shaggy and Scooby to play Mirror's Edge to catch up with Sherlock, which they eventually do by elementary means. Sherlock is finally unmasked as Mr. Stapleton, who used the contest to preoccupy all of the detectives while he did his thing. This one definitely dragged a bit, but then again, so did Scooby in the Queen's coronation dress, so I'm left no choice but to stand. Our penultimate episode starts with the gang taking a Hollywood tour of Banana Toon Studios, led by a tour guide who sounds like Fran Drescher with a cold. But when catching an unreleased episode, they forgot to mention it was a 3D event, as Monster Mutt jumps through the screen and destroys the projector, running off with the film. The gang get hired to go undercover as cartoonists, following one of the actors on set into the costume trailer, where Monster Mutt awaits. They chase Shaggy and Scooby through a live set, hopping in these Star Wars mobiles with active lasers for some reason. Meanwhile, Daphne and Scrappy find an actor with a film reel, and find an abandoned walkie-talkie, so someone else is definitely in on this. Scrappy puts the finishing touches on his cartoon, but Monster Mutt crashes the premiere, stealing another film roll. Scooby tackles the heinous hound, being unmasked as security guard Dimwitty, now sans mustache. He was out to steal a secret government rocket launch film, which the gang just happened to find and splice into their cartoon. This was a fun episode, but some of the voices were just so grating to my ears. It definitely reduces the enjoyment. But then again, you could probably say that about my videos. The gang get called to EIEIO Farm to help Old MacDonald with a slight problem. All of his animals are becoming mutated. But, I mean, it's just a little field mouse. How bad could it? Oh my god, it's a kaiju. Some of the scientists are kinda cooking actually. Look at this peanut butter and jelly sandwich tree. But some of them commit atrocities that mankind can't even comprehend. Like force-feeding cows nothing but cocoa beans, so she produces nothing but chocolate milk. Alright, look, not everybody can be a winner here. Shaggy and Scooby run into a farmhand so nonchalant and nihilistic, I'm kind of obsessed. The giant mouse stomps through, wrecking a bunch of the farm's equipment, and suddenly Old MacDonald doesn't need the gang around anymore, and tells them to leave. When Monster Mouse comes back, the gang realize that he's under control by someone. Right before he runs into the power lines, Scooby tackles him, saving his life, and he's rewarded with a big old smooch. The mouse walks over to the silo, uncovering Old MacDonald, who's actually the new MacDonald, Parker, who wanted to take over the farm. It's a pretty mid-episode, tentpoled by Scooby saving the mouse from being electrocuted. That was a really sweet moment. We made it to the final episode, and it's the first holiday special. We begin with a minute-long cover of 'Tis the Season, with some Mystery Gang lyrics, as the gang helps set up for the Christmas pageant. But when Winslow Nickleby is set to ruin the fun and close down the children's home, they kick him out into the cold, cold snow. As they rehearse for the play, the Ghost of Christmas Never appears and chases them out as well. But Shaggy and the dogs absolutely slay them, sending them down the mountain into a tree. But once they return inside, they find all of the decorations have been destroyed. They find Winslow's lapel pin in the wreckage, and head over to his place for cookies and leads, where the maid Nanette rats him out and his plotting ways. Scrappy takes a picture of the will, which leads them to the attic of the building to try and find the star. Instead, they find the star of the show, the Ghost of Christmas Never. Scrappy grabs the star, and Scooby puts them into a Santa sack, but the ghost manages to still break free with the emerald from inside the star. To add insult to injury, Mr. Nickleby returns with a scroll from the city inspector, who will shut down the building this time tomorrow. But as they say, the show must go on. That night, people line up around the block to get in, with Nanette working as the door person. We begin my favorite ballet, the Nutcracker. But when Winslow turns into a nutty cracker, he starts stripping Fred to try and find the emerald, completely ruining the show. During intermission, the Ghost of Christmas Never reappears, stealing the Nutcracker tree topper and taking off in the sleigh. The gang hop on skis to chase them down, with Winslow and Tiny Tina bringing up the rear. After our Sugar Plum fairies dance around the ghost for a bit, Scooby and Shaggy take control of the horse and fling the ghost into the snow, unmasking Nanette as the villain. Mr. Nickleby returns bearing gifts for all of the kids, and ripping up the eviction notice. It's a very worthy finale for the series. It's really hard to go wrong with the holiday special. With 26 episodes and 44 total segments down, the new Scooby and Scrappy-Doo show had some high highs, some low lows, and a lot of mid. Introducing Daphne back was a big help, and the cameos from Fred and Velma were some of the best episodes. But let's see what the worst to best ranking of them is. After a run of Scrappy-Doo centered Scooby shows in the late 70s and early 80s, it was finally time to go back to the drawing board. And Hanna-Barbera did so with one of the most interesting, and more importantly, different iterations of Scooby-Doo. The 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo. Gone are the days of the segmented episodes, and we get an overarching story, kind of like we would get later on in Mystery Incorporated. And in a really fun twist, all of the monsters here are real, leaving our cowardly couple of boys no choice but to face their fears to conquer them. But which one's the best episode? Well... Okay, so immediately, there's a huge leap in quality here. This looks absolutely stunning. Still very old, don't get me wrong. But importantly, not dated. I'm a real sucker for the matte painting looks. They're just so clean looking. Speaking of, who's this little guy? This ghosty and his buddy find a glowing chest, which can only mean one thing. Humans are coming. No, Daphne, what'd they do to your hair? Now she just looks like every other 80s hot girl in media. But what's she doing in the Himalayas? She should be at the club. And I think she meant to be, as her and the boys were supposed to go to Hawaii. Must have taken a wrong turn at Istanbul. The ghosts of the Dyatlov Pass siphon the fuel out of the plane, causing the plane's engines to cease. Also, is Shaggy a licensed pilot? Maybe not. Before we get to see if the gang turn into those ghosts we saw from before, meet my buddy Flim Flam, a fun little scamp on the run from the whole town of Vrysylvania. He hitches a ride on the crashing plane, only to be arrested immediately. They get pretty lucky, all things considered, as the judge orders them to leave town by sundown. We didn't even get a fun My Cousin Vinny parody. The gang goes back to find the flying mystery machine missing, now inside the castle that the ghosts can't seem to open the door to. Back in town, Flim Flam leads the gang to his mystic friend, Vincent Van Ghoul, cooking up a salacious stew. He reads their fortune via his crystal ball, sufficiently scaring the gang into the arms of the townspeople, who invite them to watch a live performance by Ghouliо. Daphne enjoys a nice adult beverage, which is actually just a big mug of Wolfsbane, the elixir that turns people into werewolves. When that full moonlight hits, the entire town is soon turned, and my Daphne, what sharp teeth you have. Making an escape into the sewers allows Flim Flam to use some of his joy juice on Daphne to reverse the werewolfication. The gang return back to the castle, where the ghosts have drilled a hole through the door, allowing them access inside. The townspeople also decide to join, cornering the gang before being helped by the two ghosts, and more of Flim Flam's juice. The turned townspeople lore dump on Daphne, Flim Flam, and Scrappy about the Chest of Demons curse, but they probably should have included Shag and Scoob. Instead, they're contestants on the hottest game show, Let's Make 'Em Squeal. And this is so much fun. Personally, I love game shows, and the boys fall victim to the pressure of the crowd and their impulse to find out what's in the box. Once they do open it, they release the 13 ghosts, who immediately break out and spread across the world. The only ones who can capture them are the ones who released them, so it's up to the mystery gang now, with Flim Flam included. And this is an absolutely amazing pilot episode. It perfectly sets up the world and the story, giving us an actual objective and what will prove to be an overarching narrative. And I hope it keeps up this energy throughout. Vincent pops in to give the gang their first mission, Maldor the Malevolent, who is searching for this golden gravy ladle thing, which would make them the most powerful being in the universe. As they head up towards the castle, we get to see Maldor in action, with Princess Esmeralda getting the Snow White treatment. The gang soon find that they're lost in the foggy woods, so now's about as good a time as any for a picnic. But before they get to chow down on these giant sandwiches, the trees come alive and fling them back to the van. Also, there's a lot of great gags in this, like Flim Flam's compass. But Scrappy setting up a target, checking the wind, adjusting, just for Scooby and Shaggy to land a couple feet away was so funny to me. They lose the crystal ball they need to communicate with Vincent Van Ghoul, and build a raft to go retrieve it, which looks exactly like the emoji that's like, dab me up. Maldor turns a rabbit into a dragon, which prompts an interruption from the Scooby-Doo Show, and Scrappy makes this old lady cry. Why was this here? This is so much fun. Back to the regular scheduled program, as Flim Flam pulls out all the stops to not become dragon food. But the gang are inevitably captured and sent straight to Maldor's chamber. And I might have asked for the My Cousin Vinny parody in the last episode, but this time we actually get close. Not that it matters, as all 5 are thrown in Maldor's dungeon, where Zagraz the Magician is being kept. They use the convenient door to escape, splitting up in the process, with Daphne arguably getting the worst deal, falling right into Maldor's goth bed. Naturally, Shag and Scoob get sent to the kitchen, where they whip up a batch of special Scooby stew. And, aha! I knew it! I knew it was a ladle! The boys regroup just in time to see Daphne get put under the sleep spell. Maldor is only worried about getting the wand, so while they chase Scooby down for it, Scooby is able to use it for good, while also being an ally. So love that! Maldor keeps malding, eventually turning into a kaiju to capture Scooby. Hey, Shaggy? What you doing? I'm gonna pretend like I didn't see that. Flimflam catches Maldor in the chest of demons, and the narcoleptic curse is broken by the kiss of a Danish prince. Okay, a Great Dane will have to do. One ghost down, and this series is genuinely so funny. Maybe it's because I'm essentially marathoning all of these series back to back, but wow, this is good. A reading on the Spectre detector leads the gang to an old mine system, where a shadow demon leads them right to a rickety bridge, and zaps the ropes holding it up. This causes the gang to fall down a chasm, basically handing the chest of demons over to the shadow. They use some stalactites to complete the average minecart roller coaster, crashing right into the coal deposits. Scrappy cosplays as the average Minecraft YouTuber.
Did you say minor?
The gang tell Vincent Van Gogh the bad news, who tells them they must retrieve it from the ghost at Befuddle Manor. To do so, they pose as exterminators, which Flimflam ensures they will be needing. A nice old lady lets them in, but she immediately reveals her true form, and, is this a safe space? Before saying anything regretful, the Shadow Demon saves me by reappearing and making a run for it. Making a fly for it? The shadow splits up, so the gang has to as well, with Daphne taking Flimflam and Scrappy getting locked up in a room. Shaggy and Scooby are at least having a good time, hopping on stage to perform with the Shadow Demon for the partygoers. The red variant of Elvira introduces herself as Queen Morbidia, whose only question for the gang is, where's the chest of demons? Wait, if you don't have it, and they don't have it, that means we're in for a good old-fashioned treasure hunt. The gang don't get to participate though, as they're put in the dungeon below with the giant spider and the Shadow Demon. They sneak through a crack in the cell like the guys who escaped Alcatraz, leading to a giant maze, and a meeting with the building's old owner, Byron Befuddle. Morbidia trapped him down here some time ago, and he sent the Shadow Demon to recruit the gang, so they agreed to help him out. Byron and the Shadow Demon hid the chest of demons upstairs in Morbidia's closet, but once they retrieve it, the entire house of creepy crawlies chases after them. Much like in Dante's Inferno, to escape this place, you must go down. Or technically, up? Either way, Vincent is Virgil, rescuing the gang from the spire, leaving Morbidia and her multitude of monsters to pursue. Now at the edge of the cliff, all the gang can do is burst into song to buy enough time for the sun to rise, neutralizing the threats with theater. Morbidia shrinks down to nothing, getting put into the chest. 2 down, 11 more to go. This one's still a good episode, but doesn't nearly hit the heights of the first two. Plus, the extended song breaks kinda killed the motion for me. Our next ghoul for the gang is in one of my favorite cities in the world, Marrakesh in Morocco. Once they arrive at the hotel to meet Vincent Van Gogh, they soon realize that a paranormal convention is being held there. Hey, remember Bogle and Weird from that first episode that we kinda forgot about? Well, they're back in the Moroccan mix, as they were the ones who sent the phony telegram to the gang to get them there. The two ghosty boys sneak into room 1313, joined by 2 of the hotel's maids, one of which gets sucked up by this mirror portal. But Bogle and Weird's celebrations are cut short when the mirror demon tells them they got the wrong person, so the hunt is back on. While in the convention, the gang run into someone absolutely dripped out, and suddenly I know my next Halloween costume. Vincent uses a random crystal ball like a payphone, contacting the gang to let them know of the danger they're in. To save themselves, they must find the amulet of Ishkabibble. But before they can even get started, the convention goers get a bit upset when the gang completely wreck the whole show, and chase them out. They go up to their room, but the surviving maid and the hotel concierge are already up there to meet them, accusing them of kidnapping the maid. A bit of M.A. Noir allows them to escape to try and find the amulet at the local bazaar. One of the vendors gives it to Daphne free of charge, so surely this isn't some kind of tourist trap. Before they even get a second to question this, Bogle and Weird bring the gang up on stage for a little ditty. And Flimflam's song actually isn't that bad. The Mirror Demon doesn't seem to think so though. Everyone's a critic. The Reflector Spectre pops out to yoink the gang, but ends up getting zoinked, as Sandy and Selma are captured instead. The gang sneak back into the hotel, immediately being caught by the concierge, and they use the old New Year's Eve in June gambit to escape. Shag and Scoob run into Bogle and Weird, who drag them up to be presentable for RuPaul. Oh, it's just Michelle Visage. The Reflector Spectre captures Daphne, Shaggy, and Scooby, sending them into the dimension from Labyrinth. Luckily, Daphne still has the amulet, and in this backward dimension, can finally read the inscription on the back, which saves the gang, Sandy, and Selma. But they can't escape that easily, as the Reflector Spectre sends a supercharged chakra towards them, only to be vacuumed up by Flim Flam, and is put into the chest of demons. The gang win Ghost Hunters of the Year, and the person who gave Daphne the amulet earlier hands them the trophy, removing their guise to reveal Vincent Van Ghoul. And to celebrate, they give us the old Flim Flam to end our Moroccan adventure. And I like this one way more than the last one. It's closer to the first two, but maybe just a step below. The gang take a much deserved break from all this monster hunting to have a nice horror movie marathon. And I'd kill to sit there with them and watch stupid horror movies. For some reason, Shaggy thinks 6 people need 6 pounds of popcorn, unleashing the popcorn demon. Okay, not really. But the host of tonight's marathon addresses the gang personally, transporting them into the feature presentation, the son of the bride of the ghost of Frankenstein, while Zomba goes into the house to search for the chest of demons. In case you forgot, the world was black and white until the 1950s, when they introduced color TV. So the gang stick out like a sore thumb in this black and white picture. Dr. Frankenstein and Egad are tired of reliving this movie over and over again, and decide to quit the picture, giving the gang their clothes. This is some next level meta I'd expect from a Scream movie, not in a forgotten Scooby-Doo series. The angry mob enter the cemetery, leaving Scrappy-Gad and Frankenscoob to take the secret passage back to the laboratory. Meanwhile, Zomba breaks into the room where the chest is kept, but just before they can grab it, trips the alarm system and is kicked back into the living room. When they do reach it, they find it to be a fake. Flim Flam still has the real one. When Zomba teleports there to grab it, he throws it to Vincent Van Ghoul and they take off running, while Frankenscoob tries out a science experiment. And we get a shocking result. His creature is alive, but maybe not exactly how he would have liked. The monster chases them around the castle, only being stopped by Flim Flam playing director, eventually sending them into a locked room. But they won't be alone for long, as Zomba runs in expecting to find the chest. Shaggy and Scooby hide down in the basement, as Vincent leads the charge to charge the crystal ball, using far too much power, which causes an explosion, trapping the monster underneath some rubble. Scooby pulls a classic Popeye move, eating some Scooby snacks for the strength to save the monster, right before Zomba gets them. In the final battle, Zomba corners them up on the roof, eventually knocking them onto the windmill. Eventually everyone gets flung about, with Zomba being the unlucky one to land right in the chest of demons, breaking the curse and returning the gang to their cozy popcorn couch. And they even brought a friend. How sweet. Again, it's just another absolute banger of an episode. The gags throughout are so much fun. There's a recurring one where the angry mob grow tired trying to break down the door that's just so stupid. I love it. Scooby is still absolutely distraught from the never-ending stream of monsters, ghosts, and ghouls. So the gang decide to have a nice little vacation to calm them down. So they set sail for Bermuda, with Bogle and Weird hitching a ride as well, who certainly aren't helping to settle his nerves whatsoever. Flim Flam tries to teach Scooby some magic tricks to take his mind off of things, but the 2 ghostly guys even ruin that. Vincent Van Ghoul directs Daphne, Flim Flam, and Scrappy to where his EMF reader shows paranormal activity, the captain's room. But no ghosts here. Old Vince must be losing it. The captain invites the gang for dinner, and they head back to their cabin to try and convince Scooby to come out. But it's Bogle and Weird who are the real catalysts for him making the leap of faith. A leap that gives him a grade 2 concussion. Flim Flam takes this opportunity to try out some of his new hypnotizing techniques on Scooby, flipping his fear receptor from screaming and trembling to laughing. There's no way this could go bad. At dinner, the captain prepares a toast for the guests, reminiscing on the anniversary of the cruise's last voyage, 50 years ago. And it was nice of them to bring the ship out of retirement for this occasion and... oh, he died. Once they hit the outskirts of the Bermuda Triangle, the glitz and glam of the cruise ship turns to barnacles and grime, an honestly kind of cooler aesthetic. The gang takes shelter in their cabin, calling to Vincent Van Ghoul for help, who warns them that entering the triangle would mean the chest of demons opening up, resetting all of the progress at this point. Try as they might, they're just too late, and the Cyclone Demon escapes from the chest. And this demon stops for absolutely no one, not discriminating ghosts and ghouls from girls, guys, and everything in between. So I'm left with no choice but to stand. Scooby sits down at the theater to watch Titanic, but luckily the Cyclone Demon saves him from 3 hours of mid, turning this into a 3D flick. Scrappy gets picked up like dust in the wind, losing the crystal ball in the process, which knocks it around just enough for it to transport Vincent Van Ghoul onto the ship. He uses the crystal to get them out of the triangle, and Scooby finally gets to show off his new magic trick, fooling the ghoul into getting into the chest. resulting in another ghost being captured. With the ghost defeated, their ship is no more, leaving the gang stuck in the middle of the Atlantic. But most importantly, giving us the return of Scooby's duck raft. This episode felt like it took a bit too long to get started. I didn't really enjoy Scooby being absolutely terrified of everything, even more so than he usually is. It's not a terrible episode by any means, but just kinda meh. Down in New Orleans for Mardi Gras, Bogle and Weird are waiting outside of the Wharton Warlock Hotel, addressing us as the viewers directly. Inside, Vincent Van Gogh receives the prestigious honor of Warlock of the Year, introducing the gang to his old friend Victor Houdini. But we don't care right now. Bogle and Weird introduce us to the lovely Nakara, who uses her appeal to sway the minds of these love-struck men. Slay. But her trance of love power only works on Friday the 13th, which just so happens to be today. Her eyes hone in on Mr. Van Gogh, but he's just not that into you, girl, as he runs off. Apparently, they used to date, so actually it makes sense that he would avoid her at all costs. Flim Flam gives Nakara Vincent's room number, and she heads up to find him, instead finding Victor Houdini, who she drains of his warlock powers. He tries to reject her advances, but she is incredibly persuasive, and eventually her appeal entrances Vincent. We get a fun montage sequence of the gang interrupting Nakara and Vincent's date night, making sure they never kiss to complete the ritual. Unfortunately, he's so love-blinded that he dives headfirst into proposing. But you know what? I love an enemies to lovers arc. I'll give them my blessing. But the gang don't love any fun, so they keep Vincent locked up in their hotel room. The gang set up a spy operation to keep an eye out for anything weird, and these gargoyles look really high def for some reason. Oh right. Bogle and Weird animate the monsters to attack Shaggy and Scooby, taking out the defense, leaving Van Gogh unguarded. They dress up as maids to walk in and clean up, putting Vincent in the laundry sack, but slip on Flim Flam's banana peel and fall down the laundry chute. With just 1 hour before midnight, Nakara pulls out her final trap card, summoning all the ghosts from the cemetery to do what Bogle and Weird couldn't. The ghosts fly Van Gogh over to the wedding ceremony, leaving the gang no choice but to enact their final gambit, the deserted family. As the clock strikes midnight, they finally share a kiss, but Nakara's curse has already worn off, as she and the rest of the ghosts she summoned are sucked into the chest of demons. While the gang sit down for a nice dinner at Vincent's manor, the Brewski sisters, who look like the Kanker sisters from Ed, Edd and Eddy all grown up, appear on Vincent's CCTV cameras. But a ghostly cloud being delivers them a little black book of spells, to make them the most powerful witches in the world. Couldn't have picked a better group, I must say. While the gang attempts to handle the three witch sisters, Vincent takes on the task of Marcella the Mystic Mist. The gang pull up to the Brewski home, as the sisters are cooking up a seriously suspicious stew. But when they find themselves short on ingredients, they DoorDash the rest. But these sales beings care more than the average delivery driver, trying their best to upsell these sisters on the finest junk they could never want. And it works. The boys manage to steal the book of spells and run out, but a group of bats divert Scooby and bring it back to the Brewskis, who hit the night sky on their broomsticks. Meanwhile, Vincent transports himself into the evil zone, where he eventually finds Marcella in the flesh, who immediately zaps him and ties him up. Looks like it's up to the gang to save the day again, who follow the sisters to Egypt as they try and steal the Cobra staff. But their disguises can't be that good, as the sisters immediately clock them, using their spells to transport Paris to them. But this doesn't seem realistic. Nowhere on Earth can you see one of the world's largest pyramids and also the Eiffel Tower. Oh, you right. The sisters still need some fresh Parisian water, so they hit the only fresh water source out there, the sewers. Once again, the gang don't really get too far in their next plan, getting driven away by a witchy ult, and proceed to get emoted on. They fly over to Stonehenge to brew some brewski brews, and while the gang try another of Flim Flam's plans, Miss Misty Marcella returns to end their meddling. Vincent and this weird little furball thing escape from the evil zone just in time to make an amendment to the book, allowing the Brewski sisters to have it back. They read Spell 13 version 2, which dooms Marcella into the chest of demons, and everyone emotes as they get the victory royale. It's a good bit of fun, and while I do enjoy having multiple villains throughout, this one is just reaching that precipice of maybe a little too goofy. We begin the next episode with a foreboding message from Vincent Van Gogh, as Time Slime has apparently been speeding up time in the world, which we see in action as Bogle and Weird are there to help. This causes the gang to lose control of the red mystery machine, crashing right into the Welcome to Cuckoosburg sign. When they enter the mountain town, the days turn to nights in a flash, distracting them from this giant grandfather clock, which hits the lever to send them crashing. Vincent Van Gogh sees this on his crystal ball, casting a spell to get them out of Time Slime's grasp, But Scooby doesn't get to come along. Instead, Scooby gets sent through time, seeing his past and more importantly his present, which is enough to send him over the edge. Scooby quits mystery solving and ghost hunting altogether, returning back home to his parents' house. The gang calls the dues, but Scooby's mind is made up. So, it's time to find a replacement. In the end, they end up choosing Bernie Gumsher, who's certainly a character, but absolutely no one likes the change, as it makes national news, and even President Reagan takes one foot out of the grave to ask Scooby to return. Speaking of Reagan's grave, let's all celebrate the world's first gender-neutral bathroom. With Scooby-Doo out of the picture, Time Slime and his helpers are free to retrieve the Time Scepter from the rest of the gang. Except, they don't have it. Vincent does. No matter, as Time Slime grabs the gang and ties them up in his Tower of Timekeeping. Just before Time Slime opens the chest to release all of the ghosts, Vincent uses the Time Scepter to pause time, giving him the time to show Scooby what will happen if they don't stop Time Slime. And, wouldn't you know, it's not a pretty sight. A full-on apocalypse happens. Flim Flam and Scrappy join Time Slime's biker gang, Shaggy turns into the average-looking Floridian, and Daphne is taken as Time Slime's slave. Daphne only serves looks, not men. Or undisclosed time deity. This sight is enough to make him recant his withdrawal from the mystery gang, and Vincent turns back time to the moment before Time Slime opens the chest. Scooby powers up on Scooby Snacks that might be laced with whatever future Shaggy was on, giving him enough courage to defeat Bogle, Weird, and importantly Time Slime, trapping them inside the chest. And the gang live happily ever after. Until the next episode, that is. Also, if Vincent can just transport the gang with magic, why didn't he just do that when they were about to die? Is he stupid? Bogle and Weird are burning the midnight oil at the National Gazette, working really hard to get tomorrow's comic strip printed out. Their boss comes back in to check their progress, and refill the machines with this super special ink that gives them control of every monster put to paper. Demondo hops in the book, and tasks Bogle and Weird to deliver this special edition directly to Scooby-Doo. Vincent's living with the gang, and makes them wait on him hand and foot, as Scooby brings them the morning paper. While he checks his horoscope, Scooby gets the comics, summoning Demondo out into the real world, who uses the special pen to create a vortex that takes the gang into the comic world. But as Scooby is falling, he grabs the pen from Demondo, leaving everyone on equal ground, with no real way to get out. The gang, Demondo, and the pen all end up in different comic strips, leaving the gang to work their way through each one, like they did with the game levels in Cyber Chase. And it's a really fun concept here too. The first one with Platypus Duck is probably the most annoying, but then we get to see Astra 2000 for like half a second before Demondo transports the gang onto their ship, looking to get the pen back. When Scooby admits he doesn't have it, Demondo picks him up and holds him over the edge of the ship, but is eventually the one to get stuck in space. This wacky wizard reveals where the pen is for the gang, and uses some of his magic to get the gang there before Demondo. Scooby grabs it, but trips on the only rock in the way, dropping the pen, which breaks in half. Putting it back together shows them that the pen truly was a key, and Demondo takes it and runs throughout the panels and over various strips, with the gang and the other comic characters in hot pursuit. They end up back in Platypus Duck's world, where his arch-nemesis accidentally captures Demondo, and Scooby grabs the key, allowing everyone their escape back to the real world. Just before Demondo follows them, Scooby crumples the paper up, and throws it into the chest of demons, sealing Demondo in for good. Again, the concept behind this one was super cool, with the going back and forth between different comics, but Cyber Chase definitely did this one better. The gang head to beautiful Southern California for the next ghost. Good luck finding them though. Everyone out here is soulless anyways. A delivery person brings Vincent Van Gogh his takeaway meal, and as they go to leave, are attacked by a bat, instantly transforming into this hybrid nightmare. This glowing red ruby seems to have a big effect on Vincent, as he turns into stone after staring into it. This was an initiation for Rancor to join this elite society of monsters, with another initiation taking place simultaneously, which I'm sure is gonna go just as well as, oh, it's Bogle and Weird. Yeah, their ass is not getting accepted. They're here to sabotage the parade tomorrow by poisoning all the flowers. Now, I might be biased, but that's just super uncool. And I think the gang are on my side too, as they find the hangar the paranormal pair are in, but are left to take the fall when they're caught by some police. After successfully losing their wanted level, Vincent calls them while he's getting stoned. Turned to stone. Bogle and Weird offer to help the gang, but Rancor and the boss catch wind of it and aren't super steezed, and Rancor is asked to take them out. Shaggy and Scooby get handcuffed to Bogle and Weird, which is made even worse when the red mystery machine gets towed away, leaving the gang stranded on the west coast. Rancor swoops in and becomes Christine, chasing the gang around the airport before crashing into a tree. The gang get the services of a local pilot, who Rancor has already paid a visit to, who flies them east. When the FBI are on their tail, He tries to fly the plane like the one from GTA 5, getting saved by the GTA 5 train. Seeing as Bogle and Weird can't cut it, Rancor takes matters into their own hands, zapping the biplane and shredding the wings off. They come to a crash landing on top of the blimp like in that one Rockstar game. What was it? It'll come to me. Flim Flam pops the unleaded Zeppelin, sending them on the quickest cross-country tour, ending up in Massachusetts, where the Mask of Mooma is kept. Once inside, Flim Flam unlocks the handcuffs, giving Bogle and Weird the opportunity to steal the chest of demons. Rancor catches back up, and a mummified Scooby causes a big pileup, leading to Bogle and Weird losing the crystal ball, unstonifying Vincent. The FBI show back up to arrest the gang, just as the sun rises. This would also lead to Rancor burning up, so they head into the dark safety of the chest of demons. And it's such a disappointing ending. Rancor was actually kinda cool, but went out in the worst way possible. Scooby and the gang are on the way back to Scooby's hometown of Duville, with his parents waiting for him outside the train station. But the first train doesn't have Scooby aboard, instead being a traveling circus, heading to their next show, which also just so happens to be free. Sounds good enough for the elder dues, as they hop aboard. The gang are on the next train, with Bogle and Weird hitching a ride too. Their next attempt at the Chest of Demons is probably the most evil yet, detaching the train car and sending it into an oncoming train. Luckily it somehow just ramps right over, so the two ghosts fully derail the train. But plot armor strong enough to be Elden Ring on Ultra Hardcore means the gang are just fine, and their car reattaches to the rest of the train. Seeing no one at the station to greet them, they head over to the carnival they hear, run by Professor Phantasmo. Everything here is free, so how could that be profitable for Professor Phantasmo? Flim Flam shows off the chest of demons to Phantasmo, who thinks it would make a great attraction. Though partially swayed by the money he can make, Flim Flam declines the offer, sticking in his allegiance with the gang. The funhouse is closed for repairs, which is the perfect way for Bogle and Weird to lure Scooby and Shaggy in, switching the sign for free pizza. But these two goofballs couldn't catch a cold in a blizzard, getting scared into their own trap. This leads Shag and Scoop to the window, where looking out at the carnival reveals things aren't exactly as they seem. They hurriedly round the gang and the dudes up, taking them back home to try and explain. But Flim Flam was just too enamored by the sights and smells of the carnival, and runs off to join the circus. He foolishly signs his life away before reading the contract, and goes to speak with the guests. Finally, Phantasmo drops the act, as his true evil nature is revealed, and he searches through Flim Flam's sweater for the chest of demons, contracting Bogle and Weird to aid in his theft. Hey wait, I've seen this one before. I'm so shocked Disney would steal something and play it off as their own idea. Vincent appears on the crystal ball to warn the gang they must get Flim Flam back by midnight, otherwise Phantasmo's curse will be permanent. They drop in on the circus, where Phantasmo immediately sends a fireball at Daphne and Scrappy, with only the latter escaping. Flim Flam is put in charge of the show, and put even further under Phantasmo's spell. But when the clown show rolls in, a Phantasmo fireball destroys the Calliope, breaking the curse that holds everyone in the big top. This includes Flim Flam, who whips Phantasmo into gear, sending him back into the chest of demons. In the series finale, Horoscope Scoob, the gang are at the local TV station to find their final ghost. While they wait for their moment on the big screen, a local horoscope writer warns of bad times ahead for someone with the initials SD. But before Shag and Scoob can get out of their appearance, the director of the show arrives and tells them they're up next. After a commercial break, the gang join Boris on air, only to fall for the oldest trick in the book, as the floor underneath them drops out due to Bogle and Weird. This allows them to finally get their hands on the chest of demons. While the gang begin the hunt for the chest, Vincent and his old buddy Boris start pointing fingers, and both head out. While Bogle and Weird celebrate their heist in their cave, the ghost of Zimbulu appears and explains to them that if they didn't grab the chest, and Bogle and Weird don't have it, then it's still lost. They better find it, and quick, since the gang are already making progress. As Tallulah does a tarot card reading, and finds the chest is at an old lighthouse. Surely everyone in the Ghost Kingdom has heard that Bogle and Weird are really bad at this whole thing, but here they are again, being trusted with defending the lighthouse while Zimbulu looks for the chest. The two caretakers take care of the meddling mystery solvers, locking them in the lighthouse and pushing it over. As the boys hang off the edge of the cliff, Daphne and Flim Flam drive the mystery machine into the water, using Scooby's favorite duck raft. Back on dry land, Tallulah holds another seance, conjuring up Vincent Van Gogh to warn them that one of his most powerful books is missing, which also happens to be the guide to the chest. In another vision, Tallulah finds that the chest is located at the Ghoulish Lawn Cemetery, and with a little encouragement, the gang head over. Also, why is Scooby eating mothballs? Shaggy and Scooby get thrown into the mausoleum, finding a zombie and their zombuddies, but they quickly ditch the walkers, sending them over to Atlanta. surely nothing bad will happen there. The gang find the last clue they need, leading back to the TV station, where they find everything in Boris Krepoff's room. Boris plans to open the Chest of Demons live on air, allowing him to become the most powerful being in the world. This is all to get back at Vincent for showing him up and taking all the fame, while he's been reduced to hosting a television show. Tallulah appears to claim her reward as well, transforming into Zimbulu. Okay, good for them. Zimbulu opens the Chest of Demons, releasing all of the spirits back into the world. But before obtaining omnipotent power, the current most powerful being in the world, Flim Flam, vacuums all of the spirits up, locking them back in the chest. For a series grand finale, it doesn't feel that grand. But then again, most animated shows never really know when their final episode is, until it's all over. And just like that, the series draws to a close with a relative whimper. But a conclusive one nonetheless. But what's the worst episode? And more importantly, what was the best one? Well... After the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo was cancelled before they even caught the 13th ghost, Hanna-Barbera took a 3-year break before coming back with their cutest iteration of Scooby-Doo yet, with a Pup Named Scooby-Doo. In this one, the gang are legitimately meddling kids, giving us a new angle for the gang to operate under, while also trying not to get grounded. But does this make the series stand out from any of the rest? Well... In the series premiere, Shaggy does a pretty good job of introducing himself and Scooby-Doo, and also the monsters hiding in Coolsville, as this green sludge monster steals his bike. And we also get to meet the rest of the Scooby-Doo detective agency in Daphne, Fred, and Velma. Fred immediately assumes the culprit to be the local bully, Red Herring, so they follow him over to the swamps, finding a bike that turns out to just be his own. Next they head over to the Daily Babble to find a green dust at the printing press, and then the green monster at the Ferguson estate. Renowned psychic medium Shirley MacLue gives the gang some word of advice. Run far away from here. But of course they don't. And the gang head into the spooky old house, falling straight through the floorboards. Man, these lawsuits wrap up quickly. The gang's literally swimming in money right now. But just like that aunt that you've never met before, the monster comes back when they realize the kids have money now. So the gang use the trap fireplace to slide away into the basement, where they do find Shaggy's bike. Scooby sneezing pinballs the monster into the counterfeiting machine, jamming it and catching Mr. Conrad, the newspaper owner. Great, now Shaggy has to look for another job, because who doesn't love child labor? This is a great episode to kick the series off, but while I understand that this is directed towards even younger kids than usual, I have a feeling that the gang explaining every single clue might get old pretty fast. But we'll see. Just as Shag and Scoob are about to call it a night, a news report by one of the long-lost brothers of Donkey Kong alerts them of a bank robbery that just occurred. When Scooby goes out to his doghouse, which seems kinda weird that he'd be an outside dog, but whatever, he finds the creature that they heard about on the news, and runs to get Shaggy and the rest of the gang. They all go inside to check it out, and wow, look at this place. Naturally, the gang split up, with Shaggy and Scooby hitting the buffet table, getting interrupted by the monster. Also, this chase music absolutely slaps. Velma conducts a little bit of research, finding that Scooby's place is covered in sewer sludge, so the police are already en route over here. Oh no, Shaggy's dad's a cop? Everyone assumes the robber to be the janitor, who they found hiding in the doghouse for some reason, and finding all of the gold in a giant hole there doesn't look much better for him. The gang take a raft down through the sewers to the entrance of the bank vault, but the monster chases them right back where they came from, where they do go on a pretty funny chase scene before catching the monster, later unmasking the bank manager Mr. Buxton. I like this one a little bit more than our first one, mostly for that ending chase scene alone. Shaggy and Scooby take their life savings over to the Coolsville comic book convention to buy a very rare first edition comic. And as a bonus treat, we get to see all these cool cosplays. How fun. They run to tell the gang about it, and they all go back to Selma's to investigate, when Dr. Croker shows up to steal a comic by questionable means, before turning their attention over to Shaggy for his copy. Scooby gets yoinked by the frog's tongue before beginning our first chase, where Shaggy uses moonbounce shoes to leap into a chandelier, ditching the froggy foe for now. This gives Shaggy time to get his comic signed by the creator, who gets a slightly damp fingerprint on it, dropping it from a PSA 10 to a PSA 6. Oh, here's the PSA grader now, ready to scam even more people. Dr. Croker chases the gang through the theater, and yo, is that Godzilla vs. Kong like 30 years ahead of its time? They follow Mr. Cashmore out to his car, which is always a really good idea for kids to do, and find his stash of comics. Now back in the convention, Wendell McWendell finally decides to sell his first edition to the highest bidder. So, Shaggy and Scooby changed into their Commander Cool costumes. Hey, why are all these adults watching? Alright, no more security checks.
I need hard drive checks before people are allowed in these things. The monster returns to steal the copy, immediately getting thwarted by running into Velma's trap, and Shaggy turns into auctioneer for this rare comic. This edition was a real bomb though, capturing Dr. Croaker in a sticky bubblegum, and Velma unmasked Wendell McWendell underneath. He wanted to make his edition of the comic the only one left. While he gets hauled off to jail, the gang make Mr. Cashmore feel a little bit better about his dark secret about loving comics, which is pretty sweet actually. Don't bully people for liking things. At the Scooby Snack Factory, a giant cheese monster scares away every worker inside, halting all Scooby Snack production. And this brings me to an important question. I was always under the impression that Scooby Snacks were named after Scooby-Doo, but here we see an already established factory while Scooby is still a puppy. So what came first? The Scooby or the snack? Well, we better find out fast, since Scooby is fresh out of them, and even the stores don't have any. Well, at least there's Acme dog biscuits. The gang go into the factory to try and find some clues, and maybe a few rogue Scooby snacks, but they only find an important clue. And they make sure we take note of it by this special interruption. Okay, that bit was kind of funny, but maybe a little too cheesy. Oh, nope, that was actually just the monster, who chases the gang through the factory. They catch Mr. Roquefort snooping through the factory, but before they can grill him any further, the cheese monster chases them down once more, this time grabbing each of the kids and keeping them tied up. But even without a Scooby Snacks, Scooby's able to be brave and beat the cheese monster. Alright, who's the deviant artist? Velma uses her yo-yo to trip up the cheesy monster, unveiling Larry Acme underneath the mask, who wanted to take the secret formula and rule the market. Late stage capitalism strikes again. I think it's really clever that one of the red herrings be named Roquefort after the cheese, but I think almost no kid would understand that one. This one's always been one of the most memorable episodes for me, and it's still really good. The gang are in attendance for their favorite show, For Better or Worse, with Shaggy and Scooby bringing the tailgate inside. As the hot dog bounces away, Scooby goes to track it down and finds the Jojo Rabbit reference. Okay, not exactly, but this ghostly gangster does hand the dog back to the dog. The host of the show comes out to energize the crowd and coerce them to buy a bunch of overpriced merch. So, basically the average YouTuber. Shaggy and Scooby get called on stage to play the game, facing off against the Brainy Bunch. And it goes not well, to say the least. Realizing they're losing precious watch time and engagement, they bring in a new guest, the Ghost, to really shake things up. Instead of telling them to like and subscribe, Al Capone here just scares everyone outside, leading the gang to find various suspects and red herrings. No, not that one. During the investigation, Capone chases Shaggy, Scooby, and Velma to rejoin with Daphne and Fred, where each predicate their theories of the baddie based on the clues. Except for Fred. Then they set up the grand finale trap, setting up this game show to reveal Pristina underneath the mask, who actually had a pretty good villain plan, disguising not only as Al Capone, but also Mel. We love a talented queen. Shaggy and Scooby watch a preview for a new horror movie, which scares the living daylights out of them. Then they get the unskippable mission of delivering Shaggy's little sister to the babysitter, and the gang have approximately 22.8 minutes to join in. At the babysitter's place, the gang get a bit frightened when the babysitter steps out. And you know what? I get it. I get scared of hot people too. She chases them around town, but eventually gets locked out of her own house. Down in the basement, Boogity Bones rises from the grave to attack Shaggy, and scares the rest of the gang into finding some clues, with a little help from the newscaster. When the babysitter returns with her loser boyfriend, the gang starts setting up all these Home Alone type traps, and they all get wasted on this geezer. Shuggy runs off somewhere, or crawls off somewhere, right into the babysitter's arms, while Manny returns to chase the gang around some. Hey, remember Boogity Bones? Yeah, cause neither did the episode. Eventually Maddie and Boogity are caught, with the latter being revealed as Molly the Mole, and all of their stolen cash is buried in the house. So the gang get to enjoy their movie night after all, with Scooby opting for the non-horror movie after all this. The kids go on an unchaperoned ski trip to this creepy old chalet. So what's the worst that could happen? Well, when the cooler sibling of the cyber chase guy pops up and turns everything frozen, that's a pretty good start. They ring the doorbell to meet the owners and, is this a safe space? They may be a bit green under the gills, but they're nice enough to invite the gang inside for some dinner. Some local scumbag invites himself in to try and buy the house from them and build a super mall on top of it, but is quickly shown the door. Just as everyone turns in for the night, the Ice Demon gets caught in bed with Shaggy and Scooby, which is a pretty bad look, but apparently they were just here for a cupcake. They chase the boys around a bit, and just as the gang are about to get iced, Velma uses Reflect, and the demon's vanquished for now. Until the gang check out the next lead, and of course the demon follows, causing an avalanche on them.
Somehow they escape certain death and head into the old mine to find some more clues, and, of course, the Ice Demon, who blocks their exit and then blocks them up. After a fun little montage, they eventually break out, running into the businessman from before doing some illegal work on the property. So the gang hatched their final plan, eventually catching the forest ranger in the act. So the Morgansons get to keep their ski lodge. This Ice Demon was always one of the scary monsters to me when I was a kid. I just think the ice variant of Cyberchase always stuck out to me. The gang are on a field trip to the museum to learn about the legendary Asakari, when the samurai ghost shows up to steal the swords and return to the shadows. And much like Yasuke, no one believes that the ghost was actually real, even though they absolutely were. So everyone assumes that Shaggy and Scooby stole the swords instead. The gang head back into the museum that night to meddle around, eavesdropping on an argument between Miss Takai, Mr. Dayton, and Thornsby, who are still trying to figure out how the swords were even taken. While the gang try and avoid the grown-ups, they find the insurancy policy on the swords, which makes Miss Takai the first suspect. Well, the first one after Shag and Scoob. But before we can clear all that up, the samurai ghost returns and chases them into the plane exhibit. And wow, this is what first class flying is like? Must be nice. There's a quick layover in Egypt, where the ghost gets caught up in the mummy tomb, but hits the connecting flight down to the basement. While down there, the gang find the broken sarcophagus, the swords, and of course the ghost. We get one of the most fun chase sequences in the entire show, leading to the ghost running off with the swords once more. But Velma pulls the old switcheroo on them, and then apparently becomes a black belt in martial arts, slamming the samurai a couple of times before they're caught, and unmask Mr. Dayton. The gang's next mystery is down at the Marine Institute, where they report that some of the dolphins have gone missing. Now, you may say that these first graders are in no way, shape, or form qualified to tackle this, but you've forgotten about a nice little X-factor called nepotism. Velma's Aunt Thelma is the head of the whole place. She shows them around a little bit, when the headless skateboarder rolls in and scares them all inside. And oh my god, this dude is so cool. I don't know if I will do a creature/villain ranking, but this is absolutely an S tier design. After the brief introduction, they find that Skipper the Dolphin has gone missing too. We get the usual integration of our red herrings into the story, yes, including Red Herring himself, cosplaying as my new favorite skater. But once they arrive at the skate park, the real one shows up and does a gnarly heel flip over the gang, who eventually use a rocket-powered skateboard to escape. Also, do y'all remember Rocket Power? That was peak. Inside of the shed, the gang find a bunch of trophies for Al the owner, who used to be a world champion before he got involved with drugs. I'm like, half surprised, half not surprised at all that they used drugs for this. This was the era where a lot of the War on Drugs campaign leaked into the children's television to tell us the dangers of drugs. Couldn't they have used literally anybody else besides a skateboarder though? This guy smokes mid-weed and nothing else. God forbid a guy has hobbies. The gang are at least a little more sympathetic towards him, so they agree to help him figure all this out. They scuba dive out into the sea, where surely no headless skateboarders will. Oh my god, he's got an underwater shark skateboard. Eventually they find the dolphins locked up down in the caves, who are all being used to transport drugs. So now the gang know who's under the costume. Would they really make it anyone else other than Al? No. Not only because the American prison system doesn't rehabilitate whatsoever, and this reinforces the cyclical nature of incarceration, but also because they have to drive it home that drugs are, in fact, icky, and will make you a bad person. Also, apparently the beach patrol lady was in on it too, and this dude is an undercover FBI agent. Sure, why the hell not? I get what they're going for in this episode, but it's not clever at all or subversive with it. But should I really expect that from a kids show from 1988? It's Halloween night and the gang are out trick-or-treating, with Shaggy having the best costume of the bunch. Such a sleigh. But after bankrupting this guy of all of his sweets, next stop is the spooky mansion with a fun little playground, where the legend of Boo Beard originates. The nice couple at the door concede that, yeah, they do have a ghost. But don't worry, he's super chill. Yeah, real chill. The ghost will continue the tantrum until the couple sell the house, and instead of becoming a seller, just heads down into the cellar, right where the handyman is. Of course, the gang offer their services, and while it's tough to turn down 4 kids and a dog who offer to catch a ghost, the couple wisely do so. Back at the only treehouse that gives the kids next door a run for their money, a real ghost shows up to get the gang's help, as he's the real friendly ghost from the house. While up in the attic, the gang find a quartet of clues, the most important one probably being the ghost themselves, so they hit the zipline to escape. The ghost tries to do the same, but falls right back into the cellar, as all of our potential suspects emerge and check out the commotion. Just as they find the breadcrumb trail, or french fry trail, to an underground tunnel, the ghost follows and chases them right through the house, picking up the owners to join in too. And that's the final straw for them. They agree to sell the house to the groundskeeper, who immediately plans to tear it all down. The gang try and show him that everything is fine because ghosts hate magnets, but end up failing forwards into capturing them, unmasking Jack behind the whole thing, who was going to make the Coolsville version of the Burj Khalifa. Of course, the cousin of both Wiz and Mia.
Ugh, like how, paleface?
Okay, great start here. The gang are out camping in the woods when Shaggy and Scooby run into a talking totem pole, who chases them off and tells them to stay off their land. Luckily, the gang are not the US government from the 19th century, so there's actually a better chance that they follow the command. Oh, nope, they immediately start meddling. They meet one of the elders of the tribe and his grandson, who Daphne is immediately smitten by, and the gang begin trying to find some clues about the totem monster. This one bozo shows up to tell the gang about his plans to build a new hotel, and even if he's not the totem monster, he's still the villain here. Warren joins the gang around the campfire, gifting them the story stick. And while the gang take turns telling their stories, they get interrupted by the totem grabbing Daphne, Freddy, and Velma, and chase them all around the reservation. They eventually lose the totem with some help from a Hanna-Barbera bear. So now they can set up the final trap, which involves covering the monster in, let's go with mayonnaise. But that's not the full plan, as Velma takes an extremely hungry termite and lets it go to town while she calls the reservation police. Ha! See, I told you, that one skis ball was under the mask the whole time, trying to drive the natives off their land and put in this stupid hotel. What is he, a government contractor? The gang could definitely use some updates to their terminology, but overall this episode's just a bit bland. Daphne has the gang over at her house for a playdate, when she realizes her entire room has been stolen by someone. Her security guard calls in the secret weapon, Robopup, who basically does everything that Scooby can do, but a little bit better. So while Freddy and the girls take Robopup to search for clues, Shaggy and Scooby search for foods. And if there's one place to find a ghostly chef, it's gonna be the kitchen, as the pair are chased around the kitchen island, eventually getting caught in a food fight. The rest of the gang find a clue in the foyer, and find the boys cowering in the bushes, explaining what exactly drove them there.
I was scared, and yet mysteriously attracted to him at the same time.
You know, good for you for admitting it, Shaggy. The Blakes tell the gang about Chef Pierre Goulash, an old chef hired by the family to torture them all. Wait, no, that's not right. Oh, this says create a tort for them. Look, it's a simple mistake. I'm sure we can get this all figured out. Okay, maybe not. The gang dine and dash away right to their next clue. And oh my god, this guy is a sniper's dream. Out in the East Wing, Scooby finds one of Daphne's diamond barrettes, and eventually comes across the rest of her stolen belongings in the Blake subway station. Ghoulie Goulash chases them out so they can load up the car with goods, but eventually gets tucked into bed and unmasks his security guard Gordon. Let's see, Gordon becoming a French chef, having a blue mask, and becoming police adjacent. Call that, Gordon Blue. Okay, look, I'll keep working on that one while we take him to jail. Hey, Robopup, what the hell, man? Kinda forgot that Robopup's working for Gordon here. And apparently the animators got commissioned by Pyrocynical, leaving Robopup a bit out of commission. There's nowhere really to put this in the synopsis, but I like that Shaggy gets the crossdress and it's not really played for laughs, it just kinda happens. I think that's cool. Freddy gets his first video camera and immediately becomes an insufferable auteur. Geez, everyone's a critic, I guess. This string bean monster runs into the jewelry shop and steals a couple handfuls of jewels before hitting the pet store to take the register. As the gang begin their investigation, they meet the man behind the mask. The gang get hired by Vincent Thorne to try and clear his name. So once the theater gets out, the least entitled Letterboxd user leaves their review in person, ensuring at least one person actually sees it. Oh wait, it's not a Letterboxd user. They're actually employed. Oh, nope, immediately got fired. Back to the logs, movie boy. While the gang finds some clues at the studio, they immediately get called back into the mall by Vincent Thorne, who gets grabbed by Stinkweed, and the gang get chased around once more. The monster gets fired from Foot Locker, flying into the bushes where FBI agent Jane Thursday emerges. Scooby takes some performance-enhancing drugs, and catches the creature planting some more evidence before getting chased around again. But after giving the gang a little bit of time to prepare, Freddy finally gets to shoot his movie, and the star of the show is none other than Stinkweed, aka Vincent Thorne. He was just trying to get the franchise cancelled so he wouldn't have to play the dreaded character anymore. And this episode's pretty good, actually. Him trying to use the gang to clear his name is really fun, even if it majorly backfired. Scooby gets a new collar for his birthday from Mamadou, but before he can flex his new iced out chain, a ghostly dog catcher named Buster McMuttmauler rains on his birthday parade. Everyone concludes that the collar is cursed, so Scooby tries to give it back to Mrs. Knittingham, who instead just gets kidnapped by the fiend. The gang take the dudes with them on the pursuit of justice, as we're introduced to all of our main suspects, while Shaggy and Scooby introduce themselves to a mid-episode snack.
They get busted by Buster, who busts down the door to the bathroom they were hiding in and eventually sneak out of. They run right into Mr. Goodman, the real dog catcher, but you better not call him Saul. Once they do sniff out their next clue, the dog catcher, sure enough, catches the dog, who turns boneless to escape. Scooby's mom and dad get captured next, so now Scooby really means business, going into the spooky factory with no Scooby snacks at all. But that bravery was thinner than the dog napper, and I mean, he's not even skin and bone, just bone. After the big chase, the gang find the final clue they need, and pull the classic, you gotta be quicker than that, but it doesn't quite work out, as Scooby gets spiked into space and the rest of the gang get captured. But what goes up must come back down, as Scooby lands on the dog catcher, ruining this skelly's celly, and releasing the kidnapped beings. They unmask Mr. Chicks and stuff, who used flour to give him that ghostly glow. Finally, we get to meet the rest of the Doo family, and everyone can live happily ever after. For some reason, a bunch of kids are left unsupervised at the toy factory during the night, where a big monster emerges from behind the vault. And finally they're unmasked as Red Herring. Alright, everyone can go home now. But when this Cyclops alien picks up Commander Cool and Melamut, the investigation is back on. Shaggy and Scooby rocket ski away, crashing into one of the toy displays, giving Shaggy a grade 2 concussion, so now he's convinced that he's the real Commander Cool. The gang meet the toy company owner and her assistant, who provide them with the initial leads of suspects. They go up into the spooky attic, where they find the alien drooling in a no drooling zone, so Commander Cool handcuffs them. The pieces of plastic hold them for maybe 1 second, and now the chase is on. Oh wait, no chase yet. Instead, the gang head into this spooky house. Aha! I knew it was chase time. Oh, okay. False alarm. Again. Instead, they go over to Stupendous Toys to see what this bozo and Ebolo is about, but they're quickly kicked out. No matter, I'm sure Velma collected all the info she needs. So they head back to the Cool Cave, where they're accosted by the monster again, who's really elevating the scares. And finally it's time for a chase. And no fake outs this time, as the gang get chased around, eventually finding the final clue Velma needed to set up the sting operation. But when the monster counters, Commander Cool eventually gets the sense knocked back into him, and is now just normal Shaggy. Before he gets eaten by the monster, Scooby knocks over some crates to capture them, finally unmasking Barbara Simone, who was looking to steal blueprints and sell them to rivals. This episode has the same vibe from an earlier Scooby series, where Shaggy also got a concussion and was convinced he was a superhero, but this one was done way better. Daphne rents out a theater for the gang to watch the great Buddy Chelner perform some cool songs. But just like Elvis did to Chuck Berry, this goofball steals his whole flow. Luckily, Daphne has a super normal affinity for this grown man, so she saves Buddy from the ghost. He hires the gang to track down his tormentor, so the gang get right on the case as Scooby tries to take a picture of the getaway car, accidentally becoming the inspiration for one of the best shots in cinematic history from The Aviator. But they can use this clue to go to the Parker Place Museum, where the caretaker sells them a ticket. For not having a lot of business, he sure does have a lot of change. Hey Velma, note that down. Thanks, Queen. The gang eventually find Purvis Parker, his impersonator, in the studio cooking up some dastardly beats. We are not making it out of Coolsville with this one. As the gang enter Purvis's secret vault, they find all the gold records to be fake, but the ghost of Purvis feels the temperature rising and grabs Buddy, causing Scooby to really bring the roof down. They all manage to ditch the ghost. Oh, never mind, Buddy gets kidnapped again. Daphne leads the charge to find Buddy, instead finding the museum worker, who vows to shut it down by tomorrow. And before the gang even get a chance to take a break, the ghost of Purvis returns to start the big chase, giving Velma everything she needs to set up the final trap. Not that it really matters, since Scooby accidentally captures the gang instead, but does turn up the amp to absolutely blow the ghost away, as they are unmasked as the museum worker. Wow, what a shock. Who could have guessed? And to end off, the old man that we've seen throughout the episode also unmasks, as Purvis Parker himself. So Buddy and he perform a concert that night to celebrate. Freddy's Uncle Eddie purchases the National Exaggerator, so now the gang become junior reporters. Time to get their first story from the editor. Oof, geez, that is an HR nightmare. Before the gang can fully capture Chickenstein, they break through the wall and make their great escape. Velma deduces that the dirt comes from the Coolsville Cemetery, where Fred finds his hero, Scoop Byline, the least scummy TMZ reporter. While he goes to invade some privacy, this lady greedies through the cemetery, upset that Scoop supplanted her role as star reporter. Scooby and Shaggy eventually get spooked into the mausoleum, where Chickenstein lives, and they run off and collect the rest of the gang, entering the home of a local psychic who claims to be the one who spawned in Chickenstein. So maybe she's Chickenstein and this is Chickenstein's monster. Hey, where'd she go? The gang get the best of the monster this time, but I'm sure they'll be back. Back at the National Exaggerator, we're introduced to some more suspects, and Eddie's already going bankrupt. Fun fact, this was the previous record for fastest loss of money before Elon Musk bought Twitter. The gang have to drag Shag and Scoob back to the cemetery, where they catch Chickenstein going back into the mausoleum, and they decide to follow the hybrid inside, who begins the big chase scene. They fall right into the basement, finding a bunch of new stuff hidden down there. So we get the grand reopening of the National Exaggerator, which quickly gets spoiled by Chickenstein, who eventually gets turned into a cube creature, being unmasked as... Who is this guy? Oh, my apologies. Who is this girl? Granny Sweetwater was behind a big theft spree, and was trying to shut down the Exaggerator in the process. Is there any reason Chickenstein was chosen for this one? No, not really. Does it really matter? Yeah, actually, it matters to me a lot. It's scary movie night with the gang. Unfortunately, Shaggy and Scooby are having a bit of a spat right now, but nothing can stop the intrusion of ads into beloved content. Speaking of which, this video is not sponsored, but I had you going, didn't I? The burger monster steals the bucket of cash from O'Greasy, and then pulls a Ringu moment and crawls straight through the TV. So this gives the gang 7 days to solve the mystery, and Mr. O'Greasy arrives to purchase the gang services, leading the gang back to his bucket of building. They start roaming the halls, eventually coming face to face with the monster. But Scooby quickly gets rid of the walking heart attack. Not that Shaggy's too steezed from or anything. At the O'Greasy restaurant, the gang meet the nice old man who's been working here for 38 years, and Velma purchases a bucket of clues. They head back to the headquarters, where the head burger is waiting. Wait, actually the gang are waiting on them. But the service must have been terrible, as the burger dines and dashes. The gang follow a trail of O'Greasy buckets back to a spooky mansion where the burger monster resides, and begins the Coolsville circuit. Also, I don't know if I'll do a ranking of all these chase songs, but Haunted Hamburger might be the best one. Shag and Scoob still can't work together, leaving the rest of the gang to play catch up, and now Shaggy's kidnapped. This finally kicks Scooby into gear, who saves his bestie and nabs the burger bandit. Finally, our hungry heroes are friends again, and Skippy Johnson is unveiled underneath the costume. After 38 years, he never got a raise, and you know what, minimum wage for that long would also make me into an insufferable monster. Also, this monster design always stuck with me as a kid. It's very goofy, but instantly memorable. At the science fair show, the gang patiently await for Velma to take home first prize for the 3rd consecutive year. She stuns the crowd with a Dinkley 2000, and as they all head out to celebrate, the machine breaks free from the outlet and starts roaming the halls of Coolsville Junior High. The next morning, the kid who comes in second place to Velma congratulates her and starts twiddling his thumbs and kicking his feet. So basically Gibby Norton before Gibby Norton. The gang knows that all of their lockers have been robbed, and all their items are tracked back to Velma's locker, the most serious of which is probably the theft of the teacher's answer key for the next test, which earns Velma suspension from school, which for her is basically like the death penalty. Of course the gang, aside from Freddy, I guess, believe that she's innocent, so they try and find the real perp. They sneak back into the school that night, with Velma disguised as a slay queen. And once inside, Velma finds tracks that match her robot, which is right behind them, sprouting a pair of arms to grab her. Scooby may get the boot at first, but eventually saves their brainiac buddy. They don't have enough clues just yet, so they decide to follow the machine to the janitor's closet. Hey, at least the monster provides the chase music this time. And in return, the gang provides sustenance for the monster. Velma and Scooby recognize the dangers of AI, and overload the system, causing it to crash. This releases the captured kids, and eventually reveals Bruce Wormsley behind it all. Tired of always being the second smartest kid in school. Well, at least he'll be the smartest kid in homeschool, as I'm sure he's going to be expelled after this little stunt. I really like this episode. The gang banding together to help Velma clear her name is really sweet. It was a dark and stormy night, and the weather must be really getting to the gang, as they're all incredibly rude to Scooby-Doo. So much so that he runs away from home, where this lady pulled straight out of an Aardman film is waiting for him. When the gang realized they were a bit too harsh on him, they start the search for Scooby. And I don't know if this is a hot take or anything, but Scooby might arguably be my least favorite member of the gang. But this episode shows how pertinent he is to their success overall, especially in this iteration of the franchise. They follow the Scooby trail into town while reminiscing on the good times they had with him. Meanwhile, the Chicken Run lady doesn't really know how to take no for an answer, as she keeps trying to get Scooby to come with her. Finally, they chuck him back down to the docks, saving him from certain doom, and apologizing for hurting his feelings. The woman chases them around and uses a swordfish as a weapon against them, before finally getting scared off. Eventually, Velma cracks the case, uncovering Paula Picasso's plan to paint a portrait of Scooby. You know, she could have used some other words than "I want your head," but it's all just a big misunderstanding. While everyone does make up in the end, this episode just kinda makes me sad. The gang head over to the Coolsville amusement park for the day, and Shaggy has enough box tops here to redeem the first ride on Monster Mountain. Also, are box tops still a thing? Before we can figure that one out, the gang realize that the park's been shut down, and the turnip mascot's left crying on the curbside. Oh look, the Uber's here. genuinely the most normal Uber experience. As the clown flies off with Shaggy, Root and Toot and Scooby reels him back in, and the gang enter the park. The turnip turns back up, now with his brother, the owner. If the gang can crack this case, they'll get free admission for life, so that's a pretty good deal. We also meet their sister Jenny and their brother Bart, who owns a neighboring theme park. But before he can tell them to eat his shorts, Zombo pops back up to tell them to stay away from Gypner's Joyland once more. But of course they won't do that, as finding blueprints for a condo leads them to a special nighttime investigation. But as Shaggy, Scooby, and Velma find their next clue, Zombo chases them out once more, joining back up with Daphne and Fred in Slavaland to bring the fun to them. After ditching the clown, the gang head over to the real clown show, Gypner's Joyland, where all the employees are leaving. And cue that chase music, cause Zombo's back once more, chasing them all over the park before Scooby emerges to try and outclown the clown. Shaggy finally gets to ride Monster Mountain, just maybe not exactly as he would have liked to. Much like anything I made in Thrillville, this ride is way too intense, and makes all the riders sick to their stomachs. But this does give them enough time to capture and unmask Joey Gypner, looking to buy out all of his sibling shares. And this one seemed like a copy and paste of the Scooby-Doo episode, just with no drugs in it this time. Okay, with less drugs in it this time. It's just a boring, normal night for the gang, which drives Freddy into madness, his obsession with Red Herring getting the best of him. The gang challenge him not to accuse Red of anything for the next 24 hours. Should be a breeze, right? Well, when his aunt comes knocking at the door saying her bike was stolen, and Red just happens to be at the crime scene, he's really pushing his luck. Man, it sure would be silly if Red actually did it this time. Before we think about subverting expectations too much, the Boogie Biker shows up and immediately wins a drag race. No, the other kind. While checking out the garage, the Boogie Biker corners the gang and is just about to grab them, when Scooby rides through and crashes into them. According to the calculations, the only person this could be is... no. Red Herring? He hosted his own Pit My Ride episode with his on Spike and made it good as new, which is actually very sweet. This one's only a half episode, giving me some nightmarish flashbacks to the Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo ones. But this one's actually very well paced that you hardly notice it. Let's see how we can fill out the second half of this episode now, as we start off with the gang at the Coolsville Space Center. Velma's newest experiment is being tested today, so the gang get treated to a tour of the ship, unfortunately being interrupted by a cowboy space ghost, or ghost space cowboy, or space you know what, doesn't matter. With the launch postponed, the gang really have nothing better to do other than look for some clues, so they get right to it. The first of which being a boot belonging to this guy, Billy Bob Joe Bob Harris, and then the chief scientist, Simon Simonson. Some all-time names here, it must be said. But as the ghost crawls out of the screen, Scooby hits them with the classic Xbox Live Party question, what is Italy shaped like? And the perp is caught and unmasked as red hair. Oh, sorry, that was last episode. This one was Simon Simonson, jealous of a literal child that her project was chosen over his. And don't be bitter, just get better. I actually don't mind these half episodes. The formula was kinda starting to wear on me. Scooby and the gang head down to the arcade, where Scooby sets 3 new records simultaneously. He's a natural born gamer, and immediately starts setting records on this brand new game, when the game's villain, Big Wig, pops out and attacks the gang, kidnapping Daphne and the hairnet. Scooby really blows them away, and saves Daphne in a similar fashion to Gwen Stacy in The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Slightly different results though. If you ever wondered what Daphne's father does for a living, it's exploiting child labor laws. Daphne's in charge of this place, so the gang's on the case. We meet a trio of dweebs who are now the top suspects, and it's time to look for some clues. Freddy, you know the drill.
Let's split up, gang! Gang?
It's okay, Freddy. The accident wasn't your fault. It's time to let go. Shag and Scoob get into a hairy situation, but also get to play salon, so it's not all that bad. They trace the hair back into town, where that one goofball from earlier lives. But before they can get any closer, Big Wig returns and captures the entire gang. Velma pulls out a bottle of hair remover, which frightens the hairball away, leaving behind their... cross? This Derwin guy might be a little weird, but he's a game developer, so the bar is pretty low to not be the worst one.
We interrupt a pup named Scooby-Doo for this important announcement. If the groovy rock and roll music you are about to hear really turns you on, feel free to get down and boogie. Yee-haw!
Hey, what? Swiftly moving on, the gang, mainly Velma, finds the last clue they need to set up the trap. So that's where Scooby the Barbarian comes in. Of course, it initially backfires, with Scooby getting moosed, but eventually he pounces on the Walking Bad hair day, unveiling Krusty Baker behind the terror spree. Daphne admits to her parents that she doesn't want to run the business, and they accept that she just wants to be a kid. and we all cried into our stack of $100 bills. The gang are at the Coolsville Wrestling Federation for the grand reopening, when this cow arrives and ruins the whole event. Man, this wrestling stuff is getting more real by the day. Commander Cool and Mellow Mutt wriggle free this time, but considering it's been like 2 minutes, I've got a feeling that we'll be seeing the Hooded Heifer again real soon. We get a little bit of background lore on the disgraced wrestler, and the gang search for some clues.
Oh, excuse me, miss.
Freddy, she's a he.
Aw man, Daphne's a turf? I was just starting to like her too. After Bo Peep exits, the gang head over to the Swindlesons, where Shaggy and Scooby find their clue. But before our heroes can enjoy their hero, the Hooded Heifer chases them off, and they join back with the gang in the Swindlesons' office. They're quickly shown the door by the, muscle, and Scooby has a tango, with the cow, who drops yet another clue. While they go to interrogate Baron Scuzzball, they instead find the Hooded Heifer, as Scooby chases them off with the final clue. Now it's time for the main event, as Scooby and the cow duel it out, with Scooby eventually winning this Hell in the Cell match. Now in custody, Velma unmasked the Hooded Heifer as the Coolsville Comet. He really steered his life the wrong way with this one. Shaggy and Scooby are having a nice little sleepover, but like most sleepovers, there won't be much sleeping going on. Not because they're playing games or watching movies, but because this hellhound emerges from a stack of pizza boxes. You know, that was my third guess actually. Scooby manages to get rid of them, but his parents also seem to think that this were-do is a bit of a problem. So of course the gang offer their services. Over at Do Manor, the gang meet this professor who lore dumps on the were-do, so it's time to start some clue hunting. Scooby's Uncle Horton is looking a bit rough, but he's gotta bounce anyways, so no matter. They find the real Uncle Horton in the casket, but he's arguably just as weird, so might as well go find the were-do. Oh hey, surprise! After some party shenanigans, we catch back up with the professor, and this woman who really hates the do's. Hey Scooby, hit it! After the chase into the basement, Scooby finds his next cosplay outfit, has a shouting match with the were-do, and neutralizes them with the Monty Mole bit from Moo Moo Meadows. The were-do is unmasked as the professor, and they're quickly taken away. You know, I really dig this episode. I'm sorry. It's bath day for Scooby, and much like me trying to wash my dog, it's also bath day for Shaggy. After he goes to dry off, a dog catcher launches himself into the yard to try and catch Scooby, using every Looney Tunes technique in the book, safes, grand pianos, and super ultra death rays. Eventually he gets mowed down and flung into space, and Scooby finally gets his long overdue bath. That's about all I got for this one. It's a 3-minute episode, but pretty fun. It's another rainy day in for the gang at the Scooby-Doo Detective Agency headquarters, where nothing bad ever happens or goes wrong whatsoever. Nah, who am I kidding? This old librarian enters the treehouse to retrieve her book, and gives the boys until midnight to return it. So Scooby finds it with plenty of episodes to spare, and the gang head over to the now closed library. This woman confronts them, showing off her stamp collection. And not a great look opening up your trench coat to children. You know what, someone keep an eye on her while we go inside. In there, the gang find Mrs. Shusham, who chases them around the library, eventually being unmasked as Bernie Spinder. She found out that the book Shaggy had was worth a lot of money, and wanted it all for herself. Shaggy and Scooby hit up an all-you-can-eat buffet, which of course for them is closer to the all-the-restaurant could serve buffet. But when the time comes to pay, neither of the boys has the scratch. The panic attack sends Shaggy and Scooby into a dream sequence, where the waiter turns into this discount Wario, serving up some real delectable dishes. While he serves up Sweaty Sock Sandwich, Mayor Blake gives Commander Cool and Mellow Mutt their next target. Down at the restaurant, Velma's on dish duty, providing Waitrose the ammo he needs for his fine china bazooka. The heroes get captured and are about to be drowned in chocolate sauce, but it's been about 4 minutes since they ate last. So, they're starving. They eat themselves free, save the day and the damsel in distress. Now snapping out of the dream, the waiter commends them for their hard work, and gives them some cash. So, not a bad deal honestly. Up in the treehouse for the last time, the gang are having a nice day making pizzas and showing off their transporter devices. Velma uses that to transport them right to New York City, where a giant snail pops up from the sewers and attacks them with a hockey stick. So, yeah, this is New York alright. Velma's other invention accidentally shocks Scooby, causing his nose to become a supercharged clue sniffer. No time for any of that though. The gang's got business to tend to. Well, mainly just Freddy, who got an invitation from Critter Getters, a failing ghost catching service. Maybe they should switch over to pest catching, as this snail monster sure is annoying. They chase Shaggy and Scooby all over the world, but as they say, all roads lead to the Bronx, and they kick the snail back to the sewers. The gang meet up with the Ghoul Gone guy, who's like a walking advertisement for the company, handing out all types of free garbage to them. Out on the street, the gang run into Chopperone, Engelbert Newton, who gives them a sob story. But the real story is the return of the menacing mollusk, who chases the kids all over New York, getting dunked on at Rucker Park, and cornering them at Lady Liberty, running in fear at the sight of Salt. Lester Leonard is shown capturing the ghost, but Velma points out that Scooby's nose didn't blink again, so something's not quite adding up. The gang set up a fake Critter Getters commercial, and eventually do catch the snail monster, unmasking Lester Leonard as the culprit. He was a fraud the whole time? I'm so shocked. 30 more episodes down, and this one was every bit as fun as I remember it being as a kid. Unfortunately though, one of those does have to be last place.
What's New Scooby-Doo was the first edition of the franchise to break into the 21st century, premiering in 2002, lasting all the way up until 2006. Whereas many of the series before it tried a new spin on the mystery-solving teens, What's New instead brings us back to basics, grounding the cases with more realism, while introducing the gang to the new post-Y2K technology era. But did this update to the classics make it stand out anymore? And what episode has stood the test of time to remain the best? Pro snowboarder Chris Klug goes for one last run down the slopes, when a giant snow creature sends him crashing into the trees. Hey dude, you okay? Don't care.
Shut the fuck up, my shit is on! What's your Scooby-Doo? We're coming after you!
Hell yeah. This is the best Scooby-Doo intro song and it's not even close. Hey, remember when I said the gang gets new tech upgrades? Also, do you remember when your stupid Garmin GPS would hit you with the infinite recalculating? Yeah, that's them right now. They've also got the mini TV when you get bored of driving and have to catch up on your Family Guy funny moments. The gang arrive at the resort just in time to overhear Chris Klug's fate, and go to meet him to get some intel on what happened and prepare for the investigation. That night, they search around a bit before encountering the monster, and Fred bravely takes the heat off Velma, only to immediately fall down the mountain and break his leg. Now with Fred incapacitated, it's up to the rest of the gang to solve this one. Bold choice in the very first episode, but we'll see how it plays out. Avalanche Anderson becomes the third victim of the monster, and now he's out of the competition as well. So if Fred can't be the resident snowboarder here, looks like Shaggy will have to be the bait. Hey, not bad. Ooh, that's bad. Luckily, Scooby saves his boy before anything bad happens, which is good because the gang are dropping like flies. And it's a good thing that we're in Daphne's girl boss era, because she's got this one to herself. Fred keeps an eye out for her, but she can't get out in time to avoid the snow creature. So she has to plug in a Glock to shoot them. Oh, sorry, this must be after Spielberg edited it. We've got a lot of suspects and not much time left, so let's get this snow on the road. Show on the snow. Snow. The bait lead the monster to the trap, but Velma sneezing actually wins it this time. Not that it's any better for the boys, as they get chased all around the mountain. But there's no one inside of here. This is an ice-cold robot. Whoever is controlling this is up there. Hey Velma? Kill that guy. Nice. Avalanche Anderson gets brought back to the resort, and the gang explain how he used this Oculus Quest thing to control the monster. So the competition's back on, and Shaggy makes the only completed run, so he wins by default. It's an interesting episode. I definitely wish they didn't immediately sideline Fred and Velma, but they still kinda did their thing in the end. Some quote-unquote archaeologists stop at this ancient ruin to load up on some giant bones for quote-unquote research, when a local man warns them not to take them, for fear of the curse of the dinosaur spirit. The gang are on their way to Costa Rica for a new exhibit, where we finally get to meet the questionable archaeologist himself, Melbourne O'Reilly. Hey Scooby, don't touch that. Heather gives the gang a tour of the museum before the big presentation, which would have been cool, but it's in 3D, so you know it kinda sucks. You know what, if 3D was actually like this, I could maybe get on board with it. The dinosaur breaks out and destroys the museum, so Melbourne takes the gang into the mines to try and find it. But of course Shaggy and Scooby get first dibs on the scares, being chased all through the tunnels. Also, this is a good time to bring up some more of the music in the series, as this chase song is performed by Chicos de Barrio, and you'll find a lot of these chase songs are performed by artists from the region. Now, they're technically a Mexican band, but it's still better than nothing. I think it's a really fun addition that they totally could have just glossed over, but it shows that at least a little bit of thought was put in. Also, if the dinosaur wasn't in this exact spot, Velma would have died by falling. Luckily, she just almost dies by dinosaur, which would have been the first such case in the last, 60 million years. Eventually, the gang catch their Uber and ride to safety. Kinda. That night, they do a little internet research, and find that Luis Cepeda is an international criminal with a history of selling relics on the black market. So, I'd say he's probably the one behind it. But just to be sure, Shaggy and Scooby lead the creature into the museum. But instead of continuing the attack, the dinosaur just runs off, giving Velma everything she needs for her presentation. She outs Heather and Luis as the ones behind the illegal gold mining operation here, and both are taken away by local authorities. I like this one a lot more than the opener. Each member of the gang gets their fair share of screen time, especially Velma. An alien egg suddenly starts growing exponentially in this lab, which, according to my professional opinion, is not good. Oh no, who let Fred drive the spaceship? Just as the shuttle simulator comes to a crash landing, the captain brings out the gang for Velma's ceremony. Velma got her project selected as the winner, so she gets to meet her hero, Janet Lawrence. Oh my goodness, who's this little guy? I want to eat it. It looks like it has the texture of like a Turkish delight. Of course, the base gets locked down due to the alien, so the launch is going to be delayed a little bit. For some reason, the gang just have free reign of this entire place to investigate, leading to some clues for each of the gang. Just before Shaggy can finish this dehydrated sandwich, the alien attacks and puts the captain out of commission with the Skittles disease. Elliot's up late snooping around for some clues, and in exchange for not getting an atomic wedgie, decides to show the gang what he found. Our alien seems to have hit a bit of a growth spurt, so now Victor Wembanyama is chasing him down. Daphne manages to escape when the perk 30s that the alien took start to set in, leading to Fred explaining his overly complicated plan, which actually goes right. Okay, Scooby also has to take one for the team, but that's fine. They open the centrifugal force machine to find Janet Lawrence inside, who does make a break for it, but gets tripped up last second by the janitor, who's really an FBI agent. Hey Shag, don't eat that. A tour group gets stuck in the cemetery and catch the latest installment between the racists and the good guys. No, it's not Congress. We're in good old New Orleans for Mardi Gras, and the gang come face to face with the ghosts as well. They hop in the tour bus and get the rundown from Crawdad Mike before getting dropped off at the hotel. So, of course, they head back to the cemetery later on, with Daphne suffering a casualty. Her shoe got some gunk on it. Good thing she's always got a backup. We love a prepared queen. They go back and ask Crawdad Mike what was on it, and oh, he freaky with it. While out at dinner, the gang catch Lorelei walking into a local voodoo shop for some groceries, and also see Taylor carrying a Confederate uniform in the cemetery. The soldiers chase the gang around the water park, which goes a little bit better than when the South Park boys went, and given the ghost's previous job, may be equally as racist. The gang get into a bit of an argument. Hey, where'd Daphne go? While Fred and Velma try and track her down, they instead turn to grave robbing to set up the final trap, while it's Shaggy and Scooby who actually find her. Alright, cool, let's untie her and... aw, rats. Shaggy uses his talons to break Daphne's constraints, while Daphne uses an eyelash curler to pick the lock. Hell yeah, my goats. The brothers fall into the giant pit and get wrangled up. Being unmasked is Crawdad Mike and the driver that kinda looks like Principal Skinner. Everyone explains the plan in excruciating detail before they're taken off to jail. And now everyone gets to celebrate Mardi Gras. Don't ask how I got all these beads. Shaggy and Scooby walk home from the movies when they get picked up by the gang in the mystery machine. Hey, where'd they go? Oh, there they are. As they're driving home, something takes control of the van and nearly sends them careening over a cliff. But luckily the mystery machine parachute saves the day. They take it into the shop the next morning, where the mechanic offers to take it off their hands for a cool 5K. Yeah, I got 5K for him. It's called You Better Start Running. This van has 10 unregistered firearms. And also an oil leak. The gang follow the trail to this woman's house, who's the mother of a former popular sibling band, the Mystery Kids. And everyone loves when parents live vicariously through their kids, right? You know, like dance moms, right? I guess she used to own the mystery machine, which kinda takes some of the sauce away from it. I always figured that Fred made that up. After that weird interaction, they walk back into town and are quickly cornered by the possessed mystery machine, which rams full speed into the building, narrowly missing the gang. They catch a taxi to the school to meet the lost brother of the band, so he's kinda like that extra Jonas brother. They return back to the mechanic shop and snoop around his personal stuff to find that he's a big fan of the Mystery Kids, which, kinda weird. The gang just straight up steal his stuff and head over to the cemetery, where the mystery machine starts the chase to Simple Plan's I'd Do Anything, so hell yeah, shout out to Simple Plan. Unfortunately, I was too busy jamming out to see what happened. Where'd Shaggy go? Oh, he's going joyriding through the city. My man. Fred hops in to join them just in time to implicate himself, but of course the cops just turn the other cheek. Madame Daphne holds the least scammy seance before the mystery machine hops on stage with the help of Susan. She was controlling the van remotely to try and create some publicity buzz before the Mystery Kids' big comeback, which kinda backfires because this behavior pushes her children even further away from her, and they give up the band altogether. Who knew that the most poignant commentary on obsessed parents fearing that they've done nothing with their life would be from Scooby-Doo? A magician attempts a dangerous new stunt, as they're strapped to the wheel of misfortune in the middle of a demolition. But I'm sure he's oh. Well, at least the gang are on their way to Vegas with some money to blow and a new show to see. Lindsay Pagano is a singer I hadn't heard of, mostly because it seems like she only made one album in 2001, and then was randomly on The Voice, but she's forever immortalized in the Scoobyverse, so that's pretty cool. Her rehearsal gets ruined by the ghost of Rufus Rockus, who uses his fiery vision to attack her on stage, only being thwarted by Fred turning into Superman. She invites him out to lunch to repay him, but he just ate an energy bar, so he's good. Never change, Fred. Shaggy and Scooby meet Rufus up close, and get caught up in being so starstruck. Luckily, they're saved when everyone interrupts the attack and finds some clues. So while Fred does an Elvis impression to conduct a sauna investigation, the girls get to go on a shopping spree.
Ladies and gentlemen, and you know what you are.
Daphne, Fred, and Lindsay speak to Felidia Flanders, maybe Ned's old wife, and ask about Rufus's death. To clear up any confusion, she gives them the VHS tape of that final stunt, and they find that the entire video was faked with digital effects. Now, why would she even give them the tape? Well, when the gang find the real Rufus Rockus and hear his explanation for faking his death, it kinda makes sense. But he's not trying to ruin Lindsay's show, unless this is some really good magic. They flip the script and chase the monster for once, before Rufus and Velma perform their finest trick yet. Hey, what? What, the DeviantArt? But just as he does a face reveal, all hell breaks loose and everyone nearly dies. Still, somehow went over better than Dream's face reveal. Eventually, they unmask Felidia behind it all, and now Lindsay can go back to performing, bringing Fred out on stage to show off his moves. Go white boy, go white boy, go! Go white boy, go white boy, go! Go white boy, go white boy, go! A green gremlin looking thing attacks a theme park, but considering this ride involves taking a whole group paragliding, something tells me that this was never safe to start. That's not stopping the gang though. They love theme parks and danger, so they're in. Shaggy's bringing them along to meet his heroes, Chris and Terry, the roller coaster tycoons behind this park. And Fred can't wait to meet the guys either. Well, that's what you get for assuming, Fred boy. Look at our queens. They give the boys some vouchers for free food, so unfortunately they're going to be going bankrupt soon. Fred takes the girls into the wind tunnel, and it looks like they're having a really good time. They even do the Wii Sports Resort formation. But when that creature breaks the controls of it, suddenly the gang find themselves in what is essentially a blender. Once again, Daphne turns fashion into function to save him from death. The park safety guy shuts down the ride, adding to the long list of them affected by the roller coaster. Shaggy brings his emotional support dog aboard for his next ride, getting flung into the air and bounced around the park when the ghost cuts the cable. And they're not the only ones either. Daphne's become a real thrill seeker, dragging the rest of the gang on the fastest coaster in the world, even after Velma tries to warn them that it could be tampered. She's nuts. Speaking of nuts, the roller coaster loosens one and sends the gang flying into the distance. Somehow they survive, and head back into the park to finally catch the saboteur, missing the easiest net throw of all time, leading to Shaggy and Scooby getting chased all around the park. Eventually they bail a big trick and get unmasked as Terry, framing her own sister and business partner of trying to kill people. Supposedly the rides were still safe, but I straight up disagree. This is a serial killer in a button-up and slacks. Welcome back, Ted Bundy. A group of safari adventurers are woken up in the middle of the night, seeing a horde of glowing wild animals, who chase them out of the camp and across the river. The gang arrive in Malawi for their own safari adventure, and meet some honeymooners with a Midwestern accent. I don't know, I immediately don't trust them already. We're quickly introduced to the rest of our potential suspects and get straight to the safari. And you know what, this doesn't look too bad. I don't know why everyone was... Oh. Alright, yeah, you got it. After crashing over the waterfall, they wake up alive and well on the other side of the river, where the uranium animals live. No worries. Shaggy and Scooby play some coconut ball versus the wild, no rads yet animals. But that night, everyone does get chased around by the demon animals, losing Scooby and Jocko somewhere in the jungle. The girls reveal to Mr. Mbuku that they know he's a police officer before we find the first of our missing animals, as a radioactive Jocko leads them over to the boat where Scooby is being kept, along with all of our other glowing animals too. Henry and Honey back away and run before they can get caught, but the angry animals surround them for Mbuku to arrest them. See, these scummy lovers are poachers, and hypnotized all these animals into scaring people away from the boat they used to transport them on. I promise, if we all look away, it'd take the animals like 3 seconds to enact Darwinism. We won't miss them. Some Germans are on holiday at this remote island, so a non-zero chance that this is Argentina. They save Dekinter from a giant sea monster, but get capsized and see the creature headed towards them at full speed. Did they survive? No. But check out Fred playing with himself. Playing volleyball with himself. Daphne's already out surfing when a local tries to jack her steez. But we know Daphne isn't just here to sit around looking pretty. She means business. Also, sweet board, Daph. Sure would be a shame if a sea monster took a bite. Aw, that's too bad. A local guide named Sharky tells the gang of the legend of Modu Shandu, so of course they got a mystery to solve now. He gives them a helicopter tour of the islands before passing them off to Crunchy Granville on his boat tour. And the Big Blue Mama goes full speed ahead towards the rocks after the sea monster attacks, leaving the gang stranded on the open water with a giant serpent after them. Luckily, they are saved by Sharky when he flies by and drops a ladder for him, but for some unknown reason, Fred tries to play hero, and immediately gets knocked out. But before he's lost at sea forever, Scooby swims down and grabs him. That night, the gang snoop around Sharky's office and Crunchy's pad, before taking a boat out into the water from the Marine Institute. And how nice of them to loan it out. I sure hope it comes back in one piece. Well, again, Fred tries to prove how cool he is, and almost dies. But a shocking twist leaves him stranded once more. There's really only one thing to do now, as they all dive down to try and find something to solve this case. They take these weird, seahorse-looking sea-doos to a ship graveyard before Shaggy and Scooby fly up to the surface. And they're absolutely getting the bends. Daphne swoops in and shreds the largest wave of all time. And even Modoshandu can't hang with her, as they wash up on the beach. They open up the mini-sub to find Crunchy inside, who was trying to preserve the sea turtle habitat. So, honestly, a pretty good reason for all this. Alright gang, y'all gotta go. The other timeshare family's here. And look, I can't stress this enough. Never buy into a timeshare. That shit is a scam. Little Tommy here brings his friends out to prove that he wasn't lying about a 20-foot tall snowman that he found in the woods, when it comes alive and chases them all off. You know, nothing gets you in the holiday spirit quite like it. A Scooby-Doo Christmas is one of 3 specials from the series, so let's see if this is actually special or if it's just another episode. It starts with a fairly typical Christmas caroling type song that doesn't really fit the punk rock aesthetic that we've been going for, as we see the gang driving through a blizzard to reach Daphne's uncle's cabin. But we all know Fred's a good drive— oh, there he goes. The bridge across is out, so they head back to Winter Hollow right in time to find those children running from the giant snowman. With no other way out, they decide to stay at the local inn, whose business is booming as a result of the monster. Little Tommy gets attacked by the snowman, leading to the gang hopping on the case to save Christmas, even though the cops are right here. Yeah, surely that's fine. The snowman takes its first victims, causing the gang to retreat into the outhouse. After blowing that up, they return back to the inn just in time to meet Professor Higginson, this episode's resident lore dumper. They head up to Jeb's house to warn him, but it might be a little bit late for that, seeing as the monster breaks in and starts destroying the place. No need to lose your head though, let's hit a Christmassy chase sequence. Even in sub-zero weather, the effects of global warming are evident, as Shag and Scoob fall right through the ice and nearly die right there. Fred decides that they've been through enough tonight, so while he and the girls go out to investigate, they hang back by the fire to warm up. I mean, surely nothing bad will happen to them. Oh, what? The monster shows up and torments them? Who would have thought? Luckily, they lead the monster right into Fred's trap, melting the icy beast's heart to reveal Professor Higginson. He says he found out about the gold stolen from his ancestor, and with a rough idea of where it was, dressed up as the monster to try and find it. They find that all of these houses were built with the gold bricks, and little Tommy decides that no one should have to go to jail. And so, the monster's pockets grew 3 times that day. An action figure gained sentience one night, adding another to one of the most underrated horror subgenres. The gang joined Velma in shopping for her little cousin, where they find the staff pulling the cursed toys from the shelves. So the gang go talk to the security guard, who might be a descendant from Don Knotts in the new Scooby-Doo movies. Though he runs this place like the military, once he tells the gang to leave for the night, they just simply say, "No, I don't think I will." So, while Shag and Scoob deal with some demonic Barbies, the gang meets someone camping out to be the first in line for the new Annabelle action figures. And Daphne's kinda rude to him, honestly.
You're camping out in the mall so you can be first in line for a doll?
Which, as someone who owns a life-size Conjuring Annabelle doll, I kinda take issue with. The dolls chase them into the elevator and then cut the cables, but still somehow less evil than the real Annabelle. After Scooby saves them, the gang decide to split up, this time changing up the teams a bit, with Red and Shaggy enjoying some quality, awkward small talk.
So, did you see the game last night?
I'm not really into sports.
So, are they just not friends? They do end up finding Sandy Gordon tied up in one of the stock rooms, just in time for her to miss the big chase scene. And her loss, this was one of the best ones in the series. They realize the toys can't go in the water, so Daphne commits the toy genocide of 2003. I don't know who she's fooling, she was absolutely a Bratz girl. After finding a big drill, they eventually get a confession out of Harry, and the cops just take him away. Huh, that was easy. We didn't even need some overly elaborate trap. While driving off to the party, Velma gets a brain blast and they flip around to head back, where they find Claphammer taking stolen paintings. He was the one behind the toy rampages. Harry just wanted to be known as the genius behind them. And I really like the switch up. It's something that we don't really see in the franchise, even if the actual villain is still kinda lame. But as a reward, the mall owner gives Velma one of the action figures for her cousin. Oh, yeah, don't worry about that. We're on the set of some James Bond ripoff movie when the stunt double gets attacked by this giant faceless phantom, who's voiced by number 4 from Kids Next Door. The gang get past us to the studio and immediately hit us with one of the best jokes in the series.
Some group of ghoulish creeps.
The girls go feral over the stars of the show, while Fred is more enamored with the director, Vincent Wong, and he's pretty upset that this spy movie is turning into a horror movie, which, I mean, I'm in. And so are the gang, as they get pulled into the project. Fred's head is too big to fit in the stuntman's helmet, so Shaggy's gonna get a bit of baked encouragement. And of course, Scooby gets roped in too. Ah, unlucky.
Never thought I'd see Scooby-Doo jump the shark.
Oh, just you wait till the direct-to-video crossover movies, Velma. Right before they become shark bait, the Phantom swoops in and saves them, and then everyone rushes over to Chip's trailer to see him having a reaction to some tampered makeup. Someone replaced it with avocado, which he is very allergic to, so he just storms off. That's fine for Vincent though, he's got other guinea pigs to torment. Right, Fred? Right, Velma? Before any more potential deaths, the gang enact the final plan, giving us a big chase scene through every movie set, eventually uncovering Vincent Wong underneath. He wanted to get his film cancelled because it was just really bad. You know, credit to him at least. Most directors would just kind of phone it in for a paycheck. Looking at you, Uwe Boll. They've really been on fire with this world tour. Now visiting... oh. Poor choice of words, perhaps. The gang are taking a very touristy trip through Italy, but no real Italian adventure would be complete without taking a ride on the garbage barge. The Garbarge? Now in Pompeii, they get a tour of all of the ruins there. And of course that night they return back to have a look, and manage to out-carry the guard with the signs posted. And in trying to avoid the gladiator, they run into the Colosseum. You know, the place where gladiators made their living? The Emperor sets up the duel, which has significantly less baseball than the last one. Luckily, Daphne swings by for a pickup, and leads the chase all the way down to the docks, where the gang promptly steal a boat to escape. Pretty normal day with the mystery gang, really. But of course they ride back over to Pompeii when Mount Vesuvius is about to blow, which is a bold strategy for sure. The gladiator chases them over the side of the mountain, leading to them being saved by the Garbarge, my beloved. As if they haven't spent enough, they rent a sports car, and Fred definitely can't drive stick, but Daphne sure can. Hell yeah, you go, queen. They walk up the side of Vesuvius to find a bunch of old machinery and the lava rising. So Fred tackles the gladiator, knocking them out, leaving Daphne to continue this run of girl bossing. They unmask Ugo and give him and the barge captain over to police for destroying the ancient goods. And to finish off their trip, Shag and Scoob share a nice bowl of spaghetti. And a kiss, I guess. A baseball player's taking some batting practice when he's interrupted by someone with a Mario Fireball power-up from Super Sluggers. And Fred's super seized to meet Luis Santiago, the biggest home run hitter in the league, while Scooby's more excited to meet the mascot. Now, usually we wait till the end for an unmasking, but I'll take it. During the game, that long-haired ghost returns to cause a delay, and if rain delays are a few hours, what would exploding stadium lights and fireballs get? Evidently, enough to reach Shag and Scoob's second lunch, as they have a nice picnic on the field, and peel away some of the turf to reveal a secret bunker. So we're probably at Coors Field in Denver, which I can only assume leads to Denver Airport. Shaggy and Scooby get sacrificed to the monsters underneath, apparently led by the ghost of baseball past. They get locked in the sauna, only being saved by Fred turning cool for about 3 seconds, and not a moment too soon, as they lose size like spinach when it's cooked. Everyone heads up to the broadcast booth for the 7th inning stretch, which also happens to be our big chase for the episode, leading to the ghost nearly benching the gang. Everyone jumps across the roof gap to the other side, except for Scooby, who doesn't fully send it, leaving Fred no choice but to save him. Fred's just really cool in this episode, I don't know what happened. The ghost falls right through the turf, and the gang finds the last of what they need to solve this mystery. The ghost takes the bait and gets launched from the cannon, leading to a pretty rare Scooby unmasking, finally revealing Bob Taylor underneath the mask. And all he really wanted was to preserve his best friend's record, which he does, until he doesn't. Luis is now the GOAT. Also, Mike Piazza randomly has a cameo at the end for no reason at all. This didn't put me to sleep nearly as much as watching an actual baseball game, so not bad. We're headed straight into the second season, taking the mystery over to Japan, as the businessman is being haunted by his ancestors and traditionalism, which would usually suck, but it is Godzilla, so I'm actually on his side. Velma's here to unveil her newest invention, which earns her 5 tickets to Japan. And surely no mysteries will be happening here. Well, we made it about a minute. The ancient ancestor returns to spoil the gang's tour of the robotics factory, and almost gets hit with angel dust before Dogbot uses an extra large teriyaki pizza to block it. Boy, I sure do hope that Shaggy doesn't... Oh. I mean, it's probably nothing, right? Huh, that's new. The next morning, Lieutenant Tanaka tells the gang of Shaggy's rampage the previous night, which leads them to evade arrest. Based. But she's pretty dead set on bringing them in, surviving a train crash and continuing the chase around. Set to a real banger by Puff Yamayumi, still pretty fresh off their hit with the Teen Titans theme. After escaping Tanaka, the gang check into a hotel, with Shaggy being allowed to sleep inside the vault. The manager is skeptical, but some Daphne eyelash batting always sways them. Just as they're calling it a night, a giant crash and a giant Shaggy get them going again. Kaiju Shaggy almost squishes the rest of his buddies, but Dogbot's dome feature manages to save them. They find him back to normal in the morning, and head over to the temple to see Professor Pomfret. But after Tanaka has the phones tapped, she arrives to spoil the party. But of course, Shaggy's not really a kaiju, so back to the factory we go. In case you forgot, the actual villain of the episode was the ancient ancestor ghost, not Tanaka. But I guess the episode kinda forgot that too, as it's never really explained. Kaiju Shaggy was really Professor Pomfret the whole time, which is a real bummer for Velma. But nothing can break her sweetheart, as she gives Dogbot to Elliot because he's allergic to real dogs. An Egyptian tour guide brings some explorers to the Great Pyramids to find a mummy zombie, who traps them in the pyramid as they do the closing wall trick seen in Saw 5 and definitely not anywhere else. They come out a bit better than Agent Strom, as they morph right through the wall into a different dimension. Okay, so maybe it's about the same. Melbourne O'Reilly invites the gang out to the archaeological site, which isn't supposed to be flooded, but maybe he's just in denial. Or on the Nile. One of them. He tells the gang the legend of the Pharaoh Scamsies, who actually created the first crypto scam to push to their audience. And totally unrelated, but you should buy into my new Dalt coin. I promise it's totally legit and I totally won't make $1 million. Trust me, it's going to the moon. See, Scamsies is in on it too. Their zombified minions chase the gang around the site, while Scamsies themselves is a bit derude and creates a giant sandstorm for them in the desert. They manage to make it into town without dying of thirst, but there's no water here either, so they're out of luck. The first person they meet turns out to be Prince Kozil Alfamir, who shares some of his now scarce resources. Also, I love that Shaggy gives first dibs to Scooby, that's really sweet. They run some camels and head over to Zolkara, meeting Mademoiselle Chantal at her bistro. They manage to skip the line inside, at a cost. But once the strobes turn on, the real ravers come out. Thriller Egypt remix is cut a bit short by Melbourne turning the baguette into a boomerang, and barely escaping. The gang find an aqueduct system leading right back out to the pyramids, where Daphne uses a cuticle trimmer and one of Shaggy's sandal straps to pick the lock. Queen. Shag and Scoop find the Pharaoh's resting place, where they are, in fact, not resting. And the gang look like they've been playing the Michael Jackson game for the Wii, as they thriller dance the boys right into the big chase scene, where they do fall victim to the quicksand trap. Which, as a kid, I greatly overestimated how big of a hazard this would be in real life. I've never come across quicksand. Shaggy uses the best traits of his buddies to get through the labyrinth, and everyone escapes the pyramid. The mummy does capture Scooby-Doo, but a crippling migraine or something causes them to just kind of fall over. They unmask Melbourne underneath, but notice a figure running out through the back exit. Melbourne lassos the real villain, Prince Kozil Alfamir, who is redirecting the water from the Nile over to Chantal's place. He'd hypnotized all the tourists to becoming zombies to aid in this, and was only thwarted by the ancient phrase, Relp. I'll let you guess who said that. Some diva's burning rubber out in the desert when a giant worm ruins her fun, which reminds me of one of my odd fears as a kid. See, there was an episode of Lost Tapes, which was basically just a found footage horror show on the Animal Planet, and there were some giant death worms, and that was the scariest one to little old me. The gang are in Mexico for an endurance Baja race, and not just to watch it either. Check out the Mystery Machine. As they line up on the grid to start the race, they meet Lupe from the Cold Open, some eco-protesters, and Velma's friend Gibby Norton. The first racers through something called Diablo Gulch, which I think means totally safe and cool gulch, wins the race. Might be a bit tougher with the giant worm around, as the new Mystery Machine blows a tire, giving the lead to the monster truck guy. After a quick pit stop, the gang are back on the road. Off the road. You know what I mean. The worm creates a hazard across the track, which the gang fall into, leading them to an underground tunnel where the protesters live, which is definitely just an actual cult. In a bit of an odd sequence, the gang get chased by a kaiju worm and the worm people, and not really sure which one's more terrifying. They stop at the halfway point for an oil change, and not exactly how I would do it, but what do I know? Okay, apparently it was the fuel tank, so obviously not much. Well, at least they ran out close to the station. Oh. Daphne makes the hydroelectric fuel to get the van up and running, saving Tex here from the worm. Or maybe the worm needs saving from Tex, but that's probably fine. Now, usually worms are used for bait, but we all know that Shaggy and Scooby are the masters of being bait. Fred and the worm crash into each other, revealing Gibby Norton behind it all, trying to impress Velma. And good luck, Gib, I don't think she's into your type. With the worm out of the way, everyone can get back to racing, finishing it Talladega Nights style, with Scooby emerging victorious. Some people are taking a tour of a high-tech smart house, which sounds like the most average dystopian episode of Black Mirror. And when the house goes haywire and tries to drown someone, yeah, we're right on track. The boys mess around with some futuristic vehicles, while the girls have a futuristic makeover. Dr. Ostwald brings the gang inside to show off the house, and Shaggy and Scooby immediately hit the kitchen to whip up something to eat, but the microwave seems to work inverted, instead cooking them out. Somewhere along the line they lose track of Daphne. Oh, she's just trapped in the death tube, that's good. Wait, the what? Everywhere they turn there's more traps, with Shaggy and Scooby arguably getting the worst of it. Where have I seen this before? Eventually they do free Daphne and the other kidnapped person just in time for the big chase, and capture the demon robot to reveal it's just a robot. Hey Fred, I could've told you that. The real culprit is the house itself, which Velma promptly gives the silent treatment, which shorts the system. And this one's interesting because it predicted the rise of the smart home. Like, why would I need to tweet from my toaster? No intro needed, it's the Hex Girls, triple S+. Plus, what's more punk rock than getting attacked by an actual vampire in a Transylvanian castle? The gang arrive in Romania to try and become extras for their video, but they might be in for a bit extra than they bargained for. Freddy's ready to get this one over with, so he sets up the trap right away, this time with Velma as the bait, leading the fiend right into Fred's trap. And removing the makeup reveals some guy. I mean, we're 5 minutes in, what do you expect? Timu Vincent Van Gogh fills us all in. This is Steve Fortescue, and his family used to own the castle. But with the only bridge to this place out, everyone's gotta stay the night here, throwing Steve in the dungeon for peace of mind. It may not be the Ritz, but it's basically a Motel 6. Daphne's awoken that night to a vampire in her room, and this is about a half-decade before Twilight, so this isn't cute at all. Hey Shaggy, kill that guy. Alright, cool, thanks. But Steve's been down in the dungeon the whole time, supposedly. Maybe he turned into a bat and flew in. Fred finds the secret passage, where they find an old birth certificate for a Stu Fortescue. Look, I'm not one to dead name our buddies, so Steve it is. Steve's back to interrupt the Hex Girls video shoot, chasing everyone around the castle again. And just when they think they're safe, Fred ends up having a bad time. But he's still looking pretty fly. With Shaggy and Scooby on Fred watch, it's time for the girls to run this case. Daphne's set up to become the bride of Dracula here, and the only thing stopping the fanfic from becoming reality is Fred, knocking the vampire down, with Velma's garlic lay being the big thing to really stop him. Garlic really does work, I guess. They remove Steve's makeup again and bring out Steve from the dungeon. Wait, what? Steve's got an identical twin, Stu, who we saw the birth certificate for and a childhood picture. So I didn't actually dead name him, so I'm not cancelled. Yet. I guess we'll just have to wait till the June 15th, 2027 incident. Look, I really love this episode. I mean, it's a Hex Girls episode, so you know it's good, but this one's always been one of my favorites. The scene with Daphne up on the bridge with the wedding gown is so iconic, and this is easily the best one so far. Shaggy and Scooby are getting chased immediately by some sort of hay creature, taking an airboat through the swamp to try and escape. They capture Zeke and deliver him to the police, but Shaggy and Scooby seem a bit antsy. In reality, they're just super steezed to go to Velma's aunt and uncle's place for Halloween, where the band Kiss are supposed to play. Of course, we already know Fred's the ultimate backseat driver, and kicks Shaggy to the back. Also, they brought back the laugh track out of nowhere. When they arrive at the farm, they're given the traditional farm hospitality, and we meet all of Velma's family. And Marcy's doing a really good job at getting under Daphne's skin, and getting with Fred. Everyone goes out to the cornfield to see the damage an arsonist caused, but from the looks of it, they're just getting into the holiday spirit. Agnes here might be a little too into it though. She's really starting to scare everyone. While the rest of the gang do some research work, Shaggy and Scooby head over to Agnes's house, which looks like has been abandoned for quite some time. Don't eat that. Marcy interrupts the gang doing their research, saying that today is her birthday.
I'm 18, able to legally vote.
She's down astronomically bad for this man. Daphne's still out to get her revenge, but Marcy's alibi is airtight. While they walk through the cornfield, the scarecrows come alive. Kinda. Scooby hoses them down and reveals them to be robots. At least Shaggy gets to dress up for Halloween, using the scarecrow costumes to follow the robots to the source. Again, for some reason, Kiss are performing in this random town, and provide the chase music for the episode, as those scarecrow robots crash the party. One by one, the robots perish, and they find the final piece to the puzzle, finding Marcy on the water tower, trying to ruin Halloween for always upstaging her birthday. A giant cat creature jumps down from the rafters and ruins a dog show. Man, sure would be nice if we knew a dog who could help solve this mystery. Oh, hey Scooby. Daphne finds out about the dog show, and Scooby decides that a nice cozy dog show is way better than Fred's uncle's Museum of Torture. Honestly, a tough decision for me. Shaggy meets his old buddy Meadow at the show, who manages to out-hippie him. She tells the gang of the fierce feline monster, so they get to solving. And all these side characters remind me so much of Alien Invaders, it's crazy. We got hippie girl, older woman who alters my brain chemistry, and the only thing we're missing is my guy Lester. Somehow the cat creatures from Zombie Island leaked in, and Fred tackles them to the ground, taking a chunk of fur with him. Meanwhile, Scooby tries to keep some special pups safe, but gets thrown aside and held back by Evil Scooby. Eventually the dog nappers just take them all, with Evil Scooby joining up with the gang in this place. Though Scooby breaks free and takes the dogs with him, they cause all kinds of trouble. Also, this mob boss guy is played by the same person who does Dr. Phibes in the next series, which I couldn't unhear for the entire episode. The last third or so of this episode happens at a breakneck pace, but there's really no build-up. Things just kinda happen. The goons are bested by 7 dogs, and we find out that the cat creature was Meadow the whole time, with her little purse dog somehow using a dog mech suit. At least Scooby wins the dog show, I guess. We've set up a half-pipe on Alcatraz, which is the most badass thing in this series. Ryan Sheckler is the special guest for this episode, which may not mean much in current year, but in the early 2000s, this was big. Just as another skater hits the vert, some hook-handed creature breaks the floodlights and scares everyone off. Ryan's already invited the gang to watch the competition, which we already saw got interrupted. The rickshaw guy gives them some lore on the escaped Alcatraz convict, which was always one of my favorite stories. So of course they head over to the prison to try and find this guy. But I mean, in a huge prison like this, who knows how long it'll take to... Oh, he's right here. After a quick chase, they manage to ditch the San Francisco. Or more so, the San Francisco ditches them. Naturally, Fred steals a Bay Patrol boat, leading to a comedy of errors that only the impenetrable plot armor can protect them from. Our second chase of the episode is way better, mostly because of the MXPX playing behind it. Hell yeah. While Velma joins Shaggy and Scooby in some advanced art, Fred has a near-death experience with one of the San Francisco trolleys. And after Shaggy and Scooby outsteez the Psycho, they unmask Rudy Banyas underneath the mask, who was really into Ryan Sheckler. Like, really into him. He would have been 14 at the time. Get her out of here. Simple Plan is driving through the snow when an invisible being takes over the van and crashes them off the road. But luckily the gang are passing by on the way to the show and save them. And then almost get them killed again when the brakes to the mystery machine get cut. Eventually, they make their way into town, run pretty much exclusively by this guy. Simple Plan gives them a bit of a show, but the real star here is the invisible madman destroying the diner. The two gangs decide to split up, with Velma finding her old pal Gibby Norton, inexplicably out of Mexican prison after his fiasco a couple episodes ago. Also, Gibby looks like Adam Sandler from 8 Crazy Nights if you bonked him over the head. After some hijinks and some more potential villains introduced, the remaining good guys get snowplowed over the edge of a cliff, falling a good 100 feet or so. With no remaining Simple Plan members, it's just the gang left to try and find the culprit. But, I mean, they're invisible. You wouldn't be able to see them even if they hit you in the... Oh. Once the gang frees the band from the vault, that gives them the freedom to play the chase song, while also helping catch the invisible madman. And, of course, it was Zeke the whole time. Wait, Mad Men? Gibby's in on it too. Oh, Mad People. Eva's with them. And they all wanted to replace Simple Plan at the big concert. You might ask, are they any good? I'll let the gang's reactions answer that one. A couple of burglars break into the Scooby Snacks factory when they're chased down and battered by... Batter. Scooby Snack Batter. Hey, they're going to where I'm from. Apparently Shaggy won a trip somewhere and chose a snack factory in Ohio over a nice vacation in Aruba. Because, of course he did. Oh no. Is this Willy Wonka? Close enough. One of the workers scolds Shaggy and Scooby when they go to eat some of the batter, telling them about the monster that terrorized the two intruders. Kinda like this. Fred and the girls split up, as he sees the gift shop worker underneath the balaclava mask, who hides somewhere in the factory, as the batter monster turns on the power to the arcade crane game, picking up Shag and Scoob and putting them on the conveyor belt to the big oven, and then in the giant silo to fill up with batter. Luckily they unlock their final form, a DeviantArtist's wet dream, and they eat the entire silo full of batter. How many calories is that? Eventually they find Penelope tied up and free her, leading them to set up the final trap, washing the batter off the monster to reveal Trudy. Sir, a second batter monster has hit the factory. The final chase sees Fred get a Fortnite skin, before the monster eventually gets boxed up. Hey, kinda like Fortnite. And we finally reveal Penelope underneath, trying to preserve the family business and drive away recipe thieves. Sure. Well, at least they gave Shaggy and Scooby a lifetime supply of Scooby Snacks, and it's gone. A couple of Scotsmen are relaxing with a nice fire. Oh, well that's no good. Well, at least the gang are here, but for some reason, Velma's the only one of them not in period accurate attire. I figured if any of them would be, it'd be her. Oh, that's better. Just as Shaggy and Scooby sit down for some overpriced fair food, the dragon returns and makes sure it's all well done to avoid foodborne illness. Velma meets Jameson Ripley, who she has a huge crush on, but I'm sure that won't come up again. Back with Shag and Scoob again, who steal a bunch of food, and get sent to the village center to get stoned. Okay, not really. They throw even more food at them. But once the dragon shows back up, they all take off through the Ren Fair and manage to escape to the big feast. And boy, it sure would suck for a giant fire-breathing beast to come through and ruin this whole thing. Aw, rats. Luckily, Ripley was here to save the day, and sets up a jousting match between him and Fred. And maybe he can double down and save a damsel in distress, because Velma got yoinked by the dragon and taken to the castle. Actually, Velma doesn't need a man to save her, she can just do it herself. And she can figure out that Sir Lancelot here is a fraud. He's been using a robotic dragon to scare away everyone so he could search for the treasure in the castle. And just like in the story, the only way to pull Excalibur from the stone is with the power of friendship. We're down south for our next mystery. No, a little bit further south. Antarctica, where some kind of creature breaks into Cape Dart Station and throws one of the research into the frigid waters. And the gang's arc starts at the zoo, so somehow we'll have to bridge the gap. Ah yes, of course. A penguin that Scooby has befriended is being sent back to Antarctica, so all 5 get a round-trip flight provided to them. Who's flying this bird though?
I'm a dedicated icist.
Oh no! Look, given how many plane crashes there have been in the States this year, sure, go for it. Wait, whoa, do not let his ass fly this plane. They're toast. Miraculously, they land somewhat safely, and enter the base to see a scene out of John Carpenter's The Thing. The base is trashed and the researchers are scared out of their mind. This guy recalls the tragic events that he witnessed, and this is absolutely a theater kid. He's hamming it up big time. They eventually head out to return Penguin Buddy to the water, when the fish creature runs up behind Shaggy and carries him off, before making a trade for a blonde himbo. Just before taking him down below the water, Diva Daphne uses a nail file to break the ice and separate the pair. Unfortunately, the monster has way more steez than everyone combined, and turns a chunk of ice into a surfboard, only getting deterred by the penguin's pitter-patter feeties. They find Professor Zola underneath the ice and begin the thawing process, when the monster cuts the power, attacking the gang outside and getting high-kicked by Fred doing his best Ryu impression. Scooby falls into the water, barely being saved from frostbite and the monster by Little Pete, so Scooby returns the favor almost immediately. And you'd think that perhaps Scooby would get a pass from being bait for the rest of the trip, but nope, get him in that octopus suit. MXPX returns back to the soundtrack for the big chase, as the monster is double unmasked as Hopper, who was trying to keep Zola frozen for science purposes. In the end, everyone seems happy with the outcome, and for some reason they're all fine with Hopper trying to kill them. A rock climber seems to be having some issues out in New Mexico, getting picked up by a giant bird creature, still somehow a better fate than 127 hours. The gang are on the way to deliver Shaggy's sculpture to a show, when they pass by a reservation where Shaggy's friend Jimmy Proudwolf stays, so they make a little detour to go visit him. While Scooby and his buddy are playing with the sheep, the giant bird returns to attack, missing the real Scooby, but taking Shaggy's sculpture as a backup. Also, I don't know why Shaggy even brought it out with him. He could have just left it inside. That night, the shaman fills us in on the legend of the Wakumi, who does return Shaggy's sculpture to him later. Aw, how nice. You know what, nothing a little super glue can't fix. Jimmy and Shooby are a bit afraid of heights, so he hooks them up with someone who can help, so now Cody takes them up to the Anastasia ruins. Daphne finds a tank of air on a higher up ledge, dropping it down to the rest of the gang before the Wakumi picks her up like a mouse. And Cody can't take them up any higher, so Fred leads the expedition up. And what's the worst that could happen? Okay, I'm sure that was probably nothing. This does lead into probably my favorite chase scene in the series. The stakes here feel super high. You've got 2 tangible dangers in gravity and giant bird. Eventually, they do make it up to the top to see what the heck is going on here.
What the heck is going on up here?
That's what I'm saying. Whatever they're doing, they got the BFG 9000 for some reason. The secret organization has Daphne and the climber from the beginning locked up in a giant bird cage. But no time to free her, since the Wakumi's back. And if there's one thing about Fred, that boy loves hang gliding, somehow crafting this out of nowhere. They pick up Daphne and the climber, making a trade with the Wakumi for Scooby, who crashes into the ground below. Unmasking the bird reveals some military guy, who was disguised as the shaman. I guess there was some type of meteor shower that showed signs of extraterrestrial life that they were researching out here. Does this even matter? No, episode's over. We're back with our obligatory adventure in Greece. Look, if this is another Minotaur, I'll give you $1. Okay, you win, it's a centaur. Way to change it up, Scoob. The gang are here on spring break, and come across the amulet that the thieves took. So now they're fully pulled into the mystery. Probably helps when the centaur also crashes their play and chases Shag and Scoob up some scaffolding, before it trips over the edge and falls down. They head to Acropolis to meet our horsemen, being chased right onto a ferry to anywhere but here. That adventurer keeps coming back for the amulet, but each time he fails to come away with it. They arrive on Crete and follow Major Portsmouth around enough to find the centaur again, trapping it inside the Minotaur's maze. And as much as they want to leave and go get some hummus, of course Shaggy and Scooby have to go in after them, very quickly getting lost and cornered by both the centaur and Lysander, only to find out that the amulet actually attracts the beast. And yeah, looks like it. They head over to an island to place the amulet in, which reveals the entrance to the city of Atlantis, which is really what the centaur was after the whole time. Daphne, the ever-crafty queen, makes some costumes for the gang to scare the beast into the wall, revealing absolutely nothing. And talk about revealing absolutely nothing, the one under the centaur costume was the random thief from before, which the gang never met. And Velma is upset. Like, super upset. It's okay, V. Not like anyone's tracking your correct percentage or anything. Someone up in a lighthouse cuts the lights on this cargo ship, causing a Titanic 2.0 situation for the gang to come clean up. They're driving around Lake Michigan to go see Fred's uncle, and look at the size of this lad. That night, Shaggy and Scooby are woken up by the lighthouse alarm clock, and head over to see if they can turn it off. And like, what were they expecting? Oh, sorry guys, let me just turn this off so you can get some shut-eye. My bad. No, obviously the creepy keeper tells them to buzz off. So Fred's uncle explains the legend of them. Probably could have started with that, but hey, better late than never. While investigating, the gang come across Verona Dempsey, basically Dark Velma. She gives Daphne some long johns that she just happens to carry, because she just happens to own a shop in town. Yep, she's the villain, call it. They head up to the top of the lighthouse, and after you, Daph. Yoink. Daphne falls over the edge, but hey, luckily she had those handy long johns to save her. Shaggy and Scooby actually get the better end of the split up for once, as Fred and the girls get run over by a ghost ship, barely hanging on for dear life. The skeleton crew abandoned ship, leaving the gang aboard a ship headed straight for the shore, and their only hope is Shaggy and Scooby heading up to the lighthouse to guide them. Of course, they'll have to get past the creepy keeper. Hey, that was easy. Scooby eats one of the foghorns, creating the dog horn, helping Fred steer them to port. At the docks, Verona traps Krusty and reveals the skeleton crew were nothing more than robots, who created the ghost ship to find the dauntless treasure. That night, they celebrate the case closing with a dinner of champions. Cheese. Just straight up cheese. But Velma realizes something isn't quite right. She probably looked at the runtime and saw we still had 5 minutes left in the episode. So they set up a trap down at the lighthouse, leading to our chase scene that we missed out on, and Cowboy Freddy lassoing the keeper, almost sending them to the gallows. PG, family-friendly show here, so we just unmasked Verona underneath, who would control the lighthouse when only her imports were coming in. Velma gets the last laugh after all. Good for you, V. Some bandits hit the saloon for some cash, when the main guy gets his block knocked off immediately, and literally. Fred's uncle bought them some train tickets to get to this robot ranch, and Fred gets to flex his hog tying ability. Too bad these train robbers are just robots. Also, everyone's western outfits are so cute. I'm obsessed. They meet the only non-robot in this place, who warns them to never go beyond Black Rock, which seems pretty simple really. On a horse ride from hell, we meet the mega mustache boy from the beginning, John Lawman. They get taken back to the hotel to meet another patron, who's more of a historian, leaning more, actually, about everything. I don't know, maybe just have fun? Oh god, never mind. Gibby Norton's back. With assless chaps? Maybe I was unfamiliar with your game, G. And he looks at Velma like this when she sings? And he fights some rando who put his hands on her? I take back everything bad I ever said about him. I am now a Gibby Norton stan account. Hey guys. Don't go that way. When all the robots take their slumber, Fred and the girls go to check out a light show happening in the barn, finding Gibby fiddling with some of the machines. Alright, you're on thin ice, buddy. Luckily, they shut it off before anyone gets hurt, just in time to meet Dr. Freg again. Level 100 lockpick Daphne breaks Shag and Scoob out of jail, just in time to see Freg get taken care of and take off in the carriage. Unfortunately, they get dysentery and die. Okay, not really. They fly over the cliff and die. Alright, not really. Sheriff Lawman rings them up and brings them back into town to be locked up. Velma throws a pan of water on the sheriff to fry him like the rest of the bots. But Freg's the only one who comes out worse of the two. Lawman created this place because he was bullied heavily as a kid, and he wanted a place to be a hero every day and rescue people. And like, I see what he's going for, but he's still kind of a loser for endangering people. At least Scooby gets a little Robo-Scoob, so that's cool of him. Our final holiday special for the series is the Valentine's episode, but there's not much love starting here, as the gang are all annoyed with each other following another road trip. Hey, whoa whoa whoa, no premarital kissing. Hey, Valentine monster, kill that guy. Wrong one. Maybe? Who's to say? Apparently, Fred, Shaggy, and Scooby all live together here. Just two dads and their dog. The parcel delivery person comes by to drop off some love letters for the boys, and then heads over to do the same for Daphne and Velma. And their roommates, too. The gang arrives at Lover's Lane, where we overhear that the boyfriend in fact was taken after that couple got tied up and blindfolded. So, looks like we got a bit of a Zodiac killer situation here. We had another girlfriend to Shaggy's list. Ex-girlfriend. Actually, it seems like he got out of a bad situation. Also, short hair Shaggy is cursed. Sheila screams and points out the gang, saying that they are the ones who attacked her last night. So, obviously, doesn't look good. Rachel introduces her new boyfriend, JC Chazé, who everyone is starstruck by, and who I had to look up. Seems like his main thing was being in NSYNC, so maybe if I was like 7 years older, I would care too. George comes by to drop off some more letters, and also ask Velma out, but she does decline. She might be missing out though based on this exit angle. Why is he out delivering mail all caked up like this? They head out into the woods that night, with Daphne and Fred splitting away from the others. On Valentine's Day, y'all ain't slick. Hey, who's that lurking? Oh, it's the gang of zombies. Fred picks up the first lender love note, which is an admission to the kidnappings signed by the gang. Which is odd because the gang had to sign for the packages, so if it's not George, I'll eat my sock. Officer McBride rolls through and finds the note, so the gang are kinda out of luck there. Somehow they talk their way into setting up a sting operation to catch the kidnapper. And I don't know what's better here, the awkward small talk or Scooby's audition for Drag Race. Just as there seems to be some actual chemistry, the demon gang show up and do some form of blocking, chasing the gang through the woods before they capture. And of course we find George JC Chazé. He was jealous that Rachel was always talking about Shaggy, so he tried to get him arrested. Okay, maybe George is underneath one of the other... Nope. Well, at least they found all the kidnapped people having a nice party. I really do like these special episodes. There's definitely a bit more quality in them than a normal one. Also, Daphne mentioned Sarah Michelle Gellar, so that's pretty cool. At the debut of a new stadium, Grimace, after an industrial accident, throws one of the wrestlers to his death, doing almost as much damage to his reputation as heel era John Cena. The gang arrive for the main event soon after, and get caught up on the Titanic twist lore. All the other wrestlers dip, but good thing the backup arrived. Looking good, Fred. Some guy with hair straight from 2012 walks up, which Fred recognizes as Malachi, and in no goddamn way is his name not Malachi. Fred, you fool! Malachi's kids pull him away before anything bad happens, and hey, pretty good timing. The Titanic twist takes the scientists all the way up, so the gang split up to try and find some clues. Fred and the girls find a disgruntled employee, which is just beaten out by Shag and Scoob finding the Titanic twist coming out of their trailer, and then taking said trailer and throwing it down the mountain with the boys in it. Shaggy's off the galaxy gas, so it's up to Scooby to do some pretty good maneuvering here, and they crash back into the trailer park. They head over to the Wrestling Hall of Fame to find the twist breaking the Malachi exhibit, and we finally begin our chase scene for the episode, including a pretty fun pinball moment. Our sleuthing divas turn into WWE divas, but the boys don't exactly get the same. The masks dominate the femmes, a tale as old as time. The Titanic twist chases them up onto the catwalk, and then onto the elevator down, taking Fred away once it crashes. That at least evens up the numbers to split up, with Shaggy and Scooby hitting the salted pretzel room that every stadium definitely has. They eat enough to free Fred, but end up getting chased right back into that scene from the first Spider-Man movie, only being saved by Daphne and Velma controlling the cage match. And we eventually reveal Malachi's kids. They were just trying to scare their dad into retirement, which he actually does do in the end. Alright, everyone celebrate with the dog pile. Ooh, too literally. Sorry, Scoob. A gargoyle runs rampant at Paris Fashion Week, flying down the runway before telling Danica here to sashay away. The gang are here to surprise Daphne's cousin at her show, and boy, I sure do hope it wasn't Danica. Who am I kidding? Of course it was. Once they hear of the gargoyle's rampage, they instantly hop on the case. Shaggy and Scooby head up to Notre Dame to meet the Hunchback, while Fred and the girls head down into the sewers to pay homage to As Above, So Below. How iconic of them. Actually, seems a little bit more like Flushed Away. Still iconic. The Hunchback is actually kinda chill. His pet, not so much. The Drain Gang take a taxi and follow the gargoyle and the boys, who get Eiffel Towered. Oh, wait, no. They're hung? No. Guys, just go get them. Alright, cool. Movie star Guy Laveton helps save the boys, but the gang are pretty suspicious of him, so they just tail him around the city. He's apparently an avid hang glider, so Fred should love him. Instead, they head into the caves and take the big slide down to the catacombs. Hell yeah, baby, As Above, So Below referenced. They meet Sunny down there, and the gargoyle too, I guess, who picks the chase back up for literally like 3 seconds before getting hit by a train. And again, Daphne's the live bait, disguising as Danica to walk down the runway, immediately getting snatched, like her waist. Except it was Sunny, not the monster. Never mind, see ya, Daff. Oh, she's safe. Danica's underneath. She just wanted to get out of the model life for good. I mean, I'm sure there's some nasty work in those contracts, but this seems like a bit much. Those puppies from the dog show are back and in trouble. And you may think this is some monster, but that's just my buddy Jedediah. The gang are driving out to visit them when they get cut off by the demon farmer, spinning out and hitting the corn. I mean, what else were they gonna hit out here?
I'm guessing this is Mr. B's farm.
Yeah, no shit, Fred. You know what, just for that, I sentenced you to get attacked by puppies. Yes, good. Jonas and Mr. B explain that all the other farmhands left due to the demon farmer. You know, this guy. They get the projector out for movie night, and aw man, the 3D movie plague even reached out here. The demon farmer chases the gang and the pups around, but now it's time to split up and look for some clues. Farmer P tells them the legend of Farmer T, and you can tell he's serious because he did the flashlight under the face trick. But they got unlucky, because Shag and Scoob found the Pride Popcorn. Mr. B, no need to be ashamed. We love you either way. Some lady's been trying to get the puppies taken away from the farm, so Scooby follows them down into the underground tunnel, meeting up with the demon farmer. So the gang head down to help him out, following those pesky pups over to a vault door, using the dog tags to enter a secret lab. And even in 2005, they had genetically modified foods being mass-produced. They reach the surface again and have Fred ram the mystery machine into a tractor, showing why tractors even need seatbelts. They unmask Farmer P, aka Neville Poppenbacher, who wanted to get into the lab to steal the Pride Popcorn to save his business. And I don't know if people around the time loved these episodes with the puppies, but they do nothing for me. We're in Russia for the national pastime. No, not genocide. Hockey. As some ice-cold supervillain steals a priceless trophy from the rink. No, not Putin. Velma's obsessed with hockey, which of course everyone knows because she's always loved it, so of course they're here. American hockey star Brett Hull fills the gang in on the stolen trophy and the frozen fiend. Before the game gets underway, figure skater Galina Korzhakov gets booed off the ice. And surely that won't have lasting ramifications on the story. During the USA-Finland game, the Frozen Fiend returns, and the gang decides that Red Rover send the Fiend right over is the best course of action. What are we, 8? No, not anymore. That was a pup named Scooby-Doo. And tensions between the US and the Russia sides are extremely high. Stop me if you've heard that one before. So the gang run into Lenin's tomb to hide, and somehow get trapped in with the man himself. What a bizarre addition to this episode. Look gang, just split up and do some reconnaissance on everyone. We can't rule out anyone yet. Actually, let's just skip right to the catching the monster bit, shall we? They head onto the ice and play for the Finnish national team, luring the Fiend out and tying them up, until they don't. You know what? Y'all better run. We didn't even get our chase song yet. Hey, did you know more people die each year by Zamboni accident than shark attacks? Oh, what? You want my source? My source is... I made it up. Shaggy uses some beet-flavored Scooby snacks to help get Scooby on ice, which leads to the Frozen Fiend getting ice themselves, revealing Galina underneath the layers. Stealing in Russia? Yeah, we're never seeing her again. A couple of kids are doing a staying overnight challenge at a putt-putt golf course, but everyone knows you do not play mini-golf at 3 AM. Otherwise Pennywise's brother eats you. See? Shaggy's the #1 mini-golf player in the world, apparently, and is taking part in the International Championship versus some 8-year-old, and the GOAT golfer, Tiger... Oh, what's that? Okay, just got word from legal that this is in fact Cougar Forest, not someone else. The gang uncover a new hazard for the course, the giant clown, which triggers a Velma flashback and aww, they used the Pup Named Scooby-Doo looks. How fun. But Velma's absolutely afraid of clowns, so let's just avoid that. We get a nice montage of the trio playing their round, and as the 2006 Junior State Champ minigolfer, I think I could do this. Okay, strike that. Taking out a big metallic clown is not in my bag. Shaggy, you got it. The mayor puts the tournament on pause due to inclement clown weather, so the gang decide to find some clues. Except this time, Shaggy and Velma trade places. Shaggy finds the clues, says Jinkies, while Velma hides, says Zoinks and eats junk food. You know what, I think she deserves it. Except, trading places with Shaggy also gets her straight in the crosshairs of the clown, using the classic tree disguise to buy some time. Enough time for a Cougar Forest to get eaten, and that's about it. But Shaggy's got this case just about wrapped up, so let's set up the trap and catch this clown. I don't know why Scooby's driving and not Velma, but sure. Shaggy shanks the shot, and gets eaten. Velma may hate clowns, but she hates to see her friends suffer, so she takes out the metallic monster. Mayor Sniffer was inside the clown the whole time, doing all this in order to help his son move past his past troubles. And everyone just kinda looks past all of this. At least Shaggy wins the title again, I guess. Hey, remember when a Scooby series completely ditched Fred and the girls and how much those kinda sucked? Boy, sure would hate to see that again. Shaggy and Scooby are camp counselors to get away from the monster hunting a bit, so it's really a shame that some radioactive beast is out here. Kinda like one of the late Friday the 13th sequels. But the kids team up to hose the monster down, driving it away as some kid tells the tale of the Toxic Avenger, Terror. And you can tell he's serious because he did the flashlight under the face thing. Also, maybe I wasn't totally wrong with the Friday reference. This place is called Camp Kichi-Ha-Ha. Like, Kichi-Ha-Ha. Maybe? That night, the Toxic Terror breaks down the cabin everyone stays in, forcing them all outside into the woods on golf carts. But after they crash into the lake, it's time for some fun camp activities. Shaggy and fellow Counselor Gray's troops go out for a camp out, setting up on tennis courts randomly in the middle of the forest. 3 of the campers sneak off, prompting Shaggy and Scooby to go find them, instead finding the Toxic Terror, beginning this chase to escape. They get to the big tower where the monster erodes some of the legs, causing them all to fall into the water. The owner of the camp finds the wreckage and fires the boys on the spot, but that's never going to crush their spirit. They've got a mystery to solve. Velma Jr. here notes that the monster only breaks new developments at camp, so they set up a trap to catch the monster, unmasking Dennis. But that doesn't make sense. Sir, a second Toxic Terror has hit the camp. This one's the other Counselor Gray who wanted to stop the camp from changing, which they can all get on board with. So they redisguise and frighten the owner and the good old camp is saved. This was fun and all, but bring the gang back. Thank you. The gang are in Hong Kong and stop to get Shaggy's favorite toy, Duck Guy, fixed. You know, Duck Guy, the one he always carries with him. But once they see the ancient ring pop, that sadness quickly fades. And then that joy fades into fear once a giant dragon attacks them, taking off with the expensive ring. They hit the Ling Toy Company headquarters to meet the owner, who explains that that ring is, was, his prized possession. Well, at least you still have the factory. Oh, some acrobatic diva saves Shaggy and Scooby from falling to their death, and then hops out just as quick. They do find her back at the mall though. This is Mei Ling, Mr. Ling's daughter. Also, she just happens to have Duck Girl. Aw, how cute. The gang head down to Warehouse 12 to find some clues and Mr. Ling's ex-employee. While Shaggy and Scoob join him, he quickly leaves and lets them get kidnapped right before Fred and the girls find them, and the dragon too. They do eventually find them and untie them just in time to get chased again, and Mei Ling saves them again. A lot of rinse and repeat going on here. Okay, maybe not. Mei Ling gets yoinked and Scooby takes a piece of the dragon back with him. Now, Duck Guy gets a bit of a mecha upgrade for the big trap in the fireworks factory, eventually revealing Wu underneath, with the ring too. The rest of his team were helping, and Mei Ling is tied up and back. She gives Shaggy Duck Girl to hang on to until they see each other again, and the expensive ring is pried from Wu's hand, right into Scooby's stomach. Unlucky. We're doing some NASCAR in here, and either they're repping Dale Earnhardt or Dale for Pitbull. Either way, I'm in. Oh, there's a monster truck too? Hell yeah. The gang are on their way to Gainesville, Florida. My condolences. For the big race that Fred's driving in. When Fred goes out for practice, someone who sounds like Ghostface interrupts and chases them around the track, picking up another car and just tossing it. I just hope Dale's okay. Burr Batson from that one Mexico race shows up with his definitely not compensating truck before the gang camp out on the infield like true race fans. Fred meets 2 kids whose dad is in the race, so maybe they know this guy? The gang split up, with Shaggy and Scooby finding a bunch of free leftover food to take, which is basically like hitting the lottery for them. And then the skeleton driver sneaks up on them like the taxes on the lottery money. Green flag and Fred's making moves. At least until the skeleton racer takes control of his car, sending him through a billboard and turning this into a convertible. To go save him, the rest of the gang steal one of the other cars and chase him down, set to a song by Smash Mouth. Once in the clear, Velma sets up the trap with Fred as the bait, and she uses the remote control to stop the skeleton racer. Oh no, Dale. They find the culprit up on the spotter's tower, revealing Jimmy and Cindy underneath controlling it all, because Jimmy wanted to prove that he was the best driver. Stick to iRacing, buddy. Fred ends up winning the race, so we gotta throw something on the girl to celebrate. We're headed over to Fort Knox for some gold robin, as the Silver Surfer's older brother attacks 2 MPs. The gang are coming back from Gainesville, and take a detour through Kentucky to go meet Mr. B and the puppies again. After a totally non-invasive search and seizure, the gang get almost all access base passes. Oh no, they militarize the pups. Shaggy and Scooby meddle around for something to eat, breaking into the gold vault. Yeah, they're going on a redacted CIA document. After a quick meeting with the Gold Fiend, they hang back with the Secret Six while Fred and the girls do some recon on the base, tackling a random intruder in the process. With the dogs mysteriously missing, what else is there to do other than run from Goldie here? Whoa, Golden Tank? They've been grinding for those headshots. The first victim is the Sergeant, who gets turned into Goldmember, probably with the shutdown goo that the General has in his lab. Shaggy and the dogs head over to the Gold Aid factory for some samples, while Fred and the girls get a sample of Gold Monster. 14 karat coincidentally gets turned into gold, so the gang head into the vault to try and save this one. A quick cave-in courtesy of Gold Guy separates them all again, as they send the 5 remaining pups in to save them. They dig straight into the Gold Aid factory and set up the bait, sending Shaggy and Scooby through a boot camp speedrun before netting the drill sergeant underneath. He wanted to take over the Gold Aid factory and make stupid money. As we wind down these episodes, the quality is definitely dipping, and the binge fatigue is also definitely setting in. But let's finish strong with these last 2. We're down under for the penultimate episode, as a giant coral monster rises from the ocean and starts attacking people. The gang continue their never-ending vacation here in Queensland for Shaggy and Scooby's sandcastle building competition, which is kind of being interrupted by Smash Mouth performing. When the event coordinator tries to keep the zen, the coral monster instead turns the intensity up to 10. 3 more people get sucked under the sand, but luckily Shaggy and Scoob craft a base for the night, and it's gone. With the shelter destroyed, the boys get tied up by some kelp, but luckily, Fred leaps over to help. The next day, they find that someone wrecked all of Smash Mouth's instruments, and then they catch the coordinator being dragged underground as well. Look, we're losing too many suspects here. We gotta set up a trap and fast, as Shaggy and Scooby lead the coral creature around the beach. Unfortunately, the coral creature forgot their albuterol, so they have to run back into the water. Shaggy and Scoob soon find themselves underneath the Great Barrier Reef, surrounded by mindless slaves. So, basically an Amazon warehouse. The rest of the gang scuba dive to find them and try and save the rest of them, getting washed out in the process. In a surprise turn of events, the coral creature actually saves Scooby from drowning, bringing him to shore. Velma takes off Ramayam's facial hair to reveal that's just some normal guy, who used hypnotized slave labor to create a passage from Australia to New Guinea. And the coral creature is just that. It never really was a monster, even though it was a bit scary. And to celebrate, Smash Mouth performed their concert, if you're into that kind of thing. At a video game convention, a couple of youngins stay after hours to check out a new Awesomon exhibit, releasing about 20 cursed Venonats into the wild. And after traveling all over the world, it only seems right to return to Hell on Earth, Los Angeles. Velma's the only one not super stoked to be here, so once they enter, the gang pretty much immediately ditch her. Luckily, she runs into a familiar face, Professor Oswald, who shows her a new virtual reality game for solving mysteries, which seems right up her alley. But before she gives it a spin, he unveils his new Awesomons to everyone in the crowd, which certainly could have gone better, but I bet they're an OU on Awesomon Showdown. Oswald pleads for the gang to help figure out what happened to his little poofball things, and instead of splitting up, they all decide to stick together to look for clues. Huh, that's odd. They get chased around the convention center for a bit, and hey guys, you weren't supposed to feed those things after midnight. They find one of the cosplayers tied up on stage, before heading down to the parking garage to leave. They barely miss the giant flood, which leaves Daphne with mismatched shoes, something that she's apparently fine with. That's odd. No time to question it. Fred, turn this van into Ocean Gate and... oh wait, actually, don't do that. Fred sacrifices himself to save the gang, so we're down to 4. So Shaggy and Scooby volunteer to become bait for once. That's odd. It almost works too, but the Awesomons bounce right out of the cage, leading to our final big chase of the series, resulting in the entire building falling down. Right before he gets obliterated, Shaggy gets bitten and says, "Toinks," which is Velma's final clue to solve this mystery. She was playing Professor Oswald's game the whole time, and the slight inconsistencies with her friends was the big tipping point. She knows them too well. They're her best friends after all. So, 2 decades on, and I'd say What's New Scooby-Doo definitely holds up. It's a great update to the classic Scooby-Doo show, following the same formula while feeling brand new at the same time. The soundtracks are amazing, the monster designs are generally pretty great, and there's some really underrated jokes, some that I only realized now as an adult. If you're looking for a heavy plot, you'll likely be disappointed, but you can jump into any of these episodes and not really miss a beat, which is great in and of itself. But which episode do I think is the best? After the huge success that was What's New Scooby-Doo, Hanna-Barbera and Warner Brothers knew that they had to strike while the iron was hot, and followed it up with a series that no one really remembers, and that's exactly how they want it to be. Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue was a short-lived series that aired on the CW, which is home to the widest variety of shows in both content and quality. But after the finale, the kids' WB block went through a bit of a rebrand, and this show never aired a rerun, only being dug up from the grave a few years ago for Boomerang's streaming service. But the real question is this 10th Scooby-Doo installment any good? Well, okay, so immediately this art style is different, and Shaggy's voice is different.
Well, don't feel too bad.
This taco smells like your feet.
But that's okay. I wasn't the biggest fan of how Mystery Incorporated looked, but it really grew on me. So we'll see. In this series premiere episode, Shaggy and Scooby are certified hella broke and have no food in the fridge. And you know what? I get it. But when Shaggy gets a call that his uncle has passed away, he's now officially Mr. Beast rich. So expect a rise and downfall of Shaggy within like 2 weeks. But at least he had a good run. Also, this is the worst opening theme song in the series, I think. It's like a more camp Limp Bizkit, which sounds way better than it actually is. Oh, apparently the uncle didn't die, he just kinda disappeared off the face of the earth and left everything to Shaggy, so sure. Now's probably a good time to point out that this show ran from 2006 to 2008, around the time that shows like Grim Adventures of Bill and Mandy ended, and shows like Chowder began. So this is full of that epic random humor that sometimes works and sometimes does not. The boys accidentally find themselves in the uncle's laboratory, and start playing around with the shrink ray before finding the mission that Shaggy's uncle left for them. While they whip up some food, let's go meet our villain of the series, Dr. Phibes and his numbered henchmen. None of them really matter too much except for Agent 1 and 2. I mean, Agent Striking Cobra, who are surveilling the new Shaggy estate. They break into the mansion to try and track down their targets, chasing them down into the lab where the grand duel begins. And after some shrinking hijinks, the boys are captured and taken on to Dr. Phibes' submarine base, where Shaggy gives up the secret formula after a little bit of convincing. More convincing than Dr. P's hairpiece, that's for sure. They get thrown into a holding cell and have just 1 minute to avoid death. Finding that the real formula is inside the Scooby snack that's only safe for animals, Scooby takes one for the team and eats it. And he immediately dies. Series over. Alright, not really. These Scooby snacks make him invisible, for like a minute, but that minute is just enough to make a fool out of the goons and take off in the mini-sub. Hey, at least Dr. P got the recipe for hot dog tacos. Doesn't matter. They all get eaten by a whale shark. Hey, remember the rest of the mystery gang? Yeah, here they are. We have Discount Daria, a preppy Pip-Boy, and for some reason, Daphne's like the only one with the scleras of her eyes. Okay, it was great catching up, guys. Bye! For a series premiere, it does do its job in setting up what'll be an overarching plot, showing how Shag and Scoob get their mission, and giving us our main villain and their motive. So, not a bad start at all. Shaggy and Scooby begin our second episode by making some very special Scooby snacks. The most average pyrocynical commission. Shaggy's uncle sent them a message that there is only hope, and our parapals head out in the Pimp My Ride version of the Mystery Machine. You know, I've always said that all the money in the world can't buy style. They eventually make it over to Switzerland, where Dr. Phibes and his Hindenburg are flying. The boys arrive to their hotel in style, while Phibes gives his greatest asset the job of eliminating them. Misty Swiss nearly completes the tasks when everyone gets thrown out of the hotel, but Scooby's ult avalanche buys enough time to keep searching for clues. The biggest one of all is this very dark, looming cloud that hasn't moved, but while trying to get closer, Misty Swiss switches the warning sign, sending them off the edge of the cliff. Luckily, they had some of those special Scooby snacks left over, and this bubblegum force field sends them straight into Phibes' ship, knocking him out in the process. But it's a little bit too late for that, since the laser is already activated and melting the snow in the resort. Scooby somehow hits the right combination of buttons and pulleys to refreeze the ice, and Shaggy pulls the plug on the whole operation, just leaving Phibes to tuck his tail and run, as Misty is taken away by Swiss police. And it felt like nothing really happened this episode, honestly. I could easily skip this and nothing would have changed. While the boys make a perfectly fine sandwich, Roby very politely toasts the bread for them, which is the biggest key in a good sandwich. But while they're ungrateful, they get another message from Shaggy's uncle, warning them of the potential kidnapping of 3 people at the hands of Dr. Phibes. And while Phibes describes his master plan, his pet lion gives him some assless chaps. And his little scientist buddy takes a few respectful and not so respectful ganders. You know what? Good for him. Shaggy and Scooby pull up to the country club in their finest Dumb and Dumber attire. And actually, Shaggy looks pretty cool, I can't lie. When the 3 scientists arrive to get their grub on, the boys make sure that none of the food is poisoned. Hey, remember Agents 1 and 2? Yeah, they're back again to cause a ruckus and quickly leave, getting Shag and Scoob escorted out as well. But like every rich person, they just pay their way out of trouble. I may not be fully on board with the art style yet, but I can't lie, there is some good visual direction here. Some of these shots are so good for no reason at all. As the boys and the 3 scientists get a quick round on the golf course in, Agents 1 and 2 try everything in their bag of tricks to ruin their fun. Of course, nothing gets Shaggy and Scooby's attention like the hypnotic sound of an ice cream truck, which they do use to capture the boys. But once the music stops, they'll be blown to smithereens, so they better find a way out. Like usual, they accidentally spare themselves and head over to the award ceremony. But it's a bit late, as Agent Ninja 2 captures a scientist with his net. They obviously didn't know about the guy putting on the ceremony, and, is this a safe space? This reveal stunlocks everyone enough to have Shag and Scoob crash this party, but Agents 1 and 2 counter with a kidnapping mobile of their own. But a now magnetized Scooby saves the day, as the failed foes fly into Fibes' lair. And I definitely enjoyed this one way more than the last one, and maybe even a bit more than the first. Shaggy and Scooby are cosplaying as the average, mildly successful YouTubers, spending well beyond their means and partying enough to be a disturbance to all their neighbors. And I would feel bad for this guy, but he is the president of the Homeowners Association, so combining that power trip with a Napoleonic complex leads him to be absolutely insufferable. But for some reason, the boys are taking this bozo seriously, so they begin the process of getting everything they need to throw the best party ever. Again, like every rich person ever, Shaggy pays his way to legality, and gets the okay for everything. Agent 2 is on surveillance duty, and gives Dr. Fibes the latest on the party, being rewarded with a shockingly bad prize. Fibes sends the boys his latest creation, Art the Robot, of course, cousin of Art the Clown, which is good because Roby's banned from interacting with Mr. H. But Art's not really here to help with the party, but try and part Shaggy and Scooby's heads from their bodies. No time for that though, it's party time. And Mr. H even stops by to get laid, so everything's going pretty great here. But when Art is done swimming, they chase down the boys and Mr. H, running through the yard and into the mansion, shooting their lasers in the process. While Roby and Art have a quick battle, the other three head down into the lab, where Scooby gets a super mech suit. But again, it's the shrink ray that's the real start of the battle, as Art becomes wind-up toy-sized, and Mr. H gains a few more inches. Oh, pause. The boys put out an ad in the paper for a personal chef, and the first candidate arrives to cook up some dastardly delights.
Happy day! You are moaning with pleasure!
Huh? Dr. Fibes is planning to take over the National Weapons Defense using an artificial intelligence virus, so he's probably gonna get cancelled for not paying someone to do it by hand. Ooh, too soon? Sorry, Doc. Actually, I take it back. He did bring in some people to create the virus, so he's clear of the cancelling. But the help seemed to be a bit too busy playing D&D. Also, is this just Napoleon Dynamite and Kip? Before they can disable the system, the entire smart home is taken over by Kevin. It doesn't even stand for anything, it's just Kevin. Eventually, Roby does disable the lasers, and lets the new chef applicant in. But when Kevin decides they've had enough here, they send the big guns after them. The vacuum cleaner. Or the demonic, super scary vacuum cleaner. With Roby out of commission, it's up to Shag and Scoob to stop Kevin. The two coders don't stand much of a chance either, as they get a bit tangled up with the housework. Shaggy remembers that every time he gets a computer virus, he downloads a program to get rid of it. And hey Shaggy, what are you searching up? Scooby eats his power-up Scooby snack and saves the day with just a moment to spare. And, like, I'm already kind of over this. It's always 20 minutes of Shaggy and Scooby getting tormented, and then they remember, hey, we have this super dog treat that saves the day every time. And then that's where they end the episode. Why don't they just start with that? Are they stupid? Anyways, the D&D guys upload Kevin onto Dr. Fibes' ship and wreak havoc on him. Alright, cool. Dr. Fibes plans to harness a never-before-used weapon called lightning. Look, it's like when Apple says they've invented something never before seen and Samsung had it like 5 years ago. As he turns on the ion blaster, his first targets from his hate list are a pesky pup and his stoner owner. When their lovely relaxing day turns dark and gloomy, they retreat inside, only to receive a message from Shaggy's uncle that they must save the world again. Alright, let's get this over with. Oh wait, we're having a space duel? Alright, I'm in. Back on Fibes' ship, Agents 1 through 3 warn of potential aliens being spotted, as this amateur sketch depicts. When Fibes bans the mention of the word alien, the real aliens show up. Hey, they kinda look like... oh, never mind. They're too green to be the boys. The aliens connect with the agents aboard the ship, who grant access aboard. When they finally make contact, they embrace the earthly tradition of stuffing their face with food. While partaking in the delicacies of Earth, such as... egg salad sandwich? They also trick the alien club into giving them away to Fibes' chamber. And blah 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 villain monologue. They've got a minute to save the Earth, just eat the Scooby snack already. Scooby, the alien, overcomes his fear of lightning and unplugs the machine, saving Earth from an eternity of lightning. Now with the day saved, the aliens take off. Oh, hey guys, where have y'all been? This episode starts with a PSA that humans are nature's greatest threat, and poachers are basically the scum of the earth. So this is probably the best episode in the whole franchise. Shaggy uses a high-tech remote to enhance the picture enough to see Dr. Fibes' logo on the safari hat. The PSA gets the intended reaction, and the boys head out to the jungle to save the animals and Dr. Minky. Okay, usually they just want your money, but I think actions do more than money. In Fives' new lair, he's got various animals caged up, and Minky's around here somewhere. Oh, cool. Shaggy and Scooby make a quiet approach to the lair, and Fives sends his safari servants after them. Oh hey, Napoleon and Kip are back. Shaggy and Scooby have the average walk in Florida when the real king of the jungle arrives, the human need for deforestation. Scooby eventually takes out the machines, only for the two poachers to emerge from the rubble like some kind of blue-collar phoenix. Armed with some marmosets and pizza sticks, the boys manage to elude the Aussies long enough to be washed away, but still get captured by the pair of poachers. Shaggy's pocket of primates eat the special Scooby snacks, and use their newfound powers to thwart Fives' grand plan, and release the rest of the animals. The boys get a visit from the Riddler, who gives them their nomination for Mystery Solvers of the Millennium. Shaggy might be a misfit, but he ain't never miss a fit. They head out before getting the foreboding message of the episode, so they're on their own here. They gritty on into the party, where they bump into world-renowned sleuth Chad Chaddington, who's got the jawline to match the name. When Shaggy and Scooby are introduced with the rest of the nominees, we get a quick highlight mixtape with some of the direct-to-video movies from around the time, which is genuinely such a cool inclusion to see here. But of course, Shaggy and Scooby concede that it's always been Velma that solved the cases. They were more used as bait than anything. So does that mean Velma's here to solve this? No. With each lightning strike, more people disappear, and our fearless friends bravely scream in terror. But once they realize this, they do step up and try and solve this one. And Chad throws around a lot of accusations. But who's to say it's not you, Mr. Chaddington? No time for such questions. Shaggy and Scoob, you guys take the lead, and watch out behind you for... Okay. Man, this night can't get any worse. Oh. Chad, what are you doing? We got a mystery to solve. Okay, bye. The greenish ghoul busts through the wall to chase the boys, but they give them the red carpet treatment before finding the tied up sleuths. Scooby eats one of the super smart Scooby snacks to correct the case, noting that the only one missing is the Halloween guy, and with a missing hand attachment, there's only one person this could be. But before Scooby gets banned for performance-enhancing drugs, they find out that he never ate the super smart Scooby snack. He did this all on his own. Halloween guy rips off his Ghostface voice changer to reveal the indistinct, vague European accent of Dr. Fives. Our final chase brings us back to that trapdoor, where the pursuing foes fall victim to, well, a fall. This was a really good episode. Very dark and gothic and Halloween-esque, which is always a bonus in my book. Shaggy and Scooby tune into their universe's version of Iron Chef, so they're really just like me. But they're complaining that tickets are way too expensive. Do they not still have infinite money? Either way, they still get given free tickets like any rich person would, so it works out. While they celebrate, let's check in with our evil counterparts. Alright, business as usual. They even brought the teppanyaki chef to do the onion volcano, so only people of culture around here. The plan here is to use the hypnotic smells of fried foods against Shaggy and Scooby, so basically there's no way this fails, right? The boys head over to New York for the show and meet Chef Sukihari, noting a very familiar tattoo. Shaggy sets the chef up for Snatch Game, while Scooby tinkers with the podiums. The host introduces our contestants, but the other two chefs are quickly disqualified, leaving no other option than Shaggy and Scooby to take their place, because that's how competitions work, I guess? Anything for good TV, I guess. Scooby chops the shrimp tails off, activating Chef Sukihari's shellfish allergy, killing him instantly. Okay, not really. But after a few gags, Sukihari does pin them to the grill, somehow, leaving them no choice but to feed Scooby the supersonic Scooby snack, allowing him to produce the brown note and neutralize the hypnotic wave of stir-fried broccoli. This gives the boys a win by default, and Fives yet another L, this one coming on national TV. Our 10th cold open sees the boys get straight to business to find Dr. Fives' ship, where the nerdy guys are hard at work LARPing. Hey, why are Agents 1 and 2 both in a porta potty? Actually, don't answer that. I'm already writing the fanfic. I wasn't planning on having a Lovers to Invisible arc, but I can make it work. While Agents 1 and 2 head out to do some secret spy stuff, Shaggy and Scooby get their mission rerouted to intercept them, after an ice cream break of course. At the super secret Department of Extreme Technology, Shaggy and Scoob get captured by a trap. Hold on, a trap? No, it couldn't be. Oh hey gang! Shaggy catches them up on Fives' plan with the invisible goofballs, unknowingly giving them free entry into the military base. No matter. With an acute defense position, no one will be able to get the jump on... Hey, why is that bazooka floating? Oh my god, this guy just tanked a frozen chicken to the chest. The invisible bandits meet a similar fate to the wet bandits, as for some reason national defense includes getting home alone. The gang get bested in a final fight, but can you really blame them? It was only 4 on 2. They'd need at least a couple more to make this a fair fight. See, Scooby's got the right idea. The Quadra-Scoobs quickly drive the agents out, and celebrate with a classic catchphrase. Oh, I guess the Hindenburg went out due to frozen chicken. What an interesting historical fact. This one starts with a dune buggy race that reminds me of the What's New Scooby-Doo episode with Gibby Norton. So that's something. But they're not really racing. They've got sim rigs all set up, which is kinda cool. But when Uncle Albert warns him of Fives' next plan, we may be in for a real race now. Which is a Roomba, or something. Oh, okay. After sitting through his evil monologue, he's basically got an EMP to take out all the world's electronics. So naturally the boys head up to Greenland for the race, and take Roby along too, so that's nice. But their arrival is against the wishes of Fives and his racers, who immediately work to sabotage them. Don't worry, Roby's way ahead of them here, putting the mystery machine in reverse to really give everyone a fair shot. Agents 1 and 2 get a mystery box and drop some oil right in front of the boys, who drive straight off a cliff, transforming midair into a boat like a GTA race. After some back and forths, the gang get the best of the agents, crossing the finish line first. It's just too bad that the EMP was already on the mystery machine, sending the world into total darkness. Scooby eats an entire bag of super speed Scooby snacks, and does the Superman gambit to reverse time, bringing us right back to the start of the race. Present day Shag and Scoob warn their past selves about the ticking time bomb and back, and take it off their hands for them. After delivering a special package to Fives, they head back into the present to receive their trophy, and the world is saved. For now. The boys tune in for a kaiju battle, and I always knew I had something in common with them. Whatever they're watching looks awesome. But Roby and Uncle Albert have to interrupt peak cinema with some sort of nonsense about saving the world. Fives is somewhere in a desert base rolling around in his hamster ball for enrichment time, and the boys pull up just in time. Just in time to get caught up in a giant version of Dr. Fives, that is. Hey, this is kinda like that movie they were watching. What a neat coincidence. But when the boys turn this mech into manual mode, their average silliness is enough to completely ruin one of the world's greatest technological feats. Which is kind of impressive, honestly. They turn into Prime Ronaldinho with a 5-ball before heading over to the Hoover Dam. Though the agents infiltrate the bot, a quick dance break is enough to shake him free. So Fives' last option is to manually override the manual override, using his remote to remove the boys. Something about you can pick your enemies and you can pick your nose, but I guess you can also pick your enemies out of your nose? Oh, hey guys, you better run. Actually, you know what? Episode's almost over. Just eat the Scooby snack and let's go. Before he crushes the rest of his agents, Mecha Scooby returns. Tired is comparing this to Gundam or Transformers. Wired is comparing this to Real Steel, starring Hugh Jackman. Scooby's playing Mecha Possum, tricking Fives into blowing up the dam, pulsing him with enough water to wash his dreams away. It's a fine episode, but extra points for a mech battle, because duh? The boys seem to have a bit of a rodent problem, which usually I feel like would be fine, but when someone starts messing with their food, Shaggy and Scooby become hellbent on justice. But with a mouse that's eaten a super speed Scooby snack, this proves to be no ordinary task. But when Roby delivers another important message from Uncle Albert, we can forget about the side plot. Scooby's special Scooby snack for the episode turns him into whatever he touches. Meanwhile, Fives has recruited 3 dangerous criminals to help with his latest scheme. And the first one we meet is the most level-headed bodybuilder. But when they swap rides for a bit, Shaggy uses the controls to send the mystery machine to the moon. And that's one foe down. Scooby, please swap with someone else. I don't want to look at this creep anymore. Good enough, but you better run. The Cat Lady, Invisible Man, and, Agent 2 chase them all back to Shag Manor. Actually, I wish I didn't call it that. But Invisible Man is up next, holding him up. But when Shaggy outbids Fives' $1 million with $1,001,001, he's out of here. Now we just have the Cat Lady, who's very menacing. She uses her feline friends to try and attack the boys, using hairballs and yarn to aid in the process, but is thwarted by a spray bottle. Cool. Hey, we've got enough time for some more fighting, right? Cause Menace is back and he does not look happy. He chases them down into the lab, having one final duel with Scooby, who eats an entire handful of the super strength snacks. And oh my god, please stop with the buff dogs, I can't take it anymore. Buff Scooby and Buff Scrappy put me at my wit's end. Anyways, Menace gets flung out of the building like he lost in Smash, right into Fives' lair, delivering a piece of Scooby snack to him, which is probably the last thing we needed, but does set up an interesting arc going into Season 2. If I had $1 million for every time protagonists from my favorite animated franchise started their own amusement parks when they came into inherited money, and had their names in the title of it, I'd have enough money to start Adult World. Roby interrupts the boys' nice day at the park with something from Uncle Albert, but we'll have to get back to him when he unscrambles it. Let's check into Fives' place for a second, where they're trying to make the Scooby snack formula safe for human consumption, which is producing mixed results. Hey, why were all the agents afraid of Agent 7? 'Cause 7 ate 9. Thank you, I'll be here for the next 15 minutes. Agent 2, no one likes a joke stealer. Agents 1 and 2 go to the park to put trackers on each of the rides, for some reason. They're all on tracks. Where do you think they'll go? Also, Menace just really wants a kitty, and I think you should get one. When you leave a mean comment on this video, this is who you're yelling at, by the way. Roby relays the message back to the boys, and then does the Roblox chicken nugget face for some reason, and it takes a few minutes of thinking to realize that they're in grave danger. Probably has something to do with these evil snowmen chasing them, but that's just a guess. I mean, a guess. The guests are running in like they're storming the Capitol, but the only thing more dangerous than angry nationalists is constant surveillance. The boys make the selfless sacrifice of making everything in the food court free to bring all the guests away from the rides. Scooby eats the transformation snack to turn into Agent 2, grabbing Shaggy to pretend to capture him. But this should turn Scooby into... you know what? Never mind. Down in the sewers, Fibes eventually pulls the lever, sending all of the rides into hyperspeed. But even with an especially hairy Agent 2, Scooby's able to flip the lever back and ruin Fibes' scheme again. Fibes is just about to annihilate the D&D guys, but they give him their newest nanopill, giving Fibes super hearing, night vision, and claws. But most importantly, this gives Menace the kitty he's always wanted, so I'm all for it. The boys take notes from other rich people and throw a charity function, of course, for tax-deductible reasons. We'll have to put that one on hold for a second, as Uncle Albert warns them that Fibes now has a working nanotech formula, which we saw in the previous episode. Except, maybe it works a bit too well, as Fibes is basically a cat trapped in a human body. Also, let it be known, I'm absolutely living for the Menace Catboy arc. Fibes finally understands that if he wants something done right, he's gonna have to do it himself, so he heads on over to the Mystery Mansion. He arrives with the rest of the dogs for the event, probably the worst time to be a cat person, but I suppose that's the cross he bears. Shaggy has a real soft spot for kitties, so he saves Feline Fibes from a Scooby attack, and goes to put him in the lab downstairs. Not the smartest of ideas, but good thing the smart house detects the intruder. This episode does the classic Shaggy and Scooby suddenly hate each other thing that I really hate, so we get a plot of Shaggy and Fibes, and Scooby and the other dogs. Fibes calls in his backup, mostly so he can play with a ball of yarn. And aww, what a cute little doggy. Scooby agrees too, sending this new entrant into the finals. Fibes manages to control his animal urges to tackle Shaggy in the basement, and even if they're not speaking, Scooby still hears Shaggy's pleas for help and runs to save him, which is always sweet. They give Fibes a wedgie, proving that sometimes, actually only in this case, bullying is cool. Unfortunately, the boys have a combined coordination of a drunk person on a unicycle, so they end up punching each other, allowing Fibes to take the secret formula. Alright, Super Scooby time. Which one's he gonna choose this time? Cat Scooby can't hurt me. He's not real. Try as he might, Scooby falls victim to the curse of the yarn, and Fibes gets away. Wait, whoa, what? Episode's over? This episode actually has lasting ramifications? Okay, Shaggy and Scooby-Doo get a clue. I see you. I respect it. Fibes has taken enough of the Scooby nanotechnology to become an absolute monster, and is this a safe space? Fibes becomes so self-absorbed that he forgets how to do anything productive, so basically every hot celebrity ever. But finding out that he's not the hottest in the world sends him for a tiz, especially when he sees Doggo and Tippy Boy are ranked above him. No matter, he's gonna throw a hot people party for everyone, the last party they'll ever attend. Good thing this happens to work for the boys' schedules, who need to become nano-sized to get into Fibes' body to give him the anti-formula. We get a really fun little animation switch up to show their plan, which I'm sure will go perfectly fine and nothing bad will happen at all. Oh wait, they actually made it in. This episode might just have the best animation in the series. This battle between the boys and the nanoparticles is so much fun. Daphne and Fred try to get into the party, but Fibes just shuts the door on them. This series is just so rude. First you write them out of the show, now you show little glimpses of them just to taunt us. When the boys eliminate some of Fibes' pretty genes, this turns him back into his normal self for a second, scaring the pretty guests. Honestly, I get why he'd become a villain too. But when he sees the microscopic boys inside, he decides to speed up the process, just straight up eating his speed stick nanotech. Shaggy baits them to attacking the adrenal gland, which has interesting results for Fibes. Scooby eats his super speed Scooby snack to start blasting the nanotech, which looks like the equivalent of taking Adderall to get good at gaming. Eventually they destroy every last one of them, reverting Fibes back to his normal state, and free the Nifties before they get launched into the sun. Scooby wakes up to an absolute mess, and he simply just doesn't have the energy for it. But come on, Scoob, Shaggy's got a mech suit. They're gonna meet us over at Fibes' secret volcano lair that he plans to end the world with. That's if he can avoid the local legend of the giant pygmy bat, Kitchi Hoopo, of course. Genuinely, most of this episode is the boys trying to find the hidden lair, and Shaggy being a bit of a klutz. At least Scooby gets a gingerbread cookie for his troubles, and Shaggy's suit spreads its wings to freak out the agents about Kitchy Hoopo. Shaggy's heart's in the right place, but he's frustratingly incompetent here, thrashing, crashing, and smashing around the volcano, leading Scooby to get captured by Agent 1. While Fibes and the Fools dangle Scooby over the lava pit, Shaggy retreats to the mystery machine to grab ketchup and feathers to craft... something. Ah, it's the classic ketchup is fake blood trick, scaring the villains away before detonating the explosives. And now Shaggy can finally save his boy. I genuinely did not like this episode. Scooby started with a bad attitude, Shaggy wasn't fun, and the villains did nothing. Nothing stops me from putting this on the bottom. Unless... it was a dark and stormy night. The perfect kind for a ninja attack. Hey wait, these ninjas look a bit familiar. Ooh. Sorry Shag, you're cancelled dude. Roby's doing a little spring cleaning when Uncle Albert warns them of a... pirate attack? Scooby eats a shield boosting Scooby snack, reflecting the cannonball back into Fibes. And the captain always goes down with the ship. Oh, okay, never mind, he's running off. Apparently Fibes has clones running all over. Oh look, here comes the Dodgers fan right now. Ooh, geez, tough crowd. Back at the lab, Fibes and his scientists are hard at work creating some more clones, and it's going... great. Scooby manages to beat Clown Fibes with his own cream pies. Sorry. And then they head over to the museum where Kung Fu Fibes is having his latest art exhibit. Alright, that's enough of that. Shag and Scoob get sent all over to defeat the 7 Evil X's. Fibeses. They defeat Pirate Fibes on the golf course, eat a Grand Canyon worth of lime jello, and stop Klepto Fibes at Fort Knox, before finally heading home to get some rest. Never mind. Every single Fibes clone chases them through the house, which Roby has systematically removed every screw from. But when Scooby goes to eat another superpower snack, nothing happens. He's slowly becoming immune to the snacks, which isn't good considering there's evil villains waiting to attack. And if you thought this was gonna matter here, you're wrong. But it might in the future, or not. Shag and Scoob start this episode by packing for a Mexican cruise, so that's fun. Now let's see the Fibes subplot. Okay, he's under a lot of stress here. I think it's time he takes a nice, relaxing cruise. Oh no. But when Fibes sees Doggo and Tippy Boy, he has a full-on breakdown. He wasn't even gonna do anything to them. Also, shouldn't he be getting struck by lightning? I guess they forgot about that part. Shaggy and Fibes call a truce, but why would you trust an evil mastermind not to do a take-backsy? Everyone knows the strongest plot armor is the power of friendship, so Shag and Scoob will be just fine. Every time Agents 1 and 2 try to eliminate them, they just so happen to make everything worse for Fibes instead. You know what, just go sleep it off. Maybe tomorrow will be better. Why did we have to see his feet? His cabin just happens to be right under Shaggy and Scooby's, who are hosting a nice little party for everyone. I think if they just invited him over, everything would be fine. The next day, Scooby takes the Clone Jutsu Scooby snack so he can do every activity on the ship, while Agents 1 and 2 open the hatch below the ship, letting in enough water to sink it. Oh, and a Kraken. This makes everyone board the escape boats, and it's time for the boys to save the day. Scooby Dolphin? Scooby-Doo? This is absolutely cursed. Scooby takes a picture of the giant squid, stun locking it enough to seal up the leak, and save all the precious hot dog tacos. I'm sure all this slapstick comedy works for some people, but I actually think it would have been really nice for everyone to just get along for a few days. Roby installs a new defense system that'll eliminate any clone of Dr. Fibes, as we see here, attacking a poor post office worker, and not Dr. Fibes. But Fibes is in no condition to fight. He's homeless now. Or lairless, I guess? So he's come to his mortal enemies for a place to stay, which is weird because there's probably like a Motel 6 right down the road, but we'll see what scheme he's cooking up here. And for some reason, they agree to let him stay. And he's absolutely the worst roommate since, well, mine. But don't let them hear that, alright? Back at Fibes' lair, Evil Fibes activates the Doomsday device, which will tear apart the fabric of the universe. And to tie up all the loose ends, Evil Fibes sends Agents 1 and 2 to eliminate Normal Fibes, who's on his way out the door to a washed up villain's clinic. But he's only there for like 10 minutes before the boys show up to bring him back to his lair to stop Evil Fibes in the Doomsday device, who immediately stops them with his hand cannon net. Scooby eats a Super Elasto Scooby snack to turn into Miss Incredible, and grabs Evil Fibes to save the world. Also, Evil Fibes has narcolepsy for some reason. If you thought this was a turning point for Fibes and he's super chill now, we still have 6 more episodes to go. It's Scary Movie Night. A super creepy hooded figure delivers a DVD to the boys, which is how I imagine ordering a banned movie off the dark web is delivered. That creepy guy was really just Agent 1, delivering a disc to basically start the curse from the ring. this time with multiple monsters coming out of the screen instead. This 4D technology must be getting pretty good. These monsters are looking really real. A little too real. Monsters of various walks of life start attacking everyone in Shaggy Manor, as well as back in Fibes' lair. It's a real monster mash. Fibes manages to ditch the werewolf and the mummy pretty quickly, but not even the creators of the technology know how to stop it, unless they were to get the disc back. So let's head on over and check in on the boys. Oh, everything's going great here. 1 and 2 break in to try and retrieve the disc, instead finding Bacon chilling on the couch. While everyone runs around, Shaggy comes to his senses and realizes he's done this about 300 times before. So he's calm, cool, and collected, offering them some nice s'mores. I guess creatures from the Black Lagoon aren't huge marshmallow fans, as they grab the boys and give them the shakedown. But when the lights start flickering, the monsters do too. Hey wait, this is just Cyber Chase again. Well, it was peak before, and it'll work again. The two agents try and zap the boys, when a heroic Roby deflects the lasers back, driving all the intruders out. Huh, I guess he does do something good. Before Fibes can copy the disc and take over the world, a very monstrous Scooby picks them all up and destroys it, saving the day, but most importantly, saving Scary Movie Night. The boys finally start seeing the results of their overeating, and the result of their bad treatment of Roby, who gets them into shape, feeds them some soy jerky, and starts a super mission training exercise, aka a way to torment them. But they play a little too rough, and Roby meets his end. Ah, just kidding, he's a little jokester. They successfully pass the test, and Roby makes them a nice little smoothie to celebrate. Roby overhears Shaggy saying some less than kind words, but misses the kind words they do say. Poor little guy decides to leave the house, handing the reins of Uncle Albert's missions to Sparky. Roby finds himself in a bar, and oh my god, these designs are so cool. We're just gonna skip over these creepy guys? Agents 1 and 2 spend some nice quality time together on their day off here too, and act like the most average customers you'll encounter in the service industry. But when Agent 1 realizes who his robot waiter is, he gives Fibes a call, who demands that Roby be brought back to the lair. The boys bring Sparky along for their infiltration mission, who does the old hot waffle de-pantsing gambit, the oldest trick in the book. Also, probably don't look up hot waffle de-pantsing. I think that would probably not improve your life overall. Sparky starts training the evil army like zombies, while an invisible Scooby sneaks in and unties Roby, switching Fibes and Agent 2's bodies in the process, and the gang make a break for safety. We start the next episode with Dr. Fibes, and his continuing plans to take over the world, starting with thinking that the pizza delivery person is the feds, and immediately starts blasting. Keep the change, you filthy animal. Oh, hey guys, what are you doing here? They ruin Fibes' plan once more, and get a nice pizza in the process. They use the fake Scooby replicant trick to make the goons shoot the helium tanks, which acts more like a smokescreen to get a clean getaway. Back on the ship, Dr. Trebler gives Fibes an IQ boosting deodorant, which would kill 2 birds with 1 stone for the average League player. Basically, Fibes turns into Super Big Head Sheen from that one episode of Jimmy Neutron. Roby and Albert team up to let the boys know of Fibes' next plan, which involves going to the North Pole. Fibes' head gets so big that he needs a wheelbarrow for it, so it's basically like that episode of South Park with Randy's giant balls. Huh, kinda looks the same too. Agent 2 volunteers to take some galaxy gas to rot his brain even more, but at least he gets a cool pen out of it. But how many geniuses does it take to turn on the tank? Well, I guess just Agent 2. Everyone in the ship gradually becomes dumber, so they just opened up Twitter. Shag and Scoob finally catch up in the convertible mystery plane, and manage to interrupt Fibes and his anti-gravity device. I also don't like how he pats his butt-shaped head. Fibes does a nice callback to how the boys bested him in the beginning, getting the upper hand to fire his lasers at the boys, who instead decide to just hit the road. Sky. Oh yeah, we're at the North Pole. Kinda forgot about that. This polar bear stood no chance. And neither does Fibes when Scooby eats a super smart Scooby snack, then gives Fibes a dose of his own medicine, killing all of his remaining brain cells and neutralizing the gas that he released, saving the world once more. Shaggy and Scooby are playing a little dress up, but are rudely interrupted by Roby and Uncle Albert. Something about Fibes at the border of Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Anyways, let's keep playing dress up. Okay, less sleigh, but that's fine. City Slicker 1 and 2 are already out here, but the real star of the show is some good old-fashioned southern barbecue. See, Shag and Scoob get it. But when Scooby enjoys some barbecue pudding, he sees some bull off in the distance. No, literally, a giant bull. Hey, what are they feeding this boy? George W. Bush is here judging the chili cook-off, while Shag and Scoob become the best bull riders this side of the Mississippi. So it's back to the drawing board for Fibes, who's had a long history in this part of the country. He sends his engineers to create some more super bulls, while Agents 1 and 2 are in charge of Dog and Hippie Boy. And as you can see, they're really roughing it out here. While they try and get some shut-eye, Agents 1 and 2 unveil the rattlesnake goat, which immediately turns on them. But that's just the beginning, as the giant chicken is brought out and a stampede of Super Bulls chase them down. The boys overhear Fives' master plan, and with like 4 minutes left in the episode, they have just enough time to eat a Super Scooby snack and save the day. Scooby paints the town red, while Shaggy, yeah. Eventually Scooby grabs Shaggy and takes them to safety, where they can finally eat their ribs in peace. Hey wait, where'd they get the ribs from? Just 2 more episodes left, and this one starts with a trip down memory lane and a Roby jump scare. It's Shaggy's first dog Zoinks, and immediately he and Scooby start beefing with each other. But something about this furball seems a bit off, especially when Fives activates the new shocking trick that he taught it. Fives finally understands that the power of friendship gives these boys invincibility, so he must separate them if he wants a shot at defeating them. But Zoinks starts with Roby, melting his motherboard or wires or something, and buries him out in the yard. Zoinks continues to sabotage Scooby, planting evidence of the various hijinks on him. Why doesn't Scooby just eat him? Alright, let's go check in with Fives for a second, who's made some kind of hippie super soldier who looks exactly like Scooby's old friend. This causes an even larger divide between the boys, which is exactly what Fives needs. Breaking the TV remote proves to be the last straw, as they officially call their friendship quits. That's about the biggest green light Fives could ask for. And Zoinks starts zapping some lasers at Shaggy, while Dawn uses his guitar to shoot some at Scooby. Of course, I think in every universe, Shaggy and Scooby always find a way back to each other, so they make up and team up to defeat these evil imposter robots. Well, they technically defeat themselves. But when your opponent hurts themselves in confusion, the win counts all the same. Scooby eats the bubble snack, which reflects the barrage of lasers the melty robots shoot, eventually taking Zoinks and Groovy Dawn out, while also getting some damage in on Fives. Maybe next time, Doc. And here we are, the series finale. Let's see if it does the series any justice. Roby starts off with his typical inept hijinks, and one final message for the boys. Uncle Albert tells them he's been undercover as one of Fives' agents, but he's gotten more suspicious and has them all locked away. Alright, I'm taking bets on who it is. I got dibs on Agent 2. Dr. Treble is looking a bit feverish. He must be feeling under the weather. Fives decides that the best way to weed out his mole is to randomly pick them bingo style. What do you get when you combine Agent 9 and Agent 10? Agent 21. Oh, he's gone. Shaggy and Scooby make a quick costume change Hitman style, but unlike the Hitman games, they aren't fooling anyone. They go around looking for a mole on the mole, while Agents 1 and 2 follow. And they're not getting Silent Assassin here, as their laser shot just misses the mark, destroying whatever this device was, causing a Rube Goldberg comedy of errors. The boys go through a lot of feet, but still no mole, so they decide that the mole has to be one of Fives' inner circle members, and try the gutsiest play imaginable. They just walk in, with peanut butter sandwiches, my favorite. Fives immediately locks them in, and the mole is finally revealed. It was Dr. Treble. Good thing I'm not a gambler, I guess. It wasn't really kept a secret. This whole episode made it pretty clear it was him. I mean, the name badge bit literally spells it out for us. In Fives' last stand, he activates the layer's self-destruct mechanism, and gives Albert a bigger shock than his reveal was. As he flies away, Shaggy jumps on the pod to try and take out Fives. Hey, Scooby, how about one last Super Scooby snack for old time's sake? He clears out the layer of every single agent, while Shaggy pulls the tube from the jetpacks Fives has, and falls back to Earth in style. It's a solid end to a series that really grew on me as we went along. Nowhere near my favorite, but it was a lot of fun.
Mystery Incorporated is the greatest cartoon of all time. That's it. That's the video. Okay, not really. I've got so much more to say. Mystery Incorporated premiered in April of 2010 and had a successful couple of seasons and 52 total episodes. And, for once, a Scooby series didn't actually get cancelled, but ended on a conclusive note. Now, since it's not technically cancelled, theories arose that a potential season 3 could come in the future, which I'm sure that we'd all be down for. But the creators have since moved on to other projects. So, 52 episodes it is. But which of those remain the best after 12 whole years? I bet you feel old now. Finally someone's cleaning up the streets of these meddling kids. Good work, Sheriff. Who also sounds like Joe Swanson. Visually, this might be my favorite opening title sequence in the entire franchise, but the song is unfortunately towards the bottom. Velma's giving a tour of her hometown of Crystal Cove, the most hauntedest place on Earth. And look at all these references to the old series. This is so cool. So is getting to meet all the gang's parents, and they're all very believably related. Back when this first came out, I did not like the art style whatsoever, but over the years I've really come around to it. The colors are somehow saturated and muted at the same time, and the lighting throughout is just so impressive. If you tried to light a movie or show like this now, they'd just shoot you on sight. 3 sewer workers bust into the caves to find some radioactive looking material marked danger. So yeah, let's just crack that one open and, alright, Chernobyl 2.0. While taking the mystery machine out for a spin, Velma's getting a little handsy with Shaggy, who's more worried about keeping this one low-key, from his dog, and maybe the radioactive monster. They head into the caves and find a bunch of clues, and hey, why is Fred stealing a corpse? They bring it into school for show and tell day, where their professor inspects it and will keep it for testing. Oh, I'm sure that's fine. So let's all get some ice cream. And if you're upset that Velma's advances got rejected, Fred's quite simply too much of a himbo to notice that Daphne's into him. Whatever, teen drama. Everyone meet the funkiest radio host in town, Angel Dynamite. Everyone learns that the radioactive goop is actually just the Fruitmeyer dessert, which probably isn't FDA approved, but that's never stopped America before. Also, it's episode 1 and Shaggy and Scooby are already in drag, so this is the greatest animated show of all time. They break into the shop that night to snoop around, eventually finding a hole to the cave, and another hole into the bank. And this series is the peak of Fred's trapping skills. Okay, he missed. But the setup was at least fun. They eventually stick the monster to the wall and reveal Professor Ruffalo.
But you've got a job as a teacher. Why do you need more money?
It's both real and a good joke. Back at the radio station, someone going by the moniker Mr. E calls in and warns them about the mysterious locket that Daphne found, setting up an overarching plot and capping off a fantastic premiere episode. Let's check out Crystal Cove's sister location, Gatorsburg, where the Griswolds are en route to their next wacky vacation. As Clark pulls in for some fuel, a group of gator people attack and drive them out, ensuring that their population remains at a nice 3. Just 3. Daphne finds Fred's, literature. Yeah, don't open that. The gang get a special delivery from Mr. E, a cute alligator purse straight from Gatorsburg. You already know Daphne called dibs. They head on over to check it all out, but hey Fred, Mystery Machine works a lot better with an engine in it. The town mechanic swings by to diagnose the issue, and the gang all call their parents to come pick them up. And all 4 get denied. Tight race for Parents of the Year around here. The gang head over to the only hotel in town for somewhere to sleep, and this is all so unsettling, I love it. Though they're warned to stay inside their rooms, the defiant teens obviously don't. Hey, leave a foot of space between yourselves. This series might be dark, but not dark enough for the teen pregnancy plot. Oh yeah, no dogs allowed in the hotel, so Scooby's gotta sleep out in the van. That's probably fine. Look, he even made some friends. He goes to introduce him to the rest of the gang, but they're not quite as teased to meet the Gator people, and they all run outside after Shaggy rescues Velma. The Gator people don't have the pathfinding code to follow outside of the town, but they are able to get snared by Fred's elaborate trap. In case it wasn't obvious, the Gator people are the Gators who lived in Gatorsburg, and the Mystery Machine eventually got its engine back, accompanied with a letter from Mr. E. This one's way scarier than the first episode. I really enjoyed this one. Alright, Small Town Cop versus Maximum Overdrive. Who wins? Bacon. Fred's learning the family business. Politics. Gross. Even grosser is this geezeball trying to woo Daphne by... well, he didn't actually do anything. But Daphne's parents are trying to set them up together. Weird. And even weirder is that someone's going around town stealing all the doorknobs. That flaming semi-truck is still terrorizing the roads, chasing the gang all over the coast, leaving behind just enough clues for them. While the gang set up the big trap, Daphne's out on a date with Rung Latterton. And how long would you give him until you walk out? I'm saying like 5 minutes. Alright, he got lucky. Fred and Rung swap ascots, so I think that's like 3rd base? The gang find another one of Mystery's letters and put the CD in to hear his message, following the tire tracks right to the cave, where the town stash of crystal doorknobs are. Oh, and the ghost rig. It'd be a shame to waste a perfectly constructed trap, right Fred? All the signs point to George Avocados.
That's avocados.
Okay, whatever. So, of course, Rung Latterton falls out of the truck. He's not as rich as he comes off as, so he was trying to find the missing diamond instead. And what do I always say? Never trust a broke man pretending to be rich. This couple's having a real problem with their crabs. Oh, I'm sure. The gang are down at the beach trying to enjoy the volleyball tournament, which is kinda hard for Shaggy when Velma's policing everything he eats. Oh, and the man crab too, I guess. And this whole sequence is animated so well. The gang protests that the beach should be shut down, but the owner of the tournament says it's gonna stay open. So, basically it's the plot of Jaws. And we've already got the trap set up halfway into the episode, so of course this won't work.
Wow, who are you trying to impress?
Velma, I know what you are. Hey girls, right behind you. Daphne holds up her end of the deal, but the trap's already in use, so she just gets sucked into the sand. They return back to Angel Dynamite's that night when Mr. E delivers another letter and a clue for the gang to jumpstart their investigation. This takes them to a Tower of Babel looking thing, and the cage that Daphne and the others are kept in. The boys lead the chase up to the surface, and hey, the trap actually did work. Fred's never wrong, just early. They find Bud Shelton in the costume, who is trying to get the credit he deserves for his diet water. You know, something tells me that Angel Dynamite might be hiding a few secrets of her own, though. Daphne's in babysitter mode here. Hey, don't forget to leave the nightlight on, otherwise he'll... Yeah. Velma's now trying to get Shaggy to stop saying like so much. And this is a California boy. That's like telling a Floridian no more Fent. It just ain't gonna happen. All of the parents are leaving their spookified gremlin kids behind, as a result of this thing showing up. And Mayor Jones is a business first kind of guy. So he arrests his son and his friends so they don't ruin his tourist attraction. Hall of Fame bag chaser. In case you forgot, Fred's the himbo final boss here. He's failing a class, so he gets a tutor. Hey Marianne, nice to... meet you. Yeesh, nice pants, Shag. A new teacher is the resident lore dumper for the gang to learn about Kei Arifiko. And Velma immediately suspects Portillo because... he has an accent? Yikes, V. Well, he actually fears that he may be the monster too. So they all become a happy family to try and bait Kei Arifiko out. Which goes... not well. Those demonic goblin kids only pause their terror spree for some brain rot cartoons. And Marianne is revealed underneath the costume. She was trying to create a society run entirely by kids. Watch Children of the Corn and see how well that worked out for them. It's prom night. Aw man, I can't stand it when the nice guy goes with a two-faced girl. Good thing Shag and Scoob won't be having that problem. Prom night for others means scary movie night for them. They're just like me. Oh, hey Velma. Fred befriends the new girl in school, which of course makes Daphne jealous. Enough to the point where she actually does some research of her own, finding Alice in the library after hours. She's very suspicious of her, so she takes the gang minus Fred down to the cemetery, where they find the gown-wearing ghoul and the crypt of Mr. Carswell, aka the Creeper from Scooby-Doo Where Are You? And again, it's pretty cool to see these two series connect. Fred's going to the prom with Alice, which really gets Daphne down, but nothing a pep talk from her sister Delilah can't fix. Hey Queen, what's it like in New York City? Daphne pours her heart out to Fred, and he agrees to go to prom with her instead. Alice doesn't take getting stood up very well, crashing the entire function to try and honor her father, Mr. Carswell himself. As the sheriff takes her away, the gang find an old yearbook with the original Mystery Incorporated, which even has a mascot. Aw, what a cute little birdie. Someone bails Alice out of prison for Mr. E. Her whole story was a lie to give the gang the yearbook. Maybe just mail it to them? Oh yeah, it's Hex Girls time. This might be the best that they've ever sounded, and their designs are just as great. Velma agrees, but this Capes creep doesn't, knocking the speaker over onto Thorn. She's got a pretty good concussion, so we'll need a body double. Hey, looking good, Daph. Fred's trap doesn't quite work out, however, leading to Daphne getting taken. Don't worry, she's fine. She's just hanging out. Fred finally comes to his senses and realizes that he has feelings for Daphne. Yeah, the Hex Girls makeover will do that to you.
I'm not a guy anymore.
What?
First Shaggy, now Fred. Everything's going according to plan. Daphne writes a new song to perform that night that explains her mixed feelings on Fred, called Trap of Love, and it's really good. Hey, remember the villain? Yeah, he got caught. He was one of the writers. No matter how hard he tried to sabotage the Hex Girls, they were just too good at making hits. This was another one of those Shaggy and Scooby suddenly hate each other episodes, but this one was at least justified after Shaggy ditched Scooby for the prom, so that can't really detract from my rating. Also, this might just be the best Hex Girls episode ever. Scooby-Doo shows love them some Ren Fair episodes. A wardrobe malfunction leads to one of the patrons getting attacked by a garden gnome. Good thing the gang was already here for some fun, and nothing's more fun than solving a mystery. Luckily, Velma's mom is here to give them a little extra help, which it looks like they'll be needing. This is the legendary gnome that kills you instantly. Not really. It's a jellyfish toxin that temporarily paralyzes you. While they check out the paralyzed plebeians, Velma finally tells Daphne she's been dating Shaggy, and the two get to vent about their knights in shining armor. They return back to the fair just in time for Shaggy to get knocked out and kidnapped by the gnome, leading to a nice little phone call from Mr. E to get them back on the right track. They weren't very inconspicuous about their hiding though, so the gnome makes a break for it and does a pretty funny jester act. Makes sense, since the court jester was under the mask the whole time. Also, he's somehow married to the queen of this place. He was really jealous of her and wanted some of the power for himself for once. With the case solved, the gang actually get to enjoy the rest of the fair, where Velma receives an encouraging letter from her relationship fairy godmother, Mr. E. He must be an avid birder. He's got this one circled for some reason. The mayor and the sheriff enjoy the grand opening of the new tiki bar. Boy, sure would suck for a giant green monster with some lovely looking hair to wreck the place. Aw man. Shaggy's stuck in a love triangle between Velma and his dog, which, yeah, sounds bad out of context. But even with the context, I can't stand any of these three. Velma's possessive, Scooby's a crybaby, and Shaggy doesn't have a backbone. Makes the car rides with Daphne and Fred pretty awkward too. Sir, a second Humongonaut has hit Crystal Cove. Look, we can't even begin to solve this mystery with all the animosity within the gang, so the sheriff comes by to mediate and also barbecue.
You know what? Therapy sessions are out. Team uniforms are in. Looking good, y'all. Those uniforms almost become what they're buried in, though, as the green monster returns and levels the entire construction site. Mr. E chimes in to tell them to look for the signs, and they'll point the way. That could be anything. Velma finally cracks the code, and they head down to the docks to watch the duel, eventually uncovering the Minner brothers underneath. Scooby says ACAB, hell yeah. We're still on this whole Velma making Shaggy choose between her and Scooby thing. I don't know why she's so hung up on this. If she wants to be with someone who's obsessed with her, Jason's right here. That hellhound attacked Velma's mom's tour bus, and leaves behind a collar for the cops to arrest Scooby. Don't mind the fact that he's still wearing his, and also has an alibi. With Shaggy's best friend gone, Velma apparently thinks that this is a good time to swoop in and make Shaggy's decision for him. Man, she is so unlikable here. Yeah, not helping your case. The gang head over to the asylum for animals to find Scooby, and a polite-looking parrot. Don't get lured in by the charming voice or the soft feathers. This is the most dangerous being in the world. Aside from this Discord moderator, and Robo-Scooby. Sorry, Terminator Scooby. The mystery machine runs out of fuel like the good old days, so the setting for our big chase is the old steel factory, capturing Jason's mom controlling the demon dog. Velma lets Jason down easy. She does not want to date him, but they can still be friends. But when Shaggy says the same thing, suddenly it's an issue. Look, we've got bigger problems in the world. Hey, where'd the bird go? A blood-sucking monster steals from a charity function and takes off into the night. Alright, so it's a politician, mark that down. Even after the breakup, Velma's still a bit heated. Hey boys, why don't you guys handle this mystery? Daphne and Velma need a little girl time, which includes chasing Daphne's mom around town. Okay, no vampire at the blood bank. Don't worry about this. Even with tough times, the gang always finds a way back to each other, and always finds a way to get chased around. The vampire attacks Shaggy and runs off with an orchid, so they head on over to Velma's to do some library research. They find a recipe for a youth juice, which includes the orchid and the pigment from the stolen charity painting, so it really is a cursed grocery list that we're going through. Next up is a really expensive bottle of wine, which can only be found at the restaurant that Daphne's mom just happens to be at. Down in the wine cellar, the vampire attacks once more, locking them inside of the cage. Alright, 0 for 3. Last chance down at the university. Yeah, not looking great. Good save, Scoob. In a rare feat, Sheila actually unmasks herself, and explains that she wanted to create the youth serum because she's starting to age, and she's jealous of how pretty Daphne's mom is. Alright, take her away. The gang just kinda awkwardly go their separate ways. Fred doesn't even drop them off at home or anything. Don't they know it's dangerous? There's bald creeps everywhere out here. The local book club argues over the works of H.P. Hatecraft and his monster Chargar Gothicon. The pseudo-intellectual ends up paying the price. So what this tells me is that you should always read books about creepy little monsters. The gang are all taking a tour of Darrow University at the same time, but they've all got their own plans. Fred's headed straight for the beefcakes. Hell yeah. Daphne finds Che Guevara. Hell yeah. Shaggy and Scooby get some burgers. Hell yeah. And Velma sits in on a lecture. Chargar Gothicon attacks Mr. Ellison walking out to his car, bringing the gang back together once more for a real mystery. They go to talk to Hatecraft himself, breaking right into his gothic old mansion, as he fears his creatures have come to walk the earth.
My new brothers are gonna teach me a move called Happy Tapioca. I don't know what it is, but apparently, I'll be blindfolded and submerged in pudding.
A wise man once said that there's a time and place for everything, and it's called college. It was Chef from South Park. Good luck, Fred. Chargar Gothicon spares Shaggy and Scooby from eating whatever this is, and then crashes the combination lecture and protest rock concert. You know, old Char's kinda looking out for them, actually. The gang free the first guy that got attacked, and then save Hatecraft from being thrown off the roof by his own creation, who's actually just Howard E. Roberts. Mr. E also delivers a treasure trove of clues to the gang, and if you thought that this episode was wild, just wait till you find out what H.P. Lovecraft named his cat. A business exec is driving home after a long day of sitting on his ass all day, when he gets swarmed by cicadas and drives over the side of the cliff. The gang head by the hospital after school to see what his deal is, but Mayor Jones says nothing to see, move along. He's really great at this whole politician thing. That night, another person gets a call from that deep-voiced creep, and gets attacked by the cicadas coming from the drain. And when the gang come by to get his story, he starts bugging out and code blues on them, so not much help. They encounter the bug creature in the basement, and figure that it's gotta be the teacher that Daphne has the hots for, which makes Fred super jealous. The Destroido CEO gets attacked during his round of golf, and nothing of value was lost. So the gang head down to the Cicada Festival to trap the monster. Instead, they're the ones who get trapped inside the haunted house, barely breaking out and getting back to the van before the cicadas consume them, revealing Grandma Moonbeam underneath all the bugs. And Daphne and Fred go on their first official date to the Trap Museum. Oh yeah, she loves that boy. Scooby's feeling a bit under the weather, and it couldn't have come at a worse time. Tomorrow's the Mystery Solvers Club State Finals, but after a little nap, he's good as new. Oh, hey gang, you guys look different. New haircuts? With Scooby feeling better, they can still go to the meet, and we've got all kinds of characters here. Funky Phantom, Jabberjaw, Captain Caveman, all of Scooby's ripoffs. Just as things are about to get underway, the coolest looking villain in the series really gets the competition heating up, leaving just the sidekicks behind to solve this one. And so they do. All of the sidekicks work together to find clues and capture Lord Infernicus, who attacks Funky Phantom, Angel Dynamite, the Principal, and Speed Buggy. Also, Speed Buggy drowns and dies for like a minute here. Captain Caveman kamikazes his way through the hull of Infernicus' ship, and eventually tie him up down the road, releasing the rest of all the gangs. Infernicus was Funky Phantom the whole time, just tired of being the sidekick all the time. Man, this one just feels like one big fever dream. Well, that's cause it was. This was all in Scooby's delirium. Yeah, it's one of those nothing really happened episodes, but it's at least got some charm about it, so I'll take it. We start off at a biker bar with this creep getting a little too touchy with one of the ladies. And we've had some diabolical hairlines in this franchise, but this guy might take the cake. Beast Boy and his goons take care of the bikers pretty quickly, and then head on over to Crystal Cove for some more shenanigans. Oh no, he's one of those pick-me soft boy types. And oh no, it worked on Daphne and Velma. Meanwhile, someone, or something, breaks into the armory and steals a rocket launcher, knocking this guard into next week to get away. Hey, why were they all watching Daphne sleep? Sheriff and the boys assume that was the work of the Wild Brood, but the girls are pretty adamant that they couldn't have stolen anything.
Did you break into the armory and steal a rocket launcher?
No.
Yeah, seems pretty open and shut, honestly. I like to think of Mr. E being the equivalent of when you're stuck in a game, so they offer you a hint to try and help you. It'll come at a cost though, as Velma and Scooby get kidnapped from the cafe. This orc courses Velma to help him redirect a train route carrying a new video game console, which makes more sense when the developers show their true geeky form. The tech savant to furry pipeline is still undefeated. Everyone jumps onto the train like it's GTA 5, where Fred and the leader team up to stop the baddie and save everyone. Maxwell was an outcast even among the outcasts, so he made his own Brood costume to ruin the console's release. I mean, this dude shot a rocket and destroyed a bridge. That's more badass than the rest of them combined. Everyone loves a nice toxic enemies to lovers yaoi, right? Actually, seems like love is in the air all over school. The gang's even getting in on it too. Well, except for Scooby. Whatever angel dust she's blowing has no effect on him. Oh hey, Professor Pericles. Long time no see, buddy. Look, the gang are a bit preoccupied, so he'll have to do for the episode. Pericles and Scooby are basically Walter White and Jesse. Oh hey Skylar, looking snatched as ever. The love zombies chase the pair out, but they quickly put an end to the trance on the gang with their antidote. We find out a little bit more about our prom queen, who seems to have gone through a Carrie situation back in the day. But before she gets crowned for real this time, the gang spring into action and roll her into a Scooby-Dooby, unmasking Amanda Smythe. She was scarred by that first prom experience and made it her life goal to destroy the town that haunted her. Mystery's henchman reveals that it was actually Pericles who gave Aphrodite the formula, warning them of the true evil lurking in our new avian friend. We start with a flashback to a Halloween night fight between this family over this golden triangle thing, but I'm sure that won't come back into play or anything. Oh, they all died. That was the legendary Darrow family, so naturally they head back to the college and immediately find the entrance to the sunken mansion. Sure, why not? The speaker of this house calls the gang by their original Mystery Incorporated team's names, and then all of his booby traps drive them further into this hellish haunted house. Sorry Daph, can't talk, Fred's in boat mode. Alright, 2 are saved. Let's see what our other 3 can cook up. Scooby's the real MVP of this one, but don't tell that to Velma. Little Danny Darrow from the start has been living down here for decades, defending his treasure. So when the gang run off with it, he goes a little bit off the wall. He finally comes to his senses, after he's been captured, and tells them all about the old Mystery Incorporated trespassing. But no time for that, this place is going down, and the captain always goes down with the ship. Hey, at least he gave them the Ouija planchette as a final parting gift. This was a good episode for Fred specifically. He just gets to nerd out over chaps and how smart he is for 20 minutes. We start off in a Macau pawn shop, where a young woman switches this emerald ring for a cute little panda one. Surely that'll be fine. Oh, here she is now actually. Everyone meet our new exchange student Miley, and Shaggy and she really hit it off, much to the chagrin of Velma. Look, give it up, sis. They invite her over to Daphne's for dinner that night, where we're treated to a show as well. Fred's prepared for a moment exactly like this though, almost trapping the wizard, while also destroying the Blake's dining room. They'll be alright, they have like infinite money. The gang get a front row seat to the wizard duel of the century, which really was an electric match. But Miley getting kidnapped put a real damper on things. Nothing a sweet plan by Fred and some girl time with Velma can't fix though. Look dude, give it up. Once the White Wizard gets Miley's ring, that gives him the 4th and final one for ultimate power, which is still not enough to defeat a bunch of teens and a dog. Mr. Wang was in town on business, which was code for stealing that 4th ring and finding the dragon's heart. With everyone safe, Shaggy takes a leap of faith and asks Miley to go out on a date. Probably the worst possible timing. She's going back to China already. But in my favorite moment so far, the gang support their heartbroken friend and take him to see Miley off, who repays the favor by stealing the Dragon's Heart Ruby instead. Shaggy just can't catch a break. At least Velma's kinda cool in this one, so that's refreshing. Oh hey Vince, haven't seen you in a minute. How's Flim Flam? Shaggy won an essay contest to have dinner at Van Gogh's house, so he drives them over in his hearse. Very on brand. During dinner, Vincent explains some of his recent paranoia, and looks like for good reason. A cursed Beedrill breaks in and ruins dinner, joined by a few other cool looking creeps. Also, this proves that no matter how badass you look, the voice still has to match.
Hey, night fright! Time for you to die!
Yeah, sure buddy. Vincent paid those first 3 actors to stir up some scares, but this new guy's doing it all for the love of the game. The producers finally step in and do something, giving Mr. Incorporated a call, who rush right over. Night Fright just spams the same catchphrase over and over, which comes from an old script that Vincent was set to star in, but dropped it for this reality show. And like in any bad horror movie, the best way to defeat this monster is by simply ignoring him, and a well-designed trap too. They unmasked the PA from before that we saw for like a second, who wrote the Night Fright script and wanted to get back at Vincent for quitting. It was nice to see Vincent back in action, but this also might have the lamest monster in the series. Now this is the real deadliest catch. Daphne and Fred are at the Spook Museum, and hey, Flim Flam's back again. Apparently he got 25 to life in prison, so we probably won't see him anytime soon.
Look away, Daphne. We all promised each other that we would never speak of him. Not ever.
Look, don't piss me off. There wasn't a mystery tonight until someone emailed Velma about that missing fishing boat, but they all already had plans, so this is a solo Velma mystery. She steals one of Daphne's boats and heads out to encounter a mermaid who warns her of those sea creatures about to attack. Somehow, Amy the mermaid just makes her way into town and into Velma's bedroom to tell her that Skipper Shelton was kidnapped. So the gang head over to Destroido for the grand reveal of a gummy or something. Hey, Che Guevara's back. How's it going, comrade? Okay, his name's Ernesto, but we all know who this really is. He's protesting to save Mother Earth from these evil corporations, and if only we had like 50 more of this guy. The gang head out to the oil rig to immediately get caught by the fish freaks, and a captured scientist warns against drilling here, since the ground's unstable and could cause a spill. Luckily, Amy unties everyone. Shaggy and Scooby head down to find the shutoff, and they unmask Ernesto and his other comrades. They were going to kill the environment to try and save it, I think? Seems like they're just in it for the money, really. Velma catches her new friend kissing her husband, the scientist, so she really cannot catch a break. She heads on over to the radio station that night, grilling Angel Dynamite on how she knows so much about Crystal Cove's mysteries. The couple that got attacked by the man crab are finally out of the hospital, so they celebrate by hitting the local carnival. Aw, how cute. They're finally safe and, oh, giant flying beast took them. Seems like Velma was right to question Angel, as she pulls off some slick spy maneuvers to break into Destroido Corp, meeting up with Mr. E. Now that the gang have that piece of the planispheric disc, they're in more danger than ever, especially with that bird on the loose. The gang head over to the park for the monster of the day, meeting up with Hot Dog Water, but from here on I'm just gonna call her Marcy. Hey Queen. Velma and she are already very acquainted. Let's get more acquainted with the Manticore though, who flies around and attacks the gang before they head back to the radio station. Angel Dynamite is actually Cassidy Williams from the old Mr. Incorporated gang, but her secret's safe. For now. Shag and Scoob are not though. The Manticore is really tormenting them here. Fred stops the owner from closing down the park and sets up his trap, but when the bait eat the bait, the Manticore swoops in and takes Daphne, nearly getting a 4-for-1 special. Luckily, Scooby saves his buddies and we uncover Marcy underneath, who was using the park steel to create a super helium. Turns out that Mr. E is also one of the old Mr. Incorporated members, so all we're missing is Brad and Judy and we've got the band back together again. Some adventurers are out in the jungle, not heeding warning of curses and dealing with headless horrors, you know, average weekend activities. He recounts his grave encounter with his new class, and even invites the gang over to his house for dinner and more stories. Not a great look, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt here, especially when he's got a cool ass room full of artifacts. And also headless monsters, that's pretty cool too. Velma's mom helps the gang jumpstart their investigation, and even joins in on the fun. Scooby's little incantation summons the headless creature, who immediately sends Rick to the hospital. All the clues point to Rick's colleague Charles, so as the cops take him away, the monster returns and attacks again. So yeah, odds are probably not him. The monster was really his wife the whole time. She was tired of this whole adventurer jungle life. He's not pressing charges, so pizza party it is. Fred, keep your smut magazines hidden when you go to bed. Somehow Mayor Jones got his hands on the planispheric disc, and also probably failed to mention that his house is haunted. Shaggy and Scooby offer to stay the night with them, and we get a bit of Fred lore about his mom who left when he was younger.
Yeah, that's all well and fine, but his present parent is being tormented by some kind of poltergeist right now. Shaggy and Scooby's pizza turns against them too, so everyone gets chased out of the house that night. Fred cuts his dad a deal. If he can't solve this mystery, he'll give up mystery solving forever. With the house set up, they bring in Lady Marmalade and her Ouija board to try and find out what's happening. And all signs point to not good things. Whoever it is hacked into Fred's laptop to out-trap the trapper, and also left some sunflower seeds on the ground. That pretty much confirms everything Velma needs, and with some impromptu traps by Fred, they capture the Spectre, Professor Pericles. He was after Fred's dad's piece of the planispheric disc. Ooh, you know what? Nice move. I'm sure we'll be seeing him again real soon though. Fred's setting up another one of his overly complicated traps, finally catching the real villain of the series. Just before the piranha goat thing runs off, a skeleton cowboy lassos him up and rides off. Dead Justice is one of Sheriff Stone's heroes, but this town's only big enough for one of them. And ain't looking good for him so far, especially when Dead Justice wins the Crime Stopper of the Year award. The gang follow a local blogger around, only to come across Dead Justice, who immediately shoots them with a ghost bullet. Yeah, that's weird enough to go wake Sheriff Stone up and get him to drop some lore about his new arrival, and break into the house of the blogger from before. Surely Dead Justice believes in stand your ground laws, but Night Ranger saves them, so it's probably not him. Mayor Jones fires Sheriff Stone, so that tells me all I need to know about his politics. But I was right. There is only room for one of them, and that's Sheriff Bronson Stone, who wrangles up Dead Justice with the help of his mystery-solving friends, unmasking Deputy Bucky. Bucky failed every single promotion exam that he took, so he needed something to get some respect around here. Fred could take a page out of this guy's book though. His dad doesn't really show him any respect, but hey, at least he's got Daphne. Wait, whoa, he just proposed to her? 20 years ago, the old Mr. Incorporated were meddling around and got cursed by... Who's this freak? We got bigger stuff to worry about. Like this ungodly stew the boys cook up. But the extra hot sauce helps Velma figure out how to read the planispheric disc piece. And inside of the chest is another letter from Mr. E. It's one of those stupid cards that plays audio, but that's fine. They enlist the help of Professor Hatecraft, and in return help him write his new teen vampire novel. But you can't just skip the important steps. You need My Chemical Romance and 9/11 to happen first. Actually, it's not out of the realm of possibility that it occurred. Where was Scrappy that morning? Hey, before we get into that, a Scooby-Doo show has a robotic dominatrix as a villain, and she blew up the mystery machine. They lost all of their clues, so back to the old-fashioned route it is. Or is it, as Fred's smartphone shows activity in the van, a setup by the Obliteratrix to try and take them out. They take everything they've learned to the old Spanish church, but all the Catholic guilt in the world can't stop the dominatrix from some S&M. The Obliteratrix and Angel Dynamite have a slay-off, and we eventually capture and unmask Alice May, who reveals that Mr. E got her out of prison and used the gang as bait to find Pericles. Angel finally tells the rest of the gang her real identity, and the curse of the freak of Crystal Cove. But they don't trust her, and take off into the night. The mystery's over when they say it is. 20 years ago, the previous Mr. Incorporated gang found the altar of the planispheric disc, just barely making it out alive with their piece. The new gang sneaks out one night to break into Mayor Jones's office, where they find a scroll featuring the disc. Oh, and also the freak of Crystal Cove. So far the freak hasn't really done anything besides Aura Farm. Get me to Crystal Cove, I'll show him a real freak. The gang run out right into Sheriff Stone, who arrests them and calls their parents. Obviously the adults are upset, so to avoid being forbidden to see Fred ever again, Daphne announces that they're engaged. Surprise! Doesn't matter, everyone's still grounded. Can't stop Shaggy and Scooby's ingenuity for a midnight snack though. Well, I guess the freak can. Scooby takes the disc piece and they hop out the window, and hop in a car with a complete stranger. You know, it's either that or the freak, so a gamble either way. Ed Machine delivers the boys to Angel's, where the rest of the gang already are. She really just wants to help, but they still can't trust her. The only ones they can trust are themselves. Angel tries to call Ed to save her, but it's already too late. Pericles got to him first. The gang repel into the caves to find the altar that was disturbed 20 years ago. Oh hey Pericles, move aside, it's freaking time. Oh, okay, they all drowned. Fred chases the freak down, nearly falling to his death if not for them turning back to pull him to safety. I think Fred's known the freak all along. He unmasks his own father, realizing that he found out that his entire life was a lie. Mayor Jones reveals that he framed Pericles for all the freak's crimes. Fred's mother, as he knows, isn't real, and he's not even his real father. Brad and Judy are. Meddling runs in the family. And this truth nuke is the catalyst for the gang splitting up. Daphne and Fred's engagement is off. Shaggy gets sent off to military school, Scooby gets sent to a farm, and Pericles flies off with a disc piece. What an end to the season. The gang took over a year break since the last episode, so let's see how things have changed in the meantime. Let's see, giant baby clown with a hot rod and baby bottle bombs. Scooby does a chicken run type escape, military Shaggy, and twink death Fred. So nothing a little mystery can't fix. And Butch Mask Velma? Hell yeah. Daphne's gonna be a little bit harder to bring back into the team though, seeing as she's got a new supermodel actor boyfriend. The townfolk gather to welcome back 4/5 of the gang, while Crybaby Clown does his best impression of Quint from Jaws, and demands $5 million to leave town for good. Otherwise, feel the wrath of his dirty diaper bomb. Ah, no fair. An explosive with poison damage bonus? Fred goes to the Blake home that night to try and get her back, and she immediately shuts that down. She's moved on. Fred, however, believes that she's gonna step up and help capture the clown. Oh, you poor delusional boy. Fred's trap works right up until Daphne's part, and of course, she's absent. Crybaby Clown throws one of his bombs into the fireworks factory, so at least we get a show to cover up the heartbreak. Velma and Marcy team up on a secret spy mission under Mr. E's orders, breaking into this Russian museum for the Baba Yaga exhibit. Too bad they got interrupted by the security guard. They just missed the good part. Back in Crystal Cove, Velma nominates Marcy to replace Daphne in the gang, which they tentatively agree to. Her trial mystery will be the Baba Yaga house, which they happen to stumble across in the woods. And the way this is animated is so jarring and kind of uncanny. Scooby overhears Velma's phone call with Mr. E and tells the boys, so they tail the girls into the chicken house to see them with the next piece of the planispheric disc. Velma has to explain that she's still on their side, but no time for reconciling. This is a mobile home now. The new monster spits them out and leaves a couple of clues behind, but still not enough to pry Daff away from Baylor Hotner. They head down to the docks and start the chase of the Baba Yaga, tripping them up to finally reveal Curator Vronsky underneath, who was just smuggling Fabergé eggs into the country. Seems like Marcy might be working a little bit closer to Mr. E than Velma even knows. Hey, good on you for going to therapy, Fred. He must be a good one too. He's got appointments booked back to back. There's probably a good argument that a grown man in a baby costume and diapers should actually be seeing a therapist, but for now, Crybaby Clown's just gonna kidnap him. Daphne turns in for the night, only to wake up on the beach following Fred sneaking her out. Sneaking her out, abducting her, we're getting into technicals now. He set up a nice little picnic out here, but Daphne's just over it all, adding this scene of Marcy scooching closer to Velma for no particular reason. Angel ditches her iconic fro just in time for Mr. E to swing by, warning her that someone's coming after Fred, and it's not Crybaby Clown. He's already broken into the salon and took the hairdresser.
There's an old saying in Crystal Cove. Fool me once, shame on you. A fool man can't get fooled again.
Wow, I did not have a Shaggy George W. Bush quote on my bingo card. Now watch this drive. The clown's gone all over Crystal Cove, kidnapping various professionals, but left this tracker behind. The gang follows it right to Daphne. Somehow she got a tracker put under her skin, but no time for questions. Evil man, baby. Crybaby Clown hijacks a plane with all of his hostages, and Fred turns into a real hero to save Daphne and the boys. None of that fake Hollywood hero stuff that Baylor Hotner does. Seems like he took method acting a little too far, and kidnapped everyone and endangered them. Good thing that would never happen. Right, Ezra Miller? Daphne's officially welcome back into the gang. Sorry, Mars. One night, some guy wakes up in a cold sweat, and hops into his car to try and escape, crashing at full speed into the bank. And who is this diva? Velma has to be the bearer of bad news for Marcy's dismissal from the mystery gang, and I have to be the bearer of bad news for Shaggy's fuck-ass Bob. They read about Herbert Feist's little mishap in the paper and head down to the jail to get his side of the story, which is pulled straight out of Labyrinth starring David Bowie, so hell yeah. Another person gets arrested and drops just enough information for Daphne to head over to her neighbor's house. It's not Kesha's house, but this place about to blow. Same story with this guy though. Weird dreams of that orb-wielding creep, and all of them know Sheriff Stone. Shaggy's a closet D&D player, so he knows all about whatever Sheriff Stone's talking about. So while Fred and the girls go investigating, Shaggy and Scooby are in charge of keeping the sheriff awake all night. Oh, hey, wanna see the most cursed thing possible? Yeah, I'd probably have the same reaction as this guy. Herbert got so upset that his D&D character died, he made it his life mission to terrorize the other party members. How odd. Whatever. The gang go back to Fred's place to find Brad Childs and Judy Reeves waiting for him. A traveling curiosity show comes into Crystal Cove with something called the Hodag of Horror, but Shaggy and Scooby ain't buying it. Maybe one of Daphne's sisters can help change their mind. Too late, Scooby's already got his eyes on something else. Ew, who let Monkey Boy cut the cheese with his feet? The gang head over to the curiosity show to investigate the creature some more, who goes on an absolute rampage and runs off into the night. The Blakes have a party to welcome Brad and Judy back, but the Hodag returns and attacks everyone, escaping with a bunch of goods and Nova the dog. Sheriff Stone even confiscated this cool looking puzzle box. Uh-oh. The Hodag steals the key and takes off with the treasure, only to get distracted by these bells, inevitably leading to their capture. They unmask Roberto, and if you think it was rude of me to call him Monkey Boy before, watch this. Mr. Fussbuster trained him to steal from people, and they almost made off with his old block of cheese. Well, good thing they didn't, because the gang finds another piece of the planispheric disc inside. So Pericles sets up a little meeting with his old buddies to warn them that the gang is getting closer to the truth. We've got a live performance at this modern art show for Randy Warsaw, who unveils his latest piece, Junk. I've got a feeling that this wasn't supposed to happen. The new mayor of Crystal Cove enlists the gang to help them, so they head on up to the exhibit to become Randy's new muses. Except for Daphne. Also, Junk might be the coolest design so far. It reminds me of one of those battle bots. Just look at how it attacks everyone. But with everyone feeling like the main attraction, that just leaves Daphne to go on a solo mission, tailing this worker right to Junk. Luckily, Fred swings by to save her, and bring Junk back to the museum for the next show. And boy, it sure is a good one. We've got art, jugglers, and a live performance by Scooby and his backup, Junk. Just before Randy gets absorbed, the gang put their trapping skills to use, and eventually find that Butch Fairbanks, aka Hans van Schonengruber, was controlling all the pieces with the guitar and tried to ruin Randy's career. A German ruining Warsaw. I feel like I've heard that one before. Mayor Nettles hosts a scary movie night in the cemetery for the town. My invite must have gotten lost in the mail, I guess. But when a real ghoul rips through the function, suddenly not everyone's having a great time. I would though. The gang return the next day and immediately encounter the graveyard ghoul. Just this time, out of costume. Velma's sure of it. I mean, look at him. Instead, they decide to investigate this lovely home with 4 lovely Swedish women inside. Daphne and the boys are going to stay here to search for clues at the bottom of this meatball pile, while Velma goes back into town to do her own work. Kinda rude of the graveyard ghoul to ruin a nice time.
You leave those beautiful immigrants alone!
My man. As a thank you for saving her daughters, Motor presents these nice chocolate statues for the gang. Something tells me that Daphne has a bit of a thing for chocolate. Velma gets spooked in the cemetery by Scooby, who joins her to try and find the graveyard ghoul. Alright, good boy, Scoob. They also grab Sheriff Stone for their JRPG party lineup, and have a nice little cookout in the cemetery. Scooby pulls the girl into the mausoleum, where an exposed gas line sparks up like Shaggy off camera, and the whole place blows. Hey, wouldn't you know, Velma was right. He was stealing the natural gas from under the cemetery, and the Bjorklunds are reimbursed for the gas money the town was stealing. Okay, bye queens. Seems like Mr. E and Professor Pericles are buddies again. Surely that's gonna work out fine. The 2 soccer guys are free climbing up this mountain when they get attacked by a succubus or a Fortnite skin or something, losing the lucky soccer ball in the process. So, yellow jackets with less lesbians. The gang visit Ethan and Gary in the hospital, and Fred promises he'll get their soccer ball back, for some reason. These guys don't even like Fred, but we need some sort of plot, so sure, why not? The townsfolk are nice enough to invite them to the bonfire, and lore dump about Mount Diabla and Dark Lilith. And speak of the devil, hey queen. Lilith trashes the camp, prompting the desert dwellers to kick the city slickers out. Ugly Jimmy hitches a ride and decides to help the gang solve this mystery, leading them up the mountain and into the caves to encounter Lilith again, who immediately throws them off the cliffside. They find an old Spanish ship lodged on the mountainside and get some conquistador lore. Conquista lore? And this whole place is booby-trapped. Good thing we've got the best trapper this side of the Mississippi, as Fred disarms them all to reach the treasure. Right in time for Dark Lilith to do a quick smash and grab of the planispheric disc piece. Velma lassos her before she flies off, and hold on tight, this baby's coming down. Hey, remember when I said this was yellow jackets with less lesbians? Note that I didn't say no lesbians. Hey Marcy, looking snatched as ever, queen. She hands the piece of the disc over to Velma, noting that her friendship is more important. Mr. E will destroy her, but he'll have to catch her first. Handsome Jimmy hands them the soccer ball, and the conquistador turns into a ghost. Yeah, that's probably fine. Enough of this overarching plot mumbo jumbo. Show me the real stars of the show. That couple who keep almost dying. Finally, at long last, they can share their first. Another monster, that's too bad. The dude just straight up ditches his girl. Luckily, Gary's out of the hospital and got his lucky soccer ball back, as he saves her from Quaker Oats. Okay, technically, I think he's Puritan. Sheriff Stone brings the mayor on a stakeout, accompanied by romantic candles and a picnic. Also, who are they fooling with this bottle of wine labeled soda? We already acknowledged wine existing in that youth serum episode. Blah 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 back and forth. Hey Pilgrim, Blondie over there said LOL out loud. Can you kill him? Cool, thanks. Luckily Gary was jogging by with his ball again to save another damsel in distress. His buddy's taking a different route though. The whiplash if it was set in a junkyard one. The gang get caught snooping in Ethan's room, but he seems kinda chill about it. He just hops on Discord with Gary, who somehow sees that Hebediah Grimm is in the corner of the room, who gets into a fierce duel with Ethan. Fred finally lets his birth parents help him with a trap, and with the decoy Daphne all ready to go, they capture not 1 but 2 Hebediah Grimms, unmasking Gary and Ethan. They teamed up to put the school's hot girls in danger to stage a heroic rescue, which would make them fall in love with them. This dumbass even planted his own yearbook as evidence at the theater kid's house. Alright, get the incels out of here. That family from the Gatorsburg episode finally reached their destination, stopping at this giant hotel for the winter. Unfortunately for them, they encounter yet another Fortnite player. so they do the smart thing and run far, far away. The gang pull up to the mansion soon after and meet caretaker Dan Flunk, who explains the odd history of this place. Shaggy and Scooby are the first ones to experience something odd when the chef turns into Gordon Ramsay. Daphne gets her shower interrupted by Medusa, running right into Fred's arms, and the two share a kiss by the fire. Hey wait, if Fred's fixing the mystery machine, then that means... Shaggy! Shaftney shippers win again. Scooby finds the bathroom from The Shining, and just barely catches Shaggy's actual form. Meanwhile, Velma also gets attacked by a stone orangutan, and also gets run over by a train. So, safe to say, things are going well. Velma investigates the firewood, and realizes that it's a special hallucinogenic wood that was the cause of the word visions. They manage to set up a trap to reveal Dan Flunk underneath the mask, who grew tired of living here all these years. This was almost a nothing episode, until someone throws a random book out the window for the gang that could come in handy. Bonus points for the Shining reference, I guess? Just before Angel Dynamite can expose Crystal Cove for all of its dirt, some kind of German robot breaks in and attacks, self-destructing and completely leveling the radio station. Hey gang, duck. Velma asks why there's a World War II era robot, which combined with it speaking German makes for an interesting choice by the writers. Luckily, Skipper Shelton harpoons another one before the gang get experimented on. And free clams on the house. Now that's what I call service. Daphne recruits 2 children and a seal to help with their investigation for some reason. They do have dive suits and a Moby Dick submarine, so sure, whatever. While down there, they find the lost mission town of Crystal Cove's conquistadors. So what's more dangerous? The conquistadors or these Nazi robot guys? Tough call really. They crash on the seafloor and come across this underwater base with a giant floating head, who quickly seals them in. Fred finds the release valve to save everyone, and they head into the base to find all the Kriegstoffelbots and the body of Frau Gluck from the oldest mystery-solving gang. Pericles shows up to explain his evil plan, take a piece of the planispheric disc, and take off. Alright, good talk I guess. Oh, and the base will destruct in like 10 seconds. But they can only escape if someone stays behind and holds the door. Angel decides it's what she has to do, and gives Daphne some last-minute advice before they escape. After a while searching, the seal only returns with a broken helmet, confirming the worst. Ain't anything more romantic than taking your sweetie out to the nuclear fallout marshes to grill up a nice dinner. Aw, and Bronson got her a pet. How sweet. Also, he uses Werner Herzog as an expletive, which is really funny to me. The mayor brings the gang in to try and figure out what the Scare Bear is doing in Crystal Cove. Oh, also Destroyo deem themselves as a corporate sovereignty, so they don't have to pay taxes or listen to police. Good thing that would never happen in real life, right? The gang throw on some hazmat suits and start their investigation, finding lithium, the Scare Bear, and George Avocados.
That's avocados, you delinquent.
Yeah, whatever. Apparently his land is being ruined by all this Destroyo waste. They use Scooby as their research specimen to try and blend in with the other scientists, but once the guard gets word of the security breach, the Scare Bear is on their case. They manage to escape and head back to the police station, where Mystery is already waiting, wanting them arrested for trespassing. Luckily, the mayor stands up for them, giving them enough time to set up their trap down at the carnival. Might be a bit late though, someone's already planted a bomb. Well, if it wasn't George, and it wasn't the Scare Bear, we've got no other option than to fling the bomb and make it someone else's problem. Ooh. Sorry, George. The Scare Bear was really Benson Furman, who has one of the worst Christopher Walken impressions that I've ever heard. He bought a Destroyo product that grew hair all over his body, and just wanted to destroy the company from the inside. Krampus is in town and scaring all the delinquent kids silly. God forbid a guy have a little steez. Fred finally feels comfortable enough with Brad and Judy to fully let his guard down, and should anything happen to him, they get the briefcase he keeps the planispheric disc pieces in. I ain't have the heart to tell him. The gang go down to the roller rink where Krampus is already making a scene, scaring Stone and attacking 3 children. And to make matters worse, Charlie the Robot's missing from the museum, and the Old Mystery Incorporated have the other 3 pieces to the disc. To combat Krampus, the gang need to find the baddest kid in town, so let's pop on over to Juvie for Mary Ann Gliarden. Seems like Krampus has the same idea though, breaking in and taking her over to the old doll factory, which probably takes top spot for the creepiest setting in the series. Reminds me of something from Silent Hill or Resident Evil. The gang don't have time to set up a trap, but they still do manage to capture Krampus, unmasking Charlie the Robot underneath. Brad and Judy have been trying to steal that briefcase all episode, and finally do so, returning back to Mr. E to find all their pieces gone. The gang pulled a fast one on the Old Mystery Incorporated, involving all of our other friends that we've made along the way. Hey Marcy. The Old Mystery gang are gagged, and honestly, so am I. This switcheroo plan was probably the best in the franchise. Now with all 6 pieces, the gang finally complete the planispheric disc. We start with an origin story of Radley Crown, aka Blue Falcon, and his dog Dynomutt, with a battle that seems to have carried on into present day, saving the gang from this red mech monster. And we get a pretty nice action sequence of Blue Falcon and Dynamite mowing through all the destroyed lackeys before coming across the dragon hacking into Mr. E's system. Dr. Zinn finds that the Quest X power source is hidden inside of Dynamite, so he grabs Blue Falcon and Scooby and takes off. Might be time for an eye exam, Z. He takes them to his base on Volcano Island, which is conveniently close enough for a short Falcon car flight. But this time it's the gang's turn to do some sweet action moves, with Shaggy releasing Scooby from his constraints. Dr. Zinn just wanted the power source that Quest put into Dynamite for his own cyborg, his own daughter. And that sob story was good enough to get Dynamite to give her a jumpstart. But they jetpack out of here and leave everyone to deal with the volcano self-destructing. Good thing we've got plot armor and like a minute left, so everyone escapes on the getaway boat. Alright, cool. A local play is rehearsing the story of the earthquake that sent the first Crystal Cove down into the depths of the ocean, and even got some nice props to level up this production. I don't care how bad of a play it is, if there's a zombie mummy involved, I will be seated. But with the crew all running off, Vincent Van Gogh is asked to replace them. Oh, hey George Avocados.
That's avocados.
Yeah, we know. He's had to turn to janitor work after his farm got blown up, but at least he'll have a front row seat for this new production. While trying to do some research for the script, Velma gets attacked by the monster and runs for backup. Not that they're much help when she gets picked up and tossed around like this. We get a nice little montage of the gang getting everything together for opening night, and we've got a sold out crowd. And oh no, it's a musical. Luckily the mummy returns to put a stop to all this nonsense, chasing Shaggy down before getting choked by a churro. They capture the monster to a roaring applause, unmasking George underneath the friar's costume. Also, he took the friar's corpse and hid it in a closet? What does he think this is, Hitman? But he says that he didn't attack them at rehearsal, so where's the other one at? Oh. The actual ghost of Friar Sarah warns the gang about the evil that doomed their town. While the gang are doing some research on the planispheric disk, Sheriff Stone bursts in pleading for their help when his memories of his alien abduction resurface. And pleading might actually be underselling his desperation. He's losing it. He's even starting to believe in Hollow Earth theory. Alright, no more Wendigoon videos for you, Bronson. But while driving out in the farmland, some weird stuff occurs, prompting everyone to ditch the van and run aimlessly into the cornfields. The crop circles confirm Velma's worst fear. They're gonna need help from an expert. Her mom. Mrs. Dinkley hypnotizes Stone to reveal his encounters with the Greys. And I guess the Greys' encounters with his anatomy. I don't know, all this spooky space stuff is kinda kooky. Hey, the space kook's back, good to see ya. While Fred and the sheriff crash at Daphne's, Velma takes Shag and Scoob out for some late night meddling. And just like that, Velma's cracked this case. Better hurry back though. Seems like the Blake residence has some unwanted visitors. The aliens take off with Daphne's dad's new car, but luckily Fred has some wacky racing type traps to capture the thieves, unmasking the O'Flaherty clan. Velma's got a scientific explanation for all the weird occurrences, so they head on over to Gatorsburg for some grave robbing, acquiring this old flintlock pistol. Oh, Brad and Judy burnt City Hall down too, I guess? A couple of farmers get concerned when some cows show up on their doorstep. Now, even though this is a cow farm and you're gonna have cows outside, these ones look a bit worse for wear. Ain't no steak on these bones. All the farms in the area get destroyed, so what else is there to do besides drink the night away? Just as the gang gets some intel from the farmers, the horrible herd returns and attacks everyone, with the gang being the only ones to escape. They spy on a conversation between Pericles and Mr. E, where Pericles states that he's made the perfect hybrid of cows, piranhas, and bees. And while I do question the three animals chosen, maybe I'm the wrong one once the herd chews through asphalt, steel, and the entire town. This time it's Daphne coming through with a brain blast. If these are all worker bees, there must be a queen somewhere in Destroido. The mayor flies them over and the gang repel into the hive with their exterminator guns. Shaggy and Scooby lead the queen to the trap, and they fly her out of town, drawing the rest of the herd with them. But this just won't do for Pericles, who orders Brad to shoot the chopper down with a rocket launcher. They lose Nova in the commotion, who falls into the stampede, which runs straight off the cliff after the queen. They're fine. Remember? Part piranha? Uh-oh, they're migrating. Well, out of our hands. Let's just back away slowly. Scooby finds Nova hanging on for dear life, and they rush her over to hospital. Shaggy and Scooby tune in for a news story about Rude Boy and the Scott-tastics, who are making their grand return after 30 years. Only downside of that is, they're dead. We've got to hurry the lore along quickly, we've got places to be, so the vinyl shop owner just happens to have a nice slideshow prepared for us. Kinda forgot to tell us about the whole turning everyone else into zombies thing, but hey, she tried her best. Apparently this dance is called skanking? I'll just leave that one there. They're gonna dance till they drop, so the gang better get a move on. Shaggy falls into an open grave and finds Rude Boy's old manager, but we know the real stars are right behind them. Fred straight up levels one of them with a shovel before Shaggy pulls the van around, leading the chasing Vespas all over town. Uh-oh, they fell for the catchy Calypso beats. Music is just noise to Scooby, and Shaggy's tone deaf, so they're the only hope now. First order of business, get in drag. Okay, I'm listening. Oh, it's the Hex Girls? Alright, they're cooking with gas now. As the dancers begin to pass out, we start our battle of the bands, with the pop punk queens coming out on top, as it should be. Rude Boy and the Scott-tastics get unmasked as Rude Boy and the Scott-tastics. Their plane crash was a hoax, and wanted to return with the greatest song ever, so they hypnotized everyone. Only Biggie can get away with that. Take these bozos away. The Hex Girls harmonize and unlock a new planispheric disc mechanic, obtaining this old helmet from Skipper Shelton. Oh, and Nova flatlines and also gets possessed. Discount Paula Deen here shares her recipe for giant red demons with us for today's show. Aw man, Rick Spartan's back. And following that weird moment with Nova, Scooby's feeling a bit under the weather. Rick and Kachinga bust into the pizza restaurant and start throwing all the food out the window, apparently summoning the big red demon, who's eating anything with gluten in it. Rick's gluten-free, so he's not worried. I don't care if it's free, take that shit out. Everyone splits up, with the girls taking Kachinga, Fred and Rick set with the traps, and Shaggy and Scooby eat about 200 pounds worth of food. So they're not much help in the capture at first, as the net breaks at the bottom. But when it's time for a kaiju sumo duel, we've got a real showdown. After getting pinned for the count, they unmask Francily Jackson underneath, who wanted to make a big comeback after her last embarrassment. As she gets rolled off, her special bowl does too, which turns out to be the third key the gang need. Mystery revokes Pericles' access to the Destroido system, which causes him to lash out. He's still got Mystery under his control, whether he likes it or not. Man, this family just cannot catch a break. This time they get held up by some sort of revolutionary robber, who blows up their car and steals the mom. We get a couple dream sequence fakeouts with Scooby and the Kriegstoffabots, but he's still waiting by Nova's side for her to wake up. Miss Dinkley's got herself a new boy toy, but the less questions about this, the better. Let's go to the mall instead. On the way over, they find Sheriff Stone in the wake of another attack by the Dandy Highwayman, who's already made his way over to the Blake residence, robbing them and taking off with Nan. Geez, this guy's just spamming these robberies. See ya, Mayor. Scooby buddy, you gotta get some sleep. These hallucinations are getting out of hand. The gang set up a sting operation for the robber. Oh, see ya, Daff. She uses the pile of stolen goods to call the gang, who quickly set up a trap at the Dinkley house, eventually revealing the librarian. He trained for years to be cool to get more women, but learned that the way to their heart was just by listening. And when the going got tough, he's got his earplugs. This episode's just kind of icky. I know the women all went willingly, but it's kind of feeling like the Dennis Reynolds implication conundrum. It doesn't help when the boys make that their only takeaway from this experience. Scooby's final dream sequence has a talking Nova reveal that she's part of the Anunnaki, and that he's in grave danger if the cursed one is freed. Fred's really got to make a change in his life, and he's starting with the man in the mirror. Oh, maybe not what I thought was happening. When he emerges from the non-haunted house, he's a bit off. In the mirrored dimension, the real Fred wakes up in an apocalyptic version of Crystal Cove, where the gang are either going streaking or got Thanos snapped. Either way, not good. Daphne emerges looking a little bit older, like suddenly you wake up one day and you're 25. She explains that the planispheric disc went haywire and created a time vortex, and now she's the only one left. So Fred leads old Daphne all over town to retrieve it, with the normal gang mirroring each stop. At this point, it's pretty obvious that Fred knows this is a ruse. He's just having fun now. He's spelling it all out for the gang, literally. Once the skeletons from Jason and the Argonauts rise, Fred drives the mystery machine straight through the false wall of the old movie studio and over to the old factory. The fake Fred finds the planispheric disc, and we have a Fred mirror match to regain control. Which of course leads to the classic, he's the fake. No, he is. But Daphne always knows her Freddy. But this ain't a mask. Brad got plastic surgery to look exactly like Fred. I do respect the dedication. Pericles sends his robots to capture Daphne, so Fred's forced to hand over the planispheric disc to him, who immediately plugs it in over at Destroido. Aw man, back to the dream sequences for Scooby. Or nightmare sequences. That odd man in Scooby's vision is an author of the occult, so they head on over to his house to talk. He's been seeing the freak of Crystal Cove in his dreams too, and explains that they must unveil the true identity of the freak to break the curse. So, he sends them into the dream world with his talisman to try and solve the mystery, and Scooby knows this place like the back of his paw, so he leads them through the Twin Peaks halls. Actually, this whole thing is very Twin Peaksy, so obviously it's really cool. They find Fred's fake dad and a bunch of other townspeople that have had the best parts of them trapped here. But before we get told the identity of the real freak, they chase the gang out. I mean, we're only halfway in, did you think it would be that easy? Each member of the gang finds different parts of this centuries-old mystery and gets cornered by the freak, who misses like 10 straight attacks. They eventually find Nova and the less abrasive Horatio at this Aztec temple, but lost the talisman that they were supposed to deliver. No problem. Even in the dream world, Fred's a trap extraordinaire. They capture the beast and reveal the old conquistador El Aguirre, who believes he deserves to suffer for the crimes he committed in the past. That makes two of us, buddy. Nova gives us a history lesson on the first group of mystery solvers, and tells Scooby to find the heart of the Jaguar to finally break the curse. They finally deliver the talisman and bridge the gap back to the real world. Are they actually friends, or were they manipulated by an ancient being? Doesn't really matter right now. They've got the heart of the Jaguar to find. Velma's mother gets a call from her old fling, Professor Enrique Andalasosa, who's been looking for the heart of the Jaguar for her. He gets attacked by some sort of vine creature, and also expresses his love for Angie. And that's all the reason she needs to pack the gang up on this flight and head down to Mexico. Once they arrive, Velma immediately gets catcalled, so not a great start. They head into this antique store to find Mrs. Andalasosa, who recognizes Angie as the woman who stole Enrique from her. Now, seems like we're blaming the wrong person here, but Enrique is still missing, so whatever. They return that night and break into the place to find the path that Enrique took. The vines make their return and restrain everyone. Luckily, they forgot about Scooby's tail, which he uses to grab the sword for Fred to start chopping. They head down the river and eventually come across the professor's boat, heading further into the jungle after the vines sink theirs. Velma cracks the hieroglyph riddle, and everyone heads into the temple, with Fred saving everyone from the booby traps throughout. Also, he's shirtless for some reason. They find the heart of the Jaguar spear, and the priestess soon after, who falls for every trap that Fred and the gang avoided. The priestess is revealed to be Professor Andalasosa himself. This was all a ploy to get Angie back in his life. She does not want him though. Mr. Dinkley's back home. Somewhere. We haven't really seen him all season, I kinda forgot about him. Enrique gets taken away by this blonde lady that Mayor Nettles brought along to help the gang get across the border because she had a dream. It's like they finally started thinking about the viewers not having the suspension of disbelief, but only took about 2 seconds to think of a reason. Now back in the States, the gang return to Crystal Cove only to find the place destroyed, and Sheriff Stone recounts the disappearance of everyone in town. Stone, Nettles, and Velma's mom get taken too, so this one's just up to the gang. Pericles' Kriegstaffelbots show up to stop the party, but forgot Fred's got home court advantage, slicing them up before any more damage is done. They head down into the hole, coming across this mining operation with all their parents and the old Mr. Incorporated. Pericles has the rest of them wrapped around his little bird finger, either willingly or through force. Our gang make a plan to save the town, but before we head out, Fred finally expresses his love for Daphne, just in case something goes wrong. Shaggy, Scooby, and the Mystery Machine get mech upgrades to head back down, spreading the word of their uprising to the miners. Skipper unveils this giant golden door, and just as Shaggy gets outed and is about to be eviscerated, the new Mad Max Mystery Machine drops in and saves him. Even Bronson's getting in on the confessing his love arc, as he's the catalyst for the uprising, which sees everyone pitch in to seize the means of production. But before they can escape, the Mystery Machine gets cornered, and Fred says his final goodbye, going out in a blaze of glory. The van, that is. Don't worry, they're fine. He rigged the Mystery Machine to be remote controlled, and then they took Shaggy's mom's car instead. Pericles places the planispheric disc in the door, opening up a passage for everyone to enter, including the gang. The gang keep a fair distance from the Pericles posse, but obviously not far enough. He knows they're following them. Once they reach the giant door, the gang finally understand the keys, each representing the 4 elements. Pericles is tired of waiting around, so he pulls Marcy out of the chest, giving them no choice but to turn over the keys. Fred's trap senses tingle, so he warns the gang to hold on to something sturdy. And sure enough, the door starts sucking up all the Kriegstaffelbots. Before Daphne is thrown through, Fred leaps and blocks the hole with the key, opening up the doorway. Marcy holds Pericles hostage, buying some time for the gang to try and find the evil entity. But Judy trips her up, and just as she stares down the barrel, we cut to the gang crossing the bridge. Gunshots heard in the distance. Velma already knows the worst, but she can't let Marcy's sacrifice be for nothing. There's already been some deaths of main characters in the show, but this one hit the hardest for me. That head start allows the gang to get through the next 3 gates, with just a couple minor hiccups along the way. But once they reach the sarcophagus, they take their sweet ass time and allow Pericles to catch up, stopping them from destroying the curse. And as he unlocks the sarcophagus, the time of Nibiru is upon us. The Anunnaki possessing Nova tells us that with the Nibiru free, the entire universe is at risk, and only one being can stop it. Scooby-Doo. He fights back against the evil entity, leading to Pericles offering himself instead. His lust for power almost immediately backfires. Pericles is long gone, the evil entity completely taking over. Scooby tries his best to spear the beast, but the heart of the Jaguar shatters instead. It's too late. While they take out 5 of the Gestapo-bots, this one single one ushers them right back to the evil entity. Good thing Mystery is still around with his greatsword, and that'll be his final act, as he too is consumed. He had grown weary of Pericles' power trip, but he just couldn't do anything about it. The evil entity doesn't have a high enough power level to break the plot armor of the gang, so they decide to take out the rest of Crystal Coat first. More and more of the townsfolk become sacrifices. Mayor Jones, Sheriff Stone, Mayor Nettles. Just as the gang are about to be taken, Scooby calls out to Nova for help, who pauses time to deliver her final message for Scooby. When the time comes, he'll know what to do. The heart was never the jewel, it's always been the gang. Together. They hit the ultimate baton pass to destroy the sarcophagus, cutting off their life source and creating a black hole that envelops the universe, causing a second Big Bang to reset the timeline. And yeah, they defeated an interdimensional demonic deity with the power of friendship. You just gotta accept it. Maybe it wasn't a timeline reset, but the creation of an entirely new timeline. Everything they know is different. Their parents, their friends, their girlfriends. Yeah, we finally get a halfway confirmation that Marcy and Velma are together, so maybe this universe is actually kinda cool. Since they destroyed the evil entity, it never infected the world. Nobody in masks, nothing. One giant butterfly effect. Mayor Dad Jones, who's neither mayor or dad in this universe, gives Fred this DVD from someone at Miskatonic University, the real Mr. E, Harlan Ellison, who knows that they've created this new timeline and wants them to attend his class next semester. That's on the other side of the country though, so it's road tripping time, after a quick makeover for the van. It's a world without mysteries, a world they just don't want to be in. And that's where our story concludes. While I would love to watch them go coast to coast solving every case they come across, we never got another season of this, despite plenty of rumors. Overall, yeah, this is still one of the best iterations of Scooby-Doo, though I do think that the overarching plot that most people turn to is a bit weak from episode to episode until these final 3, where we finally put all the pieces in place, quite literally. But the episodes in a vacuum felt rather dull, just the next monster of the week with a tiny bit of lore sprinkled in to keep you coming back for more. It worked, don't get me wrong, but I'm left wanting more. But what more could you possibly want after the gang just defeated a universe-eating monster? We've had 52 episodes of some of the darkest, mysterious, and straight up best cartoons we've ever had, and I wouldn't change it for a thing. What's the best way to follow up on a critically acclaimed and universally loved show like Mystery Incorporated was? Oh. Be Cool Scooby-Doo ran for 52 episodes from 2015 to 2018, and is mostly remembered as the one that looks like Family Guy. And while I see what you're going for, I don't think y'all watch enough bad adult animation. This is Brickleberry. This is F is for Family. This is some random show on Fox that gets just one season. This is... you know what? Let's just get into it. This first episode immediately starts with a callback to Elias Kingston from Scooby-Doo Where Are You? So I kinda hope that this whole series is just full of those little fan service moments. Oh wait, he's actually back. This intro song is actually pretty good. A little bit of rock and a little funky, and much better than the Get a Clue one. But yeah, if it basically took the entire first season for me to get used to that art style, this one's probably gonna take even longer. Velma's worried about her interview over at the university, so she tells the gang not to embarrass her. And I kinda hope that doesn't set the precedent for the entire show, because I actually prefer my Velmas to be likable. But hey, at least Matthew Lillard's back as Shaggy. That's all I could really ask for. Daphne very carefully parks the mystery machine at the fuel station, obviously because she knew that the attendant would lord dump on everything they need to know about the case. When Velma meets the dean of the school, he cuts her a deal. If she can solve the case of Elias Kingston's ghost, she will be accepted into the school. Otherwise, forget it. Somehow, not even the top 10 most illegal things done for college admissions. And this blueprint schematic of the university is so well animated, I love it. Daphne's got a weird thing for puppets this whole episode, and she's no longer the fun, stylish girl boss Daphne that we've come to love, and more so le epic random equals funny Daphne. The gang gets into the dean's office for a little snooping, and of course, Shaggy and Scooby find the vending machines, quickly getting stuck in one while trying to get their food, with Kingston joining in on the fun. And this is actually a pretty fun gag. Velma does a Sherlock type thing to find the book they need before Shag and Scoob bring the big blue clue over for another chase, leading to Daphne and Fred using this ladder to do a board slide. And I can't lie, they were kinda steezy with it. Fred thinks he has a plan, but as he slips off the roof, Shag and Scoob come to the rescue. Kingston unties the rope and scares the girls out the window, so Daphne's forced to drop her puppet in the most dramatic way, and the cut to it falling on the bush got a genuine laugh out of me. Eventually they tap the ghost, who's unveiled as Mitchell from the fuel station, and also the son of the security guard. And you know what, I'll put my hands up, they got me. Maybe I wasn't locked in enough to start this, but I didn't suspect either of them. I was going with the Dean 100%. For a series premiere, this was genuinely a really good and fun episode, albeit with some flaws to our main characters, but I'm very excited to see where we go from here. Ew, vlogger jump scare. Okay, it actually turns into a found footage horror, which is probably my favorite subgenre, so I'll give them a pass. We pick up with the gang solving yet another mystery, this time with Captain Cutler and some boring plan. And everyone yawning in this made me yawn too. When Fred gets a video from his buddy Chuck, they all head out to try and see what's up, even the cops. So Cutler just sneaks back into the water. Great work boys, keep it up. Surely that won't have lasting ramifications on the story. Seems like that incompetence trickles down to all walks of enforcement, as this park ranger lets them walk right into a deadly cave. At the giant shrine, one of the figures jumps down and chases the gang to the cliff's edge, where they're forced to choose between death by Chicken Man or death by gravity. So they decide to take the Assassin's Creed leap of faith down, landing peacefully in the water below. That Satari warrior tries to use the gang's bridge to cross with them, but couldn't handle a little bit of shaking. Eventually the gang finds Chuck's graffiti, and our buddy Rick here tells them that Chuck went that way, right through this obstacle course from hell. Fred takes one for the team and, dies. They walk into the entrance here and immediately run into the warrior again, falling down these labyrinthian chutes that look like a lot of fun to go down. You know, except for the deranged chicken warrior using you as a mole in the whack-a-mole thing. With their backs against the wall, Fred finally figures it out, opening the door behind the warrior, shoving them under the trap. The Zatari warrior was none other than Chuck himself, pulling the old fake found footage trick, and the weird park ranger guy just takes him away. Not as good as the first episode, but not completely bad either. Some scuba divers are putzing around in this underwater landfill, where they're told to not take anything. Hey, what did I say? The gang are boarding a cruise ship captained by Fred's cousin, and no matter the art style, Daphne is going to be serving in every single outfit. Velma overhears the captain and the first mate talking about the sea monster attack, and runs to stop Daphne and Fred from going out into the water. A bit late perhaps, as the monster chases them back onto the ship before they even get one piece of the gold. Okay, greedy. Velma's description of the myth continues our trend of well-animated lore dumps. But we've got no time to marvel. We've got to throw our possessions overboard like everyone else. The captain becomes increasingly, piratified every time that we look at him, but no time to worry about that, as two of the divers check out the bottom of the ship and get attacked by the monster. At least Fred came prepared, as the mystery machine turns into a submarine, allowing them to find some clues down in the blue and a pretty funny claw machine bit. We get a pretty fun and classic feeling chase scene, with an oxygen tank escape to regroup. They trap the monster trying to get into the mystery machine, but you know what's more fun than one sea monster? Two sea monsters. They chase the gang minus Velma back to the ship, where Velma and her crane game skills come into play, grabbing both prizes in one go. The monsters are unmasked as the two missing divers, like that was any real shock, who were illegally scavenging the treasure below. And just like that, we're back to better episodes here. A lot of the settings were fun and the creatures look great too, but probably just below the first one overall. We start episode 4 with everyone's favorite canine detective, Scooby-Doo. Who's this? We're on set for the next episode of yet another spin-off of Law & Order, where a gargoyle swoops down from the rooftops and attacks some of the underpaid PAs. Meanwhile, the gang leave what I can only assume is a Costco for cop supplies, so I can't think of a more cursed place to be, honestly. A good second place would probably be on a network television set, so we're really ticking all the boxes here. Scooby also gets to meet his little crush. Okay, not really. He's a little too shy to say hello. When he does work up the courage, he stutters and stumbles his way to kinda creeping her out. Hey, can we get him some help over here? Ah, perfect. With all the crew gone, the gang have to step in and help out. They start by splitting up to find some more clues. And, hey Shaggy, right behind you. Oh, hey Shaggy, right in front of you. Eventually, the gargoyle finds himself on the set of the hit show, and Gargoyle makes 3. But if 3's a crowd, then 4's well, that's just too many people. Get out of my house. A chase through the halls and back to the set ensues, where the gargoyle goes to join their buddies for a bit, giving the gang enough time to do some forensic work and set up the grand finale. Right on cue, Gargy shows up to take the bait, but Scooby and Lady Annabelle here get caught up in the crossfire, leaving Scooby no choice but to save his girl. Or not his girl. He still hasn't really introduced himself yet, but nothing makes a better impression than shared trauma. The gargoyle gets covered in cement and is chiseled out to reveal Carly, the assistant director. She just wanted her chance to shine, and I guess she did get her 22 minutes of fame. It seems like just about every other Scooby series has a baseball episode, but at least this one's on promotional free poncho night. Oh, that's not. Just as the pitcher winds up for the delivery, the ghostly slugger interrupts him, and I think technically that's a balk. Alright, runners move up 90 feet. Everyone runs in terror, so I guess that's forfeit due to phantasm interference. Superfan Shaggy gets to meet the owner of the Moths, who tells them that the ghost is the Moth's best ever player, statistics-wise, Chip Braverton. And when Velma hears statistics, she basically turns into Foolish Baseball talking about them, except she only cites the normie stats like ERA and batting average. Just wait till she finds out about XWOBA and FIP, she might have an aneurysm. The owner interrupts her a moment by saying that he has to sell the team, and I mean, buzzkill. Read the room, dude. Oh, he actually did. There's no one in the stadium. Okay, fair play. The gang only gets one night to solve this mystery, so let's get to it. And their introduction to the ghost is actually kinda creepy. I love it. Chip chases them onto the field, with our color commentators up in the booth, giving them directions to avoid this designated hitter. He gets tossed from the game, giving the gang time to tour the Moth's Hall of Fame. and Chip Braverton apparently played in the 1910s, so pretty much against plumbers. He'd never hold up in today's game. The gang gathers some more intel, with Shaggy still captaining the team, but with Chip's ghost stepping back up to the plate, it's time for another chase. And this has, no hyperbole, a top 5 chase theme in the entire franchise. Shaggy and Scooby are all-star level bait, and show why they get paid the big bucks. As the ghost whiffs and crashes into the backstop, later being unmasked as Dustin Walsreath, upset that no one remembers him as a player. As their reward, Shaggy gets to throw out the first pitch, with his best buddy behind the plate. This episode kinda rocks. It's very classic, and that one scene was unsettlingly scary, and that chase song slaps beyond belief. Top of the list so far. 2 security guards are on duty guarding this museum, and this one certainly doesn't seem to be following protocol, and pays the price as this Egyptian deity comes to life. Fred is super steezed to learn about the history of mysteries, and based on the demographic here, maybe a little too steezed. Fred and the tour guide kind of have some beef cooking up here, and they decide to switch teams for the day. No, not like that. This Jeff guy will lead the gang, while Fred will pass on his vast knowledge to the little ones. The gang encounter a bickering scientist and mythologist, which is a battle as old as time. See, even Velma's hieroglyphics agree to disagree. Fred's gang is a little bit more boring, but all Fred can worry about is his old gang, so he goes to check in on them. And things honestly couldn't be going better for them. So I think Fred's getting a bit worried that he's not as great as his ego leads on. Hey Velma, I wouldn't go back there. Last guy who did got attacked by the... yeah. Both gangs get chased by Sobek through various exhibits, but in order to catch this deity, Fred and Jeff have to team up to use their strengths together. And it actually works, as everyone works together to wrap this case up. Under the croc mask is Professor Salazar. And why don't we let Jeff take this one, cause we'll probably never see him again anyways. Oh, he's a little off his rocker. Okay, Velma, please end this one. Basically, Salazar was in the process of stealing the gold statue when the mystery gang came around. Jeff runs off with the mini mystery gang, and should we maybe stop him? He's kind of unhinged. No? Okay. There's something down in the Crystal Caverns, and there's something sinister to it. Our 5 chums head over to check it out, and we get a lot of silly crystal gags. Velma gets to see her old professor, who's had to stop her research due to the cave creature. The gang offer their services and head down, continuing to bicker along the way for some reason. While down in the crystal castles, they have to be absolutely quiet so as not to break them all. So we're left with hand motions and facial direction. Before we waste any more time, the crystal crawler drops down and chases the gang around, very quietly. And I think the quiet's messing with Fred. He's losing it. Velma, on the other hand, is entranced by the beauty of the crystals, and, did she perhaps eat one of the wild mushrooms on the way over? While she tries not to morph into a crystal, the gang keep finding more and more clues, including this terrifying shadowy... oh, that's just Velma. Yep, she's lost it. Our chase song this time is the most average pop-punk song ever, so pretty good. Back in the soundproofed elevator, the gang can finally share their findings with each other. No time for lunch though, it's trap time. This one succeeds through failing, as the bait gets trapped but still catches the creature, who's brought to the surface and unmasked as Coulson McCready, because he's gone broke from this whole crystal tour thing, and we can finally shut the door on this case for good. We're at Wuthering Manor, presumably somewhere in Wuthering Heights, where some rich people are setting up for their murder mystery party, and man, they have some pretty good effects. Look at how this maid gets snatched up. The gang arrive to the party as a way to practice some crime solving without actually being in danger, and also because Daphne's a product of old money. That typically helps too. Lady Wuthering introduces herself to the guests and commences her annual murder mystery party. So everyone get in costume. And Velma puts on an accent that sounds exactly like Mrs. Lovett from Sweeney Todd, which is definitely a good thing. A not so good thing though is the headless butler getting attacked by the actual headless count. And as Fred is the only one nearby, goes to solve this fake mystery. The butler disappears with a final message of, He's real! Huh, wonder what that could mean. Daphne and Bradwick team up while Shag and Scoob go into the secret passage, unaware of the real danger, and the boys laugh in their face. Oh, sorry, too soon? But when everyone's about to catch the headless count in action, they take off to the jester's room, grabbing a sword off the wall to try and slice a queen and a constable. And there's a good chance that that's an actual British dish name. They lead the count out to the rest of the party, and everyone starts running around like a chicken with its... oh, sorry. One by one, more people get attacked and kidnapped, so I think it's time to solve this mystery. Oh hey Bradwick, you just missed them. Daphne and Fred get kidnapped and taken to the basement, where everyone else is being kept, so good thing Shag and Scoob have this one just about solved. Oh hey, thanks Velma. Of course, this headless count is Bradwick Haverall. Never trust a rich man, but especially never trust a broke man pretending to be rich. A local band's doing a sound check for a performance later that day, and like any great band, they absolutely hate each other.
Does that mean we get a classic like Fleetwood Mac's Rumors? No. Oh, hey Stevie. Fred drives like the average person in LA to try and get to the ticket sale on time, but of course, everything on Ticketmaster is bought anyways. When they find out the show might get cancelled, Fred offers to open up for Bones Malone, of course with his band, Mystery Machine. While Fred and the girls are worried about looking like posers, Shaggy and Scooby get right to shredding, and the rest comes naturally. The only one left without an instrument is Velma, so I guess we know who our lead singer is. Come on V, we've seen you perform before, you're pretty good. That same tech guy gets annoyed again, and sure would be a weird coincidence if oh hey Queen. The Phantom chases the gang right into Velma's history lesson of the place. It's time for another sound check, and Bones allows the gang to sit up front for an impromptu performance. And in one of a very few times in the series, we get a diegetic chase song. And it's pretty good too. While Bones does his thing, the Wraith chases the gang around the theater, even picking up Shaggy and Scooby. Right before they go on stage, the gang find a new contract Bones has with another manager, but no time for that. Mystery Machine, you're on in, well, now. With a sold-out show, the Wraith tries to steal the show, chasing Velma off stage when Shaggy and Scooby are a little offbeat. But of course, Fred manages to drum up some justice, capturing the ghost and unmasking her as a drag queen. Okay, once she gets untucked, Jasper Krall is revealed to be behind it all, as Velma explains through song. The music, the theatrics, the makeup, this is why drag is awesome. At a local restaurant with the American Horror Story font, a waiter who's running a little bit late encounters a Yeti in the bathroom, which probably still isn't enough to not have an A food safety rating. When Shag and Scoob bring the rest of the gang in, the owner Chaz Larkin tells them all of his waiters quit because of the Yeti. And it wouldn't be my first choice to put Shaggy and Scooby in charge of handling food that wasn't theirs to eat, but we'll see how this one plays out. That actually sounds like a pretty good setup for a stand-up comedy routine, which is Daphne's special interest of the episode.
Like, you ever notice when you solve a mystery and stop a ghost, the cops always say, "Great work, kids." Why does no one say, "Yeah, and horrible job, officers"?
Okay, actually, she's kind of onto something here. But as Shaggy and Scooby are on their lunch break, the Yeti interrupts them and chases the gang into the alley. And good thing they got caught up here, cause it's a long way down. Oh. Back inside the restaurant, they find that the freezer isn't doing any freezing, which is really cutting it close on that food safety grade. Also, just thinking about it, this would have been way cooler if the cheese monster from A Pup Named Scooby-Doo made the return. You know, considering that this whole restaurant is just cheese, but hey, what do I know? I do know that Shaggy's hunger hallucinating, as all these cheese dishes start talking to him. Hey, you know what? 5-second rule, just don't tell the boss, alright? Just be cool, Scooby-Doo. Alright, too cool. The Yeti's back and chases them through the restaurant and out into the parking lot. To buy some time for dinner service, Daphne gets her first comedy gig, and it actually goes pretty well. So here comes the main course. And yeah, I'll have what they're having. The Yeti tries to interrupt everyone's moment, but slips on the ice and gets caught in a sticky situation. It's cheese, not, you know what, just unmask Mr. Howard, the guy who lives right above the restaurant. Finally, Shaggy and Scooby get a much deserved meal. Plus, for a full day of hard work, they made about $3. Alright. The most normal day at Waffle House, by the way. Huh. Scooby-Doo tried to warn us about the dangers of AI. Neat. Before the gang can experience that though, they're awestruck in the kinds of things that it should be able to do, like make a sandwich for you. Fred gets a little bit of a bionic upgrade, while this little robot guy shows Shaggy and Scooby around VR World. Also, this robot's kind of creepy about Mallory. Like, actually, very creepy. I hate him. But enough of him. Butler 3000 wakes back up and is already on one, throwing around the engineer and scaring the rest out with his Bluetooth takeover of the other devices. Daphne uses some not artificial intelligence to get the gang out of here, and they head back to Mr. Man's office to find the kill switch. But when Man hits the button, Butler 3000 hits the backup generator and is now in charge of the whole place. They do get a little help from Techie, who plays around with the VR settings a bit, sending us on a fun little chase through past adventures. The gang comes together once more to figure out how to stop this technological revolution, and Fred becomes some sort of high-tech Ash Williams to save Daphne from the drones, while Velma uploads a virus to try and neutralize the threat. With a little help from Daphne and Fred's super left hand, we finally unmask, we see Mallory is behind it the whole time, afraid that her job would be replaced with AI. How topical. Somewhere out in the desert, we have a horror so horrible that mankind hasn't been the same since. Millennials. The only thing that can save us from the cringe is an alien crash landing from outer space. And maybe a bunch of meddling kids too. Good thing Shaggy and Scooby are safe and sound inside the mystery machine. The alien's right behind them, huh? If there's one thing the military doesn't mess around with, it's alien life forms. They abduct the gang and take them to Area 53? There's also a hitchhiker on board too, but that's probably fine. They think that the gang are the actual aliens, and you know what, with the mystery machine in action, I don't actually blame them. But these interrogations are really getting us nowhere.
Can we get some action here? Thank you. The gang uncover an alien spaceship and a couple more clues, but before they can do anything with them, the alien finds its way in. Daphne activates the remote for the ship, crashing through a wall, leaving Fred no choice but to save her, transforming the mystery machine into a flying machine. Just before crashing, they fly through and catch Daphne and the boys, but are in turn caught by the US military. Not a great look for their whole "we aren't the aliens" argument. As they're being transferred to the maximum security detainment area, the alien drops in to say its goodbyes, but should be saying goodbye to their rank, as it's really just the general underneath. And all he wanted was some more funding. Look, the US already spends a stupid amount on defense. Let's just move a little bit from the bombing innocent people fund to the cool alien research fund. I love when these episodes go fully into the sci-fi route. The spaceship scene was super cool. It's a dark and stormy night up at Lutz Manor, as this dapper looking dude arrives at the front door. He's the only one for now, so he's gonna get the party started with some rearranging. There's a couple good fake jump scares here, but third time's the charm, as the being is unveiled. The gang are headed up to the same spot, because Scooby was named in Colonel Lutz's will after he saved him before. They arrive to meet some of the family, including some really creepy twins, an eccentric cousin, and a suspicious butler. Each person must stay the night here to receive their portion of the will, and with the Phantom on the loose, looks like we're in for a fun slumber party. As the gang investigates the electricity going out, Shaggy and Scooby find the Spectre and pull a Billy Mays gambit to escape. But not for too long though, as they rip through the painting on the wall to scare the rest of the gang. One of the twins is missing, and the other can't function without her
bath salts.
That's not what I was thinking, but sure. They follow the trail into the basement, where all the cured meat is kept. And the Catboy. Oh, but some of this meat looks rotten. It's all green and kind of fluorescent. Oh, and it's spreading too. But just as Shaggy and Scooby go to lie their little heads down, the Phantom hits the lever to spin the wall around, and chases the boys back through the halls. Man, it really seems like this ghost is in two places at once, cause now they're chasing Fred and the girls around. As everyone crashes through the wall, Scooby saves his best buddy, and the pair of Phantoms get trapped under the painting of Colonel Lutz. And of course, both are unmasked as the twin girls, Ruby and Trudy, who wanted all the money for themselves. But there is no money, just the mansion, which is worth $25 million. So that's nice at least. Oh. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a pterodactyl. The gang are celebrating the holidays in Rockwellville, but I can't help but get the feeling that somebody's watching me. Oh, hey Santa. Daphne's not really in the holiday spirit, but she is in the birthday spirit. Though it might be a little bit of a buzzkill when the pterodactyl ruins the vibe. Fred's pretty adamant on turning this into a Christmas mystery, but I don't remember any holiday pterodactyls in any of the songs. Maybe that was the 13th day of gifts. The gang follow a trail of bows around town to the greatest gift that anyone could ask for. A new convertible! Daphne and Scooby get snatched up by the creature, leaving our other three to get the rescue mission going, which is a successful one with some extreme urban skiing too. After talking to Leventhal for a minute, they head on over to the town center to watch the star go atop the tree. And you know, the Grinch got a bad rap all things considered. I mean, this dinosaur stole a whole tree with gifts for orphan kids. If those Cartoon Network Flash games were still around, the gang collecting these falling presents while flying would absolutely be one. Old St. Fred and his helpers saved Christmas for Rockwellville, and David's shown in the suit. He apparently found a pterodactyl egg, wrapped it up, lost track of it, and decided to steal every gift in town. And the artist creating the tree topper was in on it? How preposterous. Fred also turns into Frank from It's Always Sunny, offering the orphan an egg in this trying time, which also helps save the orphanage. Everyone gathers around to sing Daphne happy birthday, so happy birthday to all, and to all, a good night. Alcatraz, Azkaban, and the Vault. 3 of the greatest fictional prisons of all time. 2 inmates clean up the warden's office while talking about some old escaped buddy of theirs. Did they make it? Did they not? Who's to say? Well, let's get a word from the man of the hour. Well said. Just before the vault gets retired and torn down, the warden invites Fred and the gang to get a tour of the place. Which certainly doesn't quite live up to the hype, but maybe this ghostly and soggy inmate can change that. The guard makes the gang T-pose to check them before entry, but before any more invasive processions, the warden takes them inside for a look around, and accidentally lets them know that it's haunted by the ghost of Steel and Stan. Using a handy black light introduced for plot purposes, they find a wall full of hidden messages, which I don't want to know what he used to write them with. Shaggy stumbles into Stan's escape tunnel, which leads right to the warden's office, straight to Steel and Stan, and straight into our big chase scene. Plus Fred's epiphany due to Daphne eating his tuna sandwich. Don't worry, it's a long story. It's trap time. They go with a pretty safe strat to start, but it takes a real barb to take out this ghost, who's quickly deflating and unmasked as the real Steel and Stan. And how many times in this franchise has the ghost of someone been unmasked as the actual person? Can't be many. But Steel and Stan was innocent the whole time. He was at a water park.
So the real criminal was the warden the whole time, and I really dig this fake out switch. In an episode titled Gremlin on a Plane, I better be seeing a gremlin on a plane. Hell yeah. Daphne and the gang are boarding the world's largest airplane, which is already having some arguments on if it'll hold up in the air. But it couldn't be worse than the average Boeing jet. The pilot for this trip has a fear of heights, which is just really funny to picture in real life. There's like an entire mini mall on this plane, most importantly with a food court. And based on how expensive airport and airplane food is, I think they just ate my rent's worth of froyo. But when the lights go out, the gremlin returns to sabotage the wiener machine. Be careful looking that one up. And you know when these boys are running away from food, something ain't right. The pilot finally breaks under the pressure, so who's the emergency pilot? Oh, Fred? Alright, how about anyone else? Anyone? Please? Whew, thanks, Daph. The gremlin damages the fuel lines as well, so this bird's not staying up for much longer. The first trap's not gonna work, plus we still need the obligatory chase music. But no time to unmask them. They've got to get off the plane before it crashes. Fred unveils his newest mystery machine mod, plane mode, even though we've seen this in like 3 episodes already. But in what might be my favorite moment in this series, he puts his pride aside and hands the controls over to Daphne, who flies them out while Velma unmasks Ed Johnson, upset that his plane design was changed for the better. This was a pretty good episode, and not really because of the gremlin. The survival aspects and the sweet moments were pretty amazing, honestly. And I think this one would thrive even more as one of those direct-to-video movies. Definitely towards the top. Oh no, the puppets are back? This advertiser isn't really sold on the whole puppet thing, but maybe when the wizard becomes real, he'll change his tone real quick. And I guess those bad commercials worked on the boys, since they love these snacks. Hey, that brings up a good point. Where's the Scooby snacks? But when that guy comes back to tell them that they've been discontinued, that momentary bliss is also discontinued. Shaggy and Scooby find the wizard, who chases them around the storage room, turning their escape stairs into a chute right back down. With magic. Good thing all these spiderwebs are here, as they get flung right back up the used-to-be stairs. Huh, how do you do that? This is easily a level 6 wizard, and the gang are nowhere near ready for this battle. So they use some flower clone jutsu and run out. If I say this series has the best music in the whole franchise, suddenly I'm in big trouble. The wizard gets a bit tied up, giving the gang enough time to make their final plan, which starts with Daphne bribing Shaggy and Scooby to be the bait. Just as they get the factory up and running again, the wizard reappears and everyone fights over the staff, leading to the wizard falling inside the snack batter, becoming an actual sorcerer snack, as Piero the puppeteer is unveiled. You know, that's great and all, but seriously, where are the Scooby- Oh my god, complain enough and ye shall receive. We're out in the bayou with hot peppers in this one, so it's basically Zombie Island. Just instead of zombies, it's giant swamp monsters. Of course, that's not the main draw here, cause damn, this food looks good. As Shag and Scoop have their own unsanctioned episode of Hot Ones, they run out into the bayou, which Bayou Pierre warns the rest of the gang about. But what's the worst that could happen? Sure, I guess a swamp monster. But what about getting your shoes all muddy? That's a real tragedy. The creature from the Black Bayou chases them all around the swamp, but definitely moves to the beat of their own drum. So Shag and Scoop make a clean-ish getaway. Detective Chomps here delivers a clue for the gang, a ring that belongs to Dwayne. But before we can question any of that, our swampy friend is back. And we get a nice little chase through one of my favorite cities in the country, so this rocks. And of course the accompanying song does too. The Swamp Thing gets all of the Mardi Gras beads, which I must have missed the part you gotta do to get those, but that's fine, I guess. Bayou Pierre puts his for sale sign up, so there's that. Unless Vampire Daphne can rally her troops for one final attempt to catch this monster. And so they do, as Scooby reels in a big one, leading the monster to the rest of the gang, who douses them in hot sauce, and is pinned down by Detective Chomps. He looks very polite. I want to give him a hug. The man under the mask isn't nearly as polite, even though the moniker Gentleman Bandit might indicate as much, as Dwayne was trying to scare everyone out to get the armor vehicle he stole out of the swamp. A nice young couple are having a snowman building contest, gathering the materials they need to try and win. Yeah, that's okay, but look at this one. If anyone's seen the horror movie Jack Frost from 1997, this is basically that. As Shag and Scoop start off with a peaceful sledding adventure, they soon make a wrong turn into the monster, flying off the cliff to avoid the icy fiend. While they clear the yellow snow from their jaws, Velma learns how to ski, using the classic pizza and french fry method. But if you french fry when you should have pizza'd, you're gonna have a bad time. Doubly so with a monster hot on their trail. Princess Scooby and Jester Shaggy lead the foe into the forest, but these aren't the woodland critters, so he's still alive. But at least the gang are too. They enter a weather research center with a crazed doctor who's been here for a long time. About a week and a half. Since he was alone for so long, he built a snowman as a friend, though it quickly went rogue. Somehow, Fred becomes the bait this time, shredding some gnar to gather up his posse, so they can ditch this poser bogarting the powder. Sorry, that's just some snowboarder slang. They gotta catch the monster. Daphne throws an absolute bullet of a snowball at Fred, collecting the trailing monster and the hungry heroes. And we finally unmask snowboard champion Heidi Ho Swift, the less popular sister. This episode definitely felt like giant filler, even though there's not even any overarching storylines in this one. Almost nothing happened. Some loser's picking on a kid racing his RC car out in the woods. Hey man, why don't you pick on someone your own size? Oh. Daphne somehow finds out that her family just owns a random Irish castle. And it doesn't look like much, but I bet it's still more than I could afford. They meet the caretaker Angus, and head inside to learn about the legend of McFinn the Giant from a local historian. Boring. Shag and Scoob head down to the kitchen to see the chef do an Irish jig. Yeah, get it, I guess. They're served the average Irish meal, and immediately run away. Now, Scooby-Doo series over time haven't always aged the best, but having Shaggy and Scooby, literal walking garbage disposals, run away from Irish delicacies is insane. Shaggy ate 2 sets of keys in this series, but he won't eat a Pigfoot and a green thing? They catch up with Fred and the girls out in the forest looking for Bigfoot. Oh, found it. Our knight in shining armor also happens to have an ascot, but is still blown away at the size of the giant. The other 4 soon join him in the lock, but I guess giants don't have pathfinding in the water. The more you know, I guess. Daphne and Fred stumble across the biggest treasure stash the world has ever seen. I wonder who owns it. Oh, maybe this guy would know. Geez, and I thought the Irish were supposed to be hospitable. Velma puts this groovy box on wheels into high gear, and then, like a Fast and Furious movie, finds another 6 gears and also goes into space. Just before they crash into the ground, the giant actually saves them. How nice. She repays him by immediately burning a hole through his hand. In like 2 seconds, he did more damage than a few hundred years of wars ever did. To the castle, that is. Everyone's spirits are a bit low right now, but Daphne's the one that picked them up and take down this giant the old-fashioned way. And what's cooler than a trebuchet, really? Okay, Mystery Machine mech suit's a pretty good choice. But like most of the kaiju battle movies, most of the time is spent with the less fun parts. And we gotta wrap this one up. The giant falls into the water, short-circuiting, and the mystery mech decapitates the giant to reveal Colin McQuaid, the historian guy, underneath. Please guys, just eat 1 bite. You know what? Good enough. These crows start messing with the local scarecrow, but I don't know if you knew this, the job of a scarecrow is to scare crow. Crazy, I know. The catalyst to get the gang where the plot needs them to be is that Shaggy and Scooby are hungry. What a shock. But Fred spots his love at first sight, so maybe fate always has a way. Of course, he's not always the smoothest with words, so he ends up with egg on his face. They bring the scarecrow back to the farm for the gang to see, and end up getting lost in the cornfields. I know that when you're lost, there's no place like home, but even this getaway is hastily made. Good enough, I guess. The other 3 come across a guy in some new jeans who's super shy, just handing them this message for Jonathan, the farm owner. They catch up with Shaggy and Scooby at the other farm, where a couple of the farmhands have already been scared off, and I'll let you guess what did it. Our big chase ensues, with the scarecrow hitching a ride on the wagon to chase down the gang, which is growing larger and larger with each animal enclosure they pass through. Also, Velma's allergy bit goes on for far too long. Please, someone get my girl a Benadryl. Our prime bait leads the scarecrow up onto the grain silo. Hey wait, there's 2 scarecrows? One's old Tom, and the other one's the father of Beth. Okay, I was following along, but even I'm lost. Hey Fred, catch us up please? Okay, so there's natural gas under the farms, and each of the men dressed up like the scarecrow to scare the other one off. But neither of them thought that the other would have had the same idea? And Fred thought that the way to Beth's heart was to send her father straight to jail? This episode's messier than Daphne's dress. A groom's going over his vows when he encounters a real bridezilla. Shaggy's the best man for this ceremony, and he's absolutely losing it. The groom Nate comes along and tells the gang how this legend came to be, and boy, this one turned dark fast. Shaggy tries out some of his speech material on Scooby and an unforeseen eavesdropper, who doesn't exactly have constructive criticism for him. Daphne may glide around on solid ground, but this rocky terrain sends her towards a watery grave. She's hanging on for dear life, leaving Velma no choice but to... How is she doing that? Velma saves the queen and ditches the ghost, just in time for us to meet the bride-to-be, and the mother of the bride, and the mother of the groom. Both insufferable people. In-laws, am I right? As Daphne goes to grab the bride's veil, she instead finds a black veil bride. What's her name again? Carolyn? Doesn't matter, since she's trying to find the perfect weapon to put Velma inside of a coffin. Somehow our new bride doesn't notice that all hell broke loose around her, but I guess shout out to Daphne for always looking out for the girlies. Apparently Scooby is an ordained minister, but even trying to rush this one along doesn't stop the ghost from objecting. Everyone bolts, leading the ghost to chase the gang throughout the venue and, oh, maybe she is a real ghost. We get a really fun scene on the dance floor with the fog machines doing their thing, and a really dumb scene of the gang throwing the wedding gift straight through the ghost like 20 times in a row. I'm sensing a running theme here where Daphne rallies her troops together for one final stand, which starts with something illegal in most states. Daphne crops her dress like Samara Weaving in Ready or Not, and has pretty good form on her tackle, capturing the ghost underneath the tent. Under the mask was Nate's mother, and Kimmy's mother was helping her. What? The two most insufferable people in the episode that we saw for like 2 seconds were the bad ones? I'm so shocked. Weddings are always good for something at least. Shipping material. I know what you are, queens. A young couple are having a nice date in the cemetery just watching the clouds, when one of them spots a bony desperado, though not sitting in an old Monte Carlo. Fred tricks Shag and Scoob into joining the gang on this Dia de los Muertos excursion. Okay, he didn't trick them, more like lying through omission. Shag and Scoob get lost in the festivities, asking a nice looking man for directions. They get the memo. So they join back up with the rest of the gang who are headed out to the cemetery. When they find El Bandito's resting place, it's become pretty clear that he's not, resting. But he does have 2 cool-ass swords, so I get it, I'd want to show it off too. The gang split up, with Shaggy and Scooby leading him up to the hospital, where El Bandito gets diagnosed with being dead. They hit the getaway gurney right into Gustavo's gift shop for all things El Bandito, who gets into an autism off with Fred about the legendary baddie. And Fred kinda eats him up, that's my king. Unfortunately, the gang still get kicked out of town, so it's disguise time. And wow, Daphne and Velma look so good. Really, they all do. They head over to the celebration at the cemetery, finding their way into El Bandito's tomb, which is right where he wants them. Before Shaggy and Scooby eat all of his offerings, El Bandito locks them in the mausoleum so he can head over to the party. Velma calculates that they have about 4 minutes of oxygen in here, so they better think of a plan quickly. Daphne speedruns her encouraging message, and the gang all work together to open the door in a really sweet moment. With fresh air and ammo to take down El Bandito, we get an old-fashioned western standoff with a modern Scooby twist. He's really after this bandana. So the gang lead him to the right spot for Fred to trap him, showing that Gustavo was behind it all to try and find El Bandito's treasure. Fred solves the case, solves the mystery of El Bandito, and is hopefully seen as one of his shining episodes in the franchise, cause he absolutely deserves it. Ooh, we're at the circus. I want cotton candy. Ooh, no, I want to go in the funhouse. Ooh, actually, you know what? Never mind, I'm good. The gang are driving along the coast when... who the hell is this? Auntie Daphne's babysitting for the night, so what better place to show you're the fun aunt other than the amusement park? Wayne's kind of non-verbal, so he's big chillin'. Of course we know Velma's deathly afraid of clowns, so it certainly doesn't help when the owner tells her that a deranged clown named Madcap escaped and has returned to haunt the place. Not this one though, this one's Oopsie, who's really into this whole clown thing. The rest of the gang ditch Fred to go have some fun, and what's more fun than rigged carnival games?
Madcap the Killer Clown!
I was actually gonna say bumper cars. See? This episode has the best setting yet, I think. Slight bias because I think the carnival aesthetic and horror are always as fun, but these set pieces are done so well. Plus, the gags are limitless. Look at Shaggy and his balloon work. This is awesome. Meanwhile, Daphne's still trying to impress her little nephew, but if Killer Clown on a roller coaster ride with Auntie's special friend doesn't do it, I don't know what will. Fred throws the coaster into reverse to save them, sending them off the unfinished track and through the rest of the park, but at least they got a nice souvenir picture. One Daphne plan later, and the gang head into the funhouse, and these mirrors are really good. Look at this. Velma does the smart thing and just stays outside. To protect Wayne, of course. Yeah. She keeps yapping to him while the gang are clowning around, but still manages to capture the villain like always. She's just good at what she does. Right, Wayne? Yeah. The clown is unmasked as the clown, and Fred gives us a... oh, he speaks. Wayne already knows the ins and outs of this mystery with motives and all. Basically, he was afraid that he was going to lose his job, and tried to save the place, of course, backfiring. The real clowns here don't really know what to charge him with, so the redundant clown police take him away. Back-to-back amazing episodes. Please, please, please keep this up. An average American family are camping in the great outdoors, breathing in fresh air, touching grass, and still playing on their Game Boys. But if trees and eagles can't get the kids' attention, maybe a glowing Viking with a giant battle axe will. Nah, the brain rot's already set in. At least the gang's all here to get away from it all. A forest ranger on a power trip rolls through and gives Fred and the girls like $1,000 worth of citations, while Shag and Scoob are stuck between a bear and a Viking trio, bringing the latter back with them to camp. Alright, let's just take a minute here to breathe, settle ourselves a bit, and try not to lose our heads. Literally. With Vikings on each side of them, they run back into the forest, where we see the true danger is deforestation. Or actually, the real danger is indie folk bands, as we get the origin story of the Lumineers, and the quick breakup. The gang finds some tracks and some archaeologists, who have dug up some ancient Norse runes. Shaggy and Scoob sneak off to find something to... don't eat that. In pretty much a repeat of earlier, the boys run from the bear straight into the Vikings, leading them back to the gang for yet another chase. And while being chased by a bear, they always say never hide in a tree. I just never knew it was because ghost Vikings would come and chop it down. While the bait does their thing, Fred reminds them to bring the Vikings straight through the gauntlet like usual. His keen nature instinct wasn't so keen, but who would have foreseen this change in plans? They still lead them through the traps, so it's basically like the reverse of the usual method. And it still works, so I don't know why Velma's so mad. Unmasking the Vikings doesn't reveal the 3 archaeologists. That would be too easy. Instead, we have the ranger and the couple that were birdwatching because, sure, why the hell not? Daphne earns her recapping the mystery badge, and now everyone can go back to eating some beans in a can, like good campers do. A man is running through the woods, running from something. He bumbles around for a bit before we see the creature, and pause right here? Yeah, that's him. We're in a courtroom, and this district attorney points his suspicions right at Fred Jones. Fred's attorney, Miss Blake, calls a Miss Dinkley to the stand. She recounts the story of how they got here, starting with the release of one of the baddies they caught, claiming that they were set up by Fred. Shaggy and Scooby make them stop for snacks, and we get to see Gus hard at work on his Killer Clown cupcake. We love Gus. Business ain't been so good since the Toxic Mutant came around, so the gang have a new case on their hands. That's one witness down. Next up we have a Mr. Norval Rogers, sometimes goes by the street name Shaggy. Shaggy's story doesn't exactly exonerate Fred. In fact, it actually makes everything worse for him. There's only one person who could help Fred right now, and that person is... a dog. Scooby adds a bit more onto our picture and everything's looking a lot clearer now. The gang found vans full of stolen goods, and the Toxic Terror hops on for a ride with them, getting dropped off at the Slammer. No, not jail. Yet. The actual Slammer. But when they pull back up to Gus's stand, the DA unpacks the van and has Fred arrested. Well, it's a good thing Fred has a jury of his peers at least. Oh. The final person to be called up to the stand is Fred himself. And Daphne gets the last bit of evidence she needs to clear Fred's name. That's the last straw for the DA, who storms out of the courtroom, coincidentally when the Toxic Terror storms in. He picks up Daphne to try and stop the evidence from being shared, but harsh glare off Velma's dome blinds him, leading to the unmasking of District Attorney Dayton Knight, and Daphne successfully pulls off the My Cousin Vinny. It's the most wonderful time of year, Halloween. We see a young Fred and 2 of his pals head out trick-or-treating, when one of them takes a detour out to the Evil Dead cabin. They knock once and then enter, where a witch awaits her next meal, and I think these kiddies will do just fine. They all run out and Fred brings the cops back, but when they do return, the house has completely vanished. Now in present day, Shaggy gives Scooby the rundown of their trick-or-treat route for maximum candy. Velma laments the commercialization of the holiday, while Daphne basks in that same commercialization. Fred, however, will not be partaking in anything Halloween related. He's just tagging along for some non-holiday fun. Also, Daphne dresses up as Zombie Velma, and I'm sorry, but she absolutely ate with that. As they walk down the street, Fred catches a glimpse of that house that haunted him since he was little, and that same witch is back to get him. And she really is. She's tunneling him pretty hard. So much so that Shaggy and Scooby are getting a little bit jealous here. But be careful what you wish for, boys. Neighborhood Watch comes along to make themselves feel important and shut down Halloween. Boo! Velma believes that this could be the work of the Baba Yaga, and finds that towns all across the country have had their Halloweens cancelled due to similar witch occurrences. Fred puts his fears aside and leads the gang into the house to find more clues. Which, they do. Get it? Which? Hey, why does the house have chicken legs now? Huh. It really is the Baba Yaga. This chase scene features a fun film overlay and a really catchy song, but most importantly, the rescue of Shaggy and Scooby. Shaggy and Scooby make their greatest sacrifice yet, using their hard-earned trick-or-treat candy like marbles, causing Baba Yaga to slip and fall. No life alert here though, just a pair of zombie Velmas. The witch is unmasked as Mrs. Clune, and her husband is inside the house. Basically, they would just move from town to town, getting Halloween shut down, simply because they hated the commercialization of it. And I respect it, but maybe have some fun, too? A rich family's having a beach day, somehow even managing to ruin it for everyone else with their richness. The man takes a second to look up to see a shark headed straight for his wife. And I know I say eat the rich, but I didn't know we were being so literal about it. Also, I know after however many episodes, the creature designs could be running a bit low on originality, but this is literally just a hybrid of Sharpedo and Scyther. So, pretty cool actually.
Fred's out here speedrunning the all unmasking percent, and the gang just can't keep up. Fred's gotta be coked up or something. He doesn't sleep, he has all of this energy, and he's completely irrational. Daphne takes him up to her beach house for a vacation. No mysteries, no monsters, just some Fred time. When Bellington the butler tells Daphne of the walking shark, she has to keep it way on the down low to avoid Fred getting ramped up again. This case is just for the girls, Shaggy and Scooby. I mean, they pretty much know the formula already. What's the worst that could happen? Evil shark with legs is a pretty rough start, but they do get away quickly. While the rest of the gang check out the clues, Fred can't help but take a peek into the house across the way, getting a little intel of his own. Velma's handy book here gives us a name for the shark monster. Dorsal foot. You know, maybe it's scary in Latin. But something even more sinister hides in the bushes. Paparazzi. Dorsalfoot arrives for their time in the limelight, chasing the gang around the beaches, where Shaggy and Scooby ditch them after giving them some pink stilettos. Alright, so it's not a drag queen under there. Alright, mark that down. Fred pulled the Ferris Bueller gambit and got out through the window, while Daphne and Velma sleuth around for some more clues. Dorsalfoot returns and attacks Shaggy and Scooby, who pick up the girls for the chase, to one of the worst songs that I've ever heard. The gang realize that without Fred, they're just not the same. The shark knew about the false sand trap, but not the giant shark snare that Fred set up. He still got it. He knew the butler did it the entire time. He even told us so. Bellington was going to help the paparazzi get a photo of the celebrity next door for a little extra money. And all I gotta say is, that's why he's the GOAT! A veterinary nurse isn't treating her patients with the care that they deserve, but it's also a hamster named Darren, so... But when a cat named Gary gets out, she's in for a lot more than she's getting paid for, especially with the full moon out. And it's affecting more than just her, as Daphne takes it upon herself to become a mime. Honestly, I dig it. They could never make me hate you, Daphne Blake. The gang certainly don't share my same sentiment. Haters. So they just ignore her. But what's hard to ignore is Scooby's upset tummy, and he's... not hungry? Take him to the vet for testing now. Oh, perfect. And this doctor's a bit scary looking. Oh, and my, what sharp teeth you have. But when Shaggy turns around, nothing's there. Scooby must really be sick. While Scooby and Shaggy get their checkup, Fred and the girls do some snooping, splitting up to cover more ground and have Mime Daphne come face to face with this half-man, half-beast. Fred throws his card at it to buy some more time, but not even the door can stop this chase. But all this running around has this wolf looking dog-tired. Nothing a little glam can't fix though. Aw, maybe she's more of a traditional queen. Scooby's still not feeling any better yet, but at least Daphne's miming comes in handy. The gang go to congratulate Lulu, but mostly lead the werewolf out and back into its cage. Getting demaned to find Miguel the nurse, who was going to steal one of the kittens. Oh, and Scooby's perfectly healthy. He was just full for once. Shaggy, on the other hand, is a walking petri dish of diseases. Everyone loves the Renaissance Fair, right? Especially ones that take it way too seriously. I mean, look at this freaky guy on the chandelier. He's kinda cool. I think everyone needs a Renaissance era Joker. Velma's our resident Renaissancier, and is super into it. Maybe a little too into it. But so is the king of this place. The gang get new jobs in ye olden times, as Fred is the jester, Shaggy and Scooby are the food tasters, and Daphne gets given some royal chores to do. First order of business for our food tasters, make sure that no poison gets put in the stew. Ginger is fine. Jesters are not good in this. Velma gives us our history lesson in Renaissance jestering, but she kinda skipped over the part where the demon pops back up out of the painting and attacks them all. They all split up, so of course the monster follows Shaggy and Scooby, heading right into the theater. He gets his time in the spotlight, but he's just not cut up for this big city life, and heads back to his place for his Joker origin story. Finally, it's time for the big feast. The testers immediately find a battery in the food, so accurate to the era, I think. Daphne shows off her inventions, and immediately is called a witch by the king, which I think is really funny. A little too funny, perhaps. The Renaissance Riddler drops down and tries out his new stand-up routine, which really ruins the vibe. But good thing Velma's here to throw some comically creamy pies at him. Okay, so accuracy percent's looking like a 0 right now, so might be time for an eye appointment, V. The king has his guards seize the gang and take them to the dungeon, because I guess they ruined the fair even more than a demonic jester did, but they can just walk out, so what's the point? Luckily, Shaggy and Scooby keep a backup feast in the van, leading to the jester's capture, unmasking him as Harvey the investor, who was upset that the king himself didn't want to sell out. And I like the jester design, but overall it's a pretty mid-episode for the series, which is still pretty good. This cold open sees a duck mascot deliver a song and dance to the wrong house.
And this is equal parts absurdly goofy and genuinely kind of scary, so I think it works perfectly for the series. We pick up with the gang about to solve another mystery, but hit a few snags. Mainly Shaggy and Scooby getting their ass beat. That's the last straw. They quit. All the protests from Fred and the girls fall on deaf ears. Their minds are made up. They've even found their own replacements. Meet Morley and Bumpy. Just as they pull up to the small town, the vampire attacks Fred, who floors it through town. They ditch the Fiend with a trombone solo, and head straight up to the spooky mansion that we saw from the open. It's probably nothing though. They're let into the castle by Paco the caretaker, who goes to get some treats for his guests. Velma runs into the vampire, who drops down and chases the gang. So now's about time for Morley and Bumpy's first lesson, so you might want to take some notes here. There's a lot to unpack here, but they do ditch the monster, so it's probably going to be on the test coming up. They hypothesize what could have happened, and how this money got here, but the officer returns to shut that all down. Paco pretty much lets them know that the next clue would be up in the attic, so the new gang head on up to find a room full of coffins, and someone who should really be in bed right now. The vampire chases them out onto the roof, and the gang make a clean getaway. Morley and Bumpy, however, do not. Back in the van, Fred and the girls reminisce on the good times they had together, as this is going to be their final mystery. But just as they throw in the towel, Shaggy and Scooby come back to get the gang together to take down this vampire. They find Morley and Bumpy tied up, who immediately point out the danger behind them. So, I guess those notes paid off. They even get captured in Fred's trap, so this is basically just Shaggy and Scooby. They're gonna sit this one out, I think, as Scooby uses the organ to crush the monster's organs, putting the count out for the count. While the cop is just about to raise the stakes, it's probably better to just unmask Sheriff Boone under the outfit, with a little help from Paco. With people leaving town, the pair would steal from their homes and hide the treasure in the coffins. Now, Shaggy and Scooby are back for good, mostly because Fred makes them sign a contract, but we all know they love what they do. We're at the Vandergrift dog show for this one, and living vicariously through your dog is pretty insane, but you do what you do. But backstage, there's something even more troubling than these people. Some sort of hellhound. Word spreads pretty quickly, and this show's losing dogs fast. Luckily, a new entrant comes along with the extra posh Sir Freddington III. Daphne's really against these pageant shows and how demeaning they can be. So she becomes Scooby's coach, while Freddington does what rich people do best. Waste oxygen and look like a tool. It's the hat. So with everyone else busy, Shaggy and Velma team up and head over to the food court. And if Velma's so smart, she would know that Shaggy's like a monster magnet. I mean, here comes the hellhound now. While they play around with their new dog, Fred's investigating the VIP section, meeting Estelle Brady and her dog Dobie, while Daphne and Scooby find some trouble in Miss Vandergrift's office. And also outside of it, as now it's their turn to dog sit. They lead the beast straight to the rest of the gang, leaving Shaggy and Velma no choice but to go sightseeing in the Big Apple. And it looks like they took the monster to a Mets game, which definitely counts as cruel and unusual punishment. Scooby has a performance to remember, for all the worst reasons. But at least it can't get any worse, right gang? Oh, right. At least Scooby wasn't the only one to wreck the obstacle course. Scooby says he doesn't care, but I think he's really upset that he just doesn't like these other dogs. And Daphne gets it too, so they're gonna go out and win this competition. They do a very nice dance number, but this guy immediately wants to cut in. The nerve of some people. Just as Daphne's about to be cooked and eaten at the same time, Scooby steps in and saves her, with a little help from the other dogs too. They unmask the beast as Dobie. This dog got an exosuit? I guess Estelle just really wanted to win. Scooby's awarded Best in Show, and then puts the medal on Daphne, as the gang embrace in a nice moment to cap off this episode. A couple board a train and look for a cabin that doesn't look like complete hell, and yeah, good luck. I'd rather die than sit with any of them. Hey, I didn't mean it. The gang are at the next stop doing their usual nonsense, but no pets allowed in the cabin, so Scooby has to go stay with the luggage. Shaggy makes him a nice disguise while Fred's really itching for a mystery to solve, so good thing the couple come running into the car screaming about death. And Scooby's taking this motherly role really seriously, making Shaggy wash his hands before eating. Hey, can someone hand him a paper towel? Oh, thanks buddy. This mummy was gonna chase them, but has a few hang-ups of their own to deal with first. The boys gather the rest of the gang to deal with their mummy issues, heading back into the car to find an absolute mess. But if two mysteries ain't enough, let's just throw in Japanese mythological creature Tengu, who flies after the gang katanas in hand. Eventually, the gang come across the scientist that's aboard the train, and decide that they need to solve each of these 3 mysteries one by one. 4. 4 mysteries. Taras chases the gang back to the other 3, or 4, as the coolest design monster in here flies after the gang. They're not the biggest fan of them though, throwing tomatoes at them to fly to safety. The safety in knowing that there's 7 mysteries to solve? What are we doing here? Sure, add on an 8th little creepy guy, who cares anymore?
not the conductor, who cares more that Scooby's in drag. Look man, it's performance art. He locks the entire gang in crates for some reason, and they'll be arrested at the next stop. Velma gives us an updated head count on the creatures, and Daphne finds the clue they need to solve this mystery. She uses a bobby pin to pick the lock and release the rest of the gang, avoiding the monsters and giving them the roundabout, as they all get knocked into the coal car. At their stop, the conductor reveals that he's an undercover agent, and Fred does the world's first octuple unmasking, revealing a bunch of people that we don't know. They're all spies sent by their respective countries to steal a microchip that was hidden in the flower of Scooby's hat. And I've said before that I like Murder on the Orient Express, but Scooby-Doo's already done this one, and a lot better. The sumo wrestler's trying to enjoy a nice peaceful bath, though this janitor has some other plans. So the wrestler challenges him to a duel, not a sumo one, but a dance battle, to the catchy J-pop tune that he was listening to. And sure, this is a bunch of stereotypes thrown immediately on screen, but they're having fun. By this point, it's no secret that crab people run the world, so it's no surprise to see one here. Velma just loves Japan. She fits right in, honestly. She finds her old science fair partner Aki just in time to see our new couple drive off from their crab-infested bathhouse, which is more common than you think, just maybe not in the same crustaceous way. Shaggy and Scooby get thrown out of the restaurant into the alley, where the crab monster has been waiting for them, so Scooby and Kanyaku hit the DDR machines for their first duel, and Kanyaku might have won this battle, but Scooby's winning the war once he runs out. Daphne's fashion faux pas keep turning into the hit new style, kinda ruining everything that Velma has going here. Actually, just straight up replacing her as Japan's newest craze. This mysterious officer makes the gang feel right at home by doing absolutely nothing of use. But sure could use his help though, as Kanyaku is back for round 2, interrupting Shag and Scoob while they try and find something to eat, eventually collecting the rest of the gang and causing havoc in this Japanese town. Velma's upset that she's disgraced her friend and her country, and also that she's not the it girl here anymore. And I get it, Daphne's always the one that gets the attention. It was nice to see Velma get some notice. At least Daphne uses her fame like everyone else does, to get out of being arrested, giving the gang the opportunity to head down to the old seafood factory. While there, Shaggy and Scooby lead Kanyaku down the path to capture. It doesn't exactly go to plan, but nothing with them ever really does. Luckily, Fred uses the industrial crab claw crusher to capture the monster, unmasking Mr. Kago underneath. He was getting revenge on the kimono shop owner for buying the old seafood shop from his parents, driving away his customers to try and buy back the place. Daphne makes headlines for catching the monster, and in her shining moment, has a fashion makeover to make Velma the hot thing in Japan again. I told you, Daphne's always looking out for the girls. A mayoral candidate is opening a brand new dog park, and doing an interview for local news, who warns that a ghost has been scaring away all the politicians running for the position. Nice. Meanwhile, the gang are at a local art gallery that's funded by some Blake family money, meeting the tortured artist that no one understands. So, the average artist. The mayor candidate's here too, as a big supporter of Littlefield's art community, but can someone please take his comically large scissors away? He's withdrawing from the race, and tells Velma that she should run instead, which works for Fred, since the ghost is scaring away every prospective changemaker, and the rest of the gang are in on the plan too, getting straight to work campaigning. First order of business, Barbify the ghosts. That was Daphne's idea. With Mayor McGrath being run out of running for office, he's coerced into endorsing a younger, more hip with the kids woman to take his place. Huh, that's weird. Feel like I've seen this one before. Oh god, Velma's dressed like Nancy Pelosi. Let's just hope that this election between a fascist felon and a normal woman goes a little bit differently this time. Let's see, Velma makes some decent points, and the guy threatens violence against women. Okay, so nope, it's the exact same thing actually. The ghost of Amos Littlefield chases the gang through the town and into the cemetery, where Lieutenant Corporal Scooby has a plan to ditch them. The campaign board planned to throw a big pancake social to help numbers, which actually does help sway the voters who are easily swayed and won't take the time to do research on the candidates. So, most of them. The gang head over to City Hall to search for more clues, and to train Velma to be a little more PR friendly. The mayor returns and accepts their offer for the big public debate, which will happen after another chase by the ghost, which turns into the greatest campaign for drift cars since Tokyo Drift. Velma finally understands how to win voters over. Pandering. Also, capturing a terrifying ghost and the ghost horse with a carrot is a pretty good look too. Unmasking Violet Oberon, who wanted to stay as the only creative in Littlefield. Unfortunately, like a lot of artists, she only wanted fame and fortune, and not to express herself through art with a community of others. None of this was really about politics at all. It was all about greed. So, politics. By this point, I feel like most people know the story of Ebenezer Scrooge, who argues with the ghost of his former business partner, warning him that he'll be visited by 3 more ghosts. But maybe I never caught the part where he gets attacked and there's also a talking dog. The gang head into Marley and Scrooge to exchange their currency, as Mr. Cratchit points them the right way to Scrooge's office. The effort helps Scrooge with his little ghost problem, searching through his house to find a lady in white, the ghost of Christmas past, who sends Velma back to show how her and the gang join forces. She wakes up in a bit of a funk, but nothing that a little investigating can't help. They find some clues from Mr. Cratchit, but Velma's got some real soul searching to do. The Ghost of Christmas Present shows that Velma misses her symposium because the gang decorated Scrooge's house for the holidays, including a nice looking feast. That's a clue right there, a golden opportunity for them to solve the mystery. But the ghost tells them that they need her, way more than she needs them. When she comes to again, the gang are all still here, but so is the ghost. Just this time a little more angry. See, Velma, these decorations weren't for nothing. They're actually quite handy in avoiding death by ghost. Velma's turning a bit bah humbug about solving mysteries, and is shown her mysterious future by the Ghost of Christmas Edge. The Ghost of Christmas Yet to Come. Even in their old age, the gang are still as spry as ever. Kinda, but they've still got it. The geriatric gang unmasked the monster as Velma. She says she wasted her life solving mysteries. She could have been a world-famous inventor. Back in her own body, she rushes to save Scrooge from the ghost's attack, springing into her best plan yet, wrapping this one up pretty quickly. The ghost is unmasked as Dr. Bugley, who was taking advantage of the hypochondriac, making him feel empathy for others, thus lining his pockets even more. The golden coin we saw would hypnotize Velma and Scrooge, but Velma cracked this case by using her theory of mystery deduction, attending the ceremony and receiving her standing ovation. Since the ghosts weren't real, Scrooge has no reason to change his miserly ways. Bugley's taken away by the constables, and Tiny Tim, who did unfortunately die. Up on an asteroid, 3 astronauts come across a weird-looking rock, and the oldest of the gang falls into it and breaks a chunk of it off, politely asking his colleagues to touch it. For some reason, the Mystery Gang are allowed onto the space shuttle, and also get to bring the Mystery Machine on board. Allowed might not be the right word for it though. More so Fred illegally parked on the ship, and the astronauts are pretty chill. But once they land aboard the base, they find the place has been trashed, with no sign of anyone else around. A message written in blood, or probably red paint, states, "Beware, trust no one." Oh, I get it. It's Among Us. Shaggy and Scooby go with one of the astronauts over to the mess hall, getting distracted by the space food long enough to miss their +1 getting yoinked. Oh wait, he's actually fine. He tries to get the boys to take their helmets off to eat, but when they abide by the message left, Blondie turns more into a fiery redhead. Shaggy and Scooby run in screaming, warning them about Lieutenant Feigenbaum. I don't know guys, he looks fine, but he should continue a search alone, just in case. Captain Lewis takes his own advice and goes to hang out in the vents with Red Skull, who drops down and chases the gang around the ship, of course targeting Shaggy and Scooby, who hop in this unstable wormhole to escape, going back through past events to try and evade the fiend. Present Shaggy and Scoob were the ones to write the message on the wall, which their past selves took to heart, and they trip the wormhole entry open and do the infinity falling thing from Portal. The sleeping area is full of bunk beds, so there's a lot of room for activities in here, like building a pillow fort. The gang decide that the best course of action is to take off and leave the base, and with her electrical engineering degree, Daphne gets this puppy up and running. Who am I kidding? Red Skull sabotages the ignition, and then opens the bay door to expose the gang to the super suck of space. Velma and the boys fly away aimlessly, leaving Fred no choice but to hop in the whip and save his pals. After collecting the cargo, he uses the firework propulsion to get back into the base, finding Daphne safe and sound. She blames Fred for locking her in the supply closet, and oh my god, this is Among Us. They end up clearing each other in a less dramatic way than John Carpenter's The Thing, and hatch the grand plan to stop Red Skull. Doppelganger Daphne has handfuls of gold at her fingertips, but can't trick the gang anymore, falling onto the conveyor belt with Fred, giving us a mirror match for the ages. Of course, the gang know Fred better than anyone, so Red Skull gets sent through the machine and gets tied up, revealing some guy. Apparently he was one of the crew members and found the gold, used the hologram chip to create a disguise, and scare away the rest of his team. This episode was really fun, kinda ruined by the end reveal being some guy we don't care about. A businesswoman checks into the cleanest motel, with extremely weird noises and extremely weird rules on the signs. Calling the front desk doesn't help like usual, and a creepy dark figure enters her room. We know Fred's got a control problem, as much as he doesn't want to admit it. So to curb the issue, the gang challenge him to not be controlling for one night that they'll have to spend at the Good Sun Inn due to inclement weather. We meet plenty of oddball characters with mommy issues, and the gang push the issue with Fred, who's really not trying to freak out. As you can see, it's going well. The ghost here is literally Mother, reminding Shaggy and Scooby of her rules when they start to pick out on the dessert cart. Fred's still pitching a fit, going solo on the investigation, almost entering your room that he's not allowed to. And we couldn't have that. Mother would never approve of such a thing, no no no. Daphne's obsession with feng shui this episode is really hindering Shaggy and Scooby's quality of life.
and that their life is about to end if they can't get in here. Velma finally kicks into action to save them, and the gang regroup to search for some clues, being interrupted by janitor Reggie, who points them towards the creepy basement. Down there they uncover a giant letter S, but you see, we really need the Y. As in, why do I hear that ticking sound again? Mrs. Stanley chases them around the basement, and there's plenty of junk down here to use as props, and plenty of places to hide outside the motel as well. It's time for the gang's epiphany scene, leading Fred to come up with his wildest and most rule-breaking scheme yet. We get a really cool POV shot of someone entering room 455, which is Mrs. Stanley's room, where someone decides to take a hot shower. And in case you didn't clock it yet, this is basically a Scooby-Doo version of Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho. She rudely interrupts Scooby's shower time, and can't a dog get some privacy around here? They spray her back and capture her with a little help from Reggie, and we can finally unmask... Reggie? Wait, double unmasking of... some guy? The front desk guy, Jack, recognizes his brother Josh, who desperately tried to buy the hotel back after leaving the business behind, causing all this havoc because he always broke the rules. And I can't hate an old-fashioned Psycho parody, upper half of the list. A film editor is hard at work cutting together a Diet Charlie Chaplin type movie, arguing with his cardboard cutout, which turns physical quick, the most average editor losing their mind. But when the cutout comes to life, not so much of a tough guy now, huh? The gang are taking the studio tour with the same boring and cringe dialogue you'd expect, but Daphne wants the real deal, and Tony here delivers. It's just another lore dump like usual, but at least it feels kinda natural. Tony's bailing though, so Daphne's time to shine. And I actually think that she'd be really good as one of those tour guides. Velma takes Shaggy and Scooby to watch a silent comedy film, but don't you just hate when somebody sits right in front of you in the theater? Look how many seats there are in here. How rude. The ghost of Archie Barnes chases them into the lobby, doing his classic slip on popcorn and crash into the wall bit. Daphne and Fred meet up with the well-adjusted editor in his office, who gives them plenty of clues before joining up with the film critics. Fred saves a woman about to be crushed by a piano, but we didn't quite get the raw emotion we're looking for, so let's set up for another take. The gang find the prop supply warehouse, where the ghost awaits in silence. He manages to get ahead of Shaggy and Scooby through some really good stunt work, forcing them back on set for another quick getaway. So this lets the gang sneak in and illegally stream Archie's final film, which really is a sight to behold. So much so that he sits down to watch it too, before chasing the gang around the studio with a cart, going through various sets and productions. Safe for the moment, the gang come together to figure out who's really behind this, and more importantly, how to stop them. Nothing screams old Hollywood like a red carpet premiere, but Archie comes down to stop the show, using the mathematics of comedy to perfectly get captured in this metal cage. The ghost is no ghost at all, of course. It's the director, Lori Logan, who is upset with the studio meddling on her film, fearing that it may ruin her career. If every director did the same against their studios, we would genuinely have no films. A young magician's doing a show, but it's not exactly going to plan. Hopefully his next trick can really get the crowd hopping. I didn't exactly mean it like that. The gang are on their way to Hocus Pocus Palace, which Fred is really steezed for. Maybe a little too steezed. They enter to find Saul Twinkleshine, who's running out of acts after the giant rabbit chased them all off. Good thing the next big thing is here, the fantastic Freddie Jones. Shag and Scoob go to check out dinner service, severely lacking in both dinner and service. Hey waiter, can we at least get some bread and butter over here? I'll take that as a no. The lore of this episode involves demonic rituals and black magic, so this kinda rocks. And so does Fred's outfit. Such a slay moment for him. His first trick involves pulling a rabbit out of the closet, but he's clearly not ready to be out. It's okay buddy, take your time, we'll support you. Oh, okay, they attack the gang. Shaggy and Scooby are tired of always choosing the route the monsters take, so they switch it up, but still end up getting chased. Talk about unlucky. While they work on their act some more, Fred and the girls search Saul's office for some clues, and end up finding Johnny Cobra, who's just a Chris Angel ripoff. Fred doesn't accept street magic as legit, and Velma doesn't accept magic at all. But she quickly changes tone when Saul blows her mind by teleporting her on the stage. And why is there a tiger writing notes here? Actually, this is a show about a talking dog. Who am I questioning? Well, I'm actually questioning Fred right about now, as he tries a death-defying Houdini stunt as an audition. Just as he goes to crack the lock, the devil rabbit jumps down to stop his progress. With time ticking down, the gang step in and wheel him away before he drowns. As time runs out, and Fred runs out of air, ta-da! Something tells me he didn't get the gig though, as Saul bans him from Hocus Pocus Palace. Our final audition is the wonderful Velma the Mathmagician, and her two gorgeous helpers. This triggers the final appearance of the Devil Rabbit, who can use these props just as well as the gang can. But Freddy or not, the gang always come out on top. The rabbit's unmasked as Saul Twinkleshine, but Saul's right there. So another mask magically comes off to reveal his brother, Greg.
Why he needed a mask and a wig to look like his twin, who knows. They were legally unable to sell the place while members were still paying dues, so decided to scare the axe out instead. And they're gonna need a good lawyer for this one. They better call someone in the Yellow Pages, I don't know. We're picking up in the middle of a chase with a gang in Greece, nearly getting crushed by the enclosing ceiling. Velma happens to find the scroll that she needs to find the lore of this place, and we get a fun flashback sequence to see Princess Velmonia. She exercises something called free thought, which wasn't invented for women until like the 1900s, so her wishes to not get an arranged marriage to this dweeb go unheard. Someone who does seem eager to hear her out is this giant spider monster. While they deal with that issue, the greatest philosopher of all time, Shagrates, and his disciple Fredricos discuss what's important in life. Food. They head over to meet with the Oracle for some guidance, where they meet up with Daphne and Velmonia, who had the same idea. Under Fredricos' guidance, they're gonna solve this mystery. That's what they called it back in the day. After a giant spider chase, of course. This ancient mystery machine has some tricks, but Arachne has some of her own, using her web to capture Daphne, Fredricos, and Velmonia, throwing them off the cliff. They climb up Mount Olympus, where Arachne is shooed out by Hera and Zeus, throwing her off a cliff as well. An eye for an eye. My buddy Hammurabi has the same idea over in Babylon. After the exodus of the spider, the girls find some clues in one of the Lord's rooms, while the boys find Prince Schlumelius playing Civ 6th century BC. After his rejection, Schlumelius turns to the good old-fashioned, yeah, I wasn't into her anyways card, showing that insult culture has existed since the dawn of time. Princess Velmonia brings King Alexandros to the Oracle, and to Arachne, who pins them in her web. Daphne hits a series of ancient doohickeys, flinging this 8-legged freak at the wall, revealing Aesop the servant underneath, doing the bidding of Prince Schlumelius. And this solves the mystery in present day as well, as Velma hits the buttons to open the door, conking the harpy in the head. Do we know who this is? No? Okay. A real estate woman is touring an old hospital, showing off how broken she wants it to be before she buys it, stepping into the vine trap that every hospital has outside. Shaggy gets invited to a party by his childhood crush, with the gang being his +3s, and a service dog. Oh, here she is now. Whoa, Shaggy, I was unfamiliar with your game. And there's some real characters here, but Shaggy's worried that he hasn't changed enough over the last 8 years. He wants to appear more changed, so he dons some goth clothing, and calling it now, Amelia's gonna have some big speech at the end that she likes Shaggy for who he is. If she doesn't say anything along those lines, I'll eat my sock. But for right now, she kinda digs it, and Shaggy drinks the gothic lean they have. This radical new Shaggy decides to get put in the morgue chamber for cadavers, which definitely is not like him. It is like him to run off back to the gang when a giant plant monster scares him out. Like every one of these episodes, the monster chases Shaggy and Scoob into a new area, where they have a clever ruse ready for them. This one sees Shaggy as an Edward Scissorhands of sorts, trimming this bush like he got a Manscaped sponsorship. Amelia still looks like she's in the goth Shaggy, so not looking great for my prediction. Amelia takes Shaggy away to do some sort of goth ritual. She appears to be sucking the life out of him. The gang interrupts their moment, and the plant monster doubles down on it, chasing them through the hospital halls with a vampiric rock tune. No, it's not Vampire Weekend. They crash the goth gurney into the altar where the goth lean is, and Morlock is surprised to see that Amelia gave Shaggy the black rose wristband as a symbol of their love. Wait, whoa, they got married? It's not a real ceremony, but Amelia did really get kicked out of the goth clan. Oh, it's Shaggy that made the speech about how he likes himself the way he is. About that bet. Shaggy uses the newfound appreciation of himself to challenge Morlock to a good old-fashioned goth off. Shaggy holds strong and ends up winning, mostly because the plant monster shows up and scares Morlock silly, chasing Shaggy, who passes the baton to Fred, quickly capturing the monster. Dorbin was always the most protective of the goths, and chased away anyone who threatened their goth hangout spot. A spy breaks into this building to download some top secret info, not realizing that right behind her is a hulking green figure that wants some info too. She breaks out with some toast-related weapons, but she's still in quite the jam. So she levels the playing field and is released, landing straight on the mystery machine. She sees some danger approaching and tells them to get in, hopping in the driver's seat for some reason. Look lady, I get that you're super cool and badass and everything, but that doesn't mean you get to... Okay, she kinda eats. But they're not clear yet, as this super soldier named Minus hops on the van and punches a hole clean through the roof to grab Fred. Luckily this van is basically like a Bond vehicle, just, you know, groovier. So it's actually an Austin Powers vehicle. In a classic chicken match, Fred has the annoying rampy car from GTA, but Minus has the four-wheel oppressor DLC. The van crashes and lands upside down, and Jenny is quickly kidnapped by Minus. She drops her compact hologram, but the boss on the other side tells the gang not to get involved whatsoever. So, of course they immediately get involved, and head over to Istanbul to see some sort of secret facility.
and then over to a super secret spy party. While the usual suspects raid the food, our actual suspect is serving, literally. Minus pushes through the party to attack the doctor for his key necklace, swinging him around, turning him into a weapon to throw at the gang. And as Minus runs out, Fred puts a tracker on them, tailing them down to the airport where Shaggy and Scooby actually have the plan this time. Unfortunately, they're 0 for 1, as Minus quickly figures out what's going on, grabbing most of the gang. But don't worry, Daphne's coming too, as Shaggy hits the emergency door and everyone's pulled out. They fight over the key in the air for a bit, but the second they touch back down on the ground, they get bagged and taken into this mountain base, where they meet the head baddie of the episode, Bubby. She shows off her evil breakfast canceling tech and walks off to safety before the timer goes off. Fred's the one in charge of this rescue mission, as he slides into Minus and hits the button to leave Bubby and Minus in a bit of a jam. Minus gets unveiled as Dillingsley, who put together this suit to steal Jenny Fix's secrets. But now with him being in custody, the gang are about to get a bunch more cases. The gang are cowering in fear inside the museum, and whatever's terrorizing them sure does know how to do it. A busted yet still groovy looking van emerges and drives right towards them. I think we've missed some key plot, so let's catch up. As they're passing through Velasco, they don't find a mystery. Instead, the mystery kinda finds them, as they stumble across a crime scene at the Milton Laboratory. They've already been to this town before, as this officer turned detective makes sure to remind both the gang and us that he did nothing and still reaped the rewards. One of the scientists point the gang towards their first clues inside, including a now empty Ogdemora, which harnessed an ancient evil deity. A samurai outfit suddenly animated grabs Fred by the ass, caught, but is quickly beheaded by Daphne, getting revenge by switching into the robotic arm and pulling her hair. The stone statue breaks out and chases them out, leading to the main animated inanimate object, the mystery machine. This evil van pulls all kinds of hijinks, starting with some minor bumps and bruises, soon taking off into the atmosphere and then trying to flatten the gang back on the road. The gang head over for a night at the museum, avoiding the guard but not the van. And picking up where we started the episode, the mystery machine nearly runs them over again, before using the grappling hook to do a little drifting. We're gonna need some wheels, so let's hop in the Daphne mobile. Fred still can't drive stick, but this is a job for Miss Blake anyways. Daphne pulls off one of the coolest moves I've ever seen, but Fred's too busy bitching to give her some cred. Don't worry, Daph, I got you. Actually, maybe in a minute. The mystery machine flies around and locks on, destroying her car. The epiphany of the episode is that none of this is real, so Fred stands head on to the van and hops on in, finding the controller, but driving right over the cliff and into the ravine. As the gang fear the worst, the mystery machine flies up and lands safely, and they all run over to hug him. They scan the area for who is controlling everything, and find Dr. Blum under a rock, who is paid to make the place seem unsafe by the security guard. With this one wrapped up, we get an odd little cliffhanger that someone's watching the gang, kind of giving some Mr. E vibes from Mystery Incorporated. And will this lead to anything? Time will only tell. Two people walk around this ice palace after delivering a frozen vulture, finding a giant caveman in his own little ice prison. But when they turn around, the man in the ice is no longer there. Instead, he's up in the raptor rafters, jumping down and attacking the pair. The gang arrive at the ice hotel for the latest redesign, and I always love Daphne's snowy outfits. Always such a sleigh. Look at these fools disregarding the rules. Haven't you ever watched A Christmas Story? Lucky for them, Lisa's here with her trusty hairdryer to save their tongues, and Miss Anya's here to serve almost as much as Daphne. They alert the gang of a thawed caveman running rampant, and of course they're on the case. Shaggy and Scooby hit the sauna to, look for clues. None here though, except for this chill guy. Also, I want to know what legend was in charge of dreadlocks in prehistoric days. But before we get into our chase, hey buddy, read the sign. Daphne's doing some spy stuff or something this episode, but I think it's just best to let her do her thing and not question her. I am questioning the caveman's aim, however, missing a couple swings of the bone before chasing the gang. They decide to not split up for once, but Shaggy and Scooby miss their exit and end up being chased anyways. Chased right into Shaggy and Scooby's bizarre show, teaching the Iceman to speak English, which carries on for far too long. They crash into the vault, so it's only a minor detour, but are caught with all the goods, so it's straight to ice jail for the gang. Daphne's feeling a bit guilty for being so selfish and spyish, but when she explains herself, I think it's actually a pretty good reason. She wants to get a family heirloom back from the vault, but completely disregarded the gang in the process, which is how they ended up here. No biggie, since they have an icy super soldier in their ranks, as Velma goes strip mining for gold. Back in the vault, Daphne upgrades her safe-cracking skill tree, and the monster's back for one last round of chasing, getting captured in an icy chandelier for the gang to unveil Miss Anya, who wanted to steal Daphne's necklace to sell it and buy out the Blake's portion of the hotel. 3 of these queens take turns one-upping each other's stories because every old person is insufferable. I wonder if they remember when the original King Kong released. I hope not, because this might cause some trauma to resurface. The gang drive through the retirement capital of the world, Florida, to go visit Shaggy's grandma. He's not overly excited about this though. feeling like he doesn't make her proud enough to have these good stories like the other queens from the beginning. I've got a horror story for you though. Fred's exposed legs. But when we meet her, she can't stop gushing about her grandson, the leader of the legendary mystery solvers. Leader? The ladies lead them to where the gorilla attack happened, but I could have swore that was at the Cincinnati Zoo. Fred, please put some pants on. The gang look to their wise leader for guidance, which does impress the ladies, but Shaggy knows that he's a fraud. They find themselves in close quarters with a cat lady with a lot of cats. Like, an illegal number of cats. Good thing Scooby's not here. Actually, I think he'd rather deal with the cats. Especially when the gorilla shows up and chases them back to the gang, who take a karaoke break to stall for some time.
One pink and one blue. Let the baby wing it. Good thinking.
Daphne, the queen that you are. Fred, I'm so serious. I'm gonna call the Geneva Convention if you don't put that away. Someone please hit the lights. Oh, thank you. The gorilla serves as a distraction from the eye candy. Eyesore. Sorry, the shorts are really driving me and Velma up the wall. Shaggy helps Scooby escape the gorilla attack, but not the hurricane going on outside. He ain't done yet though. If they don't solve this one, it's all on him. So he leads the capture effort as the bait, sending this gorilla straight into the cat lady's place. As the leader of this one, Shaggy gets the honor of unmasking his own grandmother. She really wanted to show Shaggy off to the other ladies, and was playing favorites the whole time. Shaggy got his episode to shine as the leader, proving that he could do it, but gives credit to everyone else as a team. It's very sweet. And at least Fred's not wearing his "oh my god, why?" A man's driving home to his loving wife, unaware that it's their anniversary. After getting the call, he decides that the best course of action is digging through the landfill for a last-second gift. One man's trash is another man's gift, I guess. A bulldog version of the Iron Giant picks him up to teach him to appreciate his loved ones more. What I don't appreciate is the Daphne jump scare, but at least Fred seems to love it, so that's what really matters. They head over to the city dump, where the creature lurks in the distance. While there, Scooby runs into an old friend of his, whom he hasn't seen since the kennels. Also, this cop has like a zero sugar version of Patrick Warburton's voice. Scooby's buddy was adopted and became a police dog, and was also given a translator to speak. The jeweler shop owner files a report with the cop, who's about as helpful as you'd expect.
I'm about to turn the thin blue line thick and red.
I'm living for these little inserts the writers put in these episodes. I skip over a lot, but there's some gems in here. Shag and Scoob introduce their new friend to the rest of the gang, who immediately tries to stomp the junkyard with them. Fred finally says what we've all been thinking. The only reason they split up is because the monsters always go for Shaggy and Scooby. Case in point. Like the first challenge of a new drag race season, the junk monster gets a bunch of photos taken serving various poses, which gives Shaggy and Scooby just enough time to run into the gang. This absolutely freaks the police dog out, but this is just a normal Tuesday for Scooby and the gang. Shag and Scooby are the trash bait, while the rest of the gang close the entrance to the pit. The monster throws an entire bus at Daphne and Fred, causing them to fall down, nearly putting them through the manual compactor. Luckily, Velma's a magnet for mystery solving, using a giant one to capture the monster, unveiling the policeman behind it all. What a shocker. He was looking for the rainbow ring that was stolen and dropped somewhere in here. The jeweler and the owner of the dump complete the least expected enemies to lovers arc, and everyone can go home happy. A janitor at this game company is sorting through the trash for all these recycling bins, when one of the cans gets away, and is politely returned by this ghostly chef. We had the Hex Girls for the Eco-Goths, so now we got whoever this is for the Eco-Ghosts. Velma brings the rest of the gang over to San Francisco, while she has a meeting with the company for an algorithm she made with a friend. Zara shows the gang around Brainsplosion Games HQ, with a lot of these millennial perks. Boring. I want to see what Shaggy and Scooby are playing. Wow, these graphics look really good. It looks just like the Ghost Chef is here and posing a real threat to Scooby. Also, this has less to do with the episode and more with the concept. But what if you linked your VR games to a Neuralink implant, and if you died in the game, it just killed you for real? I think that perhaps that might be an interesting addition. The gangs just happens to involve an evil ghost chef, who shoots the food bazooka, the Foodzuka, right at them. Fred's stupid hipster wallet chain ends up getting him in trouble, and they hit the escape slides to head downstairs. Downstairs is what we call in the business Namaste, which is just hipster for hella chill. All it takes to beat this ghost is to give them a massage, and everyone gets a happy ending. Ooh, no, wait. Let's check in with Velma, shall we? Haha. This little munchkin offers Velma an exclusive 5-year deal for $10 million, with a bunch of bonuses. But she won't be able to solve any mysteries with her friends. If it's just about money, Velma, just become a live streamer. Actually, 10 million to never be hunted down by deranged criminals isn't sounding so bad right now. As we run towards the end of this series, it just has to be said. Daphne is an absolute queen here, always bringing the gang back together from the point of seemingly no return, showing that she's emotionally and traditionally smart, while also still having her quirks. This is very much a Daphne series, and I thoroughly enjoy it. I don't thoroughly enjoy this wasted double scoop, and neither does Scooby, who teams up with his best friend to beat this boss level once and for all, unmasking Zara as the ghost chef, who wanted out of her contract so she could actually own her own thoughts. We're at Salem's annual carnival to repair their reputation from the witch trials. This young girl has a good point that it was the cause of suffering for countless innocent women.
A witch! I got a witch here!
Alright, buddy. He chases his sister into the alley, who says that she's gonna summon the real demon of Salem on him. So when she hits the Jude Bellingham celebration, a pretty real demon rises. I've got a feeling that this episode will be a lot of women defending the wrongly accused versus the hard-headed guys who continue that pattern or excuse their fellow male friends' behavior. Just a guess though. Daphne and Velma are determined to clear the name of Abatha, who seemed like wrong place at the wrong time, while Shaggy and Scooby are determined to clear some plates. But one bite of this devilishly delicious blueberry pie summons the demon of Salem, but before they can even chase them down, gets caught on the pie tent. When the gang return to the scene of the crime, a now freed demon chases them down, and we get a nice look at this monster design. It's pretty great, honestly, no notes for it. The angry mob show up and question why this demon suddenly comes back the second someone who happens to look like Abatha Bishop shows back up. And Daphne says that, yep, she's a witch alright. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Oh, right. So they have a problem with a woman, but a guy and his talking dog can eat 20 pies and no one bats an eye? Oh. Well, I guess they're progressing a bit. But if they're really witches, then they would summon the demon of Salem to come and save them. Ooh, that's just unfortunate. Before they become demon food, Velma taps into her unlimited strength to free the accused witches, leading to a few fun gags the gang uses to escape. But they should have been worried about the only thing worse than a giant flying demon attacking them. Mob mentality. Daphne pleads for her friends to go free, and gives them the key they need to go find the truth. And Daphne finally pulls out her trap card, filibustering to buy them some time, and clears her name of summoning the demon. Man, that is some real bad luck. They finally unmask the demon as Carl, who was working for his mother, Miss Baker. Those pies might have been good, but not as good as a bank robbery would be. Darkbrook is a maximum security prison, home to the world's most evil people. But it is Wednesday, so they get a little treat. The prison guard delivers the meals one by one, until he gets to prisoner 5512's cell, only finding a llama with a note. The place goes on full lockdown mode, but if you lock all the doors, you lock your own escape, as this puppeteer attacks the warden. The gang are asked to come down to the bank, but first they have to go through the least invasive TSA search process before meeting the bank's owner, Mr. Moon. The gang aren't the only ones on this case though, as Fred's old friend Rose is here as well. None of these clues make any sense, which makes perfect sense. Fred immediately goes down to Darkbrook to see if his suspicions are true. Also, every time I see Darkbrook, I read it as Darkwood, so that's great. When Fred drops his name, the guards let him straight in without any more questions. Velma does some research on this Professor Huh, who would commit some of the most baffling crimes the world has ever seen, which is actually what I would do. But the man under the mask was a man named Donald Jones, who had a young son at the time, Fred Jones. Fred turned in his own father for the crime spree, but now he's free and looking to reconnect. So, all of Fred's behaviors are explained by him having daddy issues. Actually, yeah, that tracks. Even though he cut off contact with his own father, Fred finds a stack of letters with his name and return address on them. As they drive off and recount some clues, and also some family trauma, both of them combine in a confusing way. Even family ties can't stop the inevitable chase of Shaggy and Scooby, who manage to get out-randomed by Professor Huh, who leaves without a word. Left without his word, and without a subway ticket. Rose has some pretty damning evidence that Fred's harboring a fugitive, but pictures only tell 1,000 words. I think to even begin to explain this one, you need 1,001. The last one being RUN! Trapped on the train with a crazed madman, the gang can't wait for the next stop, and hop on the train going the wrong way in a pretty cool stunt. Fred's a bit dejected, but realizes that his father's not committing any crimes, instead sending a message. My legal analysis on the episode disagrees, but whatever, Fred. They realize the key to this is a rocket launch by Mr. Moon, and Fred catches, but also doesn't catch him tampering with the launch. When Rose arrives with police backup, it really doesn't look good for Fred when Professor Huh escapes, and Rose brings up that she was actually the one to turn him in. Fred tried to cover up the clues he found. Fred and the gang have a choice: get arrested or hop on the shuttle going to who knows where. That decision is pretty easy. Fred's got a mystery to solve. We pick up pretty much where last episode ended, as the gang are launching into space. Fred shows off a new Mystery Machine mod, turning the van into one of them flying machines for a rescue mission. He tells his dad to ditch the boosters, and everyone loads in before crashing back to Earth. Everyone except for Professor Huh, who seals his fate when he seals the cockpit door. As the shuttle crashes into the sea, a single pod floats away, reassuring Fred. The cops might have given up the pursuit, but Rose gets a call that her gang found a signal from the mystery machine, who hits the paint spray to get the heat off them. Until then, not a great look. The cops do their due diligence, and clear the gang who look nothing like the ones they're looking for. But Fred steps on it, leading to a 5-star wanted level pursuit through the city. It wouldn't be a chase if the gang didn't split up, doing so in a more unorthodox method than usual. But hey, at least most of them go after Fred and the girls this time. After some Pac-Man-like evasion moves, Shaggy and Scooby pull the Uno reverse card on the pigs, pulling them over instead. The two chases are on a collision course at the center of this bridge, and Fred pulls a pretty badass move to hit the e-brake and reconnects the two van halves. Fred makes his own escape route, driving off the bridge and turning the mystery machine into a lobster. The gang are still being tracked by a super-powered satellite, so the way out of this one sure is murky. Remember when Daphne had beef with every single sea creature? Well, that one actually comes back into play, weaponizing the creatures against the Coast Guard, creating a terrifying diversion tactic for the gang to fly back to the bank. That's where Rose and Mr. Moon are, arguing about the legality of what Rose has done so far. But when she admits that she framed Fred for everything, Mr. Moon reveals that he recorded it all, being unmasked as Fred Jones, who's really Shaggy, and Scooby. So that makes Daphne and Velma and Daphne. Rose was upset that the mystery gang were solving all the cases that she wanted to get paid for, so she was the mastermind behind every attempt to ruin the gang. Rose grabs the recording device and plants an actual bomb, dropping it to the ground below. Out of nowhere, Professor Huh shows up in the mystery machine with the device in hand. Or in puppet. He decides it's time to stop running and turn himself in, but Fred has other plans for him, using Daphne's Fred puppet to express his gratitude and forgiveness towards his father. Fred locks him in the mystery machine and sends him off into the night, leaving the bank and a nice present behind for the cops. Later, Fred exits his mystery house and goes into the mystery garage, only to find the mystery machine returned, and one final note from his father. I don't know if this is hyperbolic or anything, but I actually think this might be the best episode in the entire franchise. It had genuine stakes, a great mystery, perfect callbacks to earlier episodes of the series, and a touching and heartwarming ending. This is the perfect series finale episode. I know there's one more, but narrative-wise, this is the end. And boy, did they go out with a bang. Our final episode of the series is split into two segments, because that always works so well in Scooby-Doo shows. Shaggy brings the gang to his favorite place in the world, Freddy Pizza Opossums. He sees the one that got away, the prize that he never got as a kid, Pizza Pup. That kinda looks like. This little girl interrupts his moment when she tells them that animatronics are running wild and scaring kids. Oh, so it actually is Five Nights at Freddy's. Shaggy and Scooby want nothing to do with solving this animatronic mystery, but when the owner offers to pay him with Pizza Pup, Shaggy's in. I guess by proxy, so is Scooby, especially when there's pizza to be had. Sorry guys, no tickets, no pizza. Luckily there's a convenient trail of tickets leading right to Pizza Opossum, who chases them through the Pizzaplex. Velma has an intense phobia of video games, or more accurately, an intense trauma. Fred and the girls snoop around for clues, but instantly get thrown out of Pop's room, and that's what you get for trying to sequence break in the speedrun. The gang find the game that the girl was playing, and Daphne feeds Velma's unhealthy addiction that she's been cleaned up for years now. So that's cool. Just before Pizza Opossum crashes the party, the gang use the Poppy Playtime sticky hands to wrap them up, but Velma's a little preoccupied. Hey, at least she beat the game and won the 10,000 ticket prize. In one of the only times I can remember the gang doing this, Shaggy just straight up knocks the possum out with a mallet. Well, good thing the culprit's not inside. She's controlling the animatronic from the booth. Lydia also wanted to win Pizza Pup, so she learned how to control the animatronic and scare away everyone else so she had free reign of all the games. And at that point, just crack open the case and take the roll. If you're gonna cheat, at least cheat quicker. Since they solved the mystery, Grandpa Gary holds up his end of the bargain, giving Shaggy the Pizza Pup plush. But in a last-second epiphany, he realizes that he's had his dream dog the whole time. And aw, it's really sweet. Oh, just kidding, they ruined the moment at the end. Cool. The gang arrived for dinner at this restaurant. Seems a little fishy. Also, if I die, I want to look exactly like this. This nautical restaurant reminds Fred that Captain Color is out there somewhere, slowly backing away and diving into water. When the waiter comes to take their order, Fred immediately chases them down and pins them to the wall for some reason. Fred, this is clearly not Captain Cutler. This guy has a mustache and works for like 86 cents an hour. Oh wait, it actually was Captain Cutler. Man, that disguise was really good. Cutler explains that he's changed his ways, and used all of his money to open this place up. But business isn't going swimmingly, so he's got a mystery for Fred. Oft-injured Willie tells a tale of legendary pirate Halfbeard, who met an untimely watery end, and whose ghost scares away anyone looking for his treasure. And Daphne knows all about the pirate who took down Halfbeard, Ginger Fox, who is an old Blake family member, because of course she is. While Cutler takes Fred and the girls down to the dock, Shaggy and Scooby partake in the finest seafood they have here. Looking a little light on the meat though, so the Ghost of Half-Beard looks to harvest 2 fresh ones. They do manage to get away and use the placemat maps to enter the tunnel. Out on the dock, Cutler and the gang find the only chill Karen to ever exist, who's snorkeling and stealing all of Cutler's lobsters. Cutler tries to escape, but not from Fred, as Half-Beard's ghost is quickly approaching with that sword. They paddle out into this skull-shaped island, where it seems that Shag and Scoob have followed their maps to. Hopefully it goes better for them than these guys. When they reach the escape rope, it takes them straight back to the rest of the gang. Surprisingly, Cutler's dive suit is actually useful, as he comes up from a quick salvage with a clue. They use the map's coordinates to find where the treasure should be, and Cutler jumps in to retrieve it. He does return, but he brought a friend who likes playing pirate a little too much. Just as Half-Beard's about to slice these scallywags, Daphne uses her ancestor's sword to stop him, and the pair have a sword fight for the ages. May thy blade chip and shatter, and thy head get conked by a diver's mask. Fred thanks Captain Cutler for helping, and the two finally make amends. Unmasking the Ghost of Half-Beard reveals Karen, so she's actually just the averagely chill Karen. She was gonna make away with half of Half-Beard's booty. Wait, half? Captain Cutler flies off, leaving us with one of the greatest plans in the series, using the gang's prowess to find the treasure, and all of the deals he made to get there. You know what? I respect it. Game is game. And just like that, every episode of Be Cool Scooby-Doo is done. I can't lie, I went in ready to completely trash this series, but as it went along it got much, much better. It's certainly not the greatest Scooby series, but there's some really high highs and not many ultra lows, and it's just thoroughly fun throughout. Speaking of highs and lows, what ended up being the best episode to me? It only took about a year after the end of Be Cool Scooby-Doo for the gang to make their comeback, this time with a bit more of a throwback of sorts, Scooby-Doo and Guess Who, which goes back to an art style closer to Scooby-Doo Where Are You and the new Scooby-Doo movies, also taking the gimmick from the latter. Each of these episodes has a special celebrity guest. And how many will be helpful, how many will be cringe, and how many will I recognize? Find out right now. 0, all of them, and more than I thought. Okay, let's go. In our series premiere, we start with a cold open including a mustachioed man and his caddy hitting the links before the sun goes down. The caddy gets scared off by a seagull, assuming it to be the swamp monster, so it's up to the older guy to sink this chip. His reward is immediately being attacked by the swamp monster, and both sink back into the bunker. Our intro song for this series is a big homage to Scooby-Doo Where Are You's, just with some different lyrics, which is pretty cool to hear. That's not the only throwback though, as we check in with our Mystery Gang's art style for the series. They look pretty much like their original designs, except Daphne and Velma are serving ba-dee. Love that for them. Our first special guest is NBA legend Chris Paul, but they do show off some of his non-job related interests, like helping kids get active via bowling, which actually does make sense. He holds a bowling tournament every year, and here's a clip of him bowling versus Lil Wayne in 2011. So, not bad on the research team. They team up to help Chris not only defeat the monster, but also win the golf tournament. Kinda by default. It's a pretty good start for the series, and surely they'll be able to build off this, right? An average-looking family is at Gettysburg to take a nice family photo, commemorating the time that they stood on a bunch of dead people's remains. You know, they say that Gettysburg is actually one of the most haunted places in the United States. But, I mean, there's no proof that ghosts are actually... Oh, okay, yeah, there is. The Gettysburg ghosts come out from the statue to wrap this photo shoot up nice and quick, with a canon event for all families to bond over. If you couldn't tell that we're in the new age, Velma's handy iPad sure lets us know. She scrolls through the family photos to see, aw man, this guy again? Funky Phantom is back, don't you know? Plus the rest of the Funky Phantom crew that no one really cares about. All the gangs really do is argue with each other, but I need to hear everyone bitch and moan like I need a hole in the head. Ooh. Hey Abe. Sorry man. Also, I couldn't really quite place my finger on it before, but now I know what this art style reminds me of, and it's the old Disney princess movies. Velma tries to throw the Funky Phantom crew off the trail, but the redheaded one hacked into her tablet via the public Wi-Fi. Geez Velma, you really could have used a VPN, which is why today's video keeps going. I had you going for a second though, huh? They eventually unmask Jeb, who wanted to take all the soldiers' gold for himself. And Speed Buggy arrives just a little too late. Come on, a talking car? That's ridiculous. A pet shop owner's looking for a missing cat, Mr. Jones, but I think we'll just call him Jonesy. Something in here has Jonesy spooked, and I'm willing to bet that it's not Wanda Sykes. It's been about 2 hours since Scooby's had a Scooby snack, so the gang make a quick pit stop to get him some food, heading into Mr. People's shop to find a fresh box and his old pal Wanda. They find a hatched egg in a crate with a letter left behind saying that whatever you do, do not let this hatch. Oh, yeah, about that.
Hey, check this out. This white crystal substance could be a clue.
Don't eat that. Before they can investigate anymore, they're kicked out by People's Business Associate. But of course, that's never stopped them before, as they break right back in to do a little clothes shopping. Sorry, I read that wrong. Shopping for little clothes. The monster stops by for their grooming appointment. No, not like that. But doesn't quite like the look, taking their frustrations out on Wanda. The gang find their only suspect slammed to the wall, so it's up to Shaggy and Scooby to follow this trail to the monster. Fred and the girls set up a DIY quicksand tank, but no time to tell Scooby and friends, who fall right in. Out of the shadows, Magilla Gorilla appears to swoop the drowning trio and knock the monster in the tank all in one move. We finally unmask this monster as Mr. Peoples himself, who blames Magilla Gorilla for eating his entire fortune worth of food. Don't listen to him, buddy. I think you're great. And by the end, Wanda adopts Magilla Gorilla, and he's got a little buddy coming along too. How sweet. The gang take a little time to be tourists of haunted England, and this drive-through haunting experience sure is nice. They come to a crash landing basically right on top of Sherlock Holmes, who bails them out of Scotland Yard and delegates Watson duties to Velma, which certainly gets her feeling some type of way. Shaggy and Scooby chase down a dumpster burger that was stolen by a mouse, breaking into a secret passageway to an old tube station. An underground worker warns them that they should leave before they end up like, well, him. Sherlock brings the gang to the Tower of London, where the crown jewels are in danger. Those glowing skulls chase them all up into the tower for some classic doorway shenanigans, before they all jump into the river. The guard sacrifices themselves to the skulls, who warns them to never return, or face the same fate. Seems pretty open and shut. We'll get on the next flight out of here. Aw man. Sherlock pulls out his thumbnail idea for the worst video you've ever seen, which finally makes the gang question the validity of this fictional character coming to life. Real enough for me, as Sherlock harpoons the skulls, leaving Shaggy and Scooby a bit tied up. But at least they get to go for a ride, so that's nice. Daphne diverts them towards the bridge, where Fred is ready to intercept them, pulling off a pretty cool stunt. They pull the ghosts out of the water to reveal some kind of Mars buggy, and inside are the security guard and the underground worker. With this mystery wrapped up, the gang joins Sherlock for a traditional English breakfast. Who dines and dashes? Alright, cool. Ricky Gervais is here to show off his great puppeteering skills, but it's not to inflate his ego any more than the writers do. It's to solve the mummy case. Wait, mummy? What mummy? Oh. Cat Mummy chases the gang around Gervais's flat, and everyone has some pretty good hiding places. Well, they did until Scooby left his ass hanging out. It's alright, Scoob, we've all been there before. They suspect that the mummy is after Ricky's ancient Egyptian statue of Bast, using some angel dust to freak his feline out. Ollie runs into an old antique shop, where there's an old woman who also loves her some angel dust. I know the 80s were good to her. Okay, it's actually ancient Egyptian catnip, but same thing. Ricky gets a bit more backstory on the statue, as they take a secret passage into the British Museum after hours, where the antique dealer falls into this open pit somehow and gets attacked by the mummy. And do we see this happen? No. Doesn't matter, Velma's cracked this case already, so it's time to set up our final trap. And why don't we let our special guest handle this one? Okay, it doesn't work, but how many of Fred's traps work on the first try anyways? Daphne douses the mummy in catnip, and all the cats immediately attack, leaving Ricky to unravel the antique dealer underneath. What? The guy that we had to assume was mauled by the mummy was behind it the whole time? No, it couldn't be. Turns out he's actually a jewel thief who stole the Ruby of the Nile, and put it inside of the cat statue that was accidentally sold to Ricky. Ricky uses some of his English charm to kick the gang out, while also setting a personal record of 22 minutes without mentioning that he's an atheist. Nice one, Ricky. The gang continued their European tour with a stop in Greece, immediately breaking an entire museum of artifacts, and unleashing a bull in a Greek shop? Before racking up any more bills, Wonder Woman emerges to get into a duel, and, kinda gets washed. It doesn't really help that Shaggy used a New Age flash grenade to stunlock her, which leads to the Minotaur escaping. Daphne and Velma look up to Wonder Woman, quite literally, but also as a feminine power icon. By Amazonian law, Wonder Woman doesn't train the boys, so while the girls get some defense lessons, they go find the clues. And a pretty good one too, as they really shed some light on the situation. They all head over to the ruins of Delphi, where the Minotaur shows up to continue the rampage. But Daphne and Velma team up to straight up beat his ass, hell yeah. Scooby's powerful message makes Wonder Woman rethink her whole stance, and decides to disregard her gender policies and train the whole gang, which includes them running a 3-man weave for some reason. Are they hooping out there and we don't know it? Actually, they are like 7 feet tall, so kinda makes sense. She could probably start at center for the Lakers. After a successful training montage, they head over to do some trapping, and Wonder Woman trusts the gang enough to not completely kill this guy. Yet. Oh, the montage was actually useful, see? But when Shaggy's training proves to be fruitless, Wonder Woman takes a page out of the gang's book and traps the Minotaur. beheading this beast in a new way for her, revealing the curator underneath, who wanted to find the golden head of Apollo. Wonder Woman might be my favorite guest in the series. The writers didn't even have to try and make her super cool. She just kind of is. Now in Sin City, a couple of demolition experts set the charge for a building to be leveled the next morning. But think about how this destroys the ecosystem. Where are the pink ghosts supposed to go now? The gang pull up to the Savannah Hotel, the most haunted one in Vegas, and are challenged to stay here overnight. And if they do, they'll receive $1 million. Penn and Teller show up to join in for movie night, so Shaggy and Scooby, you guys get the oh, you're way ahead of me. The gang get a front row seat, kinda, to Professor Mads Markson's show, pulling a rabbit out of the portal to hell to chase them out. Shaggy and Scooby speedrun ruining their life with gambling, so basically the average kick streamer, but hey, at least they aren't harassing people. They head up to the penthouse to see the least evil billionaire, who's currently being attacked by the beast. Penn kinda steals Daphne's whole flow by picking the lock with a bobby pin, but that's fine, because she correctly points out an acrylic nail left in the wall. Penn and Teller choose Daphne to be their assistant, and sure, she looks great and all, but Shaggy and Scooby also ate with their fits. The creature picks up the first row of seats and launches it at the onlookers, crashing them into the area where the explosives are kept. Good thing there's still 10 hours left. Oh. Everyone hops on Fred's getaway catapult that he sets up for every mystery, and with barely a second to spare, fly out of the building before exploding. Luckily, Teller didn't fall victim to the collapse, since he was the one who set it all up, kinda using a McAllister move from Home Alone. He just wanted to surprise his buddy Penn with a really great trick. Teller cuts them a check for $1 million, but Fred's Scout's honor ass attitude sees him rip it up. Hey, he's better than me. I would have been straight to the bank with that. The gang hears some reports of a crazy robot running through the streets of Chicago, where our guest star Urkel from the 90s show Family Matters lives, which is probably a top 3 family sitcom in my opinion, right up there with Malcolm in the Middle and Everybody Hates Chris. I don't know how popular Urkel is these days, but we'll see what he's got in store for us. We basically hop right into our first chase, as Daphne uses some extra hot Scooby snacks to terminate this Urkelnator. But where there's one peak species, there's another, as the creator steps out from the shadows to introduce himself to the gang. They follow the hydraulic fluid trail over to the museum, where Urkel immediately breaks like $1 million worth of stuff. When Urkel reprograms the bot, the actual villain appears, and it's basically like a Matrix skin of the Technicolor ghosts or the Phantoms from the original. An army of robots chase Urkel and the gang down, who throw the train into gear and, sure, good enough. For some reason they let Urkel do the final plan, but he's taking a little too long here. Velma slaps a tracker on the Technomancer, and Shaggy and Scooby get a ride on the Urkel-mobile, which rips a wheel off the getaway truck, sending the Technomancer crashing into a light pole, revealing tons of gold ingots. The Technomancer is revealed to be the janitor, who found the gold parts of the submarine and used the robots to smelt it all down. Good thing the museum is technically rich now, because Urkel broke everything. Again. And the mystery machine. And then he leaves. Cool. All actors gotta start somewhere. For some, it's the worst horror movie you've ever seen, and for others, it's as a fast food mascot. So my big break's coming soon. First, though, is this guy, who's doing a bit of both, as he gets attacked by a yellow goblin. The gang are all here too, to participate in some sort of eating contest, so surely they got it on lock. That is, until the goat shows up. Some blonde guy. Okay, it's Jim Gaffigan, which might mean something to someone. Basically, this is a wacky racing episode, so it's pretty cool. The yellow goblin here is a late entrant to the race, and immediately wrecks like 10 cars. So my money's on them. They sneak into the restaurant and pour some kind of toxic liquid into the milkshake machine. So, Mountain Dew, probably. Which causes a reaction to make a milkshake earthquake. And there's a moment here where Daphne asks Shaggy and Scooby if eating these french fries really means more than the mystery, and made me kinda sad for her as she was basically ignored and laughed off. They pull a pretty sweet move to send the monster flying, and they take them back to Tally's to reveal Bill Tally, upset that his brother inherited the entire restaurant. For solving the mystery, saving the restaurant, and winning the race, Shaggy, Scooby, and Jim get the 70-year-old burger, which is still somehow less moldy than the freshest Lunchly box. The gang arrive at Weird Al's accordion camp, where all the campers are being picked up by their parents to leave this place before a dinosaur snaps them all up. Weird Al has a bunch of musical moments that are exactly like the rest of his music, so take that however you want to. What better time to practice a top 3 most annoying instrument than when your friends are sleeping? How about adding a giant dinosaur breaking into the cabin? And we've got a situation almost as loud as my upstairs neighbors. The mystery machine swings by to pick up the boys and speed off, leaving this lizard in the rear view. What do you mean they're in the van now? How the hell? I hope Fred's got insurance for that. During the investigation, the monster causes a cave-in, leading the boys to discover an amber fossil, which the dinosaur really wants. So now they got the bait for the trap, which Al already had built. I really don't want to know what he had planned for that. Apparently there's 2 dinosaurs, and they have a prehistoric battle over the egg. Scooby's in charge of hitting the big note, so here goes nothing. Oh, it actually worked. The dinosaurs are unmasked as Pete and Pete, who were doing some illegal digging. As a result of this, the accordion camp opens back up. Oh joy. A jeweler in Palm Springs is closing up for the night when a late customer swings by to get some really good deals, like a 5-finger discount. Oh, it's Sia. Nah, just kidding. Yo, it actually is! The gang go to meet Daphne's old friend Sia, who I genuinely didn't know was Australian until now. I actually don't know too much about her in general, so maybe her forcing guests to use a sit and bounce as a traversal is canon. She shows the gang the CCTV footage of the jewel thief, which, doesn't look good. While Fred and the girls go look for clues, Sia takes Shaggy and Scooby to the party, and everything she does is perfect for cartoons, so I'm choosing to believe that she's actually like this. As Shaggy goes to turn in for the night, he basically has a lights out situation. Just instead of a creepy monster, it's a blue variant of Sia. She scares Shaggy and Scooby off, who go room by room collecting more of the gang to get scared too. They hop in the elevator with both Sia sending the gang on a little ride. Of course, because nothing is normal in this house of not much horrors, they use these human-sized hamster tubes to slide down into the studio. They trap the party room and set the bait, as evil Sia flies right into the cotton candy machine, and is unveiled as Sia's personal chef, who is going to use the new fortune to open a Pilates studio. Girl, you're a personal chef, you're doing just fine. We start with the animated version of the chimp attack from like 2009, so that's a fun start. Oh, and the Max Headroom TV hijacking? This could be an all-time episode. Shaggy's hanging around with his buddy Keenan Thompson, but he probably just wants to go to Good Burger. Keenan introduces himself as a thespian, which is news to me. I thought he was American. He's putting on a telethon to save the station from Patso the Clown. Luckily, they're safe for now, but this means they beatbox for Keenan to rap? Look, there's a lot to unpack here with some critical theories, but I'll just pretend like this isn't the worst thing I've ever seen. Patso chases them around the studio, but they give him the slip with a little green screen fake out. But he would have seen the gap around them? Are we just supposed to assume that this is a 2D world? Velma researches more of this Patso fella, putting in the VHS tape and has to warn the others. Oh, so it's like The Ring. So I guess she has 7 days now. Or seconds. 7 seconds. Patso shoves her into the booth before chasing the rest of the gang around. They try to stop the clown with a barrage of cream pies, but Patso always brings protection. The gang hide from Patso long enough to set up the telethon, which instantly gets ruined by the clown. But if It Chapter 2 taught me anything, it's that bullying evil clowns actually works. Patso begins the final act, but quickly gets the hook, and gets unmasked as the TV station's lawyer, the older version of the kid who got pied by the original Patso. And if it's one thing that this kind of TV produces, it's good ratings. So the station's saved. Alfred gets a nice little letter, but before he gets to finish it, he's attacked by some kind of bat creature. You'd think that he'd be used to it at this point. The average driver in California tailgates the Mystery Machine and spins them out before speeding off. Man, if only we had some sort of vigilante to beat him up or something. The gang pull up to Wayne Manor, seeing that it's already open for them. Hey, how nice. And they immediately start meddling, breaking priceless items and nearly uncovering the identity of Gotham's greatest. Fred's too much of a himbo to notice, so you're good, Bruce. Batman. The gang head into Gotham to follow up on their only clue, and break into a department store to do some color matching and shoplifting. Careful, Daff, there's the deranged half-man, half-bat on the loose who hates petty crimes. No, not him. Some sort of creature flies in and snatches Velma up, but she never saw it coming. Without her glasses, she's as blind as a... I'll think of something for that. The bat continues the rampage, but the gang seems like they're missing something. Something that perhaps a young woman in an orange turtleneck could do. Or, you know, an orphan with the savior complex. Look, as long as we get results, I'm fine. Honestly, he kinda gets his ass handed to him, while Shaggy and Scooby just hang from the chandelier. Hey guys, Sia was a couple episodes ago, give it up. But this stunt actually helps catch the bat, who's triple unmasked to reveal the Joker baby. Batman finds Alfie and Velma tied up, Velma gives the rundown on the scheme, and Daphne and Joker bond over lipstick. Joker, I know what you are, Queen. Whoopi Goldberg reprises her seance role from Ghost, summoning the ghost of Scooby-Doo. Actually, don't do that. You really do have to be careful summoning spirits. You never know what kind of Adventure Time rejects might pop out. It's obviously cold and snowy out, but Velma's still just in her skirt. Look V, I know you're snatched and all, but it's okay to bring out the snow pants.
Whoopi lets the gang into the psychic school and tells them all about the nightmare ghost, who rises up from wherever Shaggy and Scooby were sitting and chases everyone out. While they make a mess of the place, Velma's OCD helps find a secret passage straight to an extra drafty room. Who opened a window? Oh, sorry Daff, that's your line. There's some really weird pacing here as we cut from Fred and the girls about to die to watch Whoopi Goldberg turn Shaggy and Scooby into cats somehow. I'm not totally sure, but sometimes her words just hypnotize me. Them. Hey, it's been a minute since we checked on the others. Are they okay? Oh yeah, they're chillin'. While searching for clues, the gang returned back to the main area where snowblowers turn this place into a winter wonderland. So what better time to start sledding? Maybe to also escape the nightmare ghost. That seems better actually. Also, props to them for fashioning skis out of the banister. We love a DIY queen. The ghost chases Shaggy, Whoopi, and Scooby through the hedge maze, ending with the gang turning the snowblowers on the ghost, chiseling out the lunch lady who wanted to shut down the school to get inheritance or something. I don't know, this episode's just kind of whatever. Didn't really do much for me. This next episode's special guest is Mark Hamill, who starts us off with a speech at his old high school, with everyone that you'd expect to see if you go to a reunion. We've got the combination football coach and history teacher, the former it girl who won't let it go, and a giant monster. The gang are driving through Japan and almost run over the mascot, nearly getting sent over the bridge guardrail. Help them, Mark Hamill, you're their only hope. Hey, thanks. Mark's heard all about the gang already, especially since they helped Batman stop the Joker in that one episode. The gang find the remnants of Kurama's wrath, and Scooby's shadow boxes with the fox, but Aki's demon doesn't go away easily, chasing the gang all over the school. They almost ditch the foe, but Shaggy and Scooby start having a fish saber duel. Hey Kon, do you like fish sticks? Oh, okay, guess not. They break the bamboo scaffolding to trap the gang in the stockroom. Mark uses some Jedi mind tricks to make Scooby dig right through the floor into an underground tunnel. And usually the special guests kinda suck, but this Mark Hamill guy is pretty good. I could definitely see him having a successful voice acting career if he really wanted to. Instead, he's just in this regular show. Lore dumping about the samurai sword and the fox and the, hey Mark buddy, right behind you. In case you forgot this was made in the 21st century, Mark Hamill takes a selfie with the monster. Cool. He also crams into the trash can to try and sneak by, but the monster decides that they are not. R2. Mark finds the sword, so Shag and Scoob get in position as the bait, tactically running away in terror as the fox grabs the sword. Fred and the girls try to ring their bell, but I guess Japanese steel can cut right through the floor. So if it can do that, I'm curious as what it could do to Dog and Tippy Boy. Oh, sorry, wrong series. Mark jumps in to save the day with the pay-to-win sword, and we unmask Coach Roach. Shaggy celebrates by trying to get one last signature from Mark on this check for $1 million, which might be the funniest thing in the series. Shaggy and Scooby meet up with their buddy Barry Allen for some burgers, when Fred hits Shaggy with that up late text. Hey, it's Minor 49er, what's good? Wasn't expecting to see you here, but I've got a feeling this will be over in a flash. He does his super flash stuff and saves the day, unmasking Hank underneath, rushing him up to Iron Heights so he and the boys can get back to their burgers. Hey, Captain Cutler's back too. Oh, okay, he's caught too. Shaggy and Scooby are steezed that all their cases are getting solved at an unheard of rate, but the rest of the gang struggle to keep up. Creeper comes out of the school dance barn like the original to chase the gang around the property, finally giving Shaggy and Scooby the opportunity to be the bait. Barry has the patience of a child, so he speeds up the process to unmask Mr. Carswell and takes his buddies to a tapas bar in Madrid. While they enjoy that, the first non-classic monster appears and kidnaps Fred and the girls, leaving a riddle note for the Flash. They head out to the old toy factory where Daphne, Fred, and Velma are all tied up with these explosive teddy bears. He may be fast, but there's no way he can save all three, especially on an empty stomach. He just starts double fisting Scooby Snacks while the other two Flashes buy some time for him. Now recharged, he runs through the exploding building and saves the gang, so I'm sure we're gonna get some long speech about how sorry they are afterwards. The teddy bear gets unmasked as the Joker, and then again as the Trickster, and is swiftly taken to Iron Heights. Do the gang thank the Flash for saving their lives? No. Okay, cool. George Takei is leading a tour of Darrington Estate when a giant suit of armor sneaks up behind him, so it's probably best to get the gang in to stop Doombringer. Oh, they're already here. Doombringer, however, is not though. So it's time to start looking for some clues and learn some more about Duke Doombringer. Top 5 names of all time, by the way. The gang don't really care to learn too much though. They just make George say a bunch of words until the gardener finally puts a stop to the silliness with more silliness. Luckily, another suit of armor is here to get us back on track, chasing the gang and Takei through the halls, rudely leaving Scooby behind all alone. Doombringer at least has some heart, tagging along with Scooby as he wanders around. After a quick ruse, George trips the night up and apparently sends them to the Shadow Realm or something. Takei takes the boys up the stairs in a jump scare straight out of Annabelle creation, nearly meeting the same fate that Janet did. George challenges them to a sword fight, and is also shirtless for some reason. The Duke loses their sword, but breaks through the defense to obtain the legal document and takes off in the mystery machine.
Luckily, a weird lady has a car for them to take, driving through the hills and genuinely almost killing this person. But the greatest casualty, the mystery machine is totaled. It was the gardener the whole time. Right now, this series adheres way too much to the classic formula. I need something to spice this up. The gang are in New York City to surprise Shaggy with a rap battle with Halsey. Could be worse. She could be singing Blink-182 in the mall. Before anyone embarrasses themselves, a gator pops out of the sewer system to shut this function down. So with the poetry slam over, it's time to start this mystery. Halsey leads the gang down into the underground, where all of New York's cool people are. Money's no good here though, you have to pay in poetry. So here's our allotted cringe for the episode, as Halsey and Shaggy spit over Scooby's beat. Fred doesn't get it, so he just reads from Halsey's poetry book, which is pretty much like the Necronomicon, summoning the gator monster to attack them again. They take the copy of the key they made to the Knowledge Keeper, who throws a bunch of info at us that probably won't matter in the grand scheme of things, and then she leaves. They trudge through the sewers, falling down a secret water slide that still somehow has less germs than a normal water park slide, winding up down in the gator lair. Velma has the book of clues she needs, but can't make out what it means, so Halsey uses some lipstick to draw the music sheet. And honestly, slay. That's some Daphne level ingenuity right there. She vocalizes the pattern like an ocarina, only this time it takes them further down into the sewers. They find the train car with the treasure, and also the rambunctious reptile, who gets put into a safe place. The Gators unmasks the Poetry Slam promoter, who was out for the real treasure, a poem for the Statue of Liberty. Was it cringe? Yeah, it was. Did I also have fun watching it? Duh. Steve Buscemi's trying to enjoy a nice coffee, when everyone suddenly remembers this is Mr. Pink from Reservoir Dogs, and runs off. Okay, a magma monster behind them doesn't really help either, as they chase Steve right into the gang's path. Steve takes the gang over for the average Italian breakfast, as Nana serves everyone her special garlic olive oil spaghetti. Don't worry about this. The gang shows Steve how to really solve mysteries, perfect hiding places and all. Also, every other character is afraid of Steve because of his acting roles. I promise, not every Italian is this stupid. Just the ones from New Jersey. Okay, swiftly moving on. The monster's back. Cool. They find some garlicky, olive oily footprints, while the monster turns this into Pompeii. The gang get knocked out, so it's up to Steve to save this place from going up in flames, which is actually a pretty cool plot point, since before he was acting, he was a firefighter. You know, sometimes this show really impresses me, and then sometimes the gang turn the hoses on him, ruins the day, and burns the whole building down. We get another training montage for the gang, so now they're really ready for this final trap, which is immediately burnt down. If every single headshot of Steve Buscemi's burnt, this is literally worse than the Library of Alexandria burning down. Eventually, the gang extinguish the monster after quite a few fails, and Steve saves his arch nemesis, the chipmunk, from a burning tree. In case the olive oil footprints didn't give it away, Nana's underneath the big costume, who wanted to stop everyone from being so scared of Steve. To celebrate, Steve opens up a brand new fire station for the town, and everyone gets to eat. Manja, manja. The gang deliver a dummy to a competition, leaving them with the on-duty guard. So I'm sure everything's gonna go fine. Yeah, see? The ventriloquists show up with their puppets, and Jeff Dunham brought out the only one that might not get the show cancelled, so that's nice of him. I'm not as familiar with Darcy, but at least she has a fun hobby. The gang decide to help them out so the competition can go on, and maybe keep an eye out on the creepy one. No, the other one. No, the other one. Yeah, that one. I think the ventriloquists are the only two people in this universe who don't know that Scooby's a talking dog. So, who's the real dummy here? The contest director sets everyone up in this totally not Bates Motel for the night, where Shag and Scoob are having some really bad nightmares. If my sleep paralysis demon was a puppet, I'd probably just not sleep either. Now with the charity event, we get a bunch of really great acts. Okay, the monkey attacking the guy got a genuine laugh out of me, just because it caught me so off guard. The crowd love it when Shaggy does his act, but when the less evil Slappy shows up to steal the spotlight, the rest of the gang finally catch the person controlling the dummy, Baz Bosington. They give Baz the first place trophy and he's hauled off to jail. Sure, why not? I'm not even halfway done with this one and I'm already losing it. Professional dancer Maddie Ziegler's all ready to purchase the old dance academy, when an old grand piano comes to life and chases her and her workers out. Down the stairs comes the villain of the episode, Abby Lee Miller. Okay, not really. I think she was already in jail for tax evasion at this point. The gang are driving through the Steel City for the grand opening, and run inside to see who's upstairs. While Fred and the girls check out the penthouse suite, Maddie, Shaggy, and Scooby bring the ghost right back to them. The ghost of Mrs. Zabrinsky puts a curse on Maddie, and the only way to break the curse is to teach someone these 3 oddly specific dance moves. So we get a teaching montage for Shaggy and Scooby to try and help, but Mrs. Zabrinsky is kinda sabotaging the whole thing, so fail, fail, fail. Maddie bargains for one final chance, and must perform the Zabrinsky triangle live in front of everyone tonight.
To everyone's surprise, and I mean genuinely everyone in the universe, and outside the universe, they pull off the feat, reducing the ghost to tears, and the accompanying trap is on point as well. The ghost of Madame Zabrinsky is no ghost at all. It's really Madame Zabrinsky herself, who wanted to make sure her studio went to the right person, and the Zabrinsky Triangle performance confirmed her beliefs, that Maddie was the chosen one. Our cold open doesn't involve our random guest for once, as instead, the gang head over to the abandoned Wainsley Hall, where the wedding witch pushes a statue off the roof, causing them to scatter. Hey, I wonder where our guest is. Oh, it's Jeff Foxworthy. You know, maybe we don't actually need a special guest here. Jeff lets them into the building, where we get some lore about the wedding witch, who seems like a great hostess actually, offering them some of her cursed feast. Eventually she gives up her pursuit, leaving Shaq and Scoob to the good old country boy pastime of watching the bug zapper at night. The bride's kind enough to make a fresh pie, which the country boys partake in, immediately getting super sleepy afterwards. What did she put in here? When they wake up, Shaggy's getting ready for his wedding, with Scooby being the flower dog, and Foxworthy as Mr. Minister. Alright Shaggy, kiss the bride. I wonder if this is a legal marriage. You know, if I can get married at a drive-thru Vegas chapel with an ordained Elvis impersonator, this might as well count too. Jeff joins the normal bait for this mission, as the wedding witch chases them around. I think she just really wants her honeymoon with her new husband. She gets a bit caught up in the moment, and is unveiled as the food truck chef, who is also a renowned culinary archaeologist. Shaggy and Scooby eat the rest of the 100-year-old feast, and the oldest mobile home goes, well, mobile. The gang are driving through the desert of California, when a giant wormhole opens up right in front of them, unleashing a monster that the world has never seen before. So, the average night out here. The gang fly off the road and crash into actor, and more importantly, Rob Zombie collaborator Malcolm McDowell. He takes the gang down to his laboratory, where our unwanted guest arrives to attack. While the creature destroys everything in the lab, everyone hops on the time machine to get out. They go a little bit past the year of our Lord 3005 to the year 3535, where even the slightest deviation to the timeline could result in the universe collapsing. Oh. The creature knocks Mr. McDowell off the time machine, leaving the gang stranded without his help in some desolate lands in the year 4646. These flying ball things present the organic lifeforms to the Supreme Leader. Oh, this guy looks familiar. Wait, so do they. A battle 2,000 years in the making takes place, as Shagborg and Robo-Dooby-Doo face off. Before they fully come to blows, Shaggy and Scooby do a bit of history revision, leading the Chrono Beast to try and attack them. The time machine breaks apart, and the beast chases everyone through various time warp wormholes before arriving at nothing. This is the future. There is no future. Oh, sorry, I used my film analysis voice. Those are coming back, by the way. The Chrono Beast returns and evaporates Malcolm right where he stands, but is quickly caught, and Velma drops the facade of the special effects that Malcolm McDowell himself created. Velma cracked the plan, but had so much fun with this all that they just released Malcolm and helped set up his attraction. You know, this episode was a lot of fun. I know it's one of those episodes where nothing actually happened for real, but I don't know, something about this one was much better than similar ones in the franchise. A driver's making a delivery up at this creepy looking castle, where three figures lurk in the darkness. Oh my god, it's the Hex Girls.
It should have been me, not him!
Thorne's signature is so on brand. They do a nice little unboxing of a gifted guitar, and hand it off to Lin-Manuel Miranda on steroids to tune it for the show tonight. He immediately starts freaking out, gets jaundice, and breaks out the window. So the average reaction to meeting the Hex Girls. At the venue, Daphne's in charge of hair and makeup for the band, while the rest of the gang just get to chill backstage. Hey girls, why are you doing that? Thorne apparently has a tranquilizer gun for some reason. Actually, I guess they are rock stars, so it's not that outlandish. The ghost of Esther Moonkiller arrives to curse everyone in attendance. And if that ain't heavy metal, I don't know what is. The gang use some clues to try and find some answers, while Thorne and Luna just become normal, preppy, non-goth girls. They want to make some last-minute lyric changes. Instead of putting a hex on people, they want to put a blessing on them instead. And you know what? Good enough for me. Welcome back, Flyleaf. The openers head out to get the night started. Yeesh, tough crowd. Alright, good luck, queens. Ew, Thorne starts playing some bullshit ukulele song. Hey V, help us out here. Thanks, queen. Esther chases everyone out onto the stage before they're captured, and we finally unmask them as Xander, the president of the Hex Girls fan club, who is also a former member of the band. They wanted to ruin the Hex Girls, but in the end made their concert better than ever. It's probably the worst Hex Girls episode, but above average for this series still. Oh god, the Mystery Machine's on Broadway. Please don't be a musical episode. No, they're singing. Guys, please, I can't take it. The animation's superb, so I'll let it slide for now. This werewolf won't, however, breaking out of the theater and opening up the Mystery Machine like a can of sardines to interrupt their musical number, plunging into the toxic waters of New York.
Actor Christian Slater fishes them out of the water, and delivers us a musical number of the werewolf's journey, which actually isn't bad. Back at the prom, the hairy beast returns, and Slater falls into the pit of despair. Alright, it's up to you, gang. I swear, each of these doorway segments gets longer and longer, but eventually they ditch the Hellhound and find some clues. Christian's got a broken leg, but that won't stop him from going through each suspect for the crime and trying to find out who's doing all this. He even does a pretty sweet jackass stunt to capture the werewolf, winding up about as injured as the average jackass member. Velma's got a bunch of clues, they break out into song, and Slater relays his disdain for Scrappy. Watch it, buddy. I can probably find a bone in there that's not broken yet. Of course, we can't just normally capture this wolf. We have to do it in song. Hey wait, Christian Slater? Simone is tied up? Man, what did I miss? So apparently, he got too afraid of speaking to a woman that he just ran out, dressed up as a werewolf, and crashed the prom. The girl accepts the apology and everyone dances an Irish jig. What even is happening? Did I eat some of that drugged sweet potato pie? Neil deGrasse Tyson's here to teach us about the resilience of the water bear, seeing this one swell to normal bear size, which sounds like it could be the start of a fun and terrible horror movie. The Mystery Gang joined Bill Nye on his voyage up to the space station where Neil and his gang were. With the tardigrade crawling through the air ducts, I hope that basically acts like a xenomorph and we have some alien type fun. Shaggy and Scooby eat about 6 months worth of space food, so the tardigrade reprimands them for their greediness, chasing them all around the ship. Before they turn into some grade A tardigrade food, it's scared off by the other astronauts, leaving behind a scrap of something for Velma to examine. As penance, Shaggy and Scooby head into the vents to try and bait the monster out, instead finding themselves outside of the space station. While Daphne, Fred, and Neil go on a rescue mission, Bill and Velma have an issue of their own, barely dodging the tardigrade's attack and locking it out of the chamber, or so they thought. It's time to set up the big trap, which pretty much instantly gets ruined when Scooby opens the airlock and kicks everyone into space. And like, this is still likely someone in a costume, right? They just kinda killed them. Velma's on my side with this one, so they take the ship and grab the monster before heading back to Earth. And they're coming in hot. Luckily, Urkel rigged the Mystery Machine to be a giant RC car earlier in the season, so we can land safely and unmask the 2 scientists from the start underneath the costume. Season 1 down, 26 more episodes to go. During a play rehearsal, a light fixture falls on the floor and a ghost with that southern twang warns them to get out of the theater before it's too late. The Mystery Gang arrive in Nashville to help Daphne's friend out, just as the thespians run out on the play. Whatever, get on your high horse and leave. Oh hey, it's Casey Musgraves. She tells the gang that this phantom drove away her whole crew, who goes on to continue that rampage, but I don't know where everyone went off to. Also, these costumes are everything. Shag and Scoob end up getting a feast, and Casey's homemade hot sauce burns a hole straight through the ground, so you know it's good. It burns a hole straight through the basement and into an underground cave, where an old riverboat resides. Velma hits the organ button like 8 times, which we all know summons the ghost, so this chase is on her really. It's a full house on opening night, and the gang step in to help make the show go smoothly, which just about happens despite Fred's himboisms. But a stray falling light leaves our hostess no choice but to save Scooby. And even the ghost can't scare this crowd, instead getting smoked and sauced like a rack of ribs, getting unmasked as Casey's producer. This dude's broke, and his last-ditch plan to save his brisket was insurance fraud, which I don't think has worked for anyone in history, ever. But, go off I guess. Okay, this episode shot like a found footage mockumentary, so it automatically goes towards the top. This is campy and fun, plus it has Morgan Freeman narrating, which is always a plus. At an old prison on Lake Erie, a glowing ghostly inmate wanders within these walls. Luckily the gang just happen to be meddling around and trespassing, so they can help once Fred regains control of the van. The gang head into the prison and, y'all didn't see this? The glowing 7-foot inmate? There's like half a second of genuinely the scariest thing that Scooby-Doo's ever produced. Look at this. In between the plot developing, the gang pop in with their quips for the documentary, which, I must reiterate, is very fun. Janine gets kidnapped in the commotion, and Shaggy falls directly through the floor, so I think he could sue the state. They find the warden's treasure room, which is the perfect place to set up the bait for the trap, as the golden ghost chases the not-so-golden retriever, getting sent straight into the open cell. The ghost is unmasked as Jeremy Snickerson, who is, of course, wait, who is this guy? Okay, I guess he's the twin of Janine, who are descendants of the old warden. Shag and Scooby also got locked up, but dug out with a spoon, encountering all kinds of odd things. If I were breaking out of prison and found a zombie skeleton, I'd just go straight back to my cell. That's probably enough for the day. A hospital's clearing out the final patients before closing down for good, and this final one's a real monster. No, really. Just ask this worker. The gang head up to that same hospital to investigate the sightings of Dr. Phineas Fragg, an old doctor who drank a cocktail of bug and plant DNA, which caused some adverse side effects. Once inside, the gang come across monster hunter Kristen Shaw and the nurse who got attacked. The hospital administrator gives them the key to the place to look for some clues. Of course, after the monster chases them around real quick. This is basically American healthcare. A bunch of suspicious suspects enter the fold, and leave just about as quick as they're introduced. So it's time to get to the core of this mystery. They interrupt the monster with their coring machine, and Kristen pulls around the mystery machine and straight up just runs it over, before sending it through a wall into the ground below. So she's about as unhinged as Fred. And her traps work about as well as Fred's too, as the monster breaks free and starts chasing them once more. But this time they make sure that they can't escape. Taking the mask off reveals Big Bob McAllister, who is after all the oil reserves underneath the place. Kristen realizes her true calling after all, becoming the monster, and takes off in the mystery machine. I want it to be known that if I were to make a Mount Rushmore of American sports icons, Joey Chestnut is 100% going on there. Before a hot dog eating competition, some sort of tentacle root monster breaks through the floor and attacks everyone. The gang arrive at the factory not long after, and apparently this competition's still going on even with the gnarled one going around. And out of sheer stress eating while watching, Scooby wins the belt. But just before they do a best out of 3, the gnarled one's roots rise once more, grabbing Joey, Mr. Haggerty, and the gang. Shaggy and Scooby lead the chase throughout the factory, eating the hot dog loaf to lighten the weight. Don't worry about the physics behind it, it just worked. Oh yeah, the gang are still kinda dying over here. Can we fix that? Alright, cool. Shaggy, Scooby, and Joey decide to lead this charge, right after a quick snack. Wait, whoa. There's evidence here. Velma, analyze. Okay, yeah, she's got it all figured out. Poor Scooby here is going in alone as the bait, since apparently he looks like the mascot? I don't know, I don't see it. They link up with the final trap, being unmasked as Big Eddie Eats, who wanted to shut down the competition before Joey won again. During the eat-off, it's Shaggy's turn to stress eat his way to the belt. Still best 2 out of 3? Gigi Hadid's here with Agent 47 before a fashion show, where a giant monster breaks through the ceiling and attacks her, ruining the entire show. The gang are waiting for the gargoyle to return to the bell tower and, hey, right on cue. There's just enough bells here for each of the gang to trap themselves, giving the gargoyle an easy escape. And if you expected Daphne to be the one who's friends with Gigi, you're wrong this time. It's actually Velma. They tag along to the photo shoot, where everyone finds their own suspect one by one, but of course, Shaggy and Scooby are the ones to bring the monster to the party. Gigi and Velma team up to ditch this rock monster, and find the hidden staircase right down to the Paris catacombs. They also find some paintings stolen straight from the Louvre, and one of the fallen gargoyles from Notre Dame. Oh, nope, that's the monster. The gang fill in as models for the show, and hey Fred, I can see your peacock. Daphne's serving bush realness, or I guess Christmas tree, and Velma's got a can-do attitude, so everything's going well. Our resident tea, Pothead, really makes this a steamy show, with the lovely bride bringing it all home. The monster catches the bouquet, so they're next in line to get married. That might have to wait until after the prison stay, as Jay Kosh Blanc is unmasked and taken away. Scooby ends up being the top model in the world, and honestly, we couldn't have picked a better option. The gang are driving through a creepy old forest, and decide to take a creepy dark road that clearly says keep out, for some reason. Oh, there's food waiting for them, of course. Maybe not what they envisioned, but hey, beggars can't be choosers. The walking food pyramid chases them around and corners them, only being stopped by these liquid nitrogen bombs. There's only one madman combining science and food like this, Alton Brown, who was a staple of my childhood growing up watching the Food Network. Alton tells the story of Dr. Frankenfooter and his monster that is said to wander the castle today. And judging by our opening segment, yeah, I'd probably say that's true. Oh, Alton gets picked up and carried out by the monster, so looks like the gang's on their own here. Wait, just kidding, he's fine. Alton's hostage gets free, don't worry about it. Instead, we find Frankenfooter's diary, which Alton concludes that to solve this mystery, he must create the bride of Frankenfooter. Okay, he cut a couple corners here, but it'll have to do. Scooby takes care of the leftovers, and of course it's Alton Brown underneath there. He basically just had a midlife crisis and brought the gang in to spread the good word of his good eats. I can't tell if this one just went by super quick or just not enough happened for me to register things. Either way, not the worst one, I guess? An impatient rich lady goes for a cursed elevator ride with this demonic bellhop, and immediately threatens to sue. Cool, we love rich people. The shop owner calls the mystery gang in to have a look inside, and meet fashion icon Tim Gunn. He loves everything about how the gang look. Okay, except for Shaggy. He's a little too... shaggy. So he takes him and Scooby down for a makeover. Hey, who put this in here? The ghost chases them around the department store, getting a makeover of their own. Luckily, an elevator escape brings them to the thought-to-be-lost floor 13, where someone's obviously been hard at work. They find the sketchbook of the legendary designer Miko Monreal, and apparently they aren't the only fans here, as the ghost reappears and is after that book. With everyone in place, the doorman nabbed the ghostly elevator operator, unmasking Marla the saleswoman, who stole the designs from Monreal's sketchbook and almost launched her own fashion line, if it weren't for those meddling kids. Tim Gunn even comes around to accept the fact that Shaggy is peak character design. so everyone goes home happy. The gang are driving through the Austrian Alps for a super secret Daphne mystery. Might have something to do with this snow monster, but that's just my guess. They swerve off the road to avoid the beast, with Daphne's bestie Tara Lipinski coming to their aid. Everyone heads inside for some fondue, and Daphne breaks the news that she's competing for this year's Ice Games competition, as long as the monster allows. Daphne catches up with her rival, who already seems to have been Tanya Hardinged, so Daphne's looking like the prime suspect here. It's less likely considering that Daphne's here and the monster's over here, but still a non-zero chance. Tara's a pretty good commentator for this chase, but even better in action, doing a triple axel to get rid of this clingy monster. Daphne says her line to unmask this monster, but we're only halfway in, so let's stall a bit. Hey, at least my boy Flim Flam got a shout out in this episode, that's kinda cool. Oh yeah, the monster's gone. And so is the water underneath the ice. Scooby, Shaggy, and Velma play keep away from the Schneeteufel, but fully tackling her allows the monster to get the skates. Tara finally realizes that she's the only one who can stop this monster, sending them for a spin, and Fred finally captures the beast. Ex-hockey player Johan really wanted to scare everyone away from the competition to get it shut down, because he just didn't want to keep doing this. You and me both. We're still out on the snow for the next episode, with the gang hitting the slopes for some fun. Well, fun is subjective, especially when Shaggy and Scooby french fry when they really should have pizzaed, causing an avalanche. Luckily, snowboarding superstar Chloe Kim is here to save the day. Hey wait, I've seen this guy before. While everyone turns in for the night, someone puts a heat lamp on the frozen man to thaw him out. Chloe, Shaggy, and Scooby head down to the kitchen for a light midnight snack, and find the frozen man to no longer be frozen. They get chased around the place before heading up to the snow patrol cabin to find some clues and some snacks. But that's quickly interrupted when the caveman breaks down the door and chases after them on the snowmobile. Chloe and the gang use the friendship formation to ditch this cold creep, and Scooby lands directly on the last clue Velma needs for the case. They find an abandoned old mail plane, and the caveman seems to be really interested in whatever was being transported. But all this banging on the metal plane causes another avalanche, and everyone heads back down the mountain on the fresh powder. Fred tries to steer this bird to safety, while Chloe hits the half-pipe with the caveman, who was really the ski instructor after the bearer bonds in the briefcase. I preferred the original Frozen Caveman episode, but this one's still pretty good, especially for this series. A robot breaks out of a military base right outside of Louisville, and lands right in front of the mystery machine, punching them into a streetlight. The van's trashed, so the gang have to go on foot. Their best bet would be to head over to Layla Ali's gym, preferably before everything gets destroyed. Maybe not. If the museum doesn't get up and running by tomorrow, the lease goes back to this red-headed real estate agent. So while Layla teaches Shag and Scoop how to stand up for themselves, Fred and the girls start the cleanup mission, finding a few clues that they'll probably need. Alright, everything's cleaned up, let's go find the... okay. Also, the robot somehow walks at Michael Myers speed to catch up. The gang find the elevator, but the robot breaks the cables and sends them down into the cave system, where they find the final clue they need. Layla challenges the bot to a live fight and hops in the ring with the robot, which gets tagged by Velma while Shaggy gives the rules. I ain't gonna lie, Layla kinda got washed here, but so did the robot. This buys Velma enough time to trace the signal, and Layla beats the equivalent of Matt from Wii Sports Boxing. Everyone finds the caterer in a locker controlling the robot, which he stole from the base that he got a gig at. The cops take him away, and Layla keeps her crown as the queen of boxing. Hey old top, no soliciting. Oh sure, just let yourself right on in. You know, that's what you get. The gang arrived shortly after to the very same mansion, followed closely behind by Liza Koshy. Liza brought them all here to be a part of her vlog content, which is about as bad as you'd expect it to be. Fred tries to leech some clout off Liza for his own channel, but she kinda just brushes them off. Fred, I'll subscribe to you, buddy. Hey, Pizza Face, give it a rest, would ya? The gang try to run out, but the ghost jazz band stops them. At least Liza's kinda digging the tunes, so maybe her appearance isn't all bad. Oh no, she's flossing. This episode is just so bleak, vlogging every moment of this traumatic experience to spread to her followers. Yeah, it's a kid's show and I'm reading way too much into it all, but seeing this compared to everyone live streaming every second of their lives proves that we're just in our own episode of Black Mirror. Anyways, back to the funny-ish. Fred contemplates clickbaiting his audience, so the content brain rot has already got to him. The demolition team begins their work, and literally all this guy wants is for the intruders to leave him alone. Doesn't he understand that we have clips to farm? After his capture, the ghost is unmasked as the pizza guy, and also the caretaker, who is going to steal the gold and the valuable treasure and sell it on the black market. And I gotta say, Liza's title isn't really doing it. Here, how about, do not enter abandoned houses at 3 AM challenge. Gone wrong, gone hungry. I think that would be better. The gang are watching a baseball game and got some really great seats. Throwing out the first pitch is rapper Macklemore, and oh, the Devil's coming to claim their reward for letting him win Rap Album of the Year in 2013. Was it really worth it, Mr. Macklemore? Yeah, probably. The gang rush onto the field to save him from the beast, but it's far too late, as the ghost of Macklemore is doomed to walk this earth, with everyone asking him to go thrift shopping. Oh, he's fine.
Macklemore apparently really loves Scooby and the gang. He's got newspaper clippings framed and Mystery Gang highlights playing 24/7. He shows off his special yacht costume that comes to life and falls into the pool, causing it to boil and shake the house. So maybe this is the devil after all. His entire house collapses, but hey, at least he's got pizza. The mascot returns at the card store, where the gang fling a decommissioned sea mine towards the villain, and the entire place explodes. I think Daphne and Scooby just killed a guy. Slay. They put together a pickup game a little less cool than Twilight's. Hey, wait, where's Macklemore then? Oh, right. Macklemore was such a big fan of the gang that all he wanted in life was to say the meddling kids line. And he was willing to blow up everything he owns, various buildings around town, and endanger the lives of thousands to do so. So, you know what? Go for it, Mac. Say the line. Ah, we ran out of time, that's too bad. Daphne's on her way to her first day as a stunt actor, where this teal-faced ghoul fires a charge to blow up the facade of the town. Like, the whole town. And Fred's kinda nice behind the wheel. I remember the days where we would look away for a second and he's upside down in a ditch somewhere. Our special guest is even more special, since it's a returnee all the way back from 1972's to the new Scooby-Doo movies, Sandy Duncan. And that episode was canon too, so now it's time for the reboot. That pesky Hyde is still at it, but never mind that. We've got a picture to make with some of these universally loved creatures. Back on set, the main actor gets attacked and kidnapped by Hyde, who chases the pursuers around various backlot sets. He hops in one of the studio tour carts and nearly has Scooby in his clutches, but is foiled once again by Sandy Duncan. Hey buddy, you dropped something. It's a blueprint of the set on the back of this old poster, which is almost everything they need to figure this one out. First, we gotta take a visit to our old foe turned friend Zelia Fairchild, who promises it's totally not him this time. He points the gang towards the vault where the original print is kept, so it's time to get this movie rolling. Hyde swoops in and retakes the prints, but gets thrown around the studio in still somehow a less dangerous way than actors in the 30s did. Under that ghastly mask is Tabitha, who found the maps to the vault and used the disguise to buy some time. But they're already standing in the vault itself, surrounded by millions of dollars of film reels. Jeopardy is my favorite game show of all time, so I hope this episode's awesome. This one's basically like the time that IBM brought out Watson the AI to try and win. And it did. Versus two of the greatest Jeopardy contestants ever. Uh-oh. We've got some fun categories here, but Velma's absolutely running this one. The AI is starting to go a bit haywire, so it might be time for a commercial break, Alex. Trebek reminds Max Kilobyte that there's still double Jeopardy to play, so while Max gets a quick system reset, it's time to meet the players. After the break, Max starts picking up the pace, but when Velma gets the daily double right, Max breaks the like turn again. How many times until they get kicked out? I feel like chasing the other two contestants and also the host warrants a disqualification. Also, I like that Alex Trebek runs exactly like Shaggy and Scooby. I think that's fun. Alex rallies his troops against the robot, because the human mind can do magical things. Like Shaggy getting the first question of Double Jeopardy right, and then clearing the food category to take the lead. But going into Final Jeopardy, Max has a slight lead, with Velma not far behind, and Shaggy still mathematically in it. Hey, I actually know the final question. Both Max and Velma got it wrong and bet it all, so Shaggy wins. Max doesn't believe it, and immediately throws a tantrum, so must be a 3 strikes and you're out penalty. Velma hacks into the system and unveils the camera person behind it all, having hacked into the robot to answer the questions. So that implies that Max's tantrums were actually from the AI. Uh-oh. The gang are having a peaceful scenic drive through Route 66, when suddenly some mud kicks up and causes them to crash. My guess is that these mud monsters have something to do with it. On dark roads like this, you really gotta watch out for bandits. Case in point, as the creatures take off with the mystery machine. The gang make the walk of shame into Miloville, where Axl Rose of Guns N' Roses is waiting at the diner for Shaq and Scoob. The chef gets taken by a mud monster, so Fred files a missing persons report for the mystery machine, while 2 more workers are taken. Still, this is somehow less hectic than the average Waffle House experience. Alright gang, let's split up. Fred, you take Daphne and get kidnapped by the mud monsters. Axel, you and the rest of the gang run this way. Perfect. Almost. Alright, Axel, Shaggy, and Scooby, it's up to you to solve the mystery. This Latin reads, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here," which is what's written above the gates of hell. So yeah, let's just walk right in. What's the worst that could happen? Could be worse. They find the gang all tied up, but no time to untie them now. They've got to chase after the monsters. Scooby almost gets hereditaried, but this allows Axel to kick Scooby back and crash the getaway van. And the monsters are finally hosed off to reveal the waitress, the cook, and the janitor. They learned about the City of Gold and stole the mystery machine to help transport it. Axel and the gang turn the gold over to tribal authorities, which I think is a good touch. He also pimps the mystery machine out, so overall, I think it's a pretty good way to end this one. Jason Sudeikis joins the mystery gang on a riverboat, in search of a pair of lost sneakers. However, I don't think Critter really cares about that, attacking him as he writes in his journal. A disheveled looking gang step in to help him, but Jason's more worried about his sneakers than, you know, living. A cautionary tale of materialism. Shaggy and Scooby host the creature, but we're kind of missing a lot of backstory here. Hey Jason, can you fill us in? Okay, so Jason and Scooby were fighting over a rare pair of kicks when they found a treasure map to the lost sneaker factory in Brazil, so they all head over to find it. Sure, why not? It's now day 37, so this is basically a big season of Survivor. The Snake Man causes the riverboat to go up in flames and kicks them all downstream, but Fred's luxury item just happens to be the mystery machine, which he uses as an immunity idol to save the tribe. They finally find the old factory, which has been reclaimed by nature like it's straight out of The Last of Us. And Jason finds the rare sneakers he's been after, capturing the Snake Man in the process. Snake person. It's the sneaker salesperson from the other store back in the States, who also wanted those rare sneakers. Mystery Machine Monster Truck is awesome, and so is Scooby just being a normal dog, eating the rare shoes that they almost died for. Sometimes you forget that he's still just a dog, so this is fun. Scooby brings the gang to a friend's art gallery, which doesn't seem like the right place necessarily, but I guess that's the beauty of art. The art, which looks more like a Bugsteel Pokemon, chases them around the gallery, before being scared off by Lucy Lou's flashlight. Oh, I get it. This is Dead by Daylight. We're at Lucy's art gallery, and that monster came in and wrecked it all before running out. Oh no, they've got the Naruto run speed boost. There's no hope outrunning them. They're gonna have to outwit them, which they do with some pizza pie pranks. Everyone finds that the piece of wood itself is a puzzle box, holding a valuable emerald inside, which the monster really wants, eventually getting it after Scooby gets a knock to the head. If they want to escape, they're gonna have to go through Lucy, and challenging Lucy Lou of all people to a duel? What are you, stupid? Scooby leads the monster back upstairs and uses the power of art to capture them, unveiling the maintenance man underneath, who's really an old gangster who stole the emerald years ago, hiding it in the dumpster before he did 20 years for it. What, he just expected it to still be there? Lucy's gallery gets all cleaned up and ready to open, featuring Scooby's greatest piece, the Tao of Scoob. This old woman threatens this minimum wage teen worker who obviously doesn't know what she's looking for, so whatever happens to her, she deserves it. Oh, well, the point remains. Daphne brings the gang to meet her friend Sean Astin, but make sure to let them know not to mention the word ring whatsoever, because every time they do, he has flashbacks to, you know, the ring? No, not the horror movie. He recruits the gang to return this ring of keys back to more doors and walls and stuff. The monster chases our fellowship around the store and, fellowship. That's got a nice ring to it. They do a good job of upselling this monster, but end up getting caught up in the vines. It doesn't look like Sean's gonna get out of this one, but I've seen stranger things. Fred fires up his weed whacker to trim this bush, but this video is not sponsored by Manscaped. A couple of suspects emerge from the trimmings, but Shag and Scoob are ready to dip. However, Sean uses those doughy eyes of his to change their mind. So instead, they do some shopping for Fred's final trap, while the monster chases everyone down. Luckily, they hit up the gardening section, where each member of the gang get to show off their skills. Fred puts the plan into the baler, and William asks the garden department lady underneath, who was planning a bank heist or something. Wow, Scoob, looking good. We've got another return guest from the new Scooby-Doo movies with Cher, serving the gang up some frozen hot chocolates. So, milkshakes? Also, Scooby gets the vanilla one. That's a good touch. I wonder if that shark is back. Cher has a machine to turn ocean trash into pretty beads, which is great. We love a green queen. Hey, I was right. The shark is back. The chef was supposed to cook Scooby's birthday cake, but no matter. Cher throws them a bedazzled set of aprons to get baking. This one's less like Jaws and more like Sharknado. The creature flies out and chases the gang around the yacht, giving us maybe the lamest Scooby-Doo doors chase of all time, but also the most fabulous getaway scheme. While this shark has a gender euphoric moment, their partner steals the yacht and crashes full speed into the Sargasso Sea wreckage. Cher and the gang put their wetsuits on and swim out to the wreckage, unknowingly being followed. Careful, the scariest thing out on the open seas is those gorgeous sirens. See? They drop anchor and lead the shark straight into the trap, unmasking the captain and first mate of Cher's ship, who were loading up all the gold from the wreckage. Scooby finally gets his birthday cake, and all of the gold gets donated to a charity of Cher's choice. There's some dull moments in here for sure, but I really did enjoy this episode. I like when the special guest highlights some of their hobbies, instead of, you know, chasing shoes. Hey wait, where'd the chef go? Fred gets the gang lost in a Tanzanian jungle, being saved by a giant gorilla pointing them towards the right direction. Aw, how nice. Now, if I saw a 20-foot gorilla roaming the jungle, my first thought wouldn't really be, hey, let's go check this out. But that kind of thinking also wouldn't lead me to Jessica Biel. So who's the fool now? She already knows Shaggy and Scooby, mostly because they put her business, well, out of business. Miss Biel was hiking Kilimanjaro when she also saw the giant gorilla, and knowing how endangered they are, made it her mission to protect it. Back-to-back progressive environmental protection episodes? I'm down. They say the worst thing to do in a bear attack is to climb a tree, and I think the same works for gorillas, since it's back and less willing to listen to Jessica's heartfelt pleas. Last episode we had one of the worst Scooby-Doo door chases. Well, this one has one of the better ones, using vines to swing about the trees. The gang regroups behind the secret room that's behind every waterfall, which also happens to be King Solomon's mine. And this has one of my favorite sequences in the entire series, as each of the gang get to flex their intellect in their own ways. Some hooded figure drops down and seals the gang in the treasure room, but is inevitably caught by the gorilla, and is unmasked as Joyce from Jessica's tour group. And if you think that's wild, check this out. Gorilla inside of a gorilla mech suit. Hell yeah. Jessica and this guy expand the nature preserve, and this cub finds her mama, ending another wild and sweet adventure. A couple of electricians are working through the night to get this club up and running, with not much luck. But who needs lights anyways when the main attraction can light up any room he walks in, looking fresh as hell like this. Shaggy and Scooby bring the gang here the next morning for the grand opening of Reverend Run's Hip Hop Youth Center. Run's opening this place up so the kids of Harlem can have a safe place to enjoy hip hop, which is another great cause. But every cause has an effect, so we have to listen to Shaggy and Scooby freestyle. We already saw that in the Halsey episode, but it's just as bad here. As Rev gives the gang the rundown, the ghost of Tab Tatters reappears and introduces his boy Bones McCann, and they chase the gang around. This leads to an old Prohibition-era speakeasy, but I wonder who owns the joint? Oh, yeah, makes sense. Daphne's French and Run's Rhythm unlock a secret case to the golden microphone, so it's trapping time now. Hey V, where are you going? Okay. Scooby's the opening act of the night, but he only gets a few lines in before Tab and Bones come to perform. Tab's a little haywire. Hey wait, how'd you do that? Well, it's tricky. Tricky. And so is the golden microphone. The librarian was actually a treasure hunter that was coming to look for the microphone, using the underground tunnels to find it. Now with her captured, Run's Youth Center can finally open up, and Scooby finally gets his opening act, which is pretty bad, but would still be the best rap song from the 80s. Fred's got a surprise for the gang, but he's not going to tell them what it is. If it's not a ski trip or an abominable snowman, it's gotta be the giant pterodactyl. Ha! I knew it. The creature runs the gang off the road, but luckily this baby's 4-wheel drive, so Fred can just reverse to safety. Oh, well, that's just rude. Fred signed them all up for Cool School, taught by Billy D. Williams. The gang's normal walk cycle isn't cool. They can't enter a room cool. I just don't know if they're classically cool, but that's what makes them cool. Billy takes them up on a hot air balloon ride, which is, in fact, cool. But the pterodactyl returns to ruin their fun. Not cool. Of course, Billy D's cool under pressure, saving the gang from certain death again, and returns back to the school. There's not much downtime here though, as the dinosaur returns and breaks into the school to chase them down. Billy D shows that his cape is both fashion and function, which is, of course, cool. The gang set the pterodactyl up with some new dentures, which is somehow less scary than when people come back from holiday in Turkey. Velma's already got this one on lock, as the pterodactyl attacks the helicopter and grabs the cash, flying straight into the gang and getting tangled in the process, unmasking Kathy, the fake rich girl that I kinda just skipped over. Oops. Does it really matter? No. The gang are driving through rural Louisiana when they almost collide with a falling star, and go spinning into a tree. Terry Bradshaw watched the whole thing from his farm, and leads them to the crash site where the spaceship remains are. Or were. This green alien chases them around the farm and eventually back into the van. But Scooby panics and sends the gang off without the boys, who do end up swinging back around for them. Hey, nice driving, V. Terry brings the gang back to his place to regroup, but almost immediately gets tackled, and some fast-acting CTE makes him think that he's a commentator with a talking dog co-host. Weird, huh? Alright, we gotta get this team together. Terry draws up a play for everyone, which gets rid of the alien for now. Terry takes Shaggy and Scooby down to the House of Pancakes, and hey green guy, you want one? Meanwhile, Fred and the girls wait inside the house with the trap. And wait. And wait. Terry makes the game plan for his very own trap, as the alien chases them around Terrytown, running into a few obstacles before capture. Oh hey gang, nice of you to join us. Shaggy gives us some post-game analysis, kinda, and the alien was the man in black after all. Who would've thunk it? Apparently the giant donut was full of cash the whole time, and Terry likes his moxie, so he decides to let him go and makes everyone pancakes. Sure, why not? A man setting up a pretty big looking recording room for 4 people. Oh no, he's a podcaster. A familiar looking hand reaches out to grab him, but he's got a package at the door waiting for him. The delivery person looks familiar too, actually. The gang are driving along the coastline up to the mansion, where they're soon to meet their heroes, the voice actors behind some of their favorite cartoons. First they meet the legendary Frank Welker, who's the voice of Megatron, among other things. But we're expecting a few more guests, like Matthew Lillard, aka Stu from Scream, among other roles, who pulls up and joins everyone inside. Frank gives everyone a tour of his place, with a fun interactive art piece of Redbeard the Pirate. Yoink!
That mysterious package contained the one and only Kate Micucci, and Greg Delisle is on her way too, which you might recognize from these things. Alright, enough of the shtick. The Mystery Gang meet all of their voice actors in real life, and it's very meta and cool to see. Kinda like Scream, actually. Even Charlie the Robot's here, and he's shredded as hell for some reason. Why is he kinda... Hey, where are you going? Now that everyone's here and safe, I think we can start recording. After some selfies, songs, and other hijinks. Okay, Kate disappears and Creeper takes Gray away. While trying to track her down, every single one of the classic monsters joins the chase. The actors decide to take 5, so the gang go to record instead, which attracts all the monsters to the booth. Scooby captures the bunch and flies them off. Hey Scoob, you weren't actually supposed to fly, buddy. Charlie hops in the cockpit and helps the dog land this bird. Each of the monsters is unmasked as one of the voice actors. Each of them wanted to play a different role in the story for once, so they all tried to sabotage the recording. This is such a bizarre meta episode, and it seems like one big love letter to the people who voice our favorite characters. The gang are brought in to help Mr. Smallbottoms defend his prized vase collection from a Medusa monster, which they have no problem with because, of course, monsters are not real. Right? Medusa turns Smallbottoms into stone and takes off with one of the vases, when Blue Falcon and Dynamite break in and save the gang. Barely. No time to talk, gotta go, bye! If looking at Medusa turns you to stone, I guess I'm done for. But it was a respectful look. Blue Falcon returns to put an end to her terror, and immediately gets knocked out and kidnapped. Alright, cool, good work. Dynamite and Scooby get through their fetch quest and head out to finally find Blue Falcon. Aw, Medusa got him too. Hey queen. I guess when you're hard countered by a mirror, you aren't really that menacing. Dynamite gives Blue Falcon a big high five, which disintegrates him instantly. Dynamite canonically murdered him. But Velma realizes that this isn't stone, it's cement, giving her exactly what she needs to crack this case. She brings them back to Smallbottoms, the cement factory portion this time, where they find all the priceless vases and also Medusa. If she knows that this is just someone in a mask, why are we running again? Doesn't matter. This gets cemented as the easiest unmasking in the series, as Mr. Smallbottoms was stealing and selling vases on the black market. Velma keeps Blue Falcon and Dynamite's identities hidden, and everyone enjoys a nice night of luxury. The gang got arrested, probably for meddling. Nah, not really. They're getting scanned in for Carol Burnett's new VR Movie Land experience. Tammy gets everyone set up for a beta test and they're all transported in. Hey, what happened to the aspect ratio? We start with a slightly altered version of Casablanca, since this one has a Grim Reaper ghost, so it's actually a lot cooler. The virus chases them around, going for a spin on the roulette wheel, which allows the gang to get away. They don't know where they're headed next, but they'll always have Paris. But the virus is piloting this plane, so the only way away is to jump straight into an old western, with another aspect ratio switch to go with it. They hightail it over to the saloon for some fresh pints. Of water, of course, where every patron inside is that virus monster. Number 1 rule of bar fights is to get the first shot in. Fred, you get me. While the antivirus squad fights the intruders, Shag and Scoob treat themselves to some sarsaparilla, and Daphne remembers that she has like 6 black belts to her name. Luckily, Carol kicks these bandits to the curb, and hey, we're back in Oz. This one's way better than last time. We've got double Dorothy's and flying monkey viruses. Okay, now we've got neither. The witch just wants Dorothy's red bottoms, and throws her fireballs at the gang to try and stop them. See, I told you, all they needed was some water. Scarecrow Velma catches the fireballs in her bucket and douses the witch, melting her away. For, like, a second. Everyone gets chased from the castle, and Carol throws this move into Rewind, lifting Dorothy's house back up and back down onto the virus. The Wicked Witch is gone, and probably so is the head programmer's job, and everyone else that helped her. The project was already complete, but they just wanted to keep working because Carol's just a really good boss. Bold move, but it actually pays off. And we end with a really nice parting song. Honestly, it's not a dedicated goodbye, but it's better than most shows get, which is a goodbye at all. I've had a lot of back and forth with this series. It started off well, like a breath of fresh air, but then that air got very stale and samey over the course of 52 episodes. I think this ran for double than what it really warrants, but there are plenty of fun moments along the way.
Okay, now that all that's out of the way, let's rank them worst to best, shall we? Alright, starting off with the worst one, we've got all 99 of those Looney Tunes, Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo episodes. I legitimately never want to see any of these ever again. I was losing my mind going through this. Okay, now that those are out of the way, the 100th worst episode is The Ransom of Scooby Chief, followed by The Phantom of the Country Music Hall, Attack of the Weird Allosaurus, The Internet on Haunted House Hill, Dance Matron of Mayhem, People's Pet Shop of Terrible Terrors, The Feast of Dr. Frankenfooter, The Nightmare Ghost of Psychic You, Too Many Dummies, 1 Minute Mysteries, Ollie Ollie Income Free, The Crown Jewel of Boxing, Hollywood Nights, Jeepers, It's the Jaguaro, Scooby-Doo and the Skytown Cool School, the High School Wolfman's Musical Lament, the Fastest Food Fiend, Zoinks Man, Lost Souls of Jungle River, the Spooky Fog of Juneberry, Scooby on Ice, Zoinks the Wonder Dog, the Hot Dog Dog, the Mark of Scooby, a mystery-solving gang divided, Scooby-Dude, the Neon Phantom of the Roller Disco, the Horrible Haunted Hospital of Dr. Phineas Frag, the Quagmire Quake Caper, a good medium is rare, who's minding the monster, Elementary, my dear Shaggy, Party Arty, Creepy Cruise, A Movable Mystery, The Beast is Awake at Bottomless Lake, The 7th Inning Scare, No Sharking Zone, Scooby Pinch Hits, Space Station Scooby, More Fondue for Scooby-Doo, The Harem Scarum Sanitarium, A Fashion Nightmare, The Story Stick, The Ghoul of the Bat and the Ugly, Fear of the Fire Beast, The Stony Glare Stare, Be Cold Scooby-Doo, The Cursed Cabinet of Professor Mads Markson, Trading Chases, Catcher on the Sly, The Wedding Witch of Wainsley Hall, South Pole Vault, There's a Doctor in the House, The Sword, the Fox, and the Scooby-Doo, Scooby-Doo Dog Wonder, The Scary Sky Skeleton, The Spirits of 76, The Dinosaur Deception, When Urkelbots Go Bad, the dreaded remake of Jekyll and Hyde, Party Like It's 1899, The Headless Horseman of Halloween, Lightning Strikes Twice, Doom Service, Protein Titans 2, The Hand of Horror, Scooby-Doo, Where's the Crew, Night of the Upsetting Shorts, Gremlin on a Plane, Uncle Albert Alert, Scooby-Geist, The Hairy Scare of the Devil Bear, Eating Crow, Scooby and the Minotaur, Scooby-Roo, Game of Chicken, Inside Job, Smart House, 20,000 Screams Under the Sea, Where There's a Will, There's a Wraith, The Hodag of Horror, The Fall Dog, Quit Clownin', Shags to Riches, The Curse of Viking Lake, The Dooby-Dooby-Doo Ado, Scooby-Doo and Cyclops 2, A Highland Fling with a Monstrous Thing, The Haunted Horseman of Hagglethorne Hall, Showboat Scooby, Runaway Roby, Scooby of the Jungle, Who's Not Coming to Dinner, Battle of the Humongonauts, Sorcerer Snacks Scare, The Spirit Spooked Sports Show, The Gruesome Game of the Gator Ghoul, Strange Encounters of a Scooby Kind, The Mystery of Haunted Island, Wedding Bell Booze, Stand and Deliver, The Tao of Scoob, Ghastly Ghost Town, The Frickert Fracas, Camp Come On, I Wanna Scare Ya, A Night Louse at the White House, The Devouring, A Frightened Town Meets Demons Underground, Junkyard Dogs, A Scary Duel with a Cartoon Ghoul, The Warlock of Wimbledon, A Bum Steer for Scooby, Night Fright, Scared a Lot in Camelot, Scooby's Peephole Pandemonium, The Movieland Monsters, A Creepy Tangle in the Bermuda Triangle, A Bicycle Built for Boo, Kitchen Frightmare, The Creepy Heap from the Deep, The Demon of the Dugout, Almost Ghosts, The Phantom, The Talking Dog, and the Hot 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 Sauce, What a Shocking Ghost, Doggone Scooby, There's a Demon Shark in the Foggy Dark, Caveman on the Half-Pipe, Mission Undoable, It's Mean, It's Green, It's the Mystery Machine, Howl of the Fright Hound, The Many Faces of Evil, Watch Out, The Willowa, Scooby a la Mode, The Heart of Evil, Poodle Justice, To Switch a Witch, The Scooby Coop, Simple Plan and the Invisible Madman, Now Museum, Now You Don't, Happy Birthday Scooby-Doo, The Scarab Lives, Make a Beeline Away from That Feline, The Schnook Who Took My Comic Book, High Society Scooby, E-I-E-I-O, A Run Cycle Through Time, The No-Face Zombie Chase Case, Rocky Mountain Yai, What a Night for a Dark Night, Grim Judgment, Naughty or Ice, High-Tech House of Horrors, Curse of the Collar, Scooby or Not Scooby, The Ghost of the Bad Humor Man, Worston Show, Dawn of the Spooky Shuttle Scare, Farmed and Dangerous, The Haunted Carnival, Scooby Dudes, Dark Knight of the Hunters, The B-Team, The Ghost of Mrs. Shusham, The New York Underground, Don't Go Near the Fortress of Fear, The Sorcerer is a Menace, The Spirit of Rock and Roll, The Crazy Carnival Caper, Dark Diner of Route 66, The Fiesta Host as an Aztec Ghost, Fright of Hand, The Exterminator, Gold Paw, Mamba Wamba and the Voodoo Hoodoo, Night Terrors, Scroogey Doo, When You Wish Upon a Star Creature, Hound of the Scoobyvilles, The Haunted Showboat, Escape from Mystery Manor, High Rise Hair Raiser, No Thanks Masked Manx, Shrieking Madness, Be Quiet Scooby-Doo, Falling Starman, The Ghost of Bigfoot, Big Trouble, The Were-Do of Doo Manor, The Night Ghoul of Wonderworld, Mysteries on the Disorient Express, Scoobsy, The House of the Nightmare Witch, The Last Inmate, Vampire Bats and Scaredy Cats, The Weird Winds of Winona, Lock the Door, It's a Minotaur, Giant Problems, The Legend of the Gold Microphone, Scooby the Barbarian, The Loch Ness Mess, Dance of the Undead, Cruisin' for a Bruisin', The Wrath of Waitrose, The Ghost of the Red Baron, The Chiller Diller Movie Thriller, E-Scream, Haunted House Hang-Up, American Goth, I put a hex on you. Don't get a big head. There's no creature like Snow Creature. World of Witchcraft, Toy Scary Boo, Hang in there Scooby-Doo, Uncle Scooby and Antarctica, Mind Your Own Business, Pizza Opossums, Chefs of Steel, It's All Greek to Scooby, All Paws on Deck, Pole to Pole, Decoy for a Dog Napper, Lights, Camera, Mayhem, Never Ape and Ape Man, Almost Perfect, Aliens Among Us, Revenge of the Swamp Monster, Reva Ross Regis, I Scooby-Dooby-Doo, Recipe for Disaster, The Nutcracker Scoob, For Letter or Worse, The Secret of the Ghost Rig, Sherlock Doo, The Creepy Creature of Vulture's Claw, A Haunt of 1,000 Voices, A Code in the Nose, The Creature Came from ChemLab, Don't Fool with a Phantom, Returning of the Keyring, A Scooby-Doo Christmas, How to Train Your Coward, Total Jeopardy, Ready to Scare, Wizards and Warlocks, A Gaggle of Galloping Ghosts, The Lost Mines of Kilimanjaro, Where Walks Aphrodite, Ghost Who's Coming to Dinner, Hassle in the Castle, The Ghost That Sacked the Quarterback, Space Ape at the Cape, Their Wolf, Theater of Doom, Night of the Boogie Biker, Attack of the Headless Horror, Shiver and Shake, That Demon's a Snake, Ship of Ghouls, Now You See Ya, Now You Don't, The Babysitter from Beyond, I Left My Neck in San Francisco, The Sludge Monster from the Earth's Core, Go West, Young Scoob, Cher, Scooby and the Sargasso Sea, The Curse of Halfbeard's Booty, The Grasp of the Gnome, What the Heck's Going On, Shaggy and Scooby World, Vote Velma, The Dynamic Scooby-Doo Affair, Mayhem of the Moving Mollusk, Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Werewolf, The Night of the Living Toys, Snow Place Like Home, Area 51 Adjacent, The Haunted Candy Factory, New Mexico, Old Monster, Wednesday is Missing, She Sees Sea Monsters by the Seashore, Dead Justice, Scooby-Doo and a Mummy 2, The Secret of Shark Island, Me and My Shadow Demon, The Curse of Kaniaku, Reef Grief, Horoscope Scoob, Scary Christmas, What a Night for a Night, The Secret Serum, The Backstage Rage, Screamadonna, Don't Feed the Animals, Fright House of a Lighthouse, When You Witch Upon a Star, Large Dragon at Large, Coast to Ghost, That's Snow Ghost, WrestleManiacs, Saga of the Swamp Beast, The Dragon's Secret, The Tar Monster, Grease is the Word, Scooby's Chinese Fortune Kooky Caper, A Night of Fright is No Delight, Homeward Hound, The Night the Clown Cried, The Ghouliest Show on Earth, The Computer Walks Among Us, WrestleManiacs, Me, Myself, and AI, Scooby's Gold Medal Gambit, The Caped Crusader Caper, Diamonds Are a Ghoul's Best Friend, A Clue for Scooby-Doo, Mystery in Persia, The Norse Case Scenario, The Song of Mystery, Ghosts of the Ancient Astronauts, The Ozark Witch Switch, Pompeii and Circumstance, The Scooby of 1,000 Faces, Super Scary Movie Night, Where's Scooby-Doo, The Fast and the Wormiest, Art of Darkness, Silver Scream, The Wild Brood, The Return of Commander Cool, 3 Destruction, Revenge of the Man Crab, Do Not Disturb, A Menace in Venice, Safari So Goody, Mystery Solvers Club State Finals, Gentlemen, Start Your Monsters, The Night the Clown Cried 2, Tears of Doom, The Spooky Case of the Grand Prix Race, The Horrible Herd, Big Appetite and Little Tokyo, Professor Huh? Part 1, Operation Dog and Hippie Boy, The Siren Song, Ren Scare, Terror, Thy Name is Zombo, Beware the Beast from Below, Reflections in a Ghoulish Eye, The Gathering Gloom, A Scooby-Doo Halloween, Ghost in the Mystery Machine, Block Long Hong Kong Terror, In Space, Mystery 101, A Haunting in Crystal Cove, When the Cicada Calls, Some Fred Time, Chickenstein Lives, Nowhere to Hide, A Spooky Little Ghoul Like You, Lights, Camera, Monster, Which Witch is Which, The Ghostly Creep from the Deep, The Unnatural, If You Can't Scooby-Doo the Time, Don't Scooby-Doo the Crime, The Man in the Mirror, Horror of the Haunted Hairpiece, It's a Wonderful Scoob, Scooby's Night with a Frozen Fright, The Menace of the Manticore, A Terrifying Ground with a Menacing Metallic Clown, Wanted Cheddar Alive, Halloween, The Legend of Alice May, Scooby and Quackyland, Mystery of the Missing Mystery Solvers, The Creeping Creatures, That's Monstertainment, Omelets Are Forever, Mummy Scares Best, The Creepy Case of Old Iron Face, Go Away Ghost Ship, Roller Coaster Ride, Sandy Duncan's Jekyll and Hyde, Robopup, The San Fran Psycho, The Night on Haunted Mountain, To All the Ghouls I've Loved Before, Big Scare and the Big Easy, Grand Scam, Pawn of Shadows, Nightmare in Red, Spooky Space Kook, Jeepers, It's the Creeper, A Halloween Hassle at Dracula's Castle, Scoobra Kadubra, Wrath of the Krampus, Foul Play in Funland, Night of the Living Burger, Through the Curtain, A Tiki Scare is no fair, Come Undone, Bedlam in the Big Top, The People vs. Fred Jones, Into the Mouth of Madcap, All Fear the Freak, In Fear of the Phantom, A Scooby-Doo Valentine. Alright, here we are, top 5. Number 5, Gates of Gloom. Number 4 is El Bandido. Number 3, Mystery Mask Mix-Up. Number 2, The Vampire Strikes Back. And in my opinion, the best episode of Scooby-Doo ever made is Professor Huh, part 6 3/4. See, that didn't take so long, now did it? If you watched all the way until now, genuinely thank you so much. This is by far the longest video I've ever made, and it took a lot, and I mean a lot of time. But I'm very happy that it's done. I really did have a lot of fun with this. And I still have some more Scooby-Doo related stuff coming, so if you're into that, I'll see you there. And if not, I'll see you for whatever my next fixation is. But until then, bye!